On a certain afternoon in July, the sun blazed brightly, casting a warm glow, while the air was infused with a subtle scent of the ocean. Stepping out of the guest house designated for case handling, Zhou Haoran inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air tinged with the salty breeze. A few days prior, he had been covertly brought here by the disciplinary committee to assist the special investigation team probing into the corruption case of County Chief Zhao. Xinhua. Little did he know that this inquiry would extend over 5 days. The Jinshan County's Jinxing Reservoir water conservancy project had suffered a catastrophic collapse during construction, leading to 7 fatalities and 10 injuries. Consequently, allegations arose regarding Zhao Zinghua's malfeasance during his tenure that, in response, a joint investigation team from both provincial and municipal authorities was established to delve into the matter, with the deputy secretary of the provincial disciplinary committee, Gong Ping, personally appointed as the leader of the task force. Following an extensive investigation and evidence collection, several officials, including the deputy county chief in charge of engineering projects and the deputy director of the Water Conservancy Bureau, were arrested for embezzlement and bribery and subsequently handed over to judicial authorities for criminal prosecution. Simultaneously, other implicated officials received corresponding disciplinary sanctions. Typically, individuals summoned by the disciplinary committee for assistance in investigations are not held for more than 24 hours. However, for Zhou Haoran, who was the former county chief's liaison often referred to as the Big Secretariat, was not unusual for the duration of assistance to be extended. Zhou Haoran's documentation was exemplary, ranking among the best in the county. This proficiency led County Chief Zhao Xinhua to personally appoint him as a full-time secretary in the government office, where he also held the position of deputy director. It was precisely due to his previous role as the former county chief secretary that his inquiry lasted longer. These 7 days had been a trial of suffocating oppression and unease for Zhou Haoran, confined within a sealed environment. Initially, he managed to endure, but as time wore on, the strain became unbearable. The guest house had been specially modified, with bright lights perpetually illuminating the rooms, rendering day indistinguishable from night and directions lost in disorientation. Each time he felt himself on the brink of slumber, staff members would intrude, demanding his cooperation for further questioning. Throughout this ordeal, the investigation team posed numerous inquiries, some pertaining to his own circumstances and others concerning the former county chief, Zhao Xinhua. On several occasions, he experienced hallucinations akin to the disorientation brought on by consuming toxic mushrooms from Yunnan. Zhou Haoran felt himself teetering on the precipice of a mental breakdown, his body and spirit reaching their limits, unable to hold on much longer. Yet, in that moment of despair, the leader of the special investigation team announced the cessation of his inquiry, informing him that he was free to leave. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Haoran gradually gathered his scattered thoughts, gazing at the stern face of the investigation team leader, and finally asked, Am I free now? Gong Ping, maintaining a grave expression, replied, Yes, but only temporarily. Once we obtain irrefutable evidence, you will still face arrest. In truth, both Zhou Haoran and the investigation team understood that the length of his detention stemmed from their inability to uncover any flaws in Zhao Xinhua elsewhere. They were striving to find a breakthrough here. Had it not been for the intervention of the newly appointed county magistrate of Jincheng, Ho Yuan, who was once a subordinate of Gong Ping, Zhou Haoran would not have been so readily released. With a long exhale, Zhou Haoran rubbed his bloodshot eyes and continued, Justice resides in the hearts of the people. Right and wrong will ultimately be adjudicated. I am acutely aware of my own character, and for actions I have not committed, you cannot impose any consequences upon me. Thus, I believe I shall not return to this place. Gong Ping, not taking offense at Zhou Haoran's impudence, found himself harboring a modicum of admiration for the upright young man, whose background was untainted and whose capabilities were exceptional after several days of interaction. Nevertheless, Gong Ping's demeanor remained grave as he cautioned, Zhou Haoran, do not be overly bold here. Heed my words. Unless you maintain a life of unblemished integrity, should you fall into my grasp again, fortune will not favor you so lightly. I shall not permit your easy departure. I wish you luck. Zhou Haoran offered a slight smile and replied nonchalantly, "These are the most valuable words you have ever spoken to me. I shall remember them. Farewell." With that, he rose and turned to leave the entrance. Staff members had already handed him a transparent file bag containing his personal belongings, including his phone and wallet. As Zhou Haoran accepted the file bag and noticed the label bearing his name, he let out a cold snicker, retrieved his items, and exited the small building that had detained him for 7 days. After taking a few steps, Zhou Haoran turned back to glance at the building, silently vowing, "I will never return to this place." Gong Ping stood by the window on the upper floor, watching Zhou Haoran's silhouette fade into the distance before dialing Ho Yuan, the new county magistrate of Jinsheng. "Hello, Xiaoho." The young man has departed. Though he possesses a somewhat stubborn temperament, after several days of engagement, I have begun to appreciate him. Both in terms of party loyalty and personal integrity, he withstands scrutiny that he is quick-witted, possesses sharp insights, is principled, and remains unmoved by immediate temptations or popular currency, is indeed a man of strong character. His only flaw is his youthful impetuosity. He requires further honing. With a little encouragement, he is destined for greatness. That on the other end of the line, Ho Yuan's voice brimmed with enthusiasm. "Thank you, esteemed leader, for evaluating him on my behalf. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. Once I am finished with my duties here, I will visit you in the provincial capital. There is no need for a special trip. Feel free to call whenever necessary." "That'll be all for now," Gong Ping concluded, hanging up the phone. Unbeknownst to Zhou Haoran, the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission and head of the Special Investigation Team, Gong Ping, held him in such high regard. Even if he were to learn of this, it would weigh little on his mind at that moment. As he exited the guest house, a Santana 2000 approached slowly, stopping before him. A crew-cut man leaned out from the driver's seat, greeting Zhou Haoran. "Deputy Director Zhou, please get in. Director Lia sent me to pick you up." Momentarily taken aback, Zhou Haoran recognized the office driver, Tianyong. The vehicle was indeed the county magistrate's designated car, and if memory served correctly, the keys should have been in Zhou Haoran's drawer. Was curious how Tianyong had acquired them. After a brief hesitation, Zhou Haoran inquired, which Director Li? Tianyong did not alight from the vehicle as he usually would. Instead, he peered through the window with a sardonic tone and remarked, "Deputy Director Zhou, it's only been a few days since we last met, and you, V, already forgotten. How many Director Lees do we have in the government office?" "It must be Director Li Wei." The county government office comprised 1 head and 4 deputies. 2 months prior, the former director had retired, and county head Zhao intended for Zhou Haoran to assume the role of director, allowing him, as deputy director, to temporarily oversee the office's operations for a period of training before a smooth transition. That Li Wei, also a deputy director in the office, had been with the county for 2 or 3 years longer than Zhou Haoran. Zhou Haoran sensed something amiss. Tianyong's tone suggested that Li Wei had been officially appointed as the director. Known for his opportunistic nature, Tianyong was relatively young, yet remarkably shrewd, having secured his position as a driver in the government office through his uncle, who had been a driver for the county's small vehicle fleet. During Zhou Haoran's previous tenure in leading the office, Tianyong had always circled around him, yet now he remained inside the vehicle, a swift shift in attitude that was astonishing. Zhou Haoran was curious about what had transpired during his brief absence, yet he refrained from inquiring, not wishing to grant Tianyong such an advantage. Quietly, Zhou Haoran opened the car door and settled into the passenger seat, gazing at the once familiar surroundings within the vehicle, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. He unfastened the front seatbelt, only to discover that all the belongings had vanished, including the treasured CDs from the storage compartment. A whirlwind of emotions stirred within Zhou Haoran, yet he maintained an outward calm. He was acutely aware that his current situation was far from optimistic and required careful navigation. An oppressive silence enveloped the vehicle, broken only by the rhythmic sound of the tires rolling along the road. As the car navigated through the streets and alleys of the county town, Zhou Haoran observed the familiar scenery outside, yet it felt strangely alien to him. Tianyong appeared to revel in his newfound authority over Zhou Haoran, occasionally glancing back to gauge his reaction. Meanwhile, Zhou Haoran seemed oblivious, quietly leaning against his seat, lost in contemplation as he gazed out the window. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the county government building and halted at the entrance. Zhou Haoran took a deep breath, opened the car door, and stepped out. Just as he was about to exit, he caught a glimpse of his disheveled reflection in the rearview mirror. Instinctively, he detected a sour odor emanating from himself. Confronted by the unpleasant scent, a wave of melancholy washed over Zhou Haoran. The once neat, handsome, and poised government secretary had seemingly vanished, replaced by a disheveled figure with unkempt hair, a scruffy beard, and a pallid complexion devoid of vitality. He instinctively touched his beard, exited the vehicle, slammed the door, and strode up the steps to the office building. Two individuals emerged and, astonishingly, did not recognize Zhou Haoran, mistakenly believing him to be a petitioner. They instinctively stepped aside as he passed. A mix of emotions swirled within Zhou Haoran, yet he maintained a facade of composure. He hurried into the county government building. Sensing an unusual atmosphere, formerly familiar colleagues turned a blind eye to him, some even whispering and casting strange glances. He made his way directly to his office, only to discover it had a new occupant. A young man sat at the desk, engrossed in paperwork. Upon noticing Zhou Haoran's entrance, he lifted his head and revealed a smug smile. Zhou Haoran's heart sank. He realized that in his brief absence, the government office had undergone a dramatic transformation. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his emotions and approached the desk. Li Wei, what is going on? Zhou Haoran tried to keep his voice calm and resolute. Li Wei stood up, smiling as he replied, Deputy Director Zhou, welcome back. During your absence, the colleagues voted and, following organizational deliberation, I have been appointed as the director of the government office. I hope to count on your support in my endeavors. A wave of dizziness washed over Zhou Haoran as he struggled to comprehend the reality before him. He had been favored by County Chief Zhao and was poised to assume the directorship. How had Li Wei so swiftly taken the lead? He fought to regain his composure and asked in a low voice, when did this happen? Why was I not informed? Li Wei smiled faintly and explained, oh, this decision was made at the county chief's office meeting the day before yesterday. Perhaps they had not yet informed you. You know how busy government work can be. Some matters may experience delays. A surge of anger burned within Zhou Haoran, but he recognized that this was not the moment for outbursts. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his calm. All right, I understand, he said before turning and exiting the office. He needed to uncover the truth behind this situation, why he had been so suddenly sidelined while Li Wei ascended effortlessly, filled with confusion and resentment. He acknowledged that only by remaining calm and rational could he hope to find a solution. As Zhou Haoran prepared to seek answers from the current leadership, a staff member from the office approached. Glancing between Li Wei and Zhou Haoran, he spoke, Deputy Director Zhou, the hospital called. Someone named Zhou Xinran is looking for you. Li Wei hurriedly exclaimed, quickly, get to the conference room. We must not delay, that is Director Zhou's sister. It's not just me who cannot provoke her. Even Director Zhou himself would find it challenging. Soon, the phone in the conference room rang. Li Wei gestured for Zhou Haoran to answer it. Zhou Haoran felt as though his freedom was entirely at Li Wei's mercy. He truly felt like a tiger fallen into the plains, bullied by dogs. Rising, he approached the cabinet in the corner and picked up the receiver. Before he could utter a word, his sister's loud voice boomed through the line. Zhou Haoran, your mother has been hospitalized for several days. If you don't return soon, you might not get to see her. Startled, he quickly asked, what happened to Mom? What do you think happened? After you were taken away, she fell ill, thinking you had committed an unforgivable crime, and has been crying every day. Has she been taken to the hospital? He interrupted. His sister, Zhou Xinran, replied loudly. After much persuasion, I managed to get her to the hospital. You need to come here quickly. She's at the county hospital. The mere thought of his ailing mother compelled Zhou Haoran to hang up the phone and rush outside. As he passed by the print room, a sudden impulse stirred within him upon seeing a familiar figure. He hesitated momentarily before raising his hand to knock on the door. Come in, a well-known voice called out. His girlfriend, Hu Jing, was at the photocopier, busy making copies. Their relationship had been facilitated by Zhao Xinghua, who noticed that Zhou Haoran, now of a suitable age, might be a good match for Hu Jing, who had just transferred in. Hu Jing, a tall sports student, had long desired a partner taller than herself, making it difficult to find someone who met her criteria. Fortunately, Zhou Haoran fit the bill, and he was not unattractive either. Initially, Zhou Haoran had reservations, perceiving Hu Jing as merely a tall girl, but given his own circumstances, he realized it was challenging to find a suitable partner. He was fortunate that someone was not dismissing him outright. Despite Zhou Haoran's admirable qualities and his prominent position as a favored individual near the county head, His financial situation had taken a toll due to his mother's medical expenses, leaving him in debt. Few women would willingly step into a relationship that required caring for an ill parent. However, Hu Jing was the only one who did not shy away from Zhou Haoran and his mother's illness, often visiting to help care for her. Gradually, Zhou Haoran began to accept her presence in his life. Seeing her there, he had no desire for small talk and directly stated, "I'm going to the hospital to see my mother. Will you come with me?" Hu Jing looked up, hesitated, and softly replied, "I think I'll pass. Director Li assigned me a pile of work that I haven't finished yet." Noting her attitude, Zhou Haoran decided not to press further. "All right, you focus on your work. I'll be off," he said, lifting his foot to leave, sensing a multitude of unspoken sentiments in her demeanor. As he exited the office building, Zhou Haoran's gaze instinctively drifted toward the parking spaces. The spot where his car should have been parked was conspicuously empty. Once, Zhao Xinghua had granted Zhou Haoran a vehicle to facilitate his visits home to care for his ailing mother, albeit with the stipulation that he bear the fuel costs himself. Despite this burden, Zhou Haoran was deeply touched by the gesture, finding solace in working alongside someone who cared for him, even if his ambitions lay elsewhere. However, time had wrought significant changes. Reflecting on this, he strode purposefully out of the agency's entrance. The sky had inexplicably darkened. Ominous clouds swirling above as a gust of warm wind swept through, heralding an impending downpour. Pedestrians hastened along the streets, their pace quickened by the threat of rain. Zhou Haoran attempted to hail several taxis, only to find them occupied and unwilling to stop. Growing impatient, he pressed onward, heading towards an intersection where tricycles were frequently stationed. If taxis eluded him, he would settle for a three-wheeler. At that moment, he heard someone calling his name from behind. Turning, he saw Shen Shuai, driving a government logistics department's Toyota V8, waving him over and beckoning him to enter. This vehicle, designated for fire and flood prevention, had seen better days. Bearing the scars of frequent excursions into the mountains and rivers, Shen Shuai's timely appearance was a welcome relief. Without hesitation, Zhou Haoran opened the door and settled into the passenger seat, requesting, "Brother Shen, could you please take me to the hospital?" Shen Shuai replied, "I came out specifically to escort you. How did you know I was heading home?" He continued, "I was idly wandering in the office, anticipating your visit to the hospital after the meeting." There was no need for expressions of gratitude between them. Their bond transcended such formalities. Shen Shuai further revealed that he had been released today due to a commotion instigated by his sister at the agency, following Zhou Haoran's detainment by the Special Investigation Team. The disciplinary committee's investigators visited their home. Upon learning of her son's predicament, their mother had suffered a sudden and severe reaction, losing consciousness and later becoming unable to speak. Her mind clouded and refusing sustenance when lucid. Zhou Haoran was taken aback, exclaiming, "My sister caused a scene at the agency?" Shen Shuai nodded and recounted the events. Faced with the deteriorating health of their mother, Zhou Sinan had grown desperate. That very morning, she stormed into the agency, vociferously demanding to see the secretary and the county head, coincidentally drawing the attention of the newly appointed deputy county head, Hou Yuan. Upon learning of her relation to Zhou Haoran, he invited her into his office to inquire about her concerns. Zhou Sinan asserted, "If Zhou Haoran is guilty, then let him face his punishment. If he is innocent, release him promptly. The government must uphold compassion. It cannot allow an elderly woman to die without seeing her son." After hearing her plight, Deputy County Head Hou Yuan persuaded Zhou Sinan to leave and subsequently contacted the Special Investigation Team. Otherwise, Zhou Haoran would not have been released so soon. Curious about this new Deputy County Head, Zhou Haoran inquired, "Where did Hou Yuan work previously? How old is he?" Shen Shuai responded, "He was the Deputy Secretary of the Dongxing County Party Committee and is precisely 40 years old. He is considered a rising star. After less than 3 years as Deputy Secretary in Dongxing, he has now come here as our county head. He previously served as a deputy director in the Provincial Disciplinary Committee." No wonder Zhou Haoran had no recollection of him. He was indeed a cadre who had risen through the ranks of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee. Zhou Haoran was beset with a myriad of questions that demanded answers from Shen Shuai. Yet the latter drove with such speed that within mere minutes they arrived at the hospital's entrance. Shen Shuai remarked, "Haoran, I visited your aunt with your sister yesterday. I want to accompany you upstairs now, but I shall return shortly." In the entirety of Jincheng County, only Shen Shuai addressed him as Haoran. Previously, this had seemed inconsequential to Zhou Haoran, but after enduring a series of life's harsh realities, he found comfort and warmth in Shen Shuai's steadfast appellation. The instant he beheld his mother, a profound ache gripped his heart. Her condition appeared dire, Her complexion was pallid, her cheeks hollow, and she lay motionless on the hospital bed, seemingly enduring an interminable suffering in silence. The very air around them felt heavy, saturated with a stifling and oppressive atmosphere. Doctors moved about with solemn expressions, engaging in hushed conversations, yet they seemed unable to provide any definitive answers. With a trembling hand, he gently placed his mother's frail hand within his own, repeatedly calling out, "Mother." Yet she remained unresponsive, her eyes still closed. He glanced at his sister, who was tending to their mother, and inquired, "Has she been in this deep slumber for long?" Zhou Haoran's eyes were red-rimmed as she replied. "Sometimes she opens her eyes and surveys her surroundings, but she pays no heed when spoken to. Most of the time, she merely sleeps." "Xiaoliang," she continued, her voice trembling, "to be honest, I am truly frightened. What if she falls asleep and never awakens? She loves you so dearly, as if you were her only child in this lifetime. I have taken it upon myself to seek out the county head early this morning." He regarded his sister with gratitude, saying, "I have heard about it, sister. Thank you." "Thank you for what?" she replied despondently. "Afterward, your brother-in-law chastised me, claiming I acted recklessly, that I could not assist you and might only exacerbate your troubles. To be candid, I have spent the entire day in trepidation. Seeing you here has finally brought me some relief." Their father had passed away prematurely, leaving their mother to rear the siblings and support their education. When Zhou Haoran was merely 15, their mother, following their father's dying wish, had no choice but to relinquish her to the care of their childless uncle. A decision that had long fostered resentment within her toward their deceased father and their mother, leading her to claim she was not truly their daughter. From the day of her adoption, she ceased to address their mother as mother, instead becoming affectionately familiar with her uncle and aunt. Zhou Haoran had long grown accustomed to his sister's attitude towards their mother, and since their mother bore no ill will, he too refrained from holding any grievances. Despite her defiance and no longer calling her mother, she still assisted with household chores. After their mother fell ill, the agricultural responsibilities fell to Zhou Haoran and her husband, who had married into the family. At that moment, Zhou Haoran felt a slight movement in his mother's hand. He gazed at her, noticing a faint flush beginning to appear on her face, and her eyelids fluttering. Zhou Haoran tightened his grip on his mother's hand, leaning down to whisper in her ear, "Mother, your son has returned, and I am safe now." His sister promptly called for the doctor, perhaps responding to her son's voice. The elderly woman slowly opened her eyes. Her unfocused gaze gradually concentrated, and upon seeing her son's dazed face, she smiled faintly before closing her eyes again, reassured. Throughout this time, the siblings took turns caring for their mother, and a young nurse named Bai Gu often came to assist them. Zhou Haoran vaguely remembered Bai Gu. She was the half-sister of Li Wei, whom he had met during a meal at Li Wei's home. Once their mother had fallen asleep, Zhou Haoran spoke with Bai Ying, the head of internal medicine and his mother's attending physician. Bai Ying was the second sister of Li Wei and Bai Ji's mother, and she had been his mother's doctor during every hospitalization. Bai Ying informed him that his mother's condition was quite severe and advised him to prepare himself mentally. Indeed, the doctor's words soon proved prophetic, as their mother's condition deteriorated rapidly. That night, while Zhou Haoran was sound asleep, he felt someone gently stroking his head. It was his mother, using her frail hand to tenderly caress his hair, her loving gaze fixed upon him. Zhou Haoran lowered his head to rest against her chest, allowing her to reach him with ease. This gaze was all too familiar to him, having seen it since childhood. In his mother's eyes, he had always been exceptional. For reasons he could not fathom, his eyes brimmed with tears as he realized that his mother had reached the end of her life. He wanted to call his sister to bid their mother farewell, yet feared it would be too late, so he remained still against her chest. "Son, His mother struggled to speak. Zhou Haoran's eyes reddened as he fought back tears, hanging on to her every fragmented word, terrified of missing even a syllable. Throughout life, one inevitably encounters the sorrow of parting. Whether early or late, parents cannot accompany you forever, and it is I who have burdened you." Unable to contain himself any longer, Zhou Haoran's tears flowed freely. "Do not cry. It is I who have burdened you. You sacrificed your studies and career to be with me, and I am already content. You have fulfilled your filial duty. After I am gone, pursue your talents without restraint. Soar to the highest heavens, free from my constraints, and you shall rise even higher." His mother seemed to expend all her strength to utter these few disjointed sentences, her voice dwindling to a whisper. Zhou Haoran had long since collapsed against her chest, weeping inconsolably. The commotion in the room had drawn the attention of the nurses, but they refrained from intruding upon this poignant moment between mother and son. Several medical staff stood quietly outside the door, their eyes glistening with tears of empathy. The funeral was rather subdued, with few attendees from his workplace. A fact that Zhou Haoran did not resent. Ever since the incident with County Chief Zhao, those who had once been close began to distance themselves from him. Only Li Wei, the current director of the government office, arrived with a group of colleagues bearing gifts and did not linger for long before departing. Surprisingly, a young nurse named Baigu also came, busily assisting with various tasks. During the funeral arrangements, Hu Jing visited once. But her purpose was not to comfort or accompany Zhou Haoran. Rather, she had a mission. She came to inform Zhou Haoran that a county-wide was to be convened, requiring attendance from all officials of deputy section chief level and above regarding personnel adjustments. However, Zhou Haoran, preoccupied with his mother's affairs, decisively declined to attend. While the siblings were conversing during the funeral, Zhou Xinran solemnly asked Zhou Haoran, "Little Ran, tell me the truth, are you really all right?" Zhou Haoran turned to his sister and replied, "If I were not well, I wouldn't have returned this time. No matter if you stir up trouble at the county government or even with the mayor, it would be futile." Zhou Xinran remarked, "My husband says that if they want to find fault, they will surely uncover something. Are you truly that innocent?" He scoffed slightly and said, "If I were not innocent, could our family be this clean? I can't even afford a decent piece of furniture, and I still owe you 800 yuan from when Mom was hospitalized." Zhou Xinran seized the opportunity to reason, saying, "Exactly, that's what I told the new county chief." Her words prompted Zhou Haoran to inquire, "What else did you tell the county chief?" Zhou Xinran lifted her head and declared, "I said I know best whether my brother is guilty. Over the years, I've never seen him take a single penny home, nor has he worn a decent outfit. At over 30, he hasn't even married. Do you see that in your department? If he is guilty, then deal with him. He deserves it. If he is innocent, release him promptly. It's been over 10 days of uncertainty. There must be a conclusion to this." "What did he say? How was his attitude towards you?" "He was always quite cordial. He even made a call in my presence, addressing the other party as old leader." "Old leader?" "Indeed. After the call, he told me to focus on caring for the elderly, to reach out if I faced difficulties, and assured me that if there were no issues with you, you would return swiftly." Listening to his sister, Zhou Haoran nodded silently. On the very day the funeral concluded, a staff member from the government office, Xiao Su, came to notify Zhou Haoran that the organization department had rescinded his appointment, instructing him to report to the organization department the following day. Reporting to the organization department is a punishment for cadres who defy assignments, signifying marginalization. In Jinsheng County, no one had ever reported to the organization department for refusing an assignment. This revelation, instead of weighing on Zhou Haoran, allowed him to release all burdens and focus on addressing the remaining matters. The afternoon Xiao Su visited, Section Chief Ma from the organization department also arrived, stating that Minister Guo wished to speak with him. Zhou Haoran understood that being ousted from the government office and failing to report to Jinxing Township amounted to an automatic relinquishment of his position, leaving him to await assignments at the organization department. Thus, the organizational department sent someone to inform him that his 4 years at the county government office had ceased to be of any relevance to him. Zhou Haoran once again declined on the pretext of attending to matters concerning his mother. Director Ma, familiar with Zhou Haoran's temperament, endeavored to persuade him, but ultimately left in indignation. Once all affairs related to his mother were settled, Zhou Haoran returned to the county town alone. He first indulged in a thorough bath at a bathhouse, then had his hair trimmed, and subsequently sought solace in a small restaurant where he ordered a bowl of noodle soup. It wasn't until the afternoon that he made his appearance at the government building. This time, Zhou Haoran opted to ascend the stairs rather than take the elevator, wishing to bid farewell to the place where he had labored for several years in this manner. As he ascended the stairs, he encountered Tian Yong, who stood at the railing of the corridor, looking down at him with a sardonic tone. "Well, if it isn't Deputy Director Zhou, where are you off to now?" Zhou Haoran did not spare him a glance, continuing up the stairs and walking past him resolutely. Tian Yong, humiliated, spat in his direction and muttered, "What a big shot. You're not much better off than I am now." Zhou Haoran found no merit in engaging in repartee with such a petty individual. Striding through the corridors of the government office, he kept his gaze straight ahead, making his way toward the county mayor's office. Upon reaching the door, he paused. This door was all too familiar to him. He had been a frequent visitor, entering and exiting countless times each day. Now, despite the former occupant of this room having been taken away for investigation, with the outcome still uncertain, it held a trove of cherished memories for him, those spirited discussions, the fervent writings, the sleepless nights filled with heartfelt exchanges. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the corridor, and Zhou Haoran, somewhat dazed, knocked lightly on the door. "Come in," A voice responded, entirely unfamiliar. He pushed the door open. Nothing inside had changed. The old desk remained, the swivel chair too. Yet the occupant was no longer Zhao Xinghua, but rather a man of similar height, with a square face, albeit leaner than Zhou Haoran. Two others were seated nearby whom he recognized, the new vice-county head, Sun Chenglong, and the director of the Water Conservancy Bureau. They were reporting something to the county mayor. And upon noticing Zhou Haoran's entrance, the Water Conservancy Bureau director greeted him. "Director Zhou, back to work?" Zhou Haoran offered a faint smile, acknowledging that he was now of no consequence, yet he could not be bothered to correct the title. He nodded in response. The newly appointed county mayor of Jincheng, Hou Yuan, looked at the tall young man before him and stood up, saying, "You must be Zhou Haoran?" "Yes, Mayor, I am Zhou Haoran," he replied. Mayor Hou approached, shook his hand, and patted him on the shoulder, addressing the other two. "That will be all for today. I wish to have a word with Xiaoxiu." The two men gathered their belongings and left. Mayor Hou summoned his secretary, instructing, "Do not let anyone disturb us unless it is urgent." The secretary nodded and exited. "Please, take a seat." Hou Yuan pointed towards the sofa. At that moment, Zhou Haoran had been scrutinizing the newly appointed county magistrate. He noted that Hou Yuan was quite handsome, of average height, and well-maintained, exuding a robust presence devoid of the corpulence associated with Zhao Xinghua. His hair was meticulously styled, and he donned a crisp white short-sleeved shirt paired with navy blue trousers, his shoes impeccably polished. His expression was somewhat grave, with profound eyes, however. He had shown warmth moments earlier, a rarity that Zhou appreciated, having grown accustomed to the scornful jibes directed at him over time. With a sense of decorum, Zhou did not take a seat on the sofa. Instead, he retrieved a neatly folded piece of paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and respectfully placed it on the coffee table before County Magistrate Hou, stating, "County Magistrate Hou, I am here to tender my resignation." "Resignation? Why?" Hou Yuan inquired, his surprise evident. "Before my mother passed away, she urged me to explore new horizons. Recently, I was reassigned to the Jinxing Township government and subsequently dismissed, with my records returned to the organization department. Yet, I still consider myself a civil servant, hence my decision to resign from your service. Additionally, I am grateful for your assistance. Without it, I might not have had the chance to see my mother one last time. Thank you." Upon concluding his statement, he performed a deep bow to Magistrate Hou and turned to leave. "Stop. Zhou Haoran, are you truly here to resign?" Zhou turned back, halting, and replied, "Yes." "Is there no other reason?" Hou Yuan remained seated at the center of the sofa, observing him closely. In truth, Zhou Haoran's resignation was not an impulsive decision. Several factors contributed to it. On one hand, he had originally been poised to assume the role of the director of the government office, only to have that position usurped by a petty individual following his questioning by the Discipline Inspection Commission, compounded by the absence of his former superior, County Magistrate Zhao. Given his proud and somewhat arrogant disposition, he surmised that few would hold him in high regard. On the other hand, he felt that the county was too constricted a platform for his aspirations. Had it not been for his mother's illness, he believed he would now be unleashing his talents in major financial institutions in cities like Kyoto or Shanghai, rather than facing the current dire straits of overwhelming debts. "You may not be aware of my circumstances. I returned to work solely due to my mother's illness, now that she is gone. I am free from familial obligations and intend to revive my entrepreneurial dreams." Zhou Haoran, unfamiliar with the new county magistrate, opted not to disclose his true reasons for resigning, instead fabricating a seemingly plausible rationale. Hou Yuan rose from his seat, picked up the resignation letter without glancing at it, and resumed his position in the executive chair, placing the document in the upper left corner of the desk. "Zhou Haoran, though I have only been here a short while, I am aware that you were a capable aide to Zhao Xinghua, providing valuable strategies for economic development and investment promotion. I believe that in this role, you can still realize your dreams." Zhou Haoran let out a cold smirk and replied, "There is no stage for me here. The 5-day, 3 gold medal system has already sidelined me entirely. Besides, I never intended to remain here. I am merely one more individual passing time." "Huh, indeed it is Zhou Haoran." His words laced with barbs. "What if I refuse to let you go?" Hou Yuan gazed at him with a profound smile. "I have become utterly worthless." Just as Hou Yuan was about to speak again, his secretary gently knocked and entered, announcing, "Leader, the city government is on the line. External call." Hou Yuan cast a glance at Zhou Haoran before lowering his head to answer the phone. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou Haoran quietly slipped out of the county mayor's office. "Zhou Haoran, come back, return to me. As he reached the doorway, he bowed once more to Hou Yuan and resolutely closed the door behind him. He strode past the reception area, moved through the conference room, and walked by the familiar doorways that once felt like home. When he passed the printing room, he did not hesitate, nor did he linger. He descended the stairs, exited the government building, and made his way directly to the train station. Half an hour later, the train bound for the provincial capital departed from Jincheng County Station, carrying a dispirited Zhou Haoran towards the uncertain horizon. Within half a day, news of his resignation spread throughout the entire government building. Hu Jing appeared somewhat lost, her expression heavy with unspoken thoughts. At that moment, Shen Shui entered, handing her a letter. This was a note Zhou Haoran had asked Shen Shui to deliver to Hu Jing on that day he visited Zhou's hometown. As Hu Jing opened the envelope, she found a few lines inscribed within. Xiao Jing, I have resigned. By the time you read this letter, I will have already left Jincheng. My path is uncertain, yet yours will only widen as you continue onward. Our relationship concludes here. Zhou Haoran. In just a few terse sentences, he severed the ties between them. Holding the letter, Hu Jing slowly sank into her chair, her expression tinged with melancholy. When Zhou Haoran arrived in the provincial capital, the sky was still bright, as summer nights in the north tend to linger. For Zhou Haoran, this city was not unfamiliar. His sentiments for it surpassed those he held for his small hometown. Here lay the memories of his 7-year academic journey, his first love, as well as his unfulfilled dreams and aspirations. Since returning to his hometown for work, each visit to the provincial capital had rendered him a mere fleeting passerby. Whether attending meetings, engaging in studies, or accompanying superiors on project pursuits and funding endeavors, not to mention trips made to deliver gifts. Nowadays, in order to accomplish tasks in the lower counties and cities, mere trips to the city were insufficient. One must also navigate the provincial capital. Certain matters are easily addressed from the top down, yet challenging when approached from the bottom up. He was acutely aware of this reality. Upon exiting the train station, he refrained from hailing a taxi, not out of a fondness for strolling under the scorching sun, but rather due to the scarcity of funds in his pocket. Previously, when attending to affairs in the provincial capital, he had seldom traveled by train, as his workplace always provided a dedicated vehicle. Now, liberated from official burdens, Zhou Haoran felt a profound sense of belonging upon setting foot in the provincial capital once more. He no longer saw himself as a transient visitor, but rather felt an intrinsic connection to the place. With this realization, a long-lost sensation stirred within him. Was walking not also a state of mind? It has been quite a while since he leisurely wandered through the bustling streets of a vibrant city. Upon reflection, it seems to date back to his university days. Even during his postgraduate studies, he scarcely found time to meander. Now, this city has long forgotten the silhouette of his youth, and in the blink of an eye, he has reached the age of 30, with nothing to show for it. While his peers have made their mark, either establishing enterprises or nurturing families, once the star pupil of his school finds himself trailing behind. Despite his failure to realize the lofty aspirations he once held, he dutifully fulfilled the responsibilities of a son, embracing filial piety without regret. His mother often said that one's fate is predetermined. If one lacks fortune, one must accept it, for one cannot contend with destiny. Though her words echoed the notion of fatalism, they served as his greatest solace. As Zhou Haoran strolled through the provincial capital, he ambled aimlessly until he found himself near the municipal square. Gazing at the city's tallest landmark, the Hunglong building, he felt a pang of nostalgia. He recalled visiting it during his school days when he and his roommate, Liu Haidong, had raced to the top. Upon reaching the summit, they were utterly exhausted. Yet the sense of accomplishment at that youthful age was magnified and exaggerated, filling them with pride as if they had conquered the world beneath their feet. Since then, he had never ascended again. On one occasion, while accompanying Zhao Xinghua on business in the provincial capital, they attempted to climb the stairs, but barely 5 flights in, they found themselves unable to continue. Looking up at the observation deck, the old impulse surged within him, yet the thought vanished as quickly as it came. After years of comfort in the county government, he had not only neglected the climb, but had also forsaken his beloved pastime of running. In the initial 2 years, he toiled ceaselessly on substantial projects, and in the latter 2 years, his responsibilities became increasingly administrative. Ultimately, after he assumed the role of director and took charge of the government office's comprehensive operations, he found himself with even less time for personal fitness. The once proud abdominal muscles he possessed had since relaxed considerably. Reflecting on this, a wave of melancholy washed over him. stemming from the long-held sense of superiority that accompanied his leadership position or that of an assistant. There was also a sense of bewilderment, as he was at a loss regarding his next steps. The places he once frequented and the faces he had once ingratiated himself with seemed to flit past him like fleeting labels affixed to a car's roof. An ache settled within him. He would have preferred to have never experienced life in the county government or to have been acquainted with this city at all. Yet, all of this had undeniably transpired. He had never anticipated that years later, he would return to this city with such a sense of loss, which only deepened his sorrow. Perhaps he should seek out a modest inn for a night's rest, as he was in dire need of recuperation. In the past, when visiting the provincial capital on official business, they either stayed in luxurious business hotels or the finest accommodations at the provincial government's guest house. Now, however, he could not afford such extravagance, as his financial resources were quite limited. While he hurriedly walked the streets of the provincial capital, an Audi passed by him. The occupants inside recognized this familiar figure, backpack slung over his shoulder, occasionally raising a hand to wipe the sweat from his brow. One of the passengers, feeling a sense of familiarity with Zhou Haoran, promptly gestured for the driver to slow down. Upon confirming that it was indeed Zhou Haoran, he pulled out his phone and dialed the county mayor, Hou Yuan. "Hello, esteemed leader, do you have any instructions?" Hou Yuan's voice came through. "Hou Yuan, I just spotted Zhou Haoran. What is he doing wandering around the provincial capital instead of working?" Hou Yuan replied, "Oh, he resigned just over 2 hours ago. He came to my office, bowed to me, left a resignation letter, and walked out. I happened to be on a call, and he didn't even look back." "He resigned? Why? What else could it be?" He was dissatisfied with the arrangements made for him. Hou Yuan proceeded to inform the old leader, Gong Ping, the deputy secretary of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection and head of the Zhao Xinhua Task Force, about the series of arrangements concerning Zhou Haoran. After a moment of contemplation, Gong Ping remarked, "Young Ho, do you think it's fair to let Zhou Haoran resign like this? After all, we haven't uncovered any issues with him." Hou Yuan responded, "I'm aware it's unfair, but I've just arrived and am not yet fully familiar with the situation." This entire personnel adjustment across the county was orchestrated by Secretary Liu. Those who were close to Zhao Xinhua have all faced varying degrees of suppression. Gong Ping nodded in agreement, recognizing the familiar patterns of political maneuvering that were ever present in officialdom. Hou Yuan continued, "Previously, he merely sought my opinion in a symbolic manner. And even the appointment of the newly designated director of the government office was entirely his doing. Technically, the director of the government office is the county mayor's chief steward, a position I should have authority over, yet he didn't afford me that opportunity. Being new to this post, I felt it inappropriate to quarrel over such matters. So I chose to endure it." Gong Ping remarked, During my recent visit to handle the case, I gathered some insights regarding Lu Guohua. He has firmly entrenched himself in Jincheng County for over a decade, rising from county magistrate to party secretary, exhibiting considerable dominance. During his 8-year tenure as party secretary, the 3 county magistrates who collaborated with him faced unfortunate outcomes. 1 was reassigned, and 2 were subjected to disciplinary investigations. Thus, it is imperative that you heed these cautionary tales." Hou Yuan, troubled, replied, "Oh, my esteemed leader, I find myself in quite a predicament. I am truly in the dark here, after more than 10 days. Very few have come to report to me, and even fewer dare to speak the truth. Whenever I inquire about matters, the responses are vague and evasive." "Oh," Gong Ping expressed his surprise. Hou Yuan continued, "As for the county's affairs, I am utterly lost. Much of the work has been overseen by Zhao Xinhua and Zhou Haoran. And with their recent investigations, I am at a loss as to where to begin." He lamented further, "Moreover, most of the projects established in the high-tech zone were personally inspected and introduced by Zhou Haoran and Zhao Xinhua. If Zhou Haoran resigns, Jincheng County will struggle to find anyone as knowledgeable as he is." Gong Ping found it perplexing that a local leader could neglect the economic development of the area. "The waters run deep here," he mused. He then continued speaking to Hou Yuan on the phone. "I am not well versed in investment attraction and cannot offer you sound advice. However, based on my understanding of Zhou Haoran, if you approach him, he will undoubtedly provide you with honest insights. And I believe he could assist in salvaging your high-tech zone." Hou Yuan replied, "I have considered that, but you must understand. I intentionally dismissed the deputy county head and a director to have a conversation with him. Who would have thought he would abandon his post and flee with a resignation letter? No matter how much I call him back, he refuses to return. His arrogance is unbearable. His arrogance is founded on merit. As I understand, Zhou Haoran is a favored student of Professor Tian. Had it not been for his mother's illness, he would have been a distinguished doctoral student under the renowned Professor Wu. Zhou Haoran is a rare composite talent within our grassroots government. He possesses knowledge in economics, finance, and management. Once he obtains his doctorate, his prospects are boundless. If he had any inclination, he would not return to a government office as a mere secretary or deputy director. To be frank, who could he possibly respect? Furthermore, his aspirations may lie beyond Jincheng. Gongping said, taking a breath. Indeed, you are correct. He mentioned to me today that his ambitions do not reside here. My esteemed leader, how do you know so much about his situation? Gongping chuckled and replied, do not forget, I have studied him for several days. I hold a great admiration for this young man, just as I once admired you. In fact, individuals like Zhou Haoran are ideally suited for disciplinary inspection roles, possessing all the requisite qualities of a diligent inspector. Before Gongping could finish his thought, Ho Yuan interrupted, wait a moment. Are you perhaps interested in him? Regardless, you cannot poach your students' talents. I comprehend your thoughtful intentions and will refrain from further remarks. Please, detain him for me. Detain? I am several miles away from him. How could I possibly intercept him? Here is what you should do. Contact Professor Tian. Zhou Haoran must surely reach out to her upon arriving in the provincial city. Professor Tian, the aunt of Zhou Haoran's former girlfriend, also serves as his mentor, and it is through her assistance that he has returned to work in Jincheng County. Very well, I shall contact her immediately. After hanging up, Gongping glanced out the window. Zhou Haoran had long since vanished from sight, having been left far behind by his four-wheeled vehicle. At that moment, his gaze deepened with inscrutability. As for Zhou Haoran, he remained blissfully unaware that the Audi passing by contained the leader of the investigative team who had scrutinized him for 7 days and nights. Nor could he fathom the content of his conversation with Ho Yuan. All he desired was to hasten to the hotel. Although it was after working hours, the sun blazed mercilessly, drenching his back in sweat. Eventually, he discovered a hotel near Professor Tian's residence that met both his budget and accommodation standards. He chose this location because directly in front of the hotel lay a bus stop, from which it would take less than 10 minutes to reach his mentor's home after crossing a junction, just as Gongping had surmised. Upon arriving in the provincial city, Professor Tian was his sole personal connection. Previously, he had accompanied Zhao Xinghua to the provincial city countless times. But those visits were purely professional, and he had only known individuals in various departments of the provincial government. He had even visited some of their homes, albeit primarily to deliver gifts in an attempt to facilitate certain connections. Over time, he had grown familiar with these individuals, some of whom were on amicable terms with him, engaging in mutual exchanges. However, he could not seek their assistance now. Due to Zhao Xinghua's predicament, Zhou Haoran's status had become precarious. In these times, it is better to avoid trouble than to confront it. Should a crisis arise, people would hastily distance themselves from him. Thus, he could only turn to Professor Tian, with whom he shared a bond forged over 3 years of teacher-student rapport. The nights in the provincial city were vibrant and resplendent. Yet Zhou Haoran did not wish to exhaust himself seeking his mentor. Instead, he succumbed to deep slumber. When he awakened, it was already past 7 in the evening. His stomach growled audibly, reminding him that he had only consumed a bowl of noodle soup earlier that day, which had long since been digested. After freshening up, he ventured outside, recalling a quaint restaurant nearby that he had frequented, known for its delicious and affordable meals. Upon exiting his room and arriving in the lobby, he heard a melodious voice. Zhou de Gu, what brings you here? Following the sound, he spotted Bai Gu, the sister of Li Wei. However, the Bai Gu before him was a stark contrast to the one he had encountered in the hospital. Her lustrous black hair framed her face, and she adorned a light yellow dress that accentuated her youthful beauty. She had always been a charming and lovely girl. But Zhou Haoran had only seen her in a nurse's uniform before, rarely witnessing her in casual attire. What's this? Do you not recognize me? Bai Gu teased playfully. Indeed. Had you not called my name, I might not have recognized you. Upon hearing this, Bai Gu gently wrinkled her nose and let out a soft hum before inquiring. Brother Zhou, what brings you here? Zhou Haoran pondered for a moment before replying. I came to handle some matters in the provincial capital and decided to stay here. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he suddenly felt reluctant to disclose his financial struggles in front of Bai Gu, opting instead for this excuse. Bai Gu, unfazed by his words, teased, I thought officials like you stayed in luxurious hotels while on business trips. Zhou Haoran paid no heed to the young girl's jest and shifted the topic. You haven't mentioned what you're doing here. I've been sent by the hospital for a month of training at the medical school, she replied. My colleagues and I are residing here, and I never expected to run into you. What a delightful coincidence. By the way, how long will you be here? Zhou Haoran responded, I should be staying for a while, though I'm uncertain about the exact duration. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, That's wonderful, Brother Zhou. Would you be able to show me around the provincial capital? Even though I work at the hospital, I rarely have the chance to go out and enjoy myself. Zhou Haoran nodded. If time permits, I would be glad to. Zhou Haoran did not distance himself from Bai Gu simply because she was Li Wei's sister. Throughout his time at the hospital, she had always devoted herself to caring for his ailing mother, and thus, he felt a sense of gratitude towards her. After exchanging a few more words, Zhou Haoran stepped outside, his stomach growling with hunger. Upon his return, around 10 o'clock, he was taken aback to find Bai Gu dozing on the carpet in front of his room. Startled, he rushed over and gently tapped her shoulder. Bai Gu abruptly lifted her head, her eyes clouded with confusion and fatigue, as if she had just awakened from a dream. Why are you sleeping here? Zhou Haoran asked softly, concern lacing his voice. Rubbing her eyes to shake off the drowsiness, Bai Gu managed to smile. I waited for you for so long that I inadvertently fell asleep. Why were you waiting for me? What if I returned at dawn? He questioned. Then I would wait until dawn, Bai Gu pouted. Zhou Haoran, feeling a surge of irritation, retreated into his room. Bai Gu attempted to follow him but stumbled slightly. Nearly losing her balance, perhaps her legs had gone numb from sitting too long. Zhou Haoran's heart softened. He helped her inside and settled her into a chair. He handed her a bottle of mineral water and said, Why aren't you resting properly? What were you doing waiting at my door? Bai Gu rubbed her sore legs. Gazing up at Zhou Haoran with wide eyes, a hint of grievance in her tone. It's not every day I encounter someone I know in the provincial capital. I just wanted to chat with you. In truth, Zhou Haoran had long been aware of the young girl's affection for him. However, for various reasons, he had chosen to feign ignorance and maintain a respectful distance, unwilling to jeopardize the future of such a promising young woman. Zhou Haoran averted his gaze from the young girl and spoke, It's late. If your legs aren't tired, you should return home. It is inappropriate for a young girl to remain in my room. Why should I be afraid? I am just a girl, and you are a grown man. Bai Gu retorted. Zhou Haoran ignored her, engrossing himself in a newspaper he had picked up in the room. Seated on a chair, Bai Gu suddenly inquired, Brother Zhou, have you truly resigned? Zhou Haoran paused, asking, How did you know? I just called my brother, and he informed me. Oh, you told him you saw me here? Yes. Upon hearing this, Zhou Haoran's expression darkened. Noticing his displeasure, Bai Gu cautiously asked, What's wrong? Did I do something wrong? You're meddling. Bai Gu momentarily failed to grasp the meaning behind his words and asked, What do you mean? Zhou Haoran raised his voice, declaring, I said you were meddlesome. It's quite annoying for a girl to be so troublesome. He tossed the newspaper aside and retreated into the bathroom. When he emerged, he found Bai Gu with her head bowed, wiping her tears. Alarmed, he hurriedly asked, What's the matter? Bai Gu remained silent, standing up to leave. Zhou Haoran quickly grasped her arm, pleading, What is wrong? If it's because of what I just said, I apologize. Bai Gu looked at him and replied, Who would cherish your apology? No wonder people say you. What do they say about me? They say you are arrogant, self-absorbed, and only regard yourself. Always placing yourself at the center. Fuming, Zhou Haoran countered, Did you hear this from that scoundrel Li Wei? Bai Gu glared at him, retorting, Brother Zhou, why do you always resort to cursing? Why must your words be so harsh? Why not try to show respect for others? Zhou Haoran thought to himself that he hadn't always been this way, but after dealing with the common folk and grassroots for so long, using refined language often fell on deaf ears. It was only through coarse words that they would listen, and over time, he had grown accustomed to it. Yet, he wouldn't share this with a young girl, instead asking, Do my words truly sound harsh? Bai Gu did not answer directly, but earnestly stated, Brother Zhou, you are not the person I believe you should be. Oh, how should I be in your eyes? Filial, talented, responsible, and strong. The young girl extolled Zhou Haoran with a plethora of praises. Zhou Haoran was taken aback, realizing he had never considered himself so commendable in the eyes of a young girl. Amused and exasperated by her words, he responded, You must watch too many dramas. And besides, your brother's influence on you is too strong. I do not. If I were heavily influenced by him, I would have distanced myself from you long ago. At this point, Bai Gu hastily changed the subject. Then why do you stubbornly cling to me? If you hadn't broken up with Hu Jing, I wouldn't bother following you. Bai Gu murmured softly, Did Li Wei tell you all this? The young girl wiped her tears and turned her face away, ignoring Zhou Haoran. All right, I apologize for my earlier remarks. I shouldn't have called you meddlesome. It's quite late. You should head home and rest. Zhou Haoran said, gently urging her toward the door. Baigo let out a huff, rising to leave while reminding him. You must take me to explore the provincial city tomorrow. It is worth noting that, although everyone at the office was aware that Zhou Haoran was somewhat arrogant due to his talents, no one had ever dared to confront him directly. Well, there was someone who had, but that person's fate was now shrouded in mystery. Whether they were under investigation or otherwise, no one knew. The young girl was among the few who bravely pointed out his flaws to his face. The following day, Zhou Haoran woke up early, refreshed himself, and chose some of Professor Tian's favorite fruits from a nearby store before heading straight to the professor's residence. Upon arriving, the young maid welcomed him inside, where he was taken aback to find an unexpected guest conversing with Professor Tian on the living room sofa. Zhou Haoran paused momentarily before regaining his composure. Haoran, you have arrived, Professor Tian exclaimed with evident delight. This is Mayor Ho, who has traveled all the way from Jinsheng County specifically to meet you. The professor explained to the somewhat astonished Zhou Haoran. Professor Tian was renowned in the field of economics and had been invited multiple times to lecture at the provincial party school for distinguished officials. Ho Yuan had attended one of his lectures, which was how he became acquainted with the professor. They had maintained a relationship, with Ho often visiting to seek guidance. Professor Tian took the fruits from Zhou Haoran's hands and continued, Come sit down. You should have a good conversation with Mayor Ho. He has informed me about you. I understand your character and aspirations well. If you have any grievances, you can discuss them with the mayor. He is a trustworthy individual. I'm heading out with Xiao's son to buy groceries. Both of you should stay here and join me for lunch. Don't leave. After patting Zhou Haoran's shoulder, Professor Tian departed with the maid. Mayor, I've already resigned. What is this? Zhou Haoran awkwardly ventured, feeling somewhat embarrassed at the professor's insistence. You rascal, how can you even say that? Was that really a resignation? You dropped your resignation letter and bolted before I could even respond. A chase was futile. I came to the provincial city specifically for you. We need to have a serious conversation, as you left without waiting to discuss things last time in the office. Ho Yuan replied with a smile. Zhou Haoran felt a mix of emotions. He had not anticipated that his impulsive resignation would prompt the mayor to come personally to the provincial city to speak with him. Mayor, Zhou Haoran began, but found himself at a loss for words. He believed his work was evident to all, as he was on the verge of becoming the director of the government office. Yet, due to an unexpected investigation, he had faced unwarranted interference, compounded by the loss of his mother and a myriad of other troubles that had drained him, leading to his thoughts of resignation. Ho Yuan discerned Zhou Haoran's hesitation. A slight smile graced his lips as he spoke. Haoran, I have thoroughly inquired about your situation in the county. Your diligence, steadfastness, and capability are qualities I greatly admire. Moreover, I can surmise some of the reasons behind your desire to resign. Zhou Haoran nodded, taken aback by Ho Yuan's profound understanding of his circumstances. A warm current surged within him, accompanied by a tinge of embarrassment. Ho Yuan continued, To be candid, my current position is fraught with challenges. Not only do the county officials pay me lip service while undermining my efforts, but I also find myself constrained by Secretary Liu. Thus, I am in dire need of an assistant, and I hope you will remain to support me. Zhou Haoran appreciated Ho Yuan's forthrightness, yet he was resolute in his decision. With a faint smile, he replied, Thank you, County Head Ho, for your kind entreaty, but Jinsheng can no longer accommodate me. Ho Yuan countered, Zhou Haoran. I understand that you returned to Jinsheng to care for your mother, but do not forget that during your years of service here, you have left an indelible mark on certain areas, particularly the development zone, which is a testament to your dedication. Zhou Haoran recognized that although Ho Yuan had not been in his position for long, he was quite informed. I am also aware that during your time with Zhao Xinghua, you exerted considerable effort to develop the zone, entertaining investors and navigating various bureaucratic hurdles. Can you truly bear to see your hard work squandered? Ho Yuan's gaze remained fixed on Zhou Haoran as he continued. Zhou Haoran inhaled deeply, his eyes drifting beyond the window to the bustling, intricate cityscape. He understood that Ho Yuan's words were not without merit. His emotional ties to Jinsheng and the investment he had made in the development zone were a significant part of his life over the past few years. Yet, the harshness of reality compelled him to make a choice. Gradually, he turned to meet Ho Yuan's expectant gaze and softly replied, County Head Ho, I comprehend your perspective and empathize with your predicament. However, I have made up my mind. I must leave Jinsheng for a place where I can start anew. Ho Yuan's brow furrowed, clearly perplexed and regretful regarding Zhou Haoran's decision. Aware of Zhou Haoran's stubborn nature, he refrained from further persuasion, planning instead to ask Professor Tian to intercede on his behalf. For now, let us set aside the topic of your departure. I would like to gain insight into the situation in Jincheng. Could you share your thoughts with me? Zhou Haoran straightened his posture, meeting Hou Yuan's gaze earnestly. Please ask, and I shall speak candidly about all that I know. Let us begin with County Head Zhao, Hou Yuan blurted out. Zhou Haoran was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated inquiries regarding the economy or personnel matters, but never expected Hou Yuan would directly inquire about the former official who had been taken away for investigation due to corruption, for reasons unknown. The mention of Zhao Xinghua evoked a sense of shared plight within him. He exhaled slowly and replied, "What would you like to know about him? Tell me. What kind of person is he?" Hou Yuan prompted. "In my recollection, he is highly capable, well-versed in economics, and remarkably pragmatic. However, he does possess some shortcomings at times. He can be rather abrupt and rigid, even to the point of being stubborn." Zhou Haoran pondered for a moment before speaking. Stubborn? Yes, indeed, to phrase it more delicately. One might say he is somewhat oblivious to the subtleties of human interactions. In fact, I find myself akin to him. Individuals like us often inadvertently offend others. Zhou Haoran nodded in agreement. He frequently alienates people by adhering steadfastly to his principles, yet I comprehend and respect him for it. In my view, this steadfastness is his greatest charm. A complex emotion flickered in Zhou Haoran's gaze. "And what about you? Do you share his level of resolve?" Hou Yuan inquired. "Me?" Zhou Haoran chuckled softly. "I strive to do so. I am aware of my own numerous flaws, but I am committed to learning and improving. I aspire to one day embody the same convictions and principles he possesses." A faint smile graced Hou Yuan's lips as he continued. "I have heard that during County Chief Zhao's tenure, he vigorously promoted our county's economic development, yet this also sparked considerable controversy. As his closest companion, do you truly believe he was taken away due to corruption?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Haoran furrowed his brow. He contemplated the matter for a moment before responding slowly. "Regarding County Chief Zhao's investigation, I must express my profound shock and regret. Throughout our interactions, I have perceived him as a principled individual with clear boundaries. As to whether he genuinely engaged in embezzlement, I cannot say. Perhaps he inadvertently threatened certain interests, and thus." Hou Yuan fell into deep thought at this point. Acutely aware that the intricacies of the political arena often render distinctions between right and wrong elusive. Moreover, Zhao Xinghua's situation entangled numerous interests and relationships. He let out a gentle sigh and remarked, "Thank you for your candidness. Since the conversation has ventured this far, I have a few more inquiries regarding your perspective." Hou Yuan smiled. "At present, where should I focus my efforts? Should I address the corruption scandals surrounding the Water Conservancy project? Or perhaps delve into the investment attraction of the development zone? Or something else entirely? There are countless threads to untangle, and I must find someone wise to discuss this thoroughly. You see, during my time here, no one has shared the unvarnished truth with me." Zhou Haoran empathized with Hou Yuan's distress. Indeed, achieving tangible results in Jincheng is a formidable challenge. This difficulty does not stem from the work itself, but rather from the internal strife and bureaucratic entanglements that pervade the environment. Some individuals prioritize performance metrics, while others cling to their modicum of power. Regrettably, there are few who genuinely seek advancement and the welfare of the populace. Take the previous county chiefs, for instance. It can be said that none of them were content with mediocrity upon their arrival in Jincheng. They all aspired to benefit the county and enact meaningful change for the citizens, leaving behind a legacy. Most of them fell victim to the treachery lurking behind them while striving to forge ahead, and Zhao Xinghua stands as a poignant example. When Zhao Xinghua first arrived, he was filled with defiance and skepticism, yet he too could not escape the clutches of misfortune. This may well be the inescapable fate of Jincheng's county chiefs. As Hou Yuandao expressed his inner helplessness, Zhou Haoran naturally understood him. Since they shared similar sentiments and Hou Yuandao sincerely wished to hear his perspective, Zhou Haoran, having resigned, felt no hesitation in revealing his true state of affairs. After all, if his insights could benefit the development of Jincheng, it would be a fitting contribution to his hometown. They gradually opened up and began their conversation, discussing various topics from the economic development of Jincheng County to investment attraction, future industrial growth, and urban planning. Both men articulated their viewpoints, with Hou Yuandao, a cadre delegated from a provincial department, demonstrating commendable foresight. However, Zhou Haoran's unique insights took Hou Yuandao by surprise. Some of the ideas expressed were even ones he had not considered himself. During the period when Zhao Xinghua was under investigation, Zhou Haoran had not engaged in such deep and detailed discussions about current work with anyone else. His thoughts had strayed from work, not due to laziness, but rather a lack of like-minded companions. In the current political landscape of Jincheng, people were more preoccupied with realigning loyalties and rebuilding connections than with their actual duties. Some sought to clear their names, while others aimed to transition from dark to light. Those who had closely followed Zhao Xinghua were especially anxious, fearing impending misfortune. The most active individuals in Jincheng at present were those oppressed by Zhao Xinghua or those clinging to Secretary Lu's favor, such as Li Wei and his ilk. Secretary Lu, at this moment, basked in unprecedented glory and influence, with old adversaries having been taken away for investigation and new ones yet to establish their foundations. Even his chief steward was one of his own appointments. Their conversation extended for quite some time, leaving them both somewhat reluctant to part ways. Zhou Haoran felt a profound connection with Hou Yuandao, as their viewpoints often mirrored one another. However, Hou Yuandao had to leave, as numerous matters awaited his attention in Jincheng County. Professor Tian and the young caretaker had returned long ago, upon seeing the two engrossed in conversation. They refrained from interrupting and instead prepared dinner in the kitchen. It was only when the meal was ready that Professor Tian interrupted their discussion to invite them to dine. At the dinner table, both men wished to continue their dialogue, but were gently curtailed by Professor Tian. Thus they settled into a peaceful meal. The food was simple yet plentiful, and everyone savored it heartily. Initially, Hou Yuandao intended to stay and converse further with Zhou Haoran after the meal. But a phone call disrupted this plan. There was a matter in the county requiring his immediate attention, prompting him to hastily return to Jincheng. Professor Tian typically took a midday nap, but upon Zhou Haoran's arrival, she decided against it and instead summoned him to her study for a serious discussion. Zhou Haoran took the tea prepared for Professor Tian from the caretaker and poured a cup for her before serving himself. Haoran, with Xiao Ho gone, it's just the two of us. Tell me your plans. Are you truly resigning? She inquired with concern. Taking a small sip from her cup while gazing at her esteemed student, Zhou Haoran nodded affirmatively, replying, "Yes. What are your plans?" Professor Tian inquired. Gazing into Zhou Haoran's eyes, "I do not have a definitive plan yet, but I intend to work in an investment bank for 2 years to accumulate some capital before embarking on my own venture," Zhou Haoran replied. "Are you truly willing to humble yourself and work for others?" Professor Tian asked with a chuckle. Zhou Haoran smiled and responded, "Why shouldn't I? You see, your character is ill-suited for working under someone else. You possess too much pride," Professor Tian remarked, playfully tapping Zhou Haoran on the head. "You are correct. Perhaps I do exhibit some pride, but it stems not from arrogance but from a profound faith in my own abilities. I understand that in this fiercely competitive society, pride is often perceived as a weakness. However, I prefer to regard it as a source of motivation, a relentless force propelling me forward," Zhou Haoran countered. "You always have your reasons." "Very well, I concede. The teacher cannot win an argument with you," Professor Tian said with a hint of resignation. Zhou Haoran, eager to please, refilled the professor's teacup and then shifted the topic. "Professor, how did County Mayor Ho find his way here? I too was surprised he managed to locate me. But he mentioned that someone in the provincial capital had seen you and informed him of your presence here," Professor Tian replied. "Who might that be?" Zhou Haoran inquired, visibly astonished. "A person with whom you have had dealings, a significant figure," Professor Tian teased. "A significant figure? Who?" Zhou Haoran scratched his head, pondering for a while without arriving at an answer. Professor Tian smiled and said, "I cannot disclose that at this moment. In due time, you shall know." Upon hearing this, Zhou Haoran ceased his inquiries, recognizing that although Professor Tian held the title of professor, she maintained close connections with certain officials in the provincial capital. Yet, refraining from asking did not equate to a lack of curiosity. He circled back to the topic, saying, "Have you known Hou Yuan for long?" "Ah, yes. I've known him for quite some time. When I lectured at the party school, he frequently sought my counsel, and his former superior even took him to dine with me. Thus, through various encounters, we became acquainted, and he often consulted me on economic matters. In fact, it was only yesterday that he called to inform me he had become the county mayor. I had intended to ask him to look after you, but it seems you." "This rascal have quietly resigned," Professor Tian said, feigning annoyance. "Did you hear about my resignation from him?" Zhou Haoran queried. "Indeed, he relayed the recent events to me. And he arrived at my home early this morning, waiting for you. I could see he holds you in high regard and genuinely wishes to retain you," Professor Tian explained. Zhou Haoran remained perplexed. It meant that before Hou Yuan's call to Professor Tian, he was unaware of their relationship and had specifically inquired about Zhou Haoran. But I have never worked with him. What could he possibly admire in me? Zhou Haoran said dismissively. That is a question for him. Haoran, with Hou Yuan seeking me out so early, does it not stir any feelings within you? Zhou Haoran said, Teacher, to be honest, everyone harbors a sense of vanity. Even though I resigned, I hoped that the organization would try to retain me. I never expected him to come directly here to wait for me. And I am indeed quite moved and feel a sense of pride. I am content and grateful for his sentiments. However, I still wish to pursue a different path. I am straightforward by nature. I take my work seriously, I stand up for fairness, and I despise pretense and empty grandiosity. I hold in disdain those who lack knowledge and opportunistically seek gain. Moreover, I have grown weary of the endless government paperwork. Rather than saying that I am unsuited for the political arena, it is more accurate to say that the political sphere rejects me. Therefore, I do not intend to retrace my steps. Yet, I have heard that you have been doing quite well these past few years, on the verge of a promotion to a formal position. That is because County Chief Zhao has been tolerant of me, accepting my flaws, never truly regarding me as a subordinate but rather as a friend. Now, I am uncertain about his current situation. I genuinely cannot believe he would engage in corruption. I suspect there may be something amiss, perhaps involving Secretary Liu. Only in the presence of the teacher does Zhou Haoran feel free to express himself candidly. I understand that, at the grassroots level, despite the county party secretary being a deputy-level cadre, the power they wield is significant, akin to that of a local emperor. If you are associated with the county chief and they fall into misfortune, you certainly will not fare well either, and you may become a scapegoat for others' grievances. However, Haoran, I assure you that Hou Yuan will prove to be more capable than your previous county chief. For reasons unknown, when Professor Tian spoke these words, Zhou Haoran discerned a glimmer of certainty in her eyes. I know, as I spoke with him for an extended period in the morning, I sense that he is an open-minded and pragmatic county chief, distinct from County Chief Zhao, who, at times, mirrors my impulsive nature. Zhao later acted rashly against Liu Guohua, committing many unwise acts. I am well aware of this, but as a subordinate, one cannot influence a leader. When he takes me seriously, I matter. When he does not, I am inconsequential. Yet, this does not diminish our bond. He understands my family situation and has been very considerate of me in both work and life. Thanks to him, I have been able to care for my mother for over 4 years. Your mother is fortunate to have such a devoted son. I cannot dare to hope for such blessings in my later years, Professor Tian remarked with a hint of envy, having lost her husband years ago. With her daughter long since married off, leaving her home often empty, shared only with her maid. Noticing the melancholic expression in Professor Tian's eyes, Zhou Haoran quickly said, Teacher, I will come to visit you often in the future. Professor Tian offered a faint smile but said nothing. Zhou Haoran glanced at the clock. It was nearly 5 o'clock, and he could no longer linger at his mentor's home for dinner. He then said, I must take my leave now. I will come to see you again when time permits. Professor Tian replied, Don't leave yet. Stay and have dinner with me. Zhou Haoran responded, I have an appointment this evening. Upon hearing this, Professor Tian waved her hand dismissively. Since you have an appointment, then go. If you have nowhere to stay, you are welcome to stay at my home. Zhou Haoran reassured her, I have a place to stay. Please do not worry about me. Zhou Haoran and Professor Tian exchanged gestures before beckoning to a young maid and departing. Wandering aimlessly through the bustling streets of the provincial capital, Zhou Haoran found himself reminiscing about the many visits he had made to his professor's home, making him quite familiar with the area. Suddenly, a series of honks erupted behind him, prompting Zhou Haoran to instinctively step aside, assuming he had obstructed the path. The honking persisted, igniting a flicker of annoyance within him. As he turned to confront the driver, the window of the car rolled down, revealing a face that Zhou Haoran recognized vaguely. The provincial capital was vast enough to accommodate a myriad of individuals, yet small enough that one could encounter familiar faces within a mere 2 days. Zhou Haoran, is that really you? I caught a glimpse of your silhouette from afar and thought it might be you. I tried to call, but couldn't get through. I almost missed you, the driver exclaimed. What a coincidence. I never expected to run into you here, Zhou Haoran replied with delight. The driver was Liu Haidong, a former university classmate and a scion of wealth. During their college years, Liu had provided the funding while Zhou had contributed the technical expertise to establish a computer repair shop together. It was well known that running a repair business during university could be quite lucrative, and the duo had indeed made a considerable profit. However, Zhou Haoran later withdrew from the company to return home and care for his ailing mother, taking a portion of the earnings with him. Regrettably, His funds had nearly depleted due to his mother's medical expenses, leaving him in a rather precarious situation. Lu Haidong alighted from the car, embracing Zhou Haoran warmly. "What brings you here? Shouldn't you be attending to your duties in the county?" he inquired. Zhou Haoran chuckled, patting Lu's shoulder as he responded. "I came to visit Professor Tian and just left her house. I never anticipated encountering you here. What a stroke of luck. Indeed, it's quite fortuitous. It's not easy to catch a glimpse of you, Mr. Busyman. I recall the last time we met was 6 months ago. Are you free now? Come on. Let me show you my company, and we can have dinner together later," Lu Haidong said, draping an arm around Zhou Haoran's shoulders as they approached the Audi. Unable to decline, Zhou Haoran acquiesced and climbed into the car. In truth, he had intended to seek out this former partner during his visit to the provincial capital. So accompanying Lu to see the company seemed fortuitous. As the vehicle navigated the streets of the provincial capital, the vibrant urban landscape unfolded before them like a moving canvas. Gentle melodies wafted through the car, intertwining harmoniously with the scenery outside. Lu Haidong gripped the steering wheel firmly, occasionally regaling Zhou Haoran with amusing anecdotes from their university days. Soon, they arrived at their destination, Sanhao Street, a hub for computer technology companies. Lu guided Zhou Haoran through a series of turns until they reached a firm named Innovative Future, a title they had jointly conceived. As Zhou Haoran entered the store, the staff greeted him enthusiastically, eager to assist. Upon noticing Lu Haidong trailing behind him, the employees quickly bowed in reverence, cheerfully exclaiming, "Hello, boss." Lu Haidong nodded gently, leading Zhou Haoran straight to the 3rd floor. As they passed the 2nd floor, they observed the expansive office space bustling with activity, where numerous individuals were engrossed in their tasks, some coding, others refining programs. At that moment, Zhou Haoran's initial intention to seek refuge with Lu Haidong had diminished significantly. He had anticipated that Lu Haidong's company would struggle in his absence, yet the reality was that the business had grown even more robust without him. Observing Lu Haidong, who confidently guided the way, Zhou Haoran dispelled the last remnants of his thoughts. The company no longer required his presence. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they entered a spacious office where both men sat by the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching the bustling traffic outside while engaging in conversation. Zhou Haoran briefly informed Lu Haidong of his resignation. Lu Haidong was taken aback by this revelation, almost disbelieving his ears, and exclaimed, "What? Resigned? I must have misheard." Zhou Haoran shot him a glare and retorted, "Unless you're hard of hearing." Lu Haidong looked at him and said, "Haoran, you truly have a flair for theatrics. How many officials resign?" Zhou Haoran, irritated by his tone, replied, "Believe it or not," and turned to leave. Lu Haidong quickly grabbed his arm, insisting, "All right, I believe you. Since you've resigned, consider yourself unburdened. Let us find somewhere to celebrate." Without waiting for further discussion, he pulled Zhou Haoran outside, who reluctantly followed. Previously, whenever Zhou Haoran visited the provincial capital, he would not only conduct business, but also catch up with his former teacher and spend time with Lu Haidong. They randomly selected a hot pot restaurant, ordering 2 crates of ice-cold beer to accompany their meal and conversation. In the past, dining with Lu Haidong had brought Zhou Haoran much joy, but this time his emotions felt markedly different. Lu Haidong remained the spirited entrepreneur he had always been, while Zhou Haoran was no longer the proud government official he once was. The effects of alcohol can significantly alter one's state of mind. Whereas Zhou Haoran had previously been able to consume over 20 bottles of beer without intoxication, now, after merely 7 or 8, he began to feel unwell. During their drinking, Lu Haidong had expressed a desire for Zhou Haoran to return and assist him, but Zhou Haoran, with his pride intact, had declined. Uncertain whether Lu Haidong's words were sincere or merely a consolation in light of his current predicament, Zhou Haoran resolved not to return, regardless of Lu Haidong's flourishing success. After Zhou Haoran rejected Lu Haidong's invitation, the atmosphere of their meal became somewhat somber, with both men lost in their thoughts as they continued to drink. In such a heavy ambience, it is easier to succumb to inebriation. Suddenly, Zhou Haoran felt a tightness in his chest, perhaps from drinking too much, and an overwhelming urge to vomit. A wave of nausea overcame him, prompting him to hurriedly cover his mouth and dash to the restroom, where he expelled the contents of his stomach multiple times, finally finding relief. After purging, Zhou Haoran rinsed his mouth with cool water and gazed at his reflection in the mirror, appearing somewhat haggard and lifeless. He washed his face, and outside, Lu Haidong knocked on the door, inquiring, "Haoran, how are you?" Zhou Haoran exited the restroom, his eyes tinted with redness, and replied, "I'm fine." It's just been a bit overwhelming these past few days, and my temper has flared. I apologize for the inconvenience. Not at all. What is there for us brothers to be embarrassed about? Returning to his seat, Zhou Haoran suddenly recalled, Haidong, I just remembered I have a prior engagement tonight. I must take my leave and won't be able to stay with you. Don't be hasty. We've just opened these 2 bottles of wine. We ought to finish them. Besides, if you're leaving, we should go together. I'm sorry, but I have a scheduled time with someone else, and I've already missed it. We will have plenty of opportunities to gather in the future. With that, Zhou Haoran quickly made his way outside. Lu Haidong watched him depart, contemplating whether to reach out and stop him, but ultimately lowered his hand. The meal had been uncomfortable for both. The tension was palpable. Lu Haidong sensed that Zhou Haoran had intended to seek refuge with him or perhaps to embark on a new venture together. However, Lu Haidong harbored reservations about Zhou Haoran's capabilities, aware that if he were to return, the ownership of his company could be jeopardized. As he watched Zhou Haoran fade into the distance, Lu Haidong silently reflected, Brother, I can assist you in many ways, but this particular matter is beyond my capacity. I'm truly sorry. Zhou Haoran hailed a taxi back to the hotel, sitting in the back seat with his eyes closed, pondering the fickleness of human nature. Even the closest of brothers can find themselves estranged when faced with self-interest. He felt a sense of relief for not having vocalized his intent to seek his support. Despite his fallen status, he believed it essential to maintain a certain dignity. He would not grovel for a mere meal from Lu Haidong. Zhou Haoran could only recall having declined Lu Haidong's offer to see him off, subsequently hailing a taxi to return to the hotel, unaware of how he ascended the stairs. In the early hours, awakened by the pressing need to relieve himself, Zhou Haoran rose to use the restroom. Upon his return, he discerned a curled shadow on the sofa and staggered to turn on the light. Perhaps the brightness was too harsh, or his movements too abrupt. Rousing the frail figure on the couch, it was Bai Ge, reclining there. What are you doing here? Zhou Haoran inquired. Brother Zhou, you're awake. How could you drink so much? I barely managed to help you upstairs, Bai Ge replied, rising from the sofa to face him. Why did you drink so much? She softly murmured again. Mind your own business, Zhou Haoran retorted, having overheard her quiet grumbling. Instantly, Bai Ge's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a look of hurt washing over her as she stood still. Zhou Haoran, moving toward the restroom, noticed her stationary figure and added, Why are you still here? With tear-filled eyes, Bai Ge responded, I've been waiting for you, hoping you'd take me to explore the provincial capital. I have no time. You should go by yourself. Zhou Haoran's words trailed off as Bai Ge suddenly embraced him from behind. The unexpected warmth of her bare skin against his back startled him, and as he attempted to articulate a response, an emotional tumult rendered him speechless. His throat dry and his words trapped. Gradually, he felt a dampness against his back. In that moment, Bai Ge choked out, Brother Zhou, I understand you're feeling down, but seeing you mistreat yourself pains me deeply. Zhou Haoran stood frozen, taken aback by the girl's candidness. He was aware of her affections. She often sought opportunities to be near him during his visits to the hospital. A warmth surged within him, prompting him to soften his tone as he gently extricated himself from her grasp, meeting her gaze. Thank you, I'm fine now. You should go back. Bai Ge lifted her head, tears still glimmering in her eyes. Brother Zhou, I know you've been through so much lately, and it's hurtful for you. But for your own sake, and for those who care about you, you cannot remain in despair. Okay, I'm fine. I won't harm myself anymore. You should return. I need to sleep. Observing the girl's tear-streaked face, Zhou Haoran ultimately refrained from uttering any harsh words. I want to leave. I want to stay with you, Brother Zhou. I like you, she declared stubbornly, launching herself at him once more, holding him tightly, struggling against his own impulses. Zhou Haoran looked down at Bai Ge and asked, What did you just say? Bai Ge gazed up at him earnestly and replied, I said I like you. That is impossible. Are you joking? Zhou Haoran exclaimed. Yet, Bai Ge, suppressing her tears, answered boldly, What is impossible about it? I'm not joking. I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time. Previously, I refrained from expressing myself due to the knowledge of your girlfriend. But now that I am aware of your separation, I felt compelled to confess my feelings. Zhou Haoran was taken aback, pondering how she seemed to know everything. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, Who said we broke up? Bai Ge did not flinch, meeting his gaze unwaveringly as she replied, I learned of it last night. And everyone at your workplace is aware of your breakup with that tall woman. Zhou Haoran's brow furrowed further, momentarily speechless. If his resignation had reached the ears of others, it was conceivable, however. The breakup letter he entrusted to Shen Shui for Hu Jing was known only to the three of them. Given his understanding of Shen Shui, He was certain that even upon reading the letter, Shun Shuai would remain tight-lipped. Thus, it must have been Hu Jing who disclosed the information. But why was Hu Jing so eager to distance herself from him? Was it merely to vent her grievances, or was there more to the story? Contemplating this, Zhou Haoran gestured for Bai Gu to take a seat. Before he could utter a word, Bai Gu, suddenly emboldened, tackled Zhou Haoran onto the bed and kissed him. Zhou Haoran was momentarily stunned by her unexpected advance. However, Bai Gu pressed her lips firmly against his without hesitation. After a few seconds of surprise, he began to reciprocate her ardor. It is worth noting that Zhou Haoran was a passionate young man, having recently experienced a tumultuous period in his life, and it had been quite some time since he had engaged in such intimacy. Coupled with the effects of alcohol, he could no longer contain himself in light of Bai Ji's boldness. Thus, Zhou Haoran finally succumbed to his desires. In his arms, Bai Gu soon drifted into a deep slumber. Zhou Haoran gently extracted her arm from beneath him before leaning back against the headboard. His mind replayed recent events like a film, reflecting on the individuals he had encountered. County Chief Ho had gone to great lengths to inquire about him, sacrificing his own work to wait at the teacher's residence early in the morning, all to have a serious talk with him. Was it truly wise to resign? Lu Haidong, a former business partner and a brother in spirit, had once been close enough to share everything. Yet, despite knowing of Zhou Haoran's struggles and his search for employment, he had chosen to remain silent, feigning ignorance. Had he truly reverted to being the good friend he once was? Zhou Haoran turned his gaze to the sleeping girl beside him. Yes, this little one had always been so understanding, so considerate. At that moment, a wave of regret washed over Zhou Haoran for the times he had treated her dismissively. Although she was Li Wei's sister, it was Li Wei who had taken his position, not her. Moreover, whenever his mother was hospitalized, it was she who tirelessly assisted in caring for her, alleviating the burden on him and his sister. And then there was Hu Jing, his former girlfriend. Zhou Haoran had once thought her to be carefree and simple-minded, yet the reality had proven to be far more complex than he had anticipated. Zhou Haoran, who has always been confident, intelligent, and perceptive in his observations, finds himself grappling with a profound sense of frustration regarding Hu Jing, a sentiment that surpasses his dismay over Lu Haidong's judgment. If Lu Haidong's refusal to allow him into the company stems from considerations of self-interest, then what could be the reason for Hu Jing's distancing from him? Is it merely that one has fallen into misfortune? Fortunately, it was he who took the initiative to propose the breakup. Had she been the one to cast him aside, it would have stripped him of all dignity. In a mere span of 10 days, it seemed as though the entire world had transformed. The shift in his ex-girlfriend's demeanor and the indifference of his close friends truly made Zhou Haoran experience the fickleness of human nature. Realizing that relying on others is far less dependable than relying on oneself. Only by becoming stronger could he face the world without fear. Zhou Haoran was unsure when he had drifted into a deep slumber. Upon awakening the following day, he found that the girl's presence had vanished, and inexplicably, there was a tear in the sheet beneath him. He chose not to dwell on these matters, since his plans to seek refuge with Lu Haidong had been dashed. It was imperative for him to devise a new strategy. After completing his morning routine, Zhou Haoran ventured to the hotel's buffet breakfast area to have a meal before returning to his room, for he had numerous tasks awaiting him that day. Initially, he had intended to call Bai Gu to join him for breakfast, but to his surprise, the call did not connect. He was uncertain whether she had gone to a training session or was otherwise occupied, and so he dismissed the thought and immersed himself in his own affairs. As he casually glanced at his wallet, he noted with dismay that less than 1,000 yuan remained. This money had been given to him by Shen Shuai and his wife during their visit following his mother's passing. A gesture of support amounting to 5,000 yuan intended for funeral expenses. Aware that Shen Shuai was not affluent, Zhou Haoran resolved to repay them once he received his salary. However, having already resigned, he realized that his salary would cease next month, compelling him to seek alternative solutions. With these thoughts in mind, Zhou Haoran opened his laptop and accessed a stock trading application, observing the quiet repose of several stocks in his account as he reviewed their performance. Within his stock portfolio were 3 holdings: Qianzhou Matai, Huaying Technology, and Heong Medical, all adorned in red, indicating a favorable long-term upward trend. These stocks had been acquired through Zhou Haoran's astute judgment, with the initial investment stemming from the severance pay Lu Haidong had given him upon departing the company. Lu Haidong had provided Zhou Haoran with 300,000 yuan, of which he had invested 100,000 in stocks, while the remaining 200,000 had been spent almost entirely on his mother's medical care. Originally, Zhou Haoran had considered withdrawing his investment early, yet the funds had frequently become locked in. Had he not felt the pressing need for cash that prompted him to check his account, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that his investments had already become liquid. With unwavering focus, Zhou Haoran stared at the computer screen, his cursor hovering over the sell button multiple times, only to hesitate and withdraw. Taking a deep breath, his fingers danced lightly across the keyboard as he entered a sell order. This particular stock had once been his most cherished and the one he had dedicated the most effort to, yet at this moment, he chose to let it go. Zhou Haoran found himself compelled to make a choice at this moment, for his financial resources had dwindled to a mere pittance. It is well known that even a single penny can thwart a hero, and Zhou Haoran, a man of considerable fortitude, was no exception. Upon confirming his sell order, a significant sum was instantly credited to his account. Yet, rather than elation, he felt a pang of regret, as the assets he had liquidated were poised to yield greater returns in the future. Nevertheless, he had no alternative. While the monetary dilemma had been temporarily alleviated, the issue of employment remained unresolved. Having not engaged in a job search for quite some time, Zhou Haoran meticulously revised his resume multiple times until he deemed it satisfactory, subsequently submitting it to various investment banks advertised on recruitment websites. Before he knew it, it was already noon. He stretched, closed his laptop, and stepped out of his room. On the small balcony at the end of the corridor, he inhaled deeply a few times, stretching his limbs and jumping in place for a while, mentally and physically preparing himself for the arduous journey ahead. For several consecutive days, Zhou Haoran struggled to find a suitable position. He attended interviews at several firms, only to be met with rejection. Either they deemed him too old or criticized his lack of continuous work experience, citing several years of gaps. Standing amidst the bustling streets, he was engulfed by confusion and frustration. He gazed up at the vibrant city, ablaze with lights and bustling with traffic, feeling as though everything was happening in a realm entirely separate from his own. Memories of his youthful aspirations flooded back. Once, he had been filled with fervor, dreaming of carving out a niche for himself in this very city. However, the harsh reality struck him like a resounding slap. He felt the weight of his footsteps grow heavier, his heart laden with a sense of defeat. Doubt crept in, making him question whether he was truly too old to adapt to this rapidly evolving society. That afternoon, having just concluded an interview, Zhou Haoran took refuge in a cold drink shop, seeking solace in the air conditioning. He opened his laptop to check his emails, feeling somewhat numbed by the barrage of resumes he had been sending out in recent days. Just as he was about to shut down his computer, an email notification popped up. It was a response from a securities firm inviting him for an interview at 2 o'clock that afternoon. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already past 1. He hurriedly closed his laptop, grabbed his bag, and rushed out the door. Before long, he arrived at the bounding Global Financial Center. Standing before the imposing sign of Galaxy Securities, Zhou Haoran straightened his attire and tidied his hair, then entered with confidence. He informed the receptionist of his purpose, and she kindly escorted him to a conference room, poured him a glass of water, and asked him to wait a moment for Mr. Tian, who would soon arrive for the interview. Mr. Tian? For some inexplicable reason, Zhou Haoran felt a stirring within him. The CEO of this company was clearly surnamed Wang, a Chinese expatriate. How had he become Mr. Tian? Rising abruptly, he turned to examine the company profile displayed on the wall. Zhou Haoran, it truly is you? The sound of high heels echoed closer, and a sweet voice resonated at the conference room door. He turned, astonished. At the entrance stood a slender, attractive woman clad in professional attire, adorned with a name badge. Her hair was elegantly tied back, and her bright eyes sparkled with surprise. The name tag indicated her position as Deputy General Manager. The way she wore her professional outfit with such grace and beauty suggested that she was a woman of exquisite taste, someone who understood how to transform material consumption into a spiritual enjoyment. In other words, she was a woman who knew precisely what she desired, and she was remarkably astute. Zhou Haoran, upon encountering her for the first time in years, instantly discerned the essence of this woman not due to any extraordinary ability of his own, but rather from a deep understanding of her character. This woman was none other than his first love, Tian Xin. Zhou Haoran remained silent, quickly regaining his composure after a brief moment of astonishment. His years of experience in the political arena had honed his ability to remain calm, unflustered, and collected in any situation. Noticing his expressionless gaze, Tian Xin approached and playfully slapped him, chiding, "What's wrong? Are you stunned?" Perhaps it was her unreserved gesture that allowed Zhou Haoran to relax. He replied, "Stunned? Not quite. just a bit surprised. Surprised by what? She inquired as she gestured for him to take a seat. Zhou Haoran, feeling no need to treat himself as an outsider, sat in the position designated for all job applicants. Tian Xin, familiar with his personality, did not press him but took her place as the interviewer. Striving to maintain a calm and friendly demeanor, her smile warm and inviting. Tell me about your situation. Zhou Haoran, unmoved by her underlying sympathy, responded matter-of-factly. It's all in the resume. I meant your recent work and life circumstances, she clarified. He looked at her, a teasing smile playing on his lips, and asked, Is that relevant to the job application? Tian Xion's face flushed slightly, and years of professional experience enabled her to quickly mask her past feelings. She smiled. Zhou Haoran, why do you still have that same stubborn temper? Zhou Haoran, unwilling to discuss topics beyond the job at hand, lowered his gaze. Feeling a bit awkward, Tian Xion moved to a chair beside the desk, observing the man before her, someone she loved and loathed in equal measure. He remained unchanged, dignified and sharp-eyed, his words unyielding. The two former lovers sat in silence, each lost in their thoughts. Suddenly, Zhou Haoran picked up his bag and turned to leave. From the moment he laid eyes on her, he had known that this interview was likely her idea. He was uncertain whether it was simply a coincidence that his resume landed in her company or if she had inquired with Professor Tian about him. Stop! Tian Xion exclaimed, irritation lacing her voice. Zhou Haoran halted and looked back at her, his tone sardonic. Is there something else? Zhou Haoran, why are you here? She pressed, anticipating her concern. He preemptively interrupted. I'm sorry, I've changed my mind. Changed your mind? So you're not planning to come to our company? Correct. Is it because of me? Tian Xion understood him all too well, knowing that his pride would always linger. Tian Xion was captivated by his pride and unruliness, qualities that initially drew her to him. Despite Zhou Haoran's humble beginnings, he distinguished himself within a mere couple of years, founding the first student-run enterprise in their school, which not only sustained himself but also supported his family. The couple, once poised to traverse the journey of life together, found their paths diverging when she chose to leave him. She feigned her parents' insistence on purchasing a house in the provincial capital as a pretext for their separation. Yet, a deeper secret lay within her heart, one she would carry to her grave, never to be revealed to anyone, including Zhou Haoran. Consequently, upon receiving Zhou Haoran's job application, she visited her aunt's house that very evening to learn of his recent endeavors. The following day at work, she instructed her subordinates to notify him of an interview, resorting to email as he had not provided a phone number. Zhou Haoran dismissed her childish inquiry with a derisive laugh and continued on his way. This time, Tian Xion refrained from calling him back, fully aware of his steadfast nature, knowing he would not be swayed. As Zhou Haoran exited the company, he felt an invisible gaze upon his back from above, prompting him to straighten his posture and stride confidently. However, once he stepped onto the sidewalk, he felt deflated, like a punctured balloon, and slowed his pace. In the presence of his former girlfriend, he had been compelled to project a facade of strength and pride, concealing any hint of vulnerability. He unfastened a button on his shirt collar to ease his breathing. It had been several days since he had visited his teacheress home, not out of lack of desire, but rather from fear that she would inquire about his job search or offer unsolicited assistance. He had already troubled her enough and wished to refrain from further burdening her. As he walked back to his hotel, the arduous journey of job hunting weighed heavily on him. He hoped to refine his resume or simply recharge in peace. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was his teacher. Ah, the power of thought. What one contemplates often manifests. Zhou Haoran rubbed his face, striving to appear more animated before answering. Hello, Professor. What prompted your call? Why, you rascal. You don't visit my home, and I'm not allowed to inquire about you? Came the teasing reprimand from Professor Tian. Come over. County Magistrate Ho has sent a young man to see you. He has been waiting here for a while now. Hurry. All right, I'll head over right away. Zhou Haoran replied, ending the call and hailing a taxi. As he sat in the cab, he pondered the purpose of County Magistrate Ho's visit. Before long, he arrived at Professor Tian's residence, greeted by the young housekeeper at the door, where he found Professor Tian engaged in conversation with a young man. Zhou Haoran was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the man conversing with Professor Tian, only to realize that County Chief Ho had summoned Shen Shuai. As soon as Professor Tian noticed Zhou Haoran's arrival, he hastily concocted an excuse to step out for groceries, taking the young maid with him. Before departing, he insisted that Zhou Haoran and Shen Shuai remain for dinner. After much reluctance, Zhou Haoran ultimately acquiesced, with only the two brothers left in the room. Shin Shui informed him that the original driver of County Chief Ho had been brought in by him, but due to family matters, he had asked Shin Shui to cover for a couple of days. Furthermore, County Chief Ho was aware of the amicable relationship between him and Zhou Haoran. Hence the request for Shin Shui to visit Professor Tian's residence and encourage Zhou Haoran to return to work. Shin Shui also discreetly revealed that there had been some developments regarding the collapse incident in Jingxing Township, and it appeared that nearly all involved parties were to be dealt with, including the township chief, who seemed to have gained quite a few benefits from the situation. Oh? Zhou Haoran exclaimed in surprise, not expecting that even a small-town chief such as that of Jingxing Township could exploit the opportunity for personal gain. Shin Shui continued, Haoran, it's time to come back. County Chief Ho hasn't even submitted your resignation letter yet. I've heard that Secretary Liu inquired about it, and the county chief merely stated that you had taken a leave of absence, without mentioning anything about resignation. Thus, Secretary Liu felt it inappropriate to press further. Understanding County Chief Ho's good intentions, Zhou Haoran replied, please extend my gratitude to County Chief Ho. I shall call him tomorrow. There is no need for you to conceal this from me. Shin Shui urged, considering our years of brotherhood, I advise you to return to work promptly. I sense that changes are imminent in Jincheng. Soon, it will not be the Jincheng we know today. Zhou Haoran grasped the implication of his words and inquired, what leads you to this conclusion? Shin Shui cryptically disclosed, I overheard conversations among other drivers. They mentioned that Lu Jinlong, the president of Guilong Group, has been in and out of custody, and there is palpable anxiety in the air these past few days. Do you think Jincheng is on the verge of a transformation? While Shin Shui typically presented an austere demeanor, rarely engaging in conversation or political discourse, he and Zhou Haoran shared an unspoken bond, often exchanging information that Zhou Haoran was unaware of. Absorbing the tidbits of intelligence shared by Shin Shui, Zhou Haoran pondered the implications of his words, particularly the reference to those who were growing restless, evidently pointing towards Lu Guohua and others on his side. In Jincheng, no one had closer ties to Guilong Group than Lu Guohua. Their relationship was intricately woven, bordering on a symbiotic necessity. Rumors had previously circulated suggesting that Lu Jinlong was a cousin of Lu Guohua, who had rooted himself in the county for many years, cultivating his cousin to aid in amassing wealth from securing minor road and bridge contracts to overseeing various construction projects throughout the county, all of which were linked to Guilong Group. Moreover, it is said that Lu Jinlong, leveraging his connections, brazenly traverses various departments throughout the county, compelling staff to expedite processes and procedures at any unit he approaches. Should anyone dare to show displeasure, he would not hesitate to berate the staff in front of their superiors. Zhou Haoran understood that Shin Shui divulged this information with the hope that he might return, perhaps anticipating a change in the leadership of Jincheng County. Yet, he had grown weary of the intricate machinations of the bureaucratic realm, the harsh realities of life, and the endless demands of documentation. He longed instead to engage in tangible work. Due to Zhou Haoran's exceptional writing abilities, the former county chief, Zhao Xinghua, had indulged him, providing him with a personal office and a dedicated long-term resting place at the county hotel. He was also permitted to seek inspiration in any picturesque locale, as long as he continued to produce outstanding materials. Zhou Haoran did not disappoint Zhao's expectations. Zhao frequently presented reports and speeches based on Zhou's experiential writings at provincial and municipal levels, garnering substantial praise for Jincheng County's commendable practices. Indeed, during Zhao Xinghua's tenure, significant achievements were realized, driven by Zhou Haoran's eloquent materials, which were always backed by factual evidence. Among Zhao's crowning accomplishments were the establishment of the high-tech zone and the Jinxing Township Water Conservancy Project, which not only secured policy support from provincial and municipal governments but also attracted considerable funding, a rarity in remote grassroots counties. Throughout Zhao's years in Jincheng, fiscal revenues reached unprecedented heights, eliminating any delays in teacher salaries and propelling the county's ranking citywide. Rumors had long circulated that Zhao Xinghua was poised to succeed Lu Guohua as the county party secretary. This not only positioned Zhao as a formidable contender alongside Lu Guohua, but also inflated his already assertive character, undermining Lu Guohua's influence locally. However, just as Zhao's career was on the brink of a significant breakthrough, an unfortunate incident unfolded, jeopardizing his promising future and implicating Zhou Haoran. Deep down, Zhou Haoran could never truly believe that Zhao Xinghua would commit such a grave blunder, for his ambitions in public service far surpassed any desire for wealth. Yet, the occurrence of such an event was unforeseen. Although Zhou was not the primary victim in this turmoil, he felt a profound disappointment in Zhao. The benefits Zhao had brought to Jinqing and the hundreds of thousands he had allegedly accepted in bribes were starkly disproportionate, ultimately altering Zhou's destiny. In contrast, Lu Guohua's tangible achievements were conspicuously absent. There was even a saying circulating among the populace: Secretary Lu sells hats. With money, one can ascend the ranks. This sentiment starkly illustrated Lu Guohua's excessive greed in his pursuit of wealth. The political arena resembles a battleground, although devoid of swords and bloodshed. It is rife with overt and covert conflicts, cunning and deception, posing dangers that rival those of actual combat. In this smoke-free battlefield, every individual struggles valiantly for their coveted power and status. Some individuals, armed with their talents and wisdom, steadfastly uphold their original aspirations, undeterred by public censure and misunderstanding, striving to achieve remarkable accomplishments for the welfare of the people. Conversely, there are those who, in pursuit of their power, stray further from their initial intentions, resorting to unscrupulous means, driven by greed, utilizing every tactic to preserve their status and interests, even sacrificing their morals and principles, along with the happiness and lives of others, for the sake of power. Zhou Haoran perceives Zhao Xinghua as embodying the former, while Lu Guohua exemplifies the latter. Zhou Haoran and Shen Shuai engaged in an extensive conversation, during which Shen Shuai occasionally urged Zhou Haoran to reconsider his decision to return, yet Zhou Haoran refrained from making a definitive statement. After conversing throughout the afternoon, Professor Tian and the maid had long since returned, and following a shared meal, Shen Shuai took his leave, mindful of his duties as county mayor's driver, which required him not to be absent for too long. After dining, Zhou Haoran chose to remain with Professor Tian for a while longer, and the two continued their discussion. During their talk, Professor Tian inquired about Zhou Haoran's job search and learned that he had yet to secure a position. She contemplated making a phone call to assist him, but was politely declined by Zhou Haoran. He was reluctant to rely on others for every matter. Having already received help from Professor Tian, his pride and self-respect forbade him from imposing further. That evening, Zhou Haoran did not return to the hotel, as Professor Tian insisted he stay. Though she spoke little, her words conveyed a desire for him to return to Jin City to assist Hou Yuan. Yet she did not press him, respecting his autonomy. The following morning, Zhou Haoran perused his emails, finding no invitations for interviews. So he opted to stay at his teacher's home, accompanying her until noon when he concocted an excuse to leave. To his surprise, upon exiting the building, he spotted Shen Shuai standing by a Volkswagen, engrossed in his phone. Approaching, Zhou Haoran checked the license plate and confirmed it was indeed the county mayor's vehicle. "Brother Shen, why are you here again?" Zhou Haoran inquired, puzzled by Shen Shuai's sudden reappearance. "Get in the car. I need to take you somewhere." "We can talk on the way," Shen Shuai asserted, ushering Zhou Haoran into the passenger seat without further ado. Zhou Haoran sensed that Shen Shuai had a purpose for his visit, so he complied. Once buckled in, and the vehicle in motion, Zhou Haoran asked, "Where are we headed?" "I come bearing a mission. County Mayor Ho is aware of our close relationship and has instructed me to ensure you meet with him today," Shen Shuai replied. "Is the county mayor in the province?" Zhou Haoran queried. "Indeed, he is meeting with a provincial department leader this morning. After I drop him off, I came directly here. He has likely completed his report by now." Zhou Haoran understood that while grassroots work connects closely with the populace, enacting substantial change necessitates support from municipal leaders as a starting point, with provincial resources and backing wielding decisive influence. Hou Yuan had previously worked in the provincial capital, so it was quite natural for him to have established some connections. As the deputy secretary of the county committee and the head of the local government, it was entirely reasonable for him to seek funding and policies in the provincial capital. Building a good rapport with the provincial authorities is not merely a matter of exploiting connections. It requires tangible work accomplishments to earn their recognition. Although Hou Yuan had prepared extensively before arriving in the provincial capital, some oversights were inevitable. Thus, he wished to consult Zhou Haoran, the former chief secretary of the county, to gain insights and ensure he was well prepared. Consequently, he instructed Shen Shuai to drive and fetch Zhou Haoran. As for how he knew Zhou Haoran was at Professor Tian's residence, both Zhou Haoran and Hou Yuan were students of Professor Tian. Therefore, it was entirely reasonable for Hou Yuan to discreetly inquire about Zhou Haoran's whereabouts. And it was even plausible that he had intentionally arranged for Zhou Haoran to stay at the professor's house. Shen Shuai then remarked, "He specifically instructed me to find you and issued a strict command that I must bring you here today. Otherwise, I would face dire consequences." Zhou Haoran chuckled dismissively, believing a county head would not be so lacking in composure and must be joking. However, Shen Shuai took it quite seriously. Once Zhou Haoran was in the car, he relinquished control to Shen Shuai. Had it been someone else, he would have demanded to be let out. "Brother, do not laugh. This is serious," Shen Shuai said, gripping the steering wheel tightly and glancing at Zhou Haoran. Zhou Haoran responded, "What merit do I possess to warrant such regard from the county head?" Shen Shuai replied, "I cannot quite explain it myself. I am merely substituting as his driver for a couple of days. Nevertheless, I have observed him to be quite troubled. Just yesterday, he summoned Li Wei and criticized the materials prepared by the Secretary's office, declaring them inadequate, lacking both data and substance, and instructed Li Wei to rewrite them. You won't believe it. Li Wei toiled all night, and this morning I saw him painstakingly revising in the car, sighing as he worked." Shen Shuai chuckled, finding amusement in Li Wei's predicament. "I heard he mentioned wanting to recruit a few individuals from across the county who are adept at writing to assist in the government office. Furthermore, he praised you this morning while in the car. I distinctly heard him say it would be wonderful to have more talented writers like Zhou Haoran." Shen Shuai added with a smile. Zhou Haoran replied, "I certainly will not return to write materials for him." Shen Shuai countered, "He cannot possibly expect you to return to such tasks. I informed him this morning that you have long since ceased to write those minor reports. Aside from government work reports and briefings for provincial and municipal leaders, he responded that he would not waste your talents on such trivial writing. From his words, it seemed he intended to utilize you more effectively. That cannot be. I am on Lu Guohua's blacklist. How could a new county head have the audacity to confront the county party secretary?" Zhou Haoran retorted with a smile. Shen Shuai observed, "From my perspective, this county head Ho is no ordinary individual. He possesses considerable ambition and appears to have a robust backing." "What leads you to say that?" Seeing Zhou Haoran's interest, Shen Shuai remarked, "A few days ago, I heard that the city intends to restart the Jinxing Township Water Conservancy project, and they are in need of a site supervisor. Secretary Liu wishes for Li Wei to take on this role concurrently, but County Mayor Ho outright rejected it, citing that Li Wei, as the director of the government office, is overwhelmed with governmental duties. Moreover, during his tenure, he has convened 2 county leaders' meetings regarding the Jinxing Water Conservancy project, which indicates he likely has his own thoughts on the matter." Zhou Haoran nodded, recalling his earlier conversation with Ho Yuan at the teacher's residence. He perceived Ho Yuan to be more calculating than Zhao Xinghua, with a character that concealed sharpness beneath a gentle demeanor, unlike Zhao, who was overtly aggressive and prone to impulsiveness. Evaluating an official's maturity necessitates a comprehensive consideration of various factors, including a steadfast political stance, effective communication skills, the courage to take responsibility, and the spirit of innovation. Among other qualities, to truly become a mature official capable of making greater contributions to the nation and its people. As the car journeyed on, Shen Shuai shared with Zhou Haoran his observations and experiences from recent days, discussing not only matters related to County Mayor Ho but also trivialities from the office. Zhou Haoran was aware that this good friend would only confide in him, refraining from speaking a word more in public. During their ride, Ho Yuan called Shen Shuai to inquire if he had picked up Zhou Haoran. Upon learning that Zhou was in the car, he instructed Shen Shuai to take him directly to the guest house where Ho Yuan was staying. When Zhou Haoran met Ho Yuan, the latter was visibly delighted, greeting Zhou with a warm embrace before inviting him to sit on the couch. Noticing that the two were clearly set for a conversation, Shen Shuai poured them some water and discreetly departed. Ho Yuan sat across from Zhou Haoran, looking at him intently, and without preamble, stated, "So, Director Zhou, are you ready to return? I have secured a position for you as a member of the county government party group, concurrently serving as the first deputy director of the high-tech zone, assisting me in advancing the county's economic initiatives while overseeing the comprehensive operations of the high-tech zone. The directorship will be assumed by the newly appointed deputy county mayor, Sun Chenglong." Zhou Haoran, taken aback by Ho Yuan's words, stared blankly at him, nearly dropping his cup of water. Satisfied with Zhou's reaction, Ho Yuan observed him gently and inquired, "What do you think of this position?" Zhou Haoran could hardly fathom that someone who had merely been retained on file by the organization department could suddenly ascend to the rank of a member of the county government party group, overseeing the entire high-tech zone. After a moment of astonishment, Zhou Haoran finally managed to recover his composure and asked, "I don't quite understand your intention?" To which Ho Yuan replied, "What is unclear? I already consulted the city leaders privately over the phone yesterday." Zhou Haoran realized that being a member of the county government party group was essentially an internal arrangement, not within the county leadership's formal structure. And as long as the county party committee made a decision, the city generally would not interfere. Before his demotion, Zhou Haoran had merely held the position of executive deputy director of the government office. Understanding the complexities of officialdom, Zhou Haoran tentatively inquired. Has this decision been discussed in the meeting? Hou Yuan was well aware of the implication behind Zhou Haoran's question. Any matters concerning personnel appointments must indeed be deliberated in a meeting. Zhou Haoran's so-called meeting research refers to submitting matters for discussion and decision by the county standing committee. In the standing committee, the ultimate authority rests with Lu Guohua, who is deeply entrenched in Jincheng County. There are a total of 11 members in the county committee. And although they may not all be aligned with him, they inevitably feel his influence. When the committee deliberates on various issues, do the members not gauge his reactions? Personnel matters have always been dictated by the party secretary, especially regarding Zhou Haoran, a name linked to Zhao Xinghua. The mere mention of it sends shivers down Lu Guohua's spine. Zhou Haoran is the primary target of his suppression and retribution. So how could he allow Hou Yuan to promote him? Unexpectedly, Hou Yuan decisively stated, "If you agree, I will propose a meeting to discuss this upon my return." As I mentioned earlier, I communicated with relevant leaders in the city about this matter last night. I am here specifically to seek your opinion. Zhou Haoran comprehended the implication. This approach might reduce resistance during the committee's discussion. Suppressing his inner excitement, he replied, "County Chief, what merit do I possess to warrant such regard from you?" Hou Yuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for pleasantries. I admire your character. The high-tech zone needs you, and so does Jincheng. I have no other demands. My only requirement is to develop the high-tech zone and invigorate the county's economy." Zhou Haoran, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "You overestimate me." Hou Yuan responded, "Regardless of whether it's an overestimation or underestimation, I believe in you. Take the night to consider. I will return tomorrow at noon, and you may respond in the morning." In truth, Zhou Haoran could have replied on the spot, but he refrained. Since Hou Yuan was not pressing for an immediate answer, he decided to ponder the matter. The two continued to converse about other topics concerning Jincheng County at the guest house. Hou Yuan planned to seek funding and projects from other departments in the afternoon, so he intended to prepare further. After nearly 2 hours of discussion, noticing Hou Yuan's evident fatigue, Zhou Haoran chose not to prolong his stay and rose to take his leave. Hou Yuan did not urge him to stay, after all. They had covered all necessary points, and he wished to give Zhou Haoran time to deliberate seriously. Shen Shui escorted Zhou Haoran back to the hotel, and during their journey, Zhou Haoran shared Hou Yuan's arrangement with him. Shen Shui expressed his astonishment. "That's wonderful. I thought he wanted you back as his secretary. Considering he hasn't confirmed one yet, I didn't expect him to directly offer you the position of county chief coordinator, also serving as the director of the high-tech zone." Zhou Haoran recalled that Shen Shui had rarely involved himself in such matters before. It was surprising how engaged he seemed lately. People do indeed change. Zhou Haoran remarked, "If even you were taken aback, this situation may not be as straightforward as it appears. If it goes to the standing committee, Lu's secretary will surely intervene." Shen Shui replied, "That is no longer your concern. You need to decide whether to accept or decline." Zhou Haoran exhaled deeply, reclining against the back of his chair, and remarked, "You are right. But I do not wish for Hou Yuan to suffer due to my fallout with Lu Guohua. I must earnestly contemplate this matter. Besides, I have already secured a position with the largest software company in the provincial capital, a national chain." Zhou Haoran was uncertain as to why he expressed such sentiments. Perhaps it was vanity at play, or perhaps a desire to maintain his dignity before a close friend. Shen Shui glanced at him with urgency and said, "No matter how grand the company, it remains a company. Even the smallest government official holds a position of authority. I suggest you cease your deliberations. You are not a youth anymore, and there is no need for such tumult. Moreover, who in their right mind forsakes a stable official post to work for someone else?" Zhou Haoran chuckled. "How do you understand this so profoundly? Who taught you to speak in such a manner?" Shen Shui laughed. "As long as I speak the truth. It matters not who imparted this wisdom." With that, Zhou Haoran exited the vehicle, a smile gracing his face, as he watched Shen Shui's car vanish amidst the bustling traffic. An inexplicable sense of elation surged within him. Joyous occasions invigorate the spirit, though his job search had been arduous. Receiving another invitation from the county chief was indeed splendid news. Regardless of whether he could smoothly return to his position, the thrill of being reinvigorated in his role was undeniable. Upon returning to the hotel, Zhou Haoran intended to rest. Having been thoroughly fatigued from his relentless job hunting and interviews over the past few days, on his way to his room, he encountered a colleague of Bai Guo, who was heading outside. Upon spotting Zhou Haoran, she boldly greeted him. "Hello, brother Zhou." He nodded and smiled in response, but as he passed by, a thought struck him, prompting him to inquire, "By the way, I haven't seen Bai Gu these past few days. Since their shared encounter in Wushan, he had not crossed paths with her. Zhou Haoran was unsure if the young lady was merely shy or if he had inadvertently caused her distress. The girl paused and replied, "She has been feeling unwell these past few days. I'm just going out to buy her something to eat. She hasn't eaten all day. What is wrong with her?" Zhou Haoran asked, but she replied, "I don't know. She just said she feels ill." Not wishing to pry further, he assumed it was likely related to himself. The girl exchanged a brief greeting with Zhou Haoran before departing to procure food. Pondering her words, Zhou Haoran decided to venture outside as well, seeking a fruit stand where he purchased an assortment of fruits before returning to the hotel. Upon his return, instead of heading directly to his own room, he knocked on Bai Ji's door. The door opened to reveal Bai Gu, limping slightly. Upon seeing Zhou Haoran, her face flushed with embarrassment, but she welcomed him inside and asked, "Brother Zhou, what brings you here?" Zhou Haoran scrutinized the young lady for a moment, setting the fruit aside, and replied, "I just encountered your colleague, who informed me that you've been unwell and haven't been attending class. I wanted to check on you." Bai Gu glanced up at him, then quickly diverted her gaze, murmuring, "It's nothing serious, just feeling a bit under the weather. Once I recover, I'll return to class." Zhou Haoran gently touched the forehead of the girl, Bai Gu, and felt a slight warmth. He then spoke, "Let us go. I shall take you to the hospital." Just as Zhou Haoran was about to turn away, Bai Gu suddenly embraced him from behind, shyly saying, "I'm fine. It's just a little sore. I knew you cared about me. You still hold a place for me in your heart." Zhou Haoran felt a tinge of embarrassment at her words, realizing that her discomfort was indeed merely that, discomfort. He had mistakenly thought she was genuinely ill. Gently pushing her hands away, Zhou Haoran turned to sit at the edge of the bed and faced her directly, saying, "I believe we need to have a serious conversation. You are aware that I previously dated Hu Jing and have had others before. You also know that I am 6 or 7 years older than you, with a rather blunt temperament that you can sense without your brother needing to inform you. I understand. I know everything. I don't mind any of that. I like you, Zhou Gu," the girl interjected before he could continue. Zhou Haoran, unwilling to hurt the innocent Bai Gu, placed his hands on her shoulders and continued, "Bai Gu, I recognize that you are a good girl, kind-hearted, understanding, and intelligent. You deserve to find a good man to marry. I am simply not worthy of you." "Why?" she asked, her eyes glistening with tears at his apparent rejection. "Listen to me. I am not as good as you think. I have many flaws. I am not a good person. I can be sharp-tongued and difficult to get along with, and I hold myself in high regard," Zhou Haoran said, employing self-deprecation to gently refuse her. "That is not true. To me, you are the best, filial, talented, and exceptionally capable. In my eyes, you are simply the best. I have decided you are the one for me, and besides, I am already yours. You cannot back out now," Bai Gu retorted, her voice growing softer and tinged with shyness as she nearly buried her face in the quilt. "Bai Gu, I truly do not deserve such devotion," Zhou Haoran began, but before he could finish, Bai Gu threw herself into his embrace, choking back tears as she said, "Zhou Gu, the more you say that, the more distressed I become. I have chosen you. As long as you remain unmarried, I will pursue you." Zhou Haoran raised both arms, playfully saying, "Little one, why are you speaking such nonsense?" Bai Gu, with a pout, replied, "I don't care. I have made my choice." Zhou Haoran chuckled at her playful remark, "Before me. You are but a child, little girl. I have told you before that I am not a good person. Has anyone told you this?" Bai Gu did not answer, but instead pressed herself even closer to Zhou Haoran. Noticing that his words had little effect, he teasingly remarked, "I say, girl, has your mother warned you not to easily provoke men, lest you find yourself in trouble?" Bai Ji's face flushed, and she bravely replied, "My mother has never told me that. It was my brother who advised me to keep my distance from you, claiming you are not a good man." Zhou Haoran raised his hands and continued, "You see, Li Wei truly understands me. To avoid being deceived, you should obediently heed your brother's advice." Bai Gu gazed at him, her bright eyes sparkling with an unusual light, and replied, "I do not listen to others. I follow my own heart and instincts." Zhou Haoran quickly waved his hands, attempting to evade her. However, unexpectedly, Bai Gu embraced him and pressed her lips against his. Zhou Haoran was startled by this sudden action. He froze, arms outstretched and unsure of how to react. As he tried to dodge her, he exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing? Are you trying to act lewd?" Regretting the words as soon as they left his mouth, he watched as Bai Gu lifted her head, her cheeks flushed, and declared with determination, "Yes, I am being lewd. What of it?" With that, she pushed Zhou Haoran onto the bed, sat on his lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him once more. Zhou Haoran was taken aback by the forceful kiss from the young girl. A wave of warmth surged within him, and before he knew it, he embraced her, kissing her back. The two shared passionate kisses for several minutes, only parting when they were both breathless. As they gradually calmed down, Baigu mustered her courage and said, "Zhou, will you be my boyfriend?" Feeling the depth of her affection, Zhou Haoran realized he could no longer remain indifferent and replied, "All right, I accept your confession. However, I must make it clear that if one day you can no longer tolerate my bad temper, you are free to leave me at any time." Upon hearing Zhou Haoran's acceptance, the young girl was overjoyed and playfully responded, "Humph, I would never. I am committed to you for life." With that, Baigu sought to continue their intimate moments. Suddenly, the sound of a key unlocking the door interrupted them. Zhou Haoran quickly pushed Baigu away, then straightened his clothes, rubbing his slightly flushed cheeks, and pretended to be calm as he sat down on a nearby chair. Baigu hurriedly adjusted her attire as well, attempting to compose herself and diminish the redness of her face. It turned out that a colleague of Baiji's had returned with food. Upon seeing the flustered expressions of the two, she was taken aback, and just as she was about to speak, Zhou Haoran greeted her and stood to leave. What transpired between Baigu and her colleague after Zhou Haoran departed remained unknown to him. Back in his room, Zhou Haoran fell into a deep slumber, a smile lingering on his face. After experiencing two joyous events in a single day, it was impossible for anyone not to be elated. The next day, Zhou Haoran rose early to bid farewell to Baigu, informing her that he would be returning to Jincheng County. Although Baigu expressed a desire to return home with him, Zhou Haoran mentioned that he might be traveling back in the county chief's vehicle, which made her relent. Shortly thereafter, an unfamiliar phone call came through, and upon answering, Zhou Haoran realized it was County Chief Ho. Ho Yuan was direct as always. "Zhou Haoran, you need not disclose the results of your deliberations. Simply tell me, will you accompany me back to Jincheng today?" Zhou Haoran chuckled, hastily sitting up. "County Chief, I actually arrived at my decision yesterday. It was not merely the conditions you presented, but your sincerity that truly moved me. I am prepared to follow you into battle." "Zhou Haoran, you rascal, are you trying to be clever? You expect me to lead the charge while you hide behind me? Is that how it works?" Zhou Haoran laughed in response. Ho Yuan stated, "In that case, let us pack up and set forth. We have a standing committee meeting this afternoon." "Very well. I shall get ready to depart." Zhou Haoran gathered his belongings and glanced around to ensure he hadn't forgotten anything. Grasping his leather bag, he turned back for a moment before departing. He did not bid farewell to Baigu, but proceeded directly to the front desk, settling his deposit before striding out of the hotel that had accompanied him for several days. Upon seeing Zhou Haoran emerge from the hotel, Xin Shuai promptly approached, taking the bag from his hands and placing it in the trunk. "Wonderful. We can collaborate once more." Zhou Haoran felt a pang of bittersweet emotion at Xin Shuai's words. He clapped Xin Shuai on the shoulder before entering the vehicle. During their journey back, the conversation between him and Ho Yuan revolved around the current governmental affairs of Jincheng. Zhou Haoran was astonished at how, within such a short span, Ho Yuan had managed to comprehend the intricacies of Jincheng without uttering a word. Upon reflection, he understood it was not surprising. Although Jincheng was a small city, its political landscape was exceedingly complex. The experiences of former county leaders undoubtedly imposed immense pressure and challenges on their successors. As they arrived at the entrance of the county committee and government office building, Ho Yuan turned to Zhou Haoran before exiting the vehicle. "You should find a place to stay for half a day. I will contact you after the meeting this afternoon. Keep your phone on." The confidence in Ho Yuan's words was palpable. Zhou Haoran noted that despite Ho Yuan's outward humility and gentleness, he possessed a distinct method in his speech and actions, characterized by an inherent authority and restraint. Aware that the standing committee meeting would likely involve a considerable amount of negotiation, especially concerning himself, the former county chief's secretary, Zhou Haoran decided to step outside with his backpack. "Haoran, where are you headed?" Xin Shuai called out as Zhou Haoran prepared to leave. "I am looking for a place to rest for a while," Zhou Haoran replied. "The room at the guest house has long been reclaimed by Li Wei. You have nowhere to rest. Come, let us return to my home," Xin Shuai insisted, taking Zhou Haoran by the arm and leading him back. Xin Shuai's home was warm and inviting, immaculately organized, thanks to his capable wife. Su Jia, Xin Shuai's wife, was petite and beautiful, with a gentle and quiet demeanor. She had previously been an elementary school teacher before transitioning to the county health bureau to better care for their child. Xin Shuai and Zhou Haoran shared a close friendship. Prior to the incident, Zhou Haoran frequently dined at Xin Shuai's home, enjoying hearty meals, for otherwise, The plight of a single man like him would be rather dismal. Upon arriving at Shen Shuai's residence, Zhou Haoran made himself at home, promptly locating the bathroom to indulge in a comforting hot shower. Although he had access to bathing facilities at the hotel, the ambience there paled in comparison to the warmth of home. "Shingu, could you fetch me a clean white shirt? I believe I left a few in your son's wardrobe," he directed Shen Shuai from the confines of the bathroom. Given his frequent overnight stays at Shen Shuai's, often taking refuge in the room of his son while also entertaining the child, it was perfectly natural for Zhou Haoran to have a few changes of clothes there. In the afternoon, as Shen Shuai departed for work, he left Zhou Haoran to rest alone at home. Glancing at the clock, Zhou noted that there were merely 8 minutes until 2 o'clock. At this hour, the committee members would likely be entering the meeting room, cups of water in hand and notebooks clutched tightly. He surmised that Hou Yuan would be the second to last to enter, while Lu Guohua would time his arrival to the second. This scene was all too familiar to him. Each committee meeting saw members entering the room, each burdened with their own thoughts, a space where the fate of the entire county and its officials were deliberated. Yet today, Zhou Haoran's destiny was also intertwined with theirs. He felt a twinge of anxiety as he contemplated how Hou Yuan would persuade Lu Guohua and the committee to accept his proposed arrangements. Under Lu Guohua's influence, how many would raise their hands in agreement? Zhou's thoughts were in turmoil, not due to a lack of faith in Hou Yuan, but because Hou Yuan was new and had yet to experience Lu Guohua's formidable presence. Despite Hou Yuan's assurances of having consulted with municipal leaders the previous day, the hierarchy of leadership remained uncertain. Who was to say whether such consultations would bear fruit? In an attempt to quell his rising unease, he turned on the television, selecting the most mundane program to induce a sense of calm. After half an hour, he finally succumbed to slumber. He awoke abruptly at 5 o'clock, jolted by a call from Shen Shuai, urging him to come downstairs. Zhou's heart raced with trepidation, for he understood that while he had been in deep sleep, the course of his fate had been determined by others, leaving him in the dark about the outcome. Rising from the sofa, Zhou splashed cold water on his face and adjusted his attire before stepping outside. He repeatedly reminded himself to remain calm, hoping this mantra would instill a sense of composure within him. Although Shen Shuai, as a driver, was well informed, the decisions made within the committee were often elusive to someone of Zhou's standing, leaving him unable to glean any concrete information from Shen. As Zhou made his way toward the county government building alongside Shen Shuai, he was met with a flurry of astonished gazes upon his reappearance. Although the news of his resignation had been suppressed by county head Ho, rumors had spread like wildfire. The moment he entered the county head's office and laid eyes on Hou Yuan, Zhou sensed an unspoken tension in Ho's demeanor. The expression on Hou Yuan's face was grave and somber as he nodded for Zhou to take a seat, before returning to the documents in his hands. Zhou's heart leapt to his throat, inexplicably racing with anticipation. Lu Guohua is highly likely to veto Hou Yuan's proposal regarding Zhou Haoran. Hou Yuan, being new to the position, promotes officials, which effectively challenges the authority of Lu Guohua as the county committee secretary, especially considering that the promoted individuals are those whom Lu Guohua has strenuously suppressed and retaliated against. Lu Guohua possesses numerous justifications to dismiss Hou Yuan's intentions. The county committee secretary wields supreme authority over the county's officials, possessing the ability to easily determine their appointments and dismissals. Even with the city-managed officials within the county, the superior organizational and personnel departments would still heed certain opinions. Thus, it is evident that one cannot circumvent the county committee secretary regarding Zhou Haoran's personnel decisions. At that moment, Zhou Haoran dared not meet Hou Yuan's stern gaze, nor did he wish to contemplate the outcome any further. His mind raced, strategizing how to confront the potential upheavals that might ensue. A brief silence enveloped the room. Hou Yuan sat quietly at his desk, his fingers rhythmically tapping the surface, producing a steady cadence. His gaze drifted through the window, seemingly lost in contemplation. Noticing Zhou Haoran's anxious expression, Hou Yuan ceased his tapping, sighed, and remarked, "Haoran, the waters of Jincheng are indeed quite profound. I underestimated the situation." Upon hearing this, Zhou Haoran felt a sinking sensation in his heart, without further elaboration from Hou Yuan. He had already surmised the outcome. After uttering those words, Hou Yuan turned his face towards the window, observing the passers-by and scenery outside, his expression growing even more somber and grave. Zhou Haoran did not catch the continuation of Hou Yuan's thoughts. As he had already envisioned the worst-case scenario, Lu Guohua would undoubtedly reject Hou Yuan's proposal during the standing committee meeting, which left him feeling embarrassed before Zhou Haoran, since he had assured him with such conviction Zhou Haoran quickly contemplated his options but managed to voice, "It's all right. You need not feel troubled. Since I have returned with you, and you still see some value in me, I shall not leave. I am willing to do anything, running errands, making tea, cleaning, whatever you need. I am committed to you." Ho Yuan did not perceive the insincerity in Zhou Haoran's words and burst into hearty laughter. His sudden display of joy left Zhou Haoran somewhat bewildered. Ho Yuan then said, "Comrade, what are you thinking? The situation is not so dire. Although there were some twists and disagreements during the meeting, the final outcome remains favorable." Zhou Haoran exhaled deeply. In the realm of politics, there exists a saying, "Major matters are discussed in small meetings, while minor matters are deliberated in large assemblies." Generally, for an official to be promoted, their case must be reviewed and discussed during the county committee standing meeting, followed by a vote to determine their appointment. However, prior to this standing committee meeting, there is typically a preliminary gathering known in political circles as the five-person group, comprising the county committee secretary, the county mayor, the full-time deputy secretary, the organizational minister, and the discipline inspection secretary, who convene to decide on the promotion of a particular official or group of officials. However, the situation regarding Zhou Haoran is evidently a unique circumstance, particularly since the position of the county coordinator was a recent and impromptu decision made by Ho Yuan. This explains why he made a phone call to city leaders yesterday to report on the matter. The purpose of his call was to seek assistance, hoping that the leaders would lend him a hand or perhaps put in a good word with the other leaders for him, thus facilitating the achievement of his objectives. Jinqing County, with an area of 3,000 square kilometers and a population exceeding 400,000, is not unusual in having 11 members on the county committee and 30 to 40 deputy-level leaders. However, what may set Jinqing's 11 committee members apart from those of other counties is that the director of the county committee office is also a member of the standing committee. Albeit ranked lower, even an executive vice-county head could assign him tasks. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the standing committee meeting commenced punctually. As Zhou Haoran had anticipated, the bureaucratic environment operates in such a manner that a temporary acting secretary from the government office and the secretary to the county committee secretary had already placed the leaders' water cups and notebooks in their designated spots within the meeting room. Just 2 minutes before the meeting began, Ho Yuan took his seat, while Lu Guohua arrived just in time to settle into his position as the meeting was about to start. As customary, the meeting was chaired by County Secretary Lu Guohua, who picked up his cup, blew gently on the warm water, and took a sip before addressing the assembly. Today, we convene the standing committee meeting with all 11 members present. Our primary agenda consists of several matters, starting with the first topic, which involves a study of the speech regarding maintaining his usual demeanor. Lu Guohua presided over the meeting, while County Committee Office Director Zhou Wintao read aloud the higher authority speech. Subsequently, the committee members engaged in discussions over the previously gathered topics. Throughout the discussions, the committee members remained relatively composed, as few matters pertained to their personal interests. Most were routine tasks, leading to a normal hand-raising procedure for voting, with the majority of motions passing successfully. The earlier agenda items were resolved smoothly. But when it came to the final topic concerning personnel appointments, the atmosphere in the meeting room grew somewhat delicate. Next, the discussion turned to Zhou Haoran's personnel appointment. Comrade Ho Yuan nominated him as a member of the county government party leadership and concurrently as the executive deputy director of the high-tech zone. After Lu Guohua made this announcement, he ceased further involvement, quietly remaining seated. Ho Yuan cast a glance at Lu Guohua, evidently dissatisfied with his opening remarks. His attitude was a clear indication of his disapproval regarding Zhou Haoran's appointment, which the other committee members likely perceived. Consequently, Ho Yuan signaled to Executive Deputy County Head Huang Xijin, suggesting he should voice his thoughts. As the Executive Deputy County Head, Huang Xijin serves as the county head's principal aide, capable of presiding over government affairs in the absence of the county head, thereby sharing both the honors and burdens with Ho Yuan. Moreover, Huang Xijin has also been promoted from outside the county in recent years and has consistently collaborated with Zhao Xinghua. Although there appear to be no significant conflicts with Lu Guohua on the surface, both he and Zhao Xinghua, being outsiders, inevitably find themselves at odds with Lu Guohua, a local resident, on certain matters. Thus, he prefers to align himself with the county chief rather than Lu Guohua. However, at this moment, subtly hinted at by Ho Yuan, a trace of frustration was evident on his face. He did not wish to confront Lu Guohua prematurely, yet he found himself compelled to speak up. Huang Xijin cleared his throat and began, "I have some understanding of Comrade Zhou Haoran. although Comrade Xinghua has made certain errors. The secretary he left behind has committed no wrongs. I have heard that Comrade Haoran was taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission for several days of investigation, only to return unscathed, which speaks volumes of his integrity. Perhaps realizing he had spoken at length, Huang Xijin took a sip from his cup and continued. Comrade Zhou Haoran is well-versed in some of the government's work, such as investment promotion and project development. Moreover, he is quite capable, thus I support this appointment. After finishing his statement, Huang Xijin cast a glance at Hou Yuan, as if to say, how about that? I have shown you my support. Once Huang Xijin concluded his remarks, Lu Guohua remained silent, yet he surveyed the room with his gaze, seemingly contemplating who should speak next. Eventually, his attention settled on the Minister of Propaganda, Chen Huimin. I have heard that Zhou Haoran has submitted his resignation. Since he is dissatisfied with the county committee's personnel arrangements and uses his resignation as leverage, why should we entrust him with significant responsibilities? It is well known that we have no shortage of cadres in Jincheng. Furthermore, if we set this precedent, what will happen if other cadres follow suit? Chen Huimin interjected. After speaking, she directed her gaze towards Hou Yuan, as if to challenge him. Hoping to provide Lu Guohua with a moment of reprieve and put Hou Yuan in a difficult position. Upon hearing this, Lu Guohua also turned his gaze to Hou Yuan, eager to see how he would respond, while silently applauding Chen Huimin's remark. Hou Yuan did not rush to explain. At this juncture, the organization minister, Zhang Hongtu, added, I have also heard rumors regarding Zhou Haoran's resignation. However, the organization department has not received any written documentation regarding this matter, nor have we received his resignation report. It remained unclear whether he was speaking on behalf of Lu Guohua or clarifying for Hou Yuan. Meanwhile, the Minister of Armed Forces, Luan Min, had remained taciturn throughout the meeting, maintaining a neutral stance, which was largely attributable to his military background. Traditionally, the Minister of Armed Forces hails from the military and rarely engages in the various decision-making processes of the county. As the situation unfolded, Deputy Secretary of the County Committee, Ma Weimin, discerned a certain subtlety in the atmosphere and remarked, I believe Comrade Zhou Haoran possesses some capabilities. However, he is, after all, the former county mayor's secretary. It seems somewhat inappropriate for Mayor Ho to include him in the government team. Should others learn of this, they might think our county lacks talent. Therefore, I suggest we find someone else. Ma Weimin evidently did not wish for Zhou Haoran to join the government team, consistently aligning himself with Lu Guohua, which made his stance understandable. I had heard that Zhou Haoran had previously been assigned to a position in the township, yet he did not attend. Later, when asked to report to the organization department, he again failed to show. It appears that Zhou Haoran is somewhat resistant to organizational arrangements. The director of the county committee office, Zhou Wintao, a steadfast supporter of Lu Guohua, interjected, directly characterizing Zhou Haoran as defiant towards organizational directives. To my knowledge, at that time, Comrade Zhou Haoran was dealing with the recent passing of his mother and was occupied with her burial arrangements. His absence from the county meeting was, in my opinion, quite justifiable. I implore Comrade Wintao not to hastily label Zhou Haoran as disobedient. At this moment, Zhao Guangming, the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, felt compelled to advocate for Zhou Haoran, considering the perspectives of both the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's deputy secretary, Gong Ping, and the city committee secretary behind Hou Yuan. The standing committee members engaged in a vigorous exchange of remarks with the Secretary of Political and Legal Affairs, Lindsay Yuan, and the United Front Work Minister also siding with Lu Guohua. Their statements clearly leaned towards his favor. However, both had received phone calls from corresponding department leaders in the city just before the meeting, subtly suggesting that they assist Hou Yuan this time. Initially, they had no intention of supporting Hou Yuan. Yet, their superiors had spoken, and the issue of Zhou Haoran's appointment was not directly related to their departments. Thus, extending a courtesy to Hou Yuan was not out of the question. It seemed that Hou Yuan's calls to leadership the previous day had borne fruit. As the leaders of the political and legal affairs in the United Front departments, who typically aligned with Lu Guohua, surprisingly offered substantial support today. Noticing the peculiar shift in dynamics, Minister of Propaganda, Chen Huimin, persisted with Zhou Haoran's resignation issue. Turning to Hou Yuan and stating, it seems this question ought to be addressed by Mayor Ho. Initially engrossed in note-taking, Hou Yuan set down his pen and replied, I have only received Zhou Haoran's leave request. I have not seen any resignation letter. I wonder where Minister Chen heard such claims? Is there any evidence to substantiate that Zhou Haoran has resigned? This left Minister Chen momentarily speechless, as she had merely heard it from others without witnessing it herself, taken aback by Hou Yuan's outright denial. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she glanced at County Secretary Lu Guohua, who averted his gaze and remained silent. Hou Yuan cast a glance at Lu Guohua before turning back to the now red-faced Chen Huimin, reflecting that Lu Guohua was far more seasoned than she, having hardly spoken throughout the exchange. Unwilling to concede, Chen Huimin continued to appeal to Lu Guohua, asserting, "I distinctly heard that Zhou Haoran has resigned. Perhaps we should call Li Wei. Let us not create unnecessary troubles." Lu Guohua interrupted Chen Huimin's words. Chen Huimin looked at Lu Guohua, perplexed, her mouth agape as she swallowed the words she was about to say. In truth, everyone understood that Hou Yuan was intentionally shielding Zhou Haoran. Even if someone testified that they had witnessed Zhou Haoran's resignation letter, Hou Yuan refused to acknowledge it. Who could compel him to produce Zhou Haoran's leave request? It was evidently an impossible task. Throughout the proceedings, Hou Yuan remained remarkably composed, a smile gracing his face, refraining from further speech. During the hand-raising vote, Lu Guohua was the first to raise his hand, causing a stir among the others who had assumed he would never agree to Hou Yuan's arrangements for Zhou Haoran. Yet, he raised his hand, prompting the others to refrain from offending the newly appointed county chief and to follow suit in agreement. The Minister of the Armed Forces abstained from voting, but it mattered little, for out of the 11 votes, Zhou Haoran's appointment secured 10 in favor. Chen Huimin was the last to raise her hand, feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment. However, no matter how angry or disheartened she felt, it was of no consequence. The meeting had reached a resolution, which Zhou Wintao duly recorded. In reality, the eventual approval of Zhou Haoran's appointment by the Standing Committee was inevitable. The dissenting voices were merely Lu Guohua's attempt to irritate Hou Yuan. It turned out that 20 minutes before the afternoon meeting, whether out of respect or a desire to achieve his own objectives, Hou Yuan visited the office of County Party Secretary Lu Guohua to seek his counsel on the matter. Lu Guohua had just woken from a nap, and, upon seeing Hou Yuan at his door with a notebook in hand, inferred that the county chief had come to discuss the meeting. Regardless of his agenda, Hou Yuan's presence in his office before the meeting indicated that he regarded Lu Guohua with some importance. Indeed, Hou Yuan humbly expressed, "Secretary Lu, I have an idea and would like to solicit your opinion before the meeting." Thus, Hou Yuan elaborated on the current work situation and needs of the Jinsheng government, presenting his rationale for the reassignment of Zhou Haoran. Throughout this exchange, Lu Guohuan listened attentively, though he refrained from making any hasty declarations, a habit he had cultivated over time, never making promises lightly. Once Hou Yuan finished his discourse, Lu Guohuan nodded slightly and spoke slowly. "County Chief Hou, I have heard your thoughts and understand your intentions. Comrade Zhou Haoran is indeed a capable and energetic young individual within our government. However, the reassignment of his position transcends a mere individual matter. It pertains to the stability of the entire team and organization." Observing Hou Yuan's expression, Lu Guohua continued, "We must consider whether such adjustments might adversely affect our colleagues, and whether they could impede our current work progress and efficiency." Although Lu Guohua's tone was calm, each word resonated with conviction. He added, "Of course, I also comprehend your concerns. The development of Jinsheng relies on the efforts of every colleague. We need to devise a method that not only leverages Comrade Zhou Haoran's strengths but also maintains team stability." He turned to Hou Yuan and said, "I shall reserve my opinion on your proposal for the time being and await the input of other comrades during the upcoming Standing Committee meeting. However, regardless of the outcome, I hope you understand that as leaders, every decision we make must be approached with careful consideration. We cannot act impulsively." Hou Yuan had anticipated that Lu Guohua would not be particularly interested in his suggestion, perhaps even displeased, yet he was confident that Lu would not outright reject it. Presently, Lu's reservations were evident, but as long as Hou could secure support from other standing committee members, his aspirations could still be realized. Hou Yuan's boldness in approaching Lu Guohua stemmed from his own calculations and thorough mental preparation. Having recently arrived, Lu was still uncertain of Hou's temperament. Furthermore, before Hou could assert himself, Lu had already designated Li Wei, his own appointee, as the director of the government office, which was an overreach. Thus, it was only natural for Hou to seek an assistant of his own. While the responsibilities assigned to party member Zhou Haoran would be a matter for the government team to deliberate, Lu Guohua's willingness to compromise with Hou Yuan was not without reason. He had recently come to understand Hou's background. Hou's father had previously served as a retired director of the provincial finance department and Ho himself was distinguished. Having graduated from a prestigious law university and previously serving as a capable aide to the current Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, Gong Ping. While Lu was acquainted with several provincial leaders, none would easily offend the influential Gong Ping on his behalf. Hence, Lu occasionally found it prudent to soften his stance towards Ho and make appropriate concessions. Though Lu could tolerate making concessions to Ho, he harbored a persistent belief that Zhou Haoran possessed a rebellious spirit, a certain obstinacy that led him to disdain all forms of authority and injustice. This characteristic made Lu uncomfortable whenever he encountered Zhou, which explained Zhou's assignment to Jingsing Township and subsequent demotion to the organization department. However, Lu had not anticipated that Zhou would align himself so closely with Hou Yuan, earning Ho's esteem and even support. Zhao Xinghua had undeniably become a defeated pawn under Lu's command, with no hope of resurgence. As for Zhou Haoran, Lu could have easily crushed him at any moment. Yet Zhou's unexpected decision to resign from a secure position took Lu by surprise. It seemed this young man possessed a certain audacity. To Lu's astonishment, an unforeseen development arose. Hou Yuan sought to entrust significant responsibilities to Zhou Haoran, a move that demanded Lu's serious attention. Clearly, this was Ho's counteraction against Lu's interference in the appointment of the government office director. In consolidating support, Ho was simultaneously issuing a challenge, perhaps even declaring war. Nevertheless, it was not opportune to sever ties with Hou Yuan at this juncture. Any discord would likely result in no blame falling upon Ho, following the Zhao Xinghua incident. The higher-ups had already summoned Lu for a stern admonition. His partnership with the county chief had seen frequent troubles, casting a shadow over his political influence. In the political arena, whispers abounded, painting him as a cold-hearted executor, one who could turn lethal at the slightest provocation, leaving his adversaries without a trace. Rumor has it that after Zhao Xinghua's incident, the municipal leaders suggested the province dispatch someone of equivalent rank to the position. But upon learning that this individual would be sent to Jincheng, he immediately bowed to the leaders, fearing that he might be undermined by Lu Guohua during their collaboration. Upon hearing this rumor, Lu Guohua, of course, protested his innocence, repeatedly expressing his helplessness to the municipal leaders. He sensed their skepticism, particularly since all three county heads who had previously partnered with him had not fared well. Hou Yuan had already informed him about Zhou Haoran. And noticing that Lu Guohua remained disengaged with his eyes cast down, attempting to appear attentive, he understood that his partner was distracted. Albeit unsure of his thoughts at that moment, he reiterated, regarding the arrangement for Zhou Haoran, I would like to hear your opinion. Only then did Lu Guohua lift his gaze to meet Hou Yuan's. He would certainly not broach the subject of Zhou Haoran's resignation. Some matters are better left unspoken. He replied, concerning Zhou Haoran's appointment, this is primarily a matter for your government, and I should not interfere too much. However, from the perspective of the entire county and the organization, I maintain my original stance. I abstain from expressing a definitive opinion, neither opposing nor supporting it. Ultimately, whether he is confirmed will depend on the attitudes of other standing committee members at the meeting. As for his reasons for withholding his opinion, he elaborated, firstly, I may have interacted with Zhou Haoran more than you have, and I have some understanding of him. I have heard that he was instrumental in bringing many enterprises to the park, and some have raised concerns about his ambiguous relationships with those business owners, often socializing together. Secondly, although Zhou Haoran is exceptionally talented, he lacks managerial experience, and I fear that placing him directly in a management role could lead to chaos within the park. Thirdly, this young comrade has certain character flaws. He is rather arrogant, and I worry that entrusting such a significant park to him may result in further complications, especially since the park frequently hosts higher-level leaders. Given his temperament, I fear he might offend those leaders. Hou Yuan listened to Lu Guohua's words, internally brimming with counterarguments. From his recent interactions with Zhou Haoran, he believed Zhou was entirely capable of assuming the role of deputy director of the park and managing it effectively. As for the concern about offending leaders, Hou Yuan was more attuned to Zhou's character. While he was proud, he was not foolish enough to alienate those in authority. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, as maintaining a cordial facade with Lu Guohua was essential. He responded, all right. I will respect Secretary Lu's opinion and propose it at the meeting for collective discussion. If everyone ultimately agrees, I hope Secretary Lu will not stand in the way. Good. Lu Guohua replied succinctly. With that, Hou Yuan achieved his objective and gracefully exited the secretary's office, awaiting the upcoming standing committee meeting. In truth, Lu Guohua reluctantly conceded to Hou Yuan's demands, particularly regarding Zhou Haoran, but he preferred to avoid any unpleasantness with Hou Yuan at this critical juncture. This marks Hou Yuan's inaugural confrontation with Lu Guohua since assuming office. He chose to withdraw gracefully after executing his initial counterattack. However, it is evident that Lu Guohua did not genuinely seek a direct clash. Otherwise, the consequences could have been unpredictable, unexpectedly for Hou Yuan. Following the unanimous approval of Zhou Haoran's appointment, Lu Guohua unveiled another strategy by selecting a township head with whom he had maintained a close rapport to serve as the deputy director in the high-tech zone. This maneuver caught Hou Yuan off guard, as it not only allowed others to benefit, but also placed one of Lu Guohua's trusted allies within the high-tech zone, ensuring it remained under his influence. At this juncture, Hou Yuan had no choice but to acquiesce, recognizing the necessity of adhering to this unspoken agreement. He privately reflected on the cunning of this old fox. Lu Guohua was indeed shrewd in his approach. What began as a routine meeting of the standing committee unexpectedly transformed into a session focused on personnel matters. However, it is difficult to ascertain who truly benefited. Hou Yuan successfully facilitated Zhou Haoran's return to the political arena in Jincheng, while Lu Guohua adeptly positioned a confidant in the high-tech zone. For Hou Yuan, the imperative was to establish a firm foothold. Having just arrived in Jincheng, achieving his objectives was already commendable, especially considering that 3 previous county heads had failed to outmaneuver the local veteran Lu Guohua. Hou Yuan succinctly recounted the proceedings of the standing committee to Zhou Haoran and, observing the latter's eager anticipation, remarked, "What do you think, Haoran? I have paved the way for you. Now, I require your support in solidifying my position in Jincheng and in fostering economic development." Zhou Haoran exhaled a sigh of relief. Initially, he had feared that Hou Yuan's expression indicated a bleak outcome. To his surprise, despite some setbacks, the result exceeded his expectations. He had not anticipated Lu Guohua would so readily allow his return. Not only was he reinstated, but he did so as a member of the county government party group and deputy director of the park, which was utterly unforeseen. Zhou Haoran was genuinely pleased to return to the park, having invested considerable effort into its development. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that a significant portion of the enterprises within the park were the result of his and Zhao Xinghua's persistent efforts and humble visits, often accompanied by shared drinks. Regardless of the motivations, Zhou Haoran was determined to see the park flourish. "County head, thank you for your support. With you behind me, I fear no challenge. However, I do have a minor request," Zhou Haoran stated, slightly embarrassed. "Speak freely. Do you require personnel, funds, or authority? Whatever I can provide, you shall have. Just proceed with your endeavors. I will always be your steadfast support," Hou Yuan replied generously. "Please arrange for me an assistant. That is all I need." "Do you have someone in mind?" "Temporarily, yes. However, I must consult with him to see if he is willing to join me," Zhou Haoran responded. "Very well. Should you encounter any difficulties while seeking his opinion, do not hesitate to reach out to me," Hou Yuan assured him. "Come, Haoran, let us head to another location." After concluding their discussion, Hou Yuan beckoned Zhou Haoran to follow him outside. Zhou Haoran hastily rose to his feet and proceeded to open the office door for his superior. "By the way, summon Xiaoxin to drive. We shall visit the park. And I would appreciate your insights as the chief steward regarding the current state of affairs in the area," Hou Yuan remarked, turning to Zhou Haoran. "Certainly. I shall contact Brother Shin immediately," Zhou Haoran responded, swiftly resuming his role, having previously attended to Zhao Xinghua in a similar manner. "Brother Shin, please drive to the entrance and wait. County Chief Hou is about to depart," Zhou Haoran succinctly conveyed over the phone to Shin Shuai. "Understood." Shin Shuai fell back into his typically taciturn demeanor, responding briefly before hastily descending the stairs to prepare the vehicle. Upon reaching the ground floor, Zhou Haoran, uncharacteristically proactive, jogged over to assist Hou Yuan in opening the rear door of the Volkswagen, allowing the leader to enter before taking his place in the passenger seat. "Where to, leader?" Shin Shuai inquired after ensuring both were settled. "To the high-tech zone. Let us take a leisurely tour, and I shall familiarize myself with the situation," Hou Yuan replied, preempting Zhou Haoran. "Very well, leader," Shin Shuai acknowledged, then gradually started the vehicle, steering towards the high-tech zone. The car traversed the streets of Jincheng, gradually veering into more secluded areas, eventually exiting the urban sprawl. On either side of the road, numerous constructed factories and office buildings appeared, alongside many sites still encased in steel sheeting, remnants of yet to begin construction. "Xiaoxin, pull over for a moment. I wish to converse with Haoran as we walk," Hou Yuan instructed upon sighting the park. "Understood, leader," Shin Shuai complied, easing the vehicle to the side. After disembarking, Zhou Haoran opened the door for Hou Yuan and then fell a step behind as the two leisurely ambled along the park's pathways, with Xin Shuai slowly trailing behind them in the car. Haoran, enlighten me about the current status of the park. I cannot imagine anyone more knowledgeable than you regarding these matters, Hou Yuan stated, hands clasped behind his back as he strolled forward. Since the park's inception, the foundational infrastructure has been bolstered, project construction has advanced, and there have been notable improvements in corporate technological reforms, resulting in a generally positive industrial development trend. A total of 36 diverse enterprises have settled in the park, with an aggregate investment of 540 million yuan in sectors such as traditional Chinese medicine processing, food processing, garment manufacturing, medical equipment production, and deer product processing. Zhou Haoran succinctly outlined the existing companies in their categories within the park. That is quite a significant achievement. Especially within a mere 2 years, nearly 20 enterprises have been attracted each year, which is indeed commendable. How many enterprises are still in negotiation or have yet to establish a presence? Hou Yuan remarked with admiration before continuing his inquiry. Prior to my investigation, I was tracking discussions with 8 additional enterprises, with a total investment of approximately 600 million yuan. Among the larger entities are Jindan Pharmaceutical and Maotai Group. Zhou Haoran replied candidly. Haoran, what issues do you believe currently beset the park? Hou Yuan asked after absorbing Zhou Haoran's brief overview. Although the current industrial park has developed to a certain scale, it still faces several challenges, such as insufficient development space, weak innovation capabilities among enterprises, and inadequate supporting facilities. Zhou Haoran possesses a clear understanding of the park's matters. Thus, he can articulate the situation without any written materials, as if the information were imprinted in his mind. To elaborate, the issue of limited development space is significant. The overall construction land area of the park has drastically decreased, severely constraining its development potential. The boundaries for industrial expansion are overly narrow, only accommodating project land needs for the next 2 to 3 years, rendering it difficult to support future industrial growth and project undertakings, which may lead to situations where projects cannot be realized. Regarding the weak innovation capabilities of enterprises, the park has a scarcity of high-tech companies, with industrial clusters primarily formed around low-cost aggregation. The industrial structure predominantly consists of traditional and labor-intensive enterprises, resulting in a sluggish pace of structural adjustment. Consequently, high-tech industries are relatively lacking, leading to a diminished overall core competitiveness. As for the inadequacy of supporting facilities, the park is still in its early stages of development. Public infrastructure such as electricity, roads, and water supply is not yet fully developed, and many enterprises are still under construction. Additionally, the park's distance from the urban area exacerbates the deficiencies in production and living facilities. Zhou Haoran expressed his thoughts while following Hou Yuan. I have heard reports about these issues before, but some were not mentioned to me. It seems there is much work left for me to do. I am grateful to have you back. Otherwise, Hou Yuan unabashedly praised Zhou Haoran, knowing that such a person would not become arrogant despite the compliments. Leader, you overstate the matter. These issues are rather fundamental. I believe that with a few more visits for research, you would certainly notice them as well, Zhou Haoran humbly remarked. Let us return for now and contemplate strategies to enhance the park's development and stimulate the county's economic growth, Hou Yuan stated, waving to Xin Shuai, who was driving behind them. Xin Shuai gradually brought the car to a stop in front of Hou Yuan. After Zhou Haoran assisted in opening the car door, the three of them returned to the county town together. Upon arrival at the government compound, Hou Yuan instructed Xin Shuai to return home after dropping him and Zhou Haoran off, as he intended to delve deeper into discussions regarding the high-tech zone with Zhou Haoran. Having gleaned much information he had not previously encountered, Zhou Haoran, however, informed Xin Shuai that he would visit him later to discuss some matters. After Xin Shuai returned home, Hou Yuan would not require a ride back to his residence, as county-level leaders are typically provided with housing upon their appointment. And the accommodation in Jinsheng County is not far from the government building, merely a 10-minute walk. The two men engaged in conversation from around 6 o'clock until nearly 10, during which they only took a brief interlude for dinner at the government cafeteria, spending the remainder of the time in dialogue. During a meal in the cafeteria, I encountered several county leaders who expressed mild surprise upon seeing Zhou Haoran, the former county magistrate's chief secretary, dining alongside me. However, their astonishment quickly dissipated when they recalled Hou Yuan's strong support for Zhou Haoran during the standing committee meeting. Later that evening, after bidding farewell to county magistrate Hou Zhou Haoran arrived at Shun Shuai's residence. Although the hour was somewhat late, his previous late-night visits rendered his arrival rather unremarkable. "Haoran, you've come. Have you eaten? Shall I prepare a bowl of noodles for you?" Upon opening the door for Zhou Haoran, Su Jian noticed his late arrival and inquired with concern, "Is it necessary? I had dinner earlier this evening. What about Nan Nan? Is she already asleep?" Nan Nan is the son of Shun Shuai and Su Jia, and he's already 4 years old this year. Every time Zhou Haoran visits, he enjoys playing with the little one, making Nan Nan quite fond of him. Currently, Nan Nan is in the bedroom playing with his father, and Shun Shuai is indeed quite negligent, allowing it to be so late without coaxing him to sleep. It seems those two are inviting trouble. Su Jia ushered Zhou Haoran into the house, and then quietly complained, "Huh? I told Shin that I would come over later because I needed to discuss something with him, so please don't blame him." Zhou Haoran offered an explanation for his good friend. "Nan Nan, can you guess who has come to visit?" As Zhou Haoran made his way towards the bedroom, he called out, Uncle Zhou, Nan Nan misses you." Upon hearing Zhou Haoran's voice, the little one hurriedly dashed from in front of his father, extending his tiny hands for a warm embrace. After Zhou Haoran indulged the child in play for quite some time, and once Su Jie had lulled the exhausted little one to sleep, he turned to discuss serious matters with Shun Shuai. "Brother Shin, I wonder if you have heard about the afternoon's standing committee meeting. I will be taking on the role of coordinating director for the county mayor, and I am also set to serve as the executive deputy director of the industrial park, overseeing its operations. As you know, both old Zhao and I have invested considerable effort into the park, and I am eager to ensure its success. However, I find myself in need of additional manpower. I would like to seek your opinion on this matter. Would you consider joining me in this endeavor? Haoran, your return to work brings immense joy to me. I am particularly delighted that you will be presiding over operations in the park. Naturally, I have no substantial reason to decline joining you in this endeavor. However, as you are aware, I must confer with your sister-in-law regarding matters at home. Therefore, may I request a brief interval for our discussion? Tomorrow, after my conversation with Xiao Jia, I shall provide you with a definitive response," Shun Shuai articulated. "Indeed, my visit was intended for us to deliberate and seek your guidance. Regardless of your decision, I shall wholeheartedly respect your perspective," Zhou Haoran responded with understanding. Shun Shuai's reluctance was not born from fear of his wife, but rather from the mutual respect shared between him and Su Jie, as they collaboratively navigate both significant and trivial matters, fostering a harmonious household. After indulging in some light conversation, Zhou Haoran took his leave and returned to his residence. The following day, Zhou Haoran donned his customary white shirt and dress trousers, his hair meticulously styled and his shoes polished to a brilliant shine. He arrived early at the county government building. For the previous night, Li Wei had sent him a message informing him of a convening for all government officials, during which Hou Yuan would announce his appointment. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the meeting commenced punctually. During the session, Hou Yuan announced the county's decision to appoint Zhou Haoran as the director and executive deputy director of the industrial park. A minor incident occurred while Hou Yuan was reading Zhou Haoran's appointment. The executive deputy county mayor, Huang Xijin, cast a meaningful glance at Li Wei. It was evident that the implications of this look were understood by Hou Yuan, Huang Xijin, and Li Wei himself. Consequently, feeling the weight of the gaze, Li Wei awkwardly averted his eyes. The meeting was brief, lasting no more than 10 minutes, primarily serving to declare the appointment, along with Hou Yuan offering a few commendatory remarks about Zhou Haoran, which undoubtedly provided him with support in the eyes of those present. Following the conclusion of the meeting, Hou Yuan departed to tend to paperwork in his office, and soon after, several vice-county mayors also rose to leave. While the county leaders exited, the majority of others in the conference room remained, as several deputy directors from the government office approached Zhou Haoran, expressing their congratulations on his return, completely disregarding the indifference exhibited during the meeting when Zhou Haoran had just returned from an investigation by the disciplinary committee. Their words were laced with flattery and their faces beamed with smiles, to which Zhou Haoran responded blandly, fully aware that such gestures were merely superficial, and he could not presume the sincerity behind them. After these individuals departed, other department heads and junior staff members gathered around, eager to familiarize themselves with him, echoing the same sycophantic sentiments and enthusiasm. Zhou Haoran understood their motives. They were merely gauging the prevailing winds, seeking to align themselves with him now that he had regained the county leadership's approval. Once the crowd dispersed, Zhou Haoran found himself at a loss for what to do next. He decided to visit the county mayor to ascertain if there were any matters requiring his assistance. If not, he would head to the industrial park, for he was still the executive deputy director there. Upon reaching the third floor, he knocked on the door adjacent to the county mayor's office. The door opened, revealing a young man who greeted Zhou Haoran warmly. "Director Zhou, it's you. Are you here to see the county mayor?" There exists an unspoken protocol in officialdom. One must not directly knock on a leader's door when seeking an audience with the county mayor or secretary, but rather first notify the leader's secretary. The secretary would then confirm the leader's availability before granting access. The office adjacent to the leaders is typically reserved for the secretary. And it was clear that this young man was fulfilling that role, though it remained uncertain whether he was a temporary appointee or a permanent fixture. Zhou Haoran recognized the young man as Yu Chang, a former staff member from the secretary's office. The reasons for his selection by Hou Yuan were unknown to Zhou Haoran. Whether it was due to a recommendation or his own choice remained a mystery. "Yes, please assist me in consulting with the leader," Zhou Haoran said politely, regardless of whether Yu Chang was a temporary or official secretary. This is also a habit of Zhou Haoran. Regardless of whether he is facing individuals of higher or lower status, he maintains an unwavering respect, never adopting an arrogant demeanor. "Director Zhou, please feel free to enter directly. The leadership has instructed that you can approach him without prior notification," Yu Chang remarked to Zhou Haoran. "Thank you," Zhou Haoran replied, making his way to Hou Yuan's office. He knocked gently on the door and waited for the invitation to enter before pushing it open. Upon entering, he noticed Li Wei standing by Hou Yuan's desk, awaiting his signature. Seeing Zhou Haoran, Li Wei beamed and exclaimed, "Haoran, we have eagerly awaited your return." Zhou Haoran thought to himself that it sounded as if he was being wished misfortune. He nodded slightly and responded, "I hope Director Li will continue to provide me with guidance." Li Wei replied, "I cannot claim to guide you. I just mentioned to the county head that since you are back, the office work should be led by you, while I shall assist you." Zhou Haoran quickly interjected, "Director Li, please, you have been doing an excellent job. It would be best if you continued." After Hou Yuan signed the documents, he emerged from behind his desk, seated himself on the sofa, and gestured to the two empty seats opposite him, saying, "Please, both of you, take a seat." Zhou Haoran and Li Wei complied, though neither dared to occupy the entire sofa, choosing instead to perch at the edge. Hou Yuan then looked at Zhou Haoran and stated, "I shall not reiterate your appointment. Your primary responsibility now is to oversee the comprehensive operations of the park. Should any issues arise, feel free to report directly to County Head Sun or me. Additionally, assist me with other tasks and attend the county government party members' meetings punctually." Zhou Haoran expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you for your trust. I assure you I will fulfill my duties." Hou Yuan continued, "Director Li will soon distribute the assignments of the government leadership team. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them." "Thank you, but I have no requests at present," Zhou Haoran replied. After Hou Yuan concluded, Li Wei quickly responded, "Understood, leader. By the way, Haoran, your previous office has been cleared, and the vehicle you used has been cleaned and refueled. You may take it any time you wish. Moreover, your former dormitory at the county hotel has also been reserved for you. You are welcome to stay there whenever you like." Hearing this, Zhou Haoran felt a surge of emotions. On the day he was released from the investigation team, Li Wei was officially appointed, and he had been unceremoniously brought into the conference room, subjected to the disdainful gazes of others. His office had been occupied, and his vehicle reclaimed. At that time, Li Wei had not bothered to explain any of it to him. Now, the privileges he had lost had returned intact, truly embodying the saying, "This moment is different from the last." Zhou Haoran looked at Li Wei, who was half a head shorter than him, and remarked coolly, "You have gone to great lengths." "Director Li," Li Wei, with a broad smile, responded, "It is my duty. No need for such formality between us." At that moment, Hou Yuan's phone rang. He glanced at it, picked it up, and stepped aside to take the call. Zhou Haoran and Li Wei observed their leader stepping aside to take a phone call, clearly wishing to keep the conversation private. With mutual understanding, they greeted the leader and took their leave. "Allow me to escort you to your office," Li Wei said as he led the way upstairs, disregarding Zhou Haoran's opinion. With no other destination in mind, Zhou Haoran followed suit. Upon arriving at his former office, Zhou Haoran noticed that the young man who had previously occupied the space had vacated, and the office was impeccably tidy. He ran his hand over the desk, finding it spotless. "Thank you, Director Li. I appreciate your efforts," Zhou Haoran expressed gratefully. "No need for such formality. It was my duty," Li Wei replied promptly. "By the way, here are the keys to the car you used before. Keep them safe when you need to refuel. Just head to the office and use the fuel card," Li Wei said, handing Zhou Haoran the car keys. Zhou Haoran accepted the keys, responding, "Thank you, directly." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Li Wei departed. Once alone, Zhou Haoran retrieved his phone from his bag to charge it, having forgotten to do so earlier, only realizing its low battery that morning. Shortly thereafter, Shen Shuai, the ever-informed individual, barged in. It was remarkable how quickly he had learned of Zhou Haoran's return to the office, having just completed a meeting that morning. Pouring a glass of water for Shen Shuai, Zhou Haoran inquired, "How did your discussion with Xiao Jie go this morning? Would you like to join me at the park?" Shen Shuai replied, "I spoke with Xiao Jie, and she believes it would be beneficial for the two of us to work together. However, she hesitated to endorse my involvement, saying something that left me a bit uncertain. I thought it prudent for us to discuss it face to face." "What did Xiao Jie say?" Zhou Haoran asked. "You know, during our time with old Zhao, we often worked tirelessly, which has taken a toll on my health. I recently consulted a traditional doctor and have been trying to recuperate. As you know, my military background offers limited prospects for advancement, regardless of effort," Shen Shuai explained, trailing off. Zhou Haoran understood Shen Shuai well. He too had endured long hours of work, leading to minor health issues that required attention but were not serious. He empathized with Shen Shuai, recognizing that everyone must prioritize their well-being. After Zhao Xinghua's incident, Shen Shuai had gained clarity on many matters, realizing the potential repercussions should misfortune befall Zhou Haoran, which was a reasonable concern for him to harbor. Though Shen Shuai did not explicitly refuse, Zhou Haoran discerned his reluctance to accompany him. However, he bore no ill will towards Shen Shuai for his decision. Their bond as brothers transcended such trivialities. "Brother Shen, I apologize. I have been somewhat selfish, failing to consider your situation. You have finally managed to return to a normal routine, spending time with Xiao Jie and Nan Nan. It is indeed excessive of me to draw you back into the fray of overtime. No worries. I shall seek assistance from others," said Haoran, filled with remorse. "Do not blame yourself, my brother. At this juncture, I should indeed be aiding you, but," Shen Shuai replied, his tone tinged with guilt. "I understand, brother. Let us not dwell on this. By the way, I previously sold a portion of my stocks. Please provide me with an account number, and I shall return the funds you entrusted to me." Haoran deftly shifted the topic. "There is no need for that. You may keep the money for your own use," Shen Shuai hastily declined, believing Haoran sought to sever ties. "Brother Shen, do not overthink it. I am aware that you and your wife are not in a position of abundance. Besides, I have not sold all my shares. The stocks have surged, and I merely sold a small fraction, retaining the majority," Haoran clarified. Understanding Haoran's character, Shen Shuai jotted down his account number on a blank piece of paper, which Haoran subsequently placed into his computer bag. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Come in," Haoran called. A young man entered and nodded at Shen Shuai before addressing Haoran. "Director Zhou, I need to discuss something with you." This young man was Wang Chaoyang, a staff member from the government office's secretarial department, and Haoran was familiar with him. Wang Chaoyang had not altered his form of address, still referring to Haoran as the deputy director from his previous position. "Haoran, I shall take my leave now. If you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me," Shen Shuai said, acknowledging the visitor before departing. Haoran nodded and turned to Wang Chaoyang, saying, "Chaoyang, do you have something to discuss?" Wang Chaoyang hesitated, his words stumbling as he said, "Director Zhou, I indeed have a matter to bring to your attention, though I am uncertain if I should." Haoran chuckled, observing the young secretary, who was 4 or 5 years his junior, and replied, "Speak freely. You know I appreciate honesty." Taking a seat against the wall, Wang Chaoyang said, "Director Zhou, I heard about your reappointment in the county, so I came to seek your guidance. I would like to work alongside you." "Oh, you wish to join me in the park?" Haoran was pleasantly surprised, as just moments ago Shen Shuai had declined his request for assistance, and now, fortuitously, help had arrived. "Yes," Wang Chaoyang affirmed. Haoran smiled and inquired, "Does Section Chief Ma permit you to leave?" "Do not mention him. I can no longer tolerate his ignorance and incessant micromanagement. Each day is a trial, and I feel utterly beleaguered, which is why I sought you out. I wish to distance myself from him," Wang Chaoyang expressed with evident frustration. Haoran nodded, recalling that he had been the one to recognize Wang Chaoyang's potential. During a visit to the countryside with Zhao Xinghua, he had learned about this undergraduate majoring in Chinese language and literature, working in a local government office. After a brief conversation, he had formed a favorable impression and subsequently recommended him to Zhao Xinghua, leading to Wang Chaoyang's promotion shortly thereafter. In the organization, Wang Xiaoyang is one of the few individuals who maintains a cordial relationship with Zhou Haoran. The head of the Secretary Department, Ma Xiang, is the cousin of the former deputy county head, Ma Guowei. Relying on the influence of his deputy county head brother, he naturally exhibits a domineering demeanor. Zhou Haoran feels a sense of gratification at having gained his first supporter. He converses with Wang Xiaoyang, saying, I am aware of your capabilities, otherwise, I would not have suggested your transfer to our leadership. Your willingness to forsake the comfort of bureaucratic life to join me is due to your desire to escape Ma Xiang's oppressive presence, is it not? Wang Xiaoyang replies, indeed. Working under him is exceedingly stifling. Zhou Haoran, sensing a twinge of guilt for his manipulation, realizes he is prompting Wang Xiaoyang into expressing what he knows to be the opposite sentiment. However, at this moment, Zhou Haoran is in desperate need of bolstering his confidence. As anticipated, Wang Xiaoyang responds, I have never felt constrained working alongside Brother Zhou. Although everyone knows Brother Zhou has a temper, you have never abused your power or plotted against anyone. Working with you, I feel secure, at ease, and my spirits are lifted. Though Zhou Haoran maintains a stoic facade, he is inwardly pleased, who does not relish being praised. Nonetheless, he retorts, young man, do not flatter me, for I do not take kindly to such sycophancy. Wang Xiaoyang, somewhat bashful, states, I have never flattered anyone to their face. I speak only from the heart. Zhou Haoran nods, recognizing Wang Xiaoyang as a diligent and earnest individual with a commendable work ethic and decent writing skills. Most of the materials for the Secretary Department are drafted by this talented young man. Should he depart, it is likely that Ma Xiang would face considerable criticism. Yet that is a concern beyond Zhou Haoran's purview. At that moment, Zhou Haoran's old phone rang, surprising him as he had just replaced the battery. Wang Xiaoyang stood up and said, Brother Zhou, I shall not intrude any longer. Please consider my matter. Zhou Haoran nodded, replying, I have no personal objections. I will consult the leadership later. Wang Xiaoyang, elated, responded, as long as Brother Zhou is willing to have me, the leadership will certainly agree. He then exited, making sure to close the door behind him. Zhou Haoran chuckled and answered the call. It was the landline of County Head Yu Chang, who requested Zhou Haoran to come to his office for a matter of some importance. After hanging up, Zhou Haoran ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, he spotted Lu Guohua's secretary striding purposefully toward Hou Yuan's office. Zhou Haoran instinctively slowed his pace. Typically, when the secretary of the secretary seeks the county head, they would first consult with the county head secretary. However, this individual bypassed that protocol and directly knocked on the county head's door. Yu Chang hastily exited his office, inquiring, Secretary He, do you have business with the county head? Secretary He replied, Oh, Secretary Yu, Lu's secretary sent me to summon the county head. They are heading out. Where to? Secretary He, looking down at Yu Chang with a hint of disdain, said coolly, Let me speak with the county head. Yu Chang, feeling somewhat awkward at being so disregarded, knocked on the door and then pushed it open for Secretary He. At that moment, Yu Chang spotted Zhou Haoran behind him and gestured for him to wait in his office. Upon entering, Zhou Haoran stood beside a chair against the wall and inquired, Have you been assigned to serve the county head? Yu Chang replied with pride, I was not assigned. County head Ho specifically chose me from several lists. Zhou Haoran remarked, The county head has a discerning eye. Just then, the door to the county head's office swung open. Yu Chang, fully aware that it was Secretary He, deliberately remained seated, his gaze fixed on the doorway. As the footsteps receded and the slightly ajar door remained unpushed, Yu Chang's expression darkened. Zhou Haoran stifled a laugh, took a step forward, and pointed towards the county head's office, asking, May I enter? Yu Chang snapped back to reality and responded, Of course, Director Zhou, please go ahead. Zhou Haoran knocked on Hou Yuan's door. Hou Yuan's expression was rather grim as he stuffed his phone into his handbag. Zhou Haoran inquired, Are you heading out? Hou Yuan replied with a stern demeanor, Yes, you come to inform me just as I am about to leave, causing quite a flurry. Zhou Haoran chuckled softly and remarked, That's quite normal. Normal? Hou Yuan retorted, contemplating whether he had been subjected to such sudden summons during his tenure as county chief. Zhou Haoran continued, You should count your blessings. This is relatively better. There were times when County Chief Xinghua was already on his way out when he received a notification about where to go next, leaving him in a fury. Yet, for the sake of work, he often had to steel himself and pursue his duties. Hou Yuan widened his eyes and asked, Is Lu Guohua always this dismissive towards his colleagues? Does he show no respect at all? Zhou Haoran replied, Not at all surprising. Upon hearing this, Hou Yuan set down his bag and said, Let us sit down and discuss. Zhou Haoran did not take a seat and asked, "Aren't you leaving?" "I was only notified to go out once he was already in the car. I intend to keep him waiting a bit, to temper his arrogance and make him understand the importance of respect. Moreover, I just informed his secretary that I needed to handle some documents first, allowing them to leave ahead." Zhou Haoran cautioned, "As long as you understand your own position, do not let your frustrations show too overtly." Even if it were Zhao Xinghua, he would still carry on with his duties after venting his grievances. Hou Yuan stood and approached the window, watching as the Volkswagen drove out of the gate. He remarked, "I currently lack the standing to confront him. How could I dare to be disobedient?" Zhou Haoran offered some words of comfort to Hou Yuan before discussing Lu Guohua's summons. It turned out to be a matter concerning the Guilong Group, where the county was expected to provide an explanation. Lu Guohua intended to plead on their behalf under the name of the county committee and government, bringing Hou Yuan along. Zhou Haoran's mouth fell agape as he said, "It appears our secretary is quite brazen. Everyone knows his ties with the Guilong Group, and yet he boldly seeks their favor in the city?" Hou Yuan sneered slightly. "Perhaps he feels secure. It's possible the city leaders are backing him." Zhou Haoran was taken aback by how perceptively Hou Yuan analyzed the situation. Despite his relatively short tenure, he stated, he must have already prepared ample justification. "Shouldn't you go then?" "Indeed. I called you here to inform you to swiftly locate the personnel and promptly commence work in the park." Zhou Haoran retrieved a paper filled with names from his bag and handed it to Hou Yuan, saying, "I was just about to report this to you. Here is the list I drafted for your review." However, Hou Yuan dismissed it without even glancing, saying, "No need for me to look. Proceed according to your judgment. Later, pass this list to Li Wei. Instruct him to issue the necessary notifications and adjustments. Additionally, gather all personnel for a meeting tomorrow. I will support you." Zhou Haoran was astonished that Hou Yuan placed such trust in him, not even bothering to review the list and even offering to lend his support. Zhou Haoran undoubtedly comprehended the leader's intentions and promptly responded, "All right, I shall prepare shortly." He then inquired, "By the way, do you happen to know a person named Yin Ryu?" "How could I not?" came the reply. "In Jincheng, who is not aware of Yin Ryu? She is renowned as the icy beauty. One might say that her influence is on par with that of Lu Jinlong." Zhou Haoran remarked, "What is your interest in her?" "This woman was taken away alongside Lu Jinlong. After she was released on bail, she mysteriously vanished," Hou Yuan elucidated. "Vanished?" Zhou Haoran echoed. "Indeed. Initially, she was under bail supervision, yet she inexplicably disappeared right under the watchful eyes of the Public Security Bureau. I have a foreboding sense that something significant is about to transpire in Jincheng," Hou Yuan concluded before departing. As Zhou Haoran watched Hou Yuan exit the office, he pondered his words and quietly followed suit. Nevertheless, he felt assured that no matter the calamity, someone of stature would take the fall, protecting him from harm. Zhou Haoran had a vague recollection of the woman named Yin Ryu, for she was exceedingly famous. She served as the chief financial officer of the Guilong Group and was rumored to be Lu Guohua's mistress. They hailed from the same region, being fellow townsfolk. It was said that she had been following Lu Guohua without any formal acknowledgement since she was 18. As Lu Guohua's stature grew, she gradually receded from the public eye. However, when Lu Guohua summoned Lu Jinlong to establish the company, she took command of the financial affairs. Furthermore, it was rumored that while Lu Jinlong was the public face of the Guilong Group, the true authority lay with Yin Ryu. Whispers circulated that even Lu Jinlong's own expenditures required her approval, as she held the reins over the financial dealings of the entire organization. What consequences might arise from her disappearance? Zhou Haoran suddenly realized that her vanishing act bore significant implications. Was she perhaps attempting to rescue someone? Moreover, had Lu Guohua remained in contact with her? If one sought to instigate trouble within the Guilong Group, it would inevitably pass through Yin Ryu. No one possessed a deeper understanding of the various branches of Tianyu than she did, not even Lu Jinlong himself. Yin Ryu was known to be perpetually present at her workplace, practically residing there year-round. The personnel of the group were well aware that while Lu Jinlong could vanish for 10 days or more without disrupting operations, Yin Ryu's absence for even a day or two would spell chaos. What could possibly compel Yin Ryu to abandon Jincheng, particularly in the wake of Lu Jinlong's apprehension by the Economic Investigation Bureau? Zhou Haoran mused that Hou Yuan, being new and unconnected to Lu Jinlong, nonetheless urged him to pay attention to Yin Ryu's disappearance. What could this signify? Lu Jinlong's recent detention by the Economic Investigation officers was purportedly linked to a water conservancy project in Jinxing Township. A third-party company under the Guilong Group had undertaken the project, which had encountered issues, leading to the detainment of numerous individuals, including a deputy county chief and the deputy director of the Water Conservancy Bureau. Consequently, the Guilong Group would undoubtedly face scrutiny. Moreover, it is quite possible that certain issues have already come to light, which is why the head of the group was taken away. As for Yin Ryu, her ability to secure bail may stem from the lack of incriminating evidence against her for the time being. Zhou Haoran increasingly sensed the complexity of the matter, prompting him to return to his office, grab his laptop bag and car keys, and step outside. He took out his phone and dialed the number of a long uncontacted acquaintance. The call was directed to a squad leader at the Public Security Bureau, his former high school classmate, Go Fuguwei. Although they had not been in touch for quite some time, their bond remained untainted. In times of need, they would reach out and assist each other. As was the case with this friendship, Go Fuguwei, tall and slender, had often been the subject of ridicule due to his unique circumstances during their youth. However, Zhou Haoran was among the few who never mocked him and even played with him, although he too would affectionately call him by his nickname, Dogsy. Go Fuguwei had grown accustomed to his classmates' monikers and found a certain warmth in the name Dogsy. Upon receiving Zhou Haoran's call, he exclaimed, well, who is this? I can't believe you remembered to call me. Zhou Haoran replied, you dog. Am I not allowed to call you just because there's nothing going on? Go Fuguwei responded, I heard you've resigned and ventured into the business world, and I've also heard you unexpectedly rose to prominence. Come on, tell me how you pulled it off. Zhou Haoran retorted, enough of that. I need to talk to you about something. I know you wouldn't call me unless you had something on your mind. So, what is it? Go Fuguwei's straightforwardness was refreshing, yet Zhou Haoran simply stated, I just wanted to chat for a bit. I don't believe you. Let me guess. You're trying to pry into matters concerning Guilong Group? Go Fuguwei chuckled. Is it that many people are inquiring about this? Zhou Haoran asked with surprise. A few have asked me about it, but I haven't divulged any information. Some even look down on me as a squad leader and go straight to my superiors for answers, Go Fuguwei explained. Oh, I've heard that Yin Ryu has gone missing while on bail. Zhou Haoran inquired directly, not beating around the bush. Well, I can only tell you this, but keep it to yourself. According to her colleagues in charge of her custody, she seems to have left Jincheng without permission during her bail period. We currently have no idea how or where she went, Go Fuguwei said quietly, glancing around. How could she escape under police supervision? Is that your team's doing? Zhou Haoran pressed further. I don't know, but it's certainly plausible. After all, who in the county doesn't know about her relationship with Liu? Besides, she has money, Go Fuguwei remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. Do you think it's possible she didn't leave intentionally, but rather was just tired of being watched and wanted to get some fresh air? Zhou Haoran posed a question. Haoran, do you really think Lu Jinlong is still inside? How could she go missing at such a critical time without a problem? Go Fuguwei retorted. At this point, Zhou Haoran pondered and recognized the absurdity of his own suggestion. During such a pivotal moment, she must have had a deliberate purpose in leaving, likely to seek connections in the city or even the provincial capital. The two individuals agreed to meet for barbecue and beer when time permitted, and after a brief conversation, they ended the call. Following the call, Zhou Haoran busied himself with other work, while County Chief Po merely sought to gather information about the woman, Yin Ryu, without explicitly instructing an investigation. Therefore, there was no need for excessive concern. Meanwhile, after her disappearance, Yin Ryu did not retreat to the depths of the mountains but instead drove a vehicle that had long been prepared and was not registered in her name to the provincial city. Upon arrival, she first spent money to acquire a prepaid, anonymous SIM card and then retrieved a notebook from her backpack to make a call. Hello, I am Yin Ryu. I am currently facing difficulties and need to meet with you, she stated directly, revealing her identity and intentions without any superfluous words. All right, I understand. Let's South meet at Baichuan Park in 2 hours, responded a deep voice from a middle-aged man on the other end before he hung up. After ending the call, Yin Ryu swiftly drove towards Baichuan Park. Upon arrival, she surveyed her surroundings, feeling considerably relieved upon confirming the absence of surveillance cameras. Soon, Yin Ryu met with a middle-aged man wearing a suit and a white shirt, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, in a pavilion within the park. Secretary Ma, I have come regarding Lu Jinlong's matter. Given our previous respect for you, I sincerely hope you can assist. I am at my wit's end and have turned to you. Secretary Guowa from the city has intervened, and only your support can secure his safety, she implored. Placing a black backpack she had retrieved from her trunk at Secretary Ma's feet, Secretary Ma unzipped the bag and was greeted by a vivid red sight within, containing at least 50 bundles, a rare smile gracing his face. He zipped the bag closed, straightened his posture, adjusted his glasses, and replied, "I will mention Lu Jinlong's situation to Governor Sun and see about arranging medical parole. As for the subsequent matters, you will have to handle them yourselves." "Thank you, Secretary Ma." "Thank you, Leader." Yin Ryu expressed her gratitude with a deep bow. Shortly thereafter, Secretary Ma departed with the backpack, and Yin Ryu proceeded to her vehicle, making her way back to Jin City that very night. Along the way, she called Lu Guohua to inform him of Secretary Ma's willingness to assist. Indeed, after receiving payment, the efficiency of service was remarkable. That evening, Dogzi discreetly called Zhou Haoran to inform him that Yin Ryu had been located. He explained that she had been found at a beauty salon, and the earlier report of her disappearance was attributed to a police officer's sudden illness, causing them to lose track of her temporarily. Eventually, multiple officers inquired and discovered her at the beauty salon, where she was undergoing treatment. This explanation seemed quite plausible. However, Zhou Haoran remained skeptical about the absence of any underlying issues. As expected, the following day, Lu Jinlong was released once again, accompanied by Yin Ryu. It is said that during his detention and investigation, Lu Jinlong suffered from appendicitis, enduring excruciating pain. After multiple layers of requests, even provincial leaders became aware of the situation and instructed a more humane approach to law enforcement. Consequently, Lu Jinlong was once again granted medical parole. However, his personal freedom remained restricted. He could only reside in the special care ward of the county hospital. Once his health improved, he would have to return to assist with the investigation, and during his medical treatment, there were dedicated personnel stationed at the ward's entrance around the clock, refusing all visitors. Curiously, the higher authorities permitted Yin Ryu, the financial director of the Gue Long Group, to enter and exit the ward at will. Upon Lu Jinlong's release, it was evident that Lu Guohua breathed a sigh of relief. He noticeably became more ostentatious. In an unusual move, he even took people to conduct research on the Water Conservancy project in Jinxing Township. It remains uncertain whether he aimed to flaunt his power to certain individuals or deliberately provoke others, notably referring to the county mayor, Hou Yuan. The Water Conservancy project in Jinxing Township is considered the largest livelihood initiative developed during Zhao Xinghua's administration. This project pertains to the drinking water supply for the entire county, and its construction relates to cultural tourism, impacting the county's economy. Should this project be completed on schedule, it will undoubtedly stimulate the county's economic growth, representing a tangible achievement in governance. Lu Guohua's high-profile research visit clearly indicates his intent to vie for political accomplishments with Hou Yuan. Originally, this significant opportunity belonged to the former county mayor. But with the latter's downfall, Lu, as the county party secretary, could now rightfully compete with the newly appointed mayor for recognition. However, Hou Yuan remained indifferent to Lu Guohua's actions. He understood that Lu was attempting to assert his influence. Yet he also recognized that true political achievements cannot be demonstrated merely through superficial displays. What truly mattered to him was whether the Jinxing Township Water Conservancy project would genuinely benefit the local populace and promote the economic development of Jincheng. The afternoon following Lu Guohua's research visit, Hou Yuan summoned Zhou Haoran back from the industrial park and instructed Shen Shui to drive the two of them to the Water Conservancy project in Jinxing Township. Although both projects were left by the previous county mayor, Hou Yuan, as the newly appointed county mayor, could have easily disregarded them. Nevertheless, he understood that these two initiatives would provide significant advantages to the entire county, so he did not adopt the typical approach of ignoring past commitments. Leader, at this hour, it's likely to be dark by the time we reach Jinxing Township. The drive takes over 2 hours, Zhou Haoran explained from the passenger seat. It's fine. We'll take a look and return. I have time today, and I can also inquire about the project, Hou Yuan replied nonchalantly, insisting on the visit. As the vehicle traversed the rural roads, which were paved with cement but not asphalt, the winding path posed dangers for those unfamiliar with the terrain. When Shen Shui approached a scenic viewpoint along a winding mountain road, Hou Yuan instructed him to stop at the roadside. He wished to disembark. Until now, as county mayor, Hou Yuan had only heard reports about this area. This marked his first on-site investigation. Standing on the observation deck halfway up the mountain, one can behold the expansive Jingxing Reservoir below, alongside the various unfinished structures and scenic facilities that seem to languish in a state of neglect. County Chief Hou Yuan's gaze is profound, his brow furrowed. What should have been a picturesque scene is marred by the glaring eyesores of these incomplete edifices, resembling orphans forgotten by time, standing solitary and desolate upon this land. To his surprise, this vantage point reveals such beauty. Yet the presence of these uncompleted facilities undeniably dampens the spirit, Hou Yuan reflects. If the collapse incident had not occurred, the project would have been completed by October, attracting tourists by March or April of next year. Zhou Haoran explains to Hou Yuan, "Please share the initial planning details with me, so I may understand how to initiate this project anew." Hou Yuan turns to Zhou Haoran and inquires. The plan was to leverage the Jingxing Reservoir to develop the surrounding area into a comprehensive tourist attraction, encompassing cultural tourism, leisure picking, and agritourism, thereby stimulating the local agriculture and fostering economic development throughout the county. Zhou Haoran elaborates. Hou Yuan nods, stating, "I have reviewed the blueprints. The planning is thorough and scientifically sound. However, to transform it into a thriving tourist destination and witness the benefits will indeed take time. Yet I must acknowledge that this plan is quite forward-thinking. County Chief, allow me to express my admiration for you," Zhou Haoran remarks. Hou Yuan laughs heartily, replying, "I have just arrived. I have yet to accomplish anything worthy of your commendation." Zhou Haoran continues, "Your ability to maintain respect for your predecessor's work and to carry it forward under such circumstances is truly commendable." In truth, Zhou Haoran refrains from voicing his complete thoughts, fearing they may be deemed too audacious, particularly the notion that those entrusted by the former leader are still entrusted with significant responsibilities. Zhou Haoran has yet to master the art of flattery, and his previous remark was already a stretch for him. Through their interactions, Hou Yuan has come to understand Zhou Haoran's character. He is not troubled by the unspoken compliments, recognizing Zhou Haoran's nature. "I cannot speak for others, but as county chief, I feel it is my duty to earnestly serve the people, to not disregard the mess left by my predecessor, for that would be a violation of my conscience," Hou Yuan asserts, his voice imbued with conviction. In this moment, Zhou Haoran is deeply moved, sensing that Hou Yuan is indeed different from other leaders. He perceives the profound affection Hou Yuan holds for the populace. After conversing for a while, Zhou Haoran instructs Shun Shuai to drive them down the mountain. Upon arrival, Zhou Haoran states, "County Chief, ahead lies the Jingxing Scenic Area, which the locals affectionately refer to as the Little Reservoir, named for the small reservoir formed by the continuous release of water from the upstream reservoir. It is also the site where the collapse incident occurred." As dusk settled, Hou Yuan observed the site of the Jingxing Reservoir Dam, where the river water gently flowed from the reservoir into a smaller body of water. The original plan envisioned utilizing this smaller reservoir to construct a tourist attraction. However, as Jingxing Reservoir served as the county's primary source of drinking water, it was deemed unsuitable for such a venture. Instead, an innovative approach was proposed to develop aquatic facilities within this naturally formed secondary reservoir. Presently, the project had been ordered to cease by higher authorities, leaving only a few guards at the site. The dam glimmered with scattered lights, warning passers-by of potential dangers. To an uninformed outsider, it was difficult to fathom that this desolate construction site once harbored the grand ambitions of a county mayor. Regrettably, this mayor's aspirations ultimately led to his downfall. Noticing Hou Yuan lost in thought while gazing at the downstream reservoir, Zhou Haoran continued his explanation. "This is actually a comprehensive project, encompassing the continuation of the reservoir's construction, a drinking water initiative for nearby villagers, and various recreational activities in the scenic area. This endeavor not only aims to develop tourism but also considers the livelihoods of the surrounding populace." Hou Yuan listened in silence, his gaze fixed on the distant construction site. Zhou Haoran persisted. "At the project's inception, none of the county leaders or bureau chiefs supported it. However, during our research visits, we received overwhelming backing from the local residents. In the end, despite opposition, Mayor Zhao adamantly pursued this project, even establishing a one-man rule to expedite its initiation. I participated in the preliminary research, which not only minimized potential flood damage to downstream villages during the reservoir's flood season, but also stimulated related industries through tourism, benefiting the local community. Indeed, it was a promising project for Jincheng County, but tragically, it resulted in loss of life." Hou Yuan nodded, contemplating the immense courage, responsibility, and financial resources required to uphold a mayor's grand ambitions. He mused that his predecessor must have been a person of considerable resolve, igniting a strange desire within him to meet this individual. He noticed a shift in Zhou Haoran's tone. It was somber and reflective. devoid of the usual irreverence he was accustomed to. Zhou Haoran's gaze drifted into the distance as he remarked, "Mayor, I must speak candidly. I am not particularly interested in the high-tech zone. My true desire lies in working here. Nevertheless, since leadership has assigned me to that position, I shall fulfill my duties to the best of my abilities." Oh? Hou Yuan redirected his attention, surprised by Zhou Haoran's statement, uncertain of its motivation. In the night, Zhou Haoran's expression remained largely unchanged as he calmly continued. "This place not only embodies Mayor Zhao's aspirations, but also harbors my personal interests. As my family resides in the village downstream of the reservoir, throughout my life, we have not reaped the benefits of the reservoir. Instead, disputes over water have led to conflict. I recall an incident from my childhood when two villages clashed during the summer over water usage. When County Chief Zhao initially insisted on launching this project, I was the first to stand behind him in support, wholeheartedly assisting him in research visits and data collection." Hou Yuan was somewhat taken aback. He was aware that Zhou Haoran hailed from Jincheng's rural area, and he was surprised to discover that it was indeed in Jinxing Township. Zhou Haoran continued, "You have no idea how challenging it was to initiate this project. At that time, in order to obtain the necessary approvals and funding, I lost count of how many times I accompanied County Chief Zhao to the city and province, toasting and flattering those in power. Not to mention, even a minor official from the provincial department could make things difficult for County Chief Zhao, compelling him to humble himself and offer a drink. As for me, a mere secretary, my pride was put to the test. You know my arrogance, yet during that period, I had to set it aside to appease others. Despite this, I did not feel wronged. I believed I was sacrificing my own dignity for the sake of my hometown. Moreover, it wasn't just the higher-ups creating obstacles. Some of our own were doing the same. Nevertheless, County Chief Zhao and I persevered, gradually overcoming numerous hardships to launch the project. To my dismay, just under 6 months after its commencement, an issue arose. Zhou Haoran spoke passionately, and from his tone, Hou Yuan could discern the difficulties he and County Chief Zhao faced, as well as the efforts invested in getting the project off the ground. "Tell me, why would an official who cares for the people accept bribes?" Hou Yuan suddenly inquired after listening to Zhou Haoran. To be honest, after following him for so long, I never believed he would engage in corruption. However, he has yet to re-emerge or contact me. I don't even know his whereabouts, nor can I ascertain whether he accepted bribes. I have always believed that officials who genuinely work for the people are good officials. It's a pity. Hou Yuan perceived Zhou Haoran's underlying message and smiled, saying, "No worries, there's still you and me." Zhou Haoran replied, "I am nothing special, nor so noble. When you eventually leave Jincheng, I will resign." "Why?" Zhou Haoran smiled, but did not respond. Hou Yuan chose not to pursue the topic, knowing that the future is unpredictable. He shifted the conversation, asking, "What did you mean when you said some of your own were creating obstacles?" "There are obstacles everywhere, from top to bottom," Zhou Haoran stated. "To put it simply, you are aware of the Guilong group, the one you accompanied Secretary Liu to the city to advocate for. The actual person in control is Secretary Liu. Lu Jinlong is his cousin, and Yin Ruyu is his mistress. When the project first commenced and bids were to be submitted, 3 qualified companies entered the bidding process. Eventually, Lu Guohua employed some underhanded tactics to ensure that a construction company under Guilong Group secured the contract. By the time County Chief Zhao learned of this, it was already too late, as the construction team had begun work." Zhou Haoran elaborated. "Later, while I was at the construction site, I witnessed several instances of the work crew cutting corners. Consequently, I reported this to the county chief. Subsequently, the chief convened a meeting and publicly reprimanded Lu Jinlong in a rather scathing manner. Later, Lu Guohua became aware of this incident and perceived my actions as intentional sabotage. He did not hesitate to create difficulties for me, either in private or in the presence of County Chief Zhao, on more than one occasion. On one occasion, during a meal with city leaders, he accused me of bullying due to my connections. Fueled by a few drinks, I retorted sharply and then stormed out in indignation. From that point onward, he ceased to create public obstacles for me. However, he continued to disparage me privately, claiming that I possessed a rebellious spirit, which contributed to his disdain for me. Zhou Haoran elaborated on this matter intermittently. "So, do you possess a rebellious spirit?" Hou Yuan inquired, gazing at Zhou Haoran. Zhou Haoran offered a wry smile, shaking his head as he replied, "Indeed, I do have a rebellious spirit, but not in a political sense. I prefer to be direct and cannot abide those who are duplicitous or who play both sides, as it pertains to character. County Chief Xinghua has reprimanded me on numerous occasions, There was one instance when he berated me so severely that I could not lift my head for several days. Do share more. Ho Yuan expressed his curiosity. Zhou Haoran bashfully scratched his head and recounted. This occurred at the beginning of the year when the county was to hold an executive meeting that necessitated the compilation of certain materials by the secretary's office. I had previously instructed them on the formatting and binding, yet when the materials were produced, I found numerous errors and specifications that were not followed. I took the documents to the secretary's office and slammed them on the table, demanding that the head of the office rewrite and rebind them. And then, Ho Yuan's curiosity deepened. After they revised the documents, they printed another copy for my review. Upon examination, I found it still lacking and threw it back on the table, insisting they make further corrections. I was rather anxious at the time, as the meeting was imminent, less than 10 minutes away, and the materials needed to be printed and arranged at the leaders' seats. Consequently, my tone was somewhat sharp, and the young woman responsible for the documents mistakenly assumed I was venting my frustration at her, which led her to tears. "Oh, you certainly have quite the temper," Ho Yuan remarked with intrigue. "It is true that I have a temper, yet I would not direct it towards a young girl. I was simply anxious," and my voice was raised a bit. However, the urgency of the materials was paramount, and I had already explained the necessary changes to her twice. Even someone lacking in intelligence should have been able to rectify the issues, yet it required 3 attempts before it was finally done, and the process was exceedingly slow. Who would have thought that such a trivial matter would lead to me being reported for causing trouble for the county chief? What does that have to do with the county chief? What trouble have you caused him? Ho Yuan asked. That young woman happens to be the niece of Minister Zhang from the publicity department. Her position in the government office was essentially a stepping stone, intended to facilitate her advancement in the future. One evening, while I was reporting on my work in the office of County Chief Zhao, his landline rang. It was Minister Zhang calling. She berated me over the phone, saying that as the deputy director of the government office, I had made a young girl cry, accusing me of being excessively arrogant and dismissive. Zhou Haoran explained, and then Ho Yuan continued to inquire. After the county chief hung up, he glared at me and demanded to know what had transpired. I recounted the entire incident to him. Upon hearing my account, his anger surged. He slammed the pen he held onto the table and pointed an accusatory finger at me, exclaiming, "Zhou Haoran, you have gone too far. Who do you think you are? Is there anyone in this office who lacks connections? Yet, who behaves as arrogantly as you do? Even if you have no connections, you will ultimately ruin yourself. Just because I tolerate you does not mean others will. No matter how formidable you believe yourself to be, you cannot reduce someone to tears. Even if her work was subpar, you could have addressed it more constructively. By creating such a rift with those around you, you are merely inviting trouble for me. Do you understand? With your manner of dealing with people, how can I trust you with the office?" That day, he reprimanded me harshly. Since then, I have tempered my demeanor significantly. I took the initiative to apologize to Xiaoyu, but within a few days, she was transferred. It was during that incident that I began to recognize, to some extent, the flaws in my character. At this point, Zhou Haoran lowered his head and kicked a pebble away. Ho Yuan burst into laughter, placing his hands on his hips as he regarded Zhou Haoran. "Zhou Haoran, you are not as terrible as you perceive yourself. Although your personality may be somewhat blunt, I find it quite admirable. Not only do I appreciate it, but there is someone who admires you even more." "Who?" Ho Yuan paused, realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much. "Is it Professor Tian?" Zhou Haoran interjected. Oh, haha." Ho Yuan chuckled, attempting to cover up his slip. He did not wish to delve further. For the person who admired Zhou Haoran even more was Gong Ping, who had confined him to a small darkroom. Zhou Haoran remarked, "Professor Tian does not exactly admire me. Rather, she merely tolerates me. She has told me on more than one occasion, 'Zhou Haoran, your temperament is ill-suited for politics. You speak directly, without any circumlocution. You express your disdain for people and matters openly, which is a grave misstep in the political arena. While such a character may find some acceptance in academia, where honesty prevails, in politics, you are likely to encounter significant setbacks. This is one of the reasons for my resignation." Zhou Haoran glanced at Ho Yuan and said, "Haha, I digressed. Let us return to the current project. How many years do you anticipate it will take for this scenic area, along with all its supporting facilities, to achieve its expected goals?" Zhou Haoran understood Ho Yuan's concerns and replied, "This was indeed the focal point of the initial debate between the secretary and the county chief. I believe that within 3 years, this place will begin to yield benefits, provided that the promotion is executed effectively." Ho Yuan surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "This location is so remote, and the roads are winding mountain paths. Do you truly believe that benefits can be realized in such a short time frame? Certainly. Here lies a vast expanse of pristine birch forest, accompanied by crystal-clear streams, captivating scenery throughout the seasons. Imagine, if we were to construct meandering walking paths within this birch grove, adorned with charming resting pavilions, allowing visitors to bask in the beauty of nature while also experiencing moments of tranquility and comfort. If we further develop accommodations like homestays and recreational facilities, the prospect of seeing benefits within 3 years is not mere fantasy. I firmly believe that in the near future, this place will undoubtedly transform into a beloved tourist destination. Zhou Haoran spoke with enthusiasm, as if envisioning tourists flocking here to revel in the experience. Moreover, we could host events such as the Birch Forest Music Festival and Folk Customs Festivals to enrich visitors' travel experiences, enhancing the prominence and influence of the scenic area. Zhou Haoran thoughtfully added. Ho Yuan nodded in agreement, stating, "That makes sense, but is this road safe during the rainy season? Most tourists nowadays travel by private car." "Is there a risk of landslides?" Zhou Haoran replied. "Significant landslides have yet to occur, but minor landslips are not uncommon. When this road was first widened, there was a major landslide incident. Despite annual reinforcements, the soil and rocky terrain here are prone to such occurrences." Ho Yuan remarked, "We must consider all potential issues. Aside from landslides, even a falling rock damaging a tourist vehicle would be unfortunate. Indeed, this matter warrants careful consideration. By the way, leader, during your last visit to the provincial capital, did you not dine with officials from the transportation and finance departments? Perhaps you could secure some funding to improve this road?" Zhou Haoran seemed to recall something and turned to Ho Yuan. "Yes, I did manage to secure some funding for the county during my last visit. But that was earmarked for specific projects. I shall look into it. If necessary, we can redefine our plans to prioritize this section of the road. And I may have to swallow my pride to request additional funds for other areas later." "Thank you, leader. The prospect of improving this road would greatly benefit the local villagers." Zhou Haoran expressed his joy. That evening, the sky was resplendent, filled with countless stars reflecting upon the shimmering surface of the water, evoking a celestial ambience. Ho Yuan remarked, "The nights in the mountains are delightful, with twinkling stars and a gentle breeze. If we were in the city, it would surely be unbearably hot." Zhou Haoran glanced at his watch. It was already past 6, nearing 7, and the county chief had yet to dine. Realizing it was too late to return to the city for dinner, he quickly took out his phone to call his sister, Zhou Haoran, asking her to prepare dinner, including a stew of the home-raised chickens and a few rustic dishes. Upon receiving the call, his sister assured him that arrangements had already been made, and they were simply waiting for their return to eat. Zhou Haoran then realized it was Shun Shuai who had contacted his sister. Within the offices, their collaboration was most harmonious, as they had previously been the most capable aides to Zhao Xinghua. Zhou Haoran's family resided in a village called Chengxin, downstream from the Jingxing Reservoir, and Shun Shuai arrived in less than 5 minutes. Hearing the sound of the car, Zhou Haoran's sister, donned in an apron and wielding a cooking spoon, hurried outside. "Take it easy, sister. Why are you just standing there with a spoon?" Upon exiting the car, Zhou Haoran observed his sister, Zhou Xinran, who had hurried to open the door for their guest, now at a loss with the utensil in hand. Zhou Xinran was a modest rural woman. Had it not been for their mother's recent affairs, the highest-ranking official she had encountered in her life would likely have been the village head. "I heard from Xiao Shun that the leader would be dining at our home, so I thought I would greet him," Zhou Xinran explained, discreetly concealing the spoon behind her. "You must be Haoran's sister. I believe we met last time. I apologize for the inconvenience of coming over for a meal." Ho Yuan spoke kindly to Zhou Xinran. Leader, I sincerely apologize for my demeanor during our last meeting at the government office," Zhou Xinran replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Not at all. I appreciate your authenticity. Moreover, I should apologize as well for not being attentive enough to my subordinates. I was unaware of the circumstances concerning the elderly lady at that time." Rather than reprimanding Zhou Xinran, Ho Yuan offered an apology. "Sister, how many dishes do we have left?" "I'm quite hungry," Zhou Haoran interjected, concerned that the conversation might lead to an awkward moment between the county chief and his sister. "We have a small chicken stew with mushrooms, eggplant with fish, spicy tofu with green peppers, stir-fried meat slices, and 2 cold dishes, cucumber noodles, and a bountiful harvest salad. All of it is locally sourced. The chicken was freshly slaughtered. The fish came from the village pond, and the vegetables are from our garden," Zhou Xinran explained, ostensibly to Haoran, but truly for Ho Yuan's benefit. as she was unsure if these homely dishes would please their esteemed guest. I've been looking forward to it. Honestly, it's been quite some time since I've enjoyed home-cooked meals. Today, I am fortunate to indulge in authentic home cuisine. Hou Yuan replied with a warm smile. As long as you don't mind, that's the beauty of rural life. We can source whatever we desire. Sister, please continue with the cooking while I show the leader around the house, Zhou Haoran said, leading Hou Yuan toward their yard. While Shen Shui parked the car and remained to assist Zhou Xinran. The place where Zhou Haoran's sister currently resided used to belong to their uncle. Zhou Haoran's home was next door. Their uncle, who had no children, had taken Zhou Xinran in after their father's passing, entrusting her to care for him in his old age. Zhou Xinran's husband was an orphan brought into the family. Now, following their mother's death, only Zhou Xinran and her husband remained. Although Zhou Haoran's home was in the countryside, it was exceptionally clean and tidy. The items inside were neatly arranged. The tables and chairs, though somewhat worn, were spotless. The house, though small, was fully furnished, featuring 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and an indoor bathroom, a rarity in rural areas. This bathroom had been renovated by Zhou Haoran upon returning from the provincial capital, providing convenience for his mother during the winter months. The eastern bedroom had belonged to their mother. Now, a photograph of their parents adorned the table within, serving as a poignant reminder of their presence. The bedroom on the west side belonged to Zhou Haoran, its walls adorned with an array of certificates celebrating his achievements since childhood. Some of these documents had begun to fade, yet his mother could not bring herself to remove them. Perhaps, by gazing upon these accolades, she felt a semblance of her son's presence. Hou Yuan meticulously examined every detail of the room, his heart unsettled. It was hard to fathom how such an ordinary rural family could nurture someone as exceptional as Zhou Haoran. Are you surprised? Zhou Haoran, who had been trailing behind, inquired. Indeed, I am somewhat astonished, but my astonishment lies in the fact that in such an environment, a talent as remarkable as yours has emerged. Hou Yuan openly expressed his admiration for Zhou Haoran. Zhou Haoran replied, Mayor, please don't mock me. I am 30 now, and I am so impoverished that I cannot even afford to marry. My meager salary barely covers my mother's medical expenses. I feel that the term bare walls aptly describes my situation. To be frank, after you leave, I might resign. A classmate from the provincial capital once visited my home and insisted that as a graduate student, I could easily earn a fortune with my expertise. Why limit myself to a small place like Jinsheng? Honestly, if it weren't for my mother, I wouldn't return to Jinsheng even at gunpoint. Hou Yuan turned to him and said, You mentioned you might resign after I leave? Zhou Haoran lowered his gaze and replied, Yes, I wish to escape poverty and marry. I feel quite guilty towards my mother. She passed away without ever having a daughter-in-law or holding a grandchild. Hou Yuan responded, There are many people in the bureaucracy. None of them have resigned or remained single. Your inability to marry is not solely due to poverty. It stems from your lofty aspirations in seeking a partner. Before Hou Yuan could elaborate further, he was interrupted by Zhou Xinran, who had come to summon the leadership for dinner. The meal was prepared and would grow cold if they delayed any longer, especially since Zhou Haoran's brother-in-law had gone to procure some wine. After dinner, Hou Yuan invited Shen Shui to accompany him back, while Zhou Haoran chose to stay home. The following morning, after bidding farewell to his sister, Zhou Haoran boarded a bus back to the county. Upon returning to his office in the industrial park, he barely settled into his seat when he received a call from Gozi. Hello, Haoran, where are you now? I just returned to the county and am at the park. What's up? Zhou Haoran asked, puzzled. All right, just wait for me there. I'll drive over shortly. There are matters that are not suitable to discuss over the phone, Gozi concluded before hanging up. Zhou Haoran was left even more perplexed by Gozi's insistence on a face-to-face conversation. What could possibly be too sensitive to discuss over the phone? Nevertheless, he knew that Gozi was not a reckless individual, so he made himself a cup of hot water and awaited his arrival. Soon, Gozi rushed in, having mistakenly entered the wrong office and asking several people before locating Zhou Haoran. Take your time. What could possibly be so urgent that it must be discussed in person? Zhou Haoran remarked, handing him a cup of warm water. Gozi gulped down the drink. Go Fuchi first took a large gulp of water, then walked to the door and peered outside. Seeing no one, he firmly closed the door and locked it from the inside before returning to his seat. Lu Jinlong had been apprehended again. What? Really? How could that be? Zhou Haoran thought he had misheard. Lu Jinlong had been at the county hospital. How could he be captured? When did this happen? Just now. This time, the provincial department sent someone down directly to make the arrest, bypassing the city entirely. Yin Ruyu was also taken away, and our county bureau was completely unaware until after the arrests were made. Zhou Haoran was indeed astonished. What had Lu Jinlong done to warrant such a tumultuous series of arrests? He hurriedly inquired, "What exactly is going on?" "It's related to a car accident." "A car accident?" Go Fuchi leaned closer to Zhou Haoran and whispered, "Lu Guohua's son crashed and killed someone last night in the provincial capital." Zhou Haoran became increasingly perplexed. How did this involve Lu Guohua? Furthermore, why was Lu Jinlong being apprehended for his son's accident? Lu Guohua's son, Lu Chao, drove a Porsche registered in his name. As a student, where did he acquire such wealth to purchase a Porsche? Even if Lu Guohua and his wife, Li Wan, were both employed, their modest salaries would not suffice for such an extravagant vehicle. Noticing Zhou Haoran's confusion, Go Fuchi quietly elaborated. Think about the connection between Lu Guohua and Lu Jinlong. Lu Chao, eager to impress his classmates, transferred the car into his own name, while the funds for the purchase were directly withdrawn from the account of Guolong Group. Zhou Haoran wanted to press for more details, but his phone rang. It was a call from Ho Yuan. He quickly gestured for Go Zi to remain silent and answered the call. "Haoran, where are you? Come to my office immediately." Without waiting for Zhou Haoran to respond, Ho Yuan hung up. "Go Zi, do you have a car? Take me to the government office. The county head is looking for me. Tell me more about what happened on the way." Zhou Haoran instructed Go Zi. On the road, Go Zi recounted the details he had learned. Lu Chao often flaunted brand-name clothing and watches at school, which caught the attention of a money-minded girl. One day, the girl witnessed Lu Chao retrieving money from his family's safe and was astonished, leading her to inquire about the source of such wealth. Suspecting that Lu Chao's father must hold a significant position, caught up in infatuation, Lu Chao naively divulged that his father was the county party secretary and that his uncle, Lu Jinlong, had been amassing wealth for the family in the county. To my surprise, this woman recorded her conversation with Lu Chao on her phone, cunningly capturing every word spoken. Eventually, Lu Chao grew weary of her and decided to sever ties. However, the woman retaliated fiercely. She duplicated the recordings and enlisted 2 thugs to threaten and extort Lu Chao. Initially, the thugs resorted to petty harassment, demanding sums of 10 to 18,000 each time. Yet, Lu Chao's complacency only fueled their greed, leading them to audaciously ask for amounts ranging from 100 to 800,000, nearly every half-month. Yesterday, while driving, Lu Chao encountered one of the thugs who had previously extorted him. Overwhelmed by the harassment, he lost control and, in a fit of rage, fatally struck the thug with his vehicle. Following the accident, Lu Chao contemplated fleeing but was soon surrounded by a crowd, and before he could contact Lu Guohua, his phone was knocked from his hand and broken in the chaos. The police arrived promptly, taking him into custody along with several witnesses. Lu Chao initially believed that revealing his identity as the son of the county party secretary would expedite his release. To his dismay, he faced a thorough and impartial interrogation at the provincial police department, where he soon confessed. Just when he thought the ordeal would conclude with his legal repercussions for the accident, another thug, fearful of the consequences for his deceased accomplice, surrendered to the police, bringing forth the incriminating recordings. It wasn't until this morning that Lu Guohua's wife, Li Wan, learned of their son's arrest when the police arrived at their residence with a warrant. During their search of Lu Chao's safe in the provincial capital, they discovered a substantial amount of cash along with financial records from the Guolong Group, which would also implicate Lu Jinlong and Yin Ruyu, who were currently out on bail. Upon grasping the full scope of the situation, Zhou Haoran exhaled deeply. He was astonished to find that despite Lu Guohua's modest lifestyle, the ostentatious behavior of his son had ultimately exposed their family. The old adage, "A loving mother often spoils her son," proved to be tragically accurate. Soon, the situation escalated. Li Wan was taken for questioning, followed by others closely associated with Lu Guohua. Meanwhile, the county party secretary, Lu Guohua, remained unscathed, though not due to a lack of wrongdoing, but rather the absence of concrete evidence against him. His son and wife, though not particularly astute, would not directly implicate him. They were relying on Lu Guohua's connections and influence to secure their release. Nevertheless, Lu Guohua understood the gravity of the situation and recognized that it would be unwise for him to continue overseeing county affairs. Consequently, he proactively requested to step back and temporarily vacated his position as county party secretary, with the hope of returning once the investigation concluded. Soon, the higher authorities convened a brief meeting and approved Lu Guohua's application. A county cannot remain without a secretary for long, so they appointed the county mayor, Ho Yuan, who also served as the deputy secretary of the county committee, to temporarily oversee the county's affairs until a new secretary was determined. Lu Guohua, now idling at home, did not rest easy. He sought connections far and wide, visiting nearly every leader in the city. He did not spare his staunch supporters, such as the deputy mayor and the mayor himself, and even reached out to other deputy mayors and ministers. However, no matter how influential the city administration might be, it could not directly intervene at the provincial level. The gravity of his situation was undeniable. His son had carelessly hit and killed someone in the street. An act of sheer arrogance. Anyone who dared to assist him now would be courting danger. During this period, which leader would willingly engage with Lu Guohua, knowing he would seek reasons to evade him? As a long-standing county committee secretary, Lu Guohua was no fool. He understood the intricacies of this world. In his desperation, he was merely grasping at straws, yearning for a glimmer of hope. Yet, despite visiting so many, none offered him assistance. While Lu Guohua was tirelessly seeking connections in the city and province, the investigative task force probing the corruption case in Jincheng stealthily returned. They were troubled by their lack of substantial evidence against Zhou Xinghua, who proved to be exceedingly resilient. Remarkably, he had yet to confess to his crimes, leaving them to wonder whether he was genuinely innocent or simply obstinate. This time, the task force obtained a recording from the Provincial Public Security Bureau and initiated their investigation from there. Following the trail of Lu Chao's financial dealings led them to the Guilong Group, and they continued to delve deeper along that line. What set this investigation apart from the one involving Zhou Xinghua was the task force's elusive nature. They appeared and vanished without a trace. The officials in Jincheng were unaware of their specific accommodations or their activities. Another notable difference was that, at this point, no officials from Jincheng had been taken in for questioning. It was only known that personnel from the Guilong Group were frequently summoned for inquiries, conducted in various unpredictable locations, sometimes in vehicles, at restaurants, and at irregular times. At this moment, the political atmosphere in Jincheng was eerily calm, seemingly involving no one beyond Lu Guohua and his wife. Even those from the Guilong Group who had been questioned returned without incident. With newfound free time, Lu Guohua, who had previously neglected exercise, began jogging at the sports field and even engaged in conversations with those around him. The tense atmosphere hovering over Jincheng somewhat eased. The task force's investigation continued, with only they aware of how many had been questioned and the leads uncovered. However, those under investigation had well-connected friends and colleagues within the Guilong Group, so news of the task force's extensive inquiries in Jincheng spread rapidly. Those innocent individuals, upon hearing the news, merely chuckled, utterly indifferent to the investigations conducted by the special task force, confident that they would remain untouched. They were unconcerned by any inquiries. Even if a multitude were apprehended, it bore no consequence to them. However, those who were closely associated with Lu Guohua, or those harboring guilt within themselves, were acutely aware of the ongoing investigations, and a palpable sense of anxiety swept through the political arena of Jincheng. Zhou Haoran had also caught wind of certain rumors, yet he remained unfazed. Having endured a week in a small, dark room, he had already conveyed all that was necessary. With a clear conscience, he felt no trepidation and continued with his affairs, disregarding the task force's scrutiny. One day, while he was in his office revising an investment proposal, he received a call from Hou Yuan, who requested his presence at a particular location, dispatching a vehicle to fetch Zhou Haoran. Upon arriving at the door, he was met by a soldier in a military vehicle who awaited his arrival. After confirming that this soldier was sent by Hou Yuan, Zhou Haoran climbed aboard. Perplexed by the choice of transportation, Zhou Haoran pondered why Hou Yuan had deemed it necessary to send a military vehicle. The journey swiftly took them out of the city and into the countryside, veering onto a narrow dirt road through the woods, a path unknown even to Zhou Haoran. A local. "Comrade, where are we headed?" He could not suppress his curiosity and inquired. The two soldiers in the vehicle, one driving and the other accompanying him, remained stoic, with the latter responding, "We are only executing orders. Further information is not available." Zhou Haoran attempted to pose more questions, but regardless of his inquiries, the soldiers remained silent. Contemplating an escape, he hesitated, realizing he had been sent for by Hou Yuan, and reluctantly abandoned the thought. Fortunately, it was a military vehicle, a jeep at that. Otherwise, he feared the bumpy ride along the dirt road might have made him ill. After nearly 2 hours traversing the dense forest paths, they finally arrived at their destination. Zhou Haoran was certain that even if they released him and allowed him to drive, he would be utterly lost. His next encounter with Gong Ping took place within a military district on the outskirts of Jincheng. As he disembarked, he spotted Gong Ping, clad in a white shirt and black trousers, conversing over tea with a military officer adorned with a single star on his uniform at a nearby table. Seeing Gong Ping took Zhou Haoran by surprise. He had not anticipated meeting him here. Instinctively, he considered retreating, but two soldiers materialized behind him, blocking his escape route. A sense of fear crept into him as he contemplated the gravity of his situation. Had he committed some grave offense to warrant being brought here? Especially with Hou Yuan nowhere to be found? At that moment, he heard Hou Yuan's voice from behind. "Haoran, why are you trying to run? I summoned you here." Hou Yuan emerged from a nearby building, standing beside Zhou Haoran to provide clarification. Meanwhile, Gong Ping continued his conversation with the military officer, seemingly oblivious to Zhou Haoran's unease. Glancing between Gong Ping and Hou Yuan, Zhou Haoran stammered, "County head, What? What is happening?" Hou Yuan smiled and approached, asking, "What is wrong with you? Why did you grab me?" Gong Ping could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Zhou Haoran, I never imagined you possessed such little courage. Where's that arrogance from last time?" Zhou Haoran gazed at him, fully aware in his heart of whether he had acted unlawfully. He was instinctively probing for the true purpose behind this summons. He glanced at Gong Ping, then at Hou Yuan, and said, "County Chief Hou, if you have matters to discuss, they can be addressed in the county. Why bring me here? I'm beginning to feel psychologically scarred, after all." I was interrogated by him for a full 7 days and nights. Hou Yuan laughed heartily, stepped closer, and gave him a hearty slap on the back, saying, "Let me clarify, it's not me seeking you out. It's my former superior who wants to see you." Former superior? Gong Ping is Hou Yuan's former superior? Zhou Haoran's mind raced. His sister had mentioned that when she found the new county chief, he immediately called an old superior. Could this superior be Gong Ping? "Come, let us move to the adjacent room prepared by the military district. We need to converse inside." "I have questions for you," Gong Ping interjected, leading the way to the room. The three soon settled inside. Hou Yuan and Gong Ping sat opposite Zhou Haoran, who leaned against the wall in his chair. "Answer whatever Secretary Gong asks without concealment or fear. We harbor no ill intentions," Hou Yuan urged. "Didn't we already discuss everything at length last time?" "I shared all I had to say," Zhou Haoran retorted, somewhat resistant. "This time is different. Your cooperation is essential," Gong Ping asserted. "Do I dare refuse?" "Not complying would only lead to bright lights and sleepless nights," Zhou Haoran shot back, still brooding over the previous ordeal. "Secretary Gong seeks you for other inquiries," Hou Yuan clarified. Seeing Zhou Haoran's demeanor stabilize, he began, "Do you know Yan Ruyu from the Guilong group? How much interaction did Zhao Xinghua have with her?" "I know her," Zhou Haoran replied candidly. "Are you acquainted with her assistant, Shen Qian?" Gong Ping continued. "Which Shen Qian are you referring to?" "I know a Shen Qian who is somewhat related to County Chief Zhao. She seems to be a distant relative," Zhou Haoran responded. "Is the Shen Qian you know a university student who worked at Guilong group? Where is she now?" Gong Ping pressed on. Zhou Haoran found it odd that Gong Ping was suddenly inquiring about this woman, yet he indeed recognized her. He had once sought assistance to secure her a position at Guilong group. "I'm not sure. I only met her once when I helped her find a job, and we lost contact afterward. However, I heard she resigned around the time Zhao County Chief was taken away," Zhou Haoran explained. Once, Zhao Xinghua had called Zhou Haoran, requesting he assist this distant relative in finding a job, insisting that Zhou Haoran should not reveal their connection, as he wished to avoid anyone knowing he was using his position to aid a relative. Thus, Zhou Haoran, fearing that his involvement might evoke associations with Zhao Xinghua, sought the assistance of Go Fugui. It was later revealed that Go Fugui had merely treated a human resources supervisor from the Guilong group to a meal, after which Shen Qian was assigned to the finance department of the Guilong group. Subsequently, during Zhao Xinghua's investigation, Shen Qian mysteriously vanished, leaving behind a resignation letter for Yan Ruyu, stating her intention to return home to care for her parents, never to be seen again. In light of this, Go Fugui inquired about Zhou Haoran, who, unable to reach Zhao Xinghua, chose to disregard the matter. "We confiscated all financial computers from the Guilong group, yet astonishingly, no useful clues were uncovered within them. However, based on the information we obtained from Lu Chao, it was evident that the Guilong group possessed 2 sets of ledgers. When we interrogated Yan Ruyu, she claimed that Shen Qian had stolen them, prompting us to summon you upon discovering your connection with Shen Qian." Gong Ping explained to Zhou Haoran. "Why would Shen Qian steal the accounts?" Zhou Haoran inquired, puzzled. "We too are curious." and we remain uncertain whether Yin Ruyu is lying to divert our resources to investigate others or if the accounts were truly stolen. Moreover, we cannot fathom why Shen Qian would take the ledgers. After all, she was previously Yin Ruyu's assistant, frequently handling financial matters for her. Thus, we suspect that even if she did not take the ledgers, she must be familiar with how Yin Ruyu typically managed the accounts, which is why we wish to locate her for questioning, Gong Ping added. So this is the reason for his summoning. Zhou Haoran sighed in relief and pondered. I genuinely do not know her whereabouts. However, I do have a question. How could a mere finance staff member ascend to the role of Yin Ruyu's assistant in such a short span? I recall that I had a hand in her recruitment, and surely, Yin Ruyu would not place such trust in a newcomer. Could it be that she approached Yin Ruyu with ulterior motives? Ho Yuan remarked, Indeed, we have entertained similar thoughts. We have been striving to find a breakthrough with Yin Ruyu, but she remains uncooperative, as obstinate as you. You little rascal, Gong Ping jested. Zhou Haoran felt a tinge of embarrassment and lowered his gaze. By the way, Haoran, don't you have a knack for computers? Perhaps you could assist in locating where the documents might be concealed? Ho Yuan suddenly suggested. Zhou Haoran waved his hand dismissively, stating, under Secretary Gong's command. What sort of talent is lacking? They have likely searched the computers thoroughly. My presence would be of little consequence. The ledgers probably do not reside within the computers. Gong Ping concurred. Indeed, based on our past experiences, individuals like Yin Ruyu invariably keep a backup. They fear the day they might be scapegoated. Hence, they maintain a private ledger containing sensitive accounts that must remain undisclosed to outsiders. Zhou Haoran understood very well that uncovering Yin Ruyu's legitimate accounts could potentially topple Lu Guohua. I also wish to assist, but I truly lack knowledge of Shen Qian's whereabouts. By the way, could you perhaps inquire with County Chief Zhao? Zhou Haoran suddenly recalled and remarked. Indeed, I shall make the necessary arrangements at once. Gong Ping replied before departing. He subsequently retrieved a military district satellite phone and made a call. After concluding the conversation, Gong Ping returned to continue deliberating with Zhou Haoran regarding the potential hiding places of Yin Ruyu's accounts. Approximately 10 minutes later, a staff member entered, bent down, and whispered a few words into Gong Ping's ear before exiting. Ho Yuan glanced at Gong Ping and inquired, Has there been any news from Zhao Xinghua? Gong Ping nodded, turning his gaze towards Zhou Haoran, and stated, The report from the province indicates that Zhao Xinghua's testimony aligns perfectly with yours. The only distinction being that he and Shen Qian are not relatives, merely fellow townsfolk. It was Shen Qian who voluntarily requested to return to Jincheng to assist him. Zhou Haoran appeared slightly taken aback. Zhou Haoran found it perplexing why Zhao Xinghua would deceive him, as he would have offered assistance even had the truth been revealed. Shen Qian's family originally hailed from Jincheng. Her father was involved in real estate and was quite influential in the city. However, the situation took a turn when the Guilong Group, or rather Lu Guohua, leveraged connections within the bank to sever the financial lifeline of Shen Qian's family company, subsequently acquiring much of the Shen family's property at a fraction of its worth. Tragically, Shen Qian's parents were coerced by the Guilong Group into a tragic end, while Shen Qian herself narrowly escaped due to her studies abroad. Upon returning to China, Shen Qian discreetly uncovered the entire truth and learned of the discord between Zhao Xinghua and Lu Guohua. Consequently, she approached Zhao Xinghua, proposing an alliance to gather incriminating evidence against Lu Guohua and the Guilong Group for their illicit activities, intent on imprisoning those responsible for her parents' demise. This led to the subsequent arrangement for Zhou Haoran to assist her in finding employment. Gong Ping relayed the inquiry results from Zhao Xinghua in the provincial capital to Zhou Haoran and his companion. It was then that Zhou Haoran experienced a moment of clarity. Zhao Xinghua was not willfully deceiving him, but rather there were deeper circumstances at play. Then why did she resign? Was she discovered by Yin Ruyu? Zhou Haoran inquired. Although Shen Qian had gathered evidence of the Guilong Group's tax evasion, it bore little connection to Lu Guohua, rendering it insufficient to bring him down. To avoid tipping off the perpetrators, Zhao Xinghua refrained from utilizing that evidence. As for Shen Qian's whereabouts, Zhao Xinghua expressed ignorance, suggesting that perhaps Shen Qian had sensed danger from Yin Ruyu and fled in fear of reprisal. What does County Chief Shen seek from the Guilong Group? Ho Yuan asked. Above all, he desires evidence of Lu Guohua's bribery, Gong Ping explained. Zhou Haoran observed the furrowed brow of Gong Ping, recognizing that this was also a matter of importance to him. Zhou Haoran, would you like to see your former superior? Gong Ping suddenly inquired. Wasn't he taken away for questioning? Is he being interrogated here? Zhou Haoran responded, intrigued yet cautious. He had always been skeptical of any wrongdoing by Zhao Xinghua, so the opportunity to see his former leader piqued his interest. With a smile, Gong Ping rose and said, "Follow me." Zhou Haoran and Hou Yuan trailed behind Gong Ping to an adjacent room, which housed several computers and a couple of large monitors. Zhou Haoran quickly realized that their previous actions had transpired under the watchful eyes of the staff. He had unwittingly been subjected to an indirect interrogation. Gong Ping approached one of the computers, stating, "Let's see what Zhao Xinghua had to say earlier." The staff promptly retrieved the video. Zhou Haoran fixated on the computer screen, initially anticipating a face-to-face encounter with Zhao Xinghua, only to find it was merely a video. Yet, this was still a valuable opportunity. On the screen, Zhao Xinghua sat in a specially designed chair, appearing somewhat fatigued, clad in a loose short-sleeved shirt. The walls behind him were adorned with soft coverings, and the room was brightly lit. Recognizing the familiar decor, Zhou Haoran understood that his former leader was indeed still in the Commission's dedicated interrogation facility. The dialogue between the disciplinary committee staff and Zhao Xinghua resonated through the computer screen, mirroring the explanations provided earlier by Gong Ping and himself. Observing Zhao Xinghua's haggard appearance, Zhou Haoran was inevitably reminded of their shared experiences while working in Jincheng, recalling Zhao Xinghua's concern for him, their late-night work sessions together, and the myriad of memories accumulated over more than 4 years of mutual support. The recollections of Zhao Xinghua's kindness brought a sting to his eyes, prompting him to blink vigorously and turn away, wishing to exit the room. As he turned, he inadvertently caught sight of another computer screen displaying Yin Ruyu undergoing interrogation. This sight halted his steps, compelling him to pivot back and scrutinize the surveillance footage. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. He recalled an incident during Zhao Xinghua's visit to Guilong Group for research, specifically an event that transpired during a dinner arranged by the company. At that dinner, Lu Jinlong and Yin Ruyu accompanied the guests, while Zhou Haoran was by Zhao Xinghua's side. As the evening progressed and the drinks flowed, Zhou Haoran excused himself to the restroom. Upon returning and washing his hands, he accidentally knocked Yin Ruyu's glasses to the ground while she was also in the restroom. Washing her face, amidst his apologies and efforts to retrieve the fallen glasses, he noticed Yin Ryu hurriedly bending down to pick them up, seemingly anxious about others discovering any secret associated with her eyewear. The frames had snapped, and although Zhou Haoran offered to replace them, Yin Ryu insisted she had a spare. Yet, the following day, she appeared wearing the broken glasses, albeit with the temples hastily secured with tape. It was not until several days later that she finally donned a new pair identical to the previous ones. This left Zhou Haoran puzzled. If she possessed a spare, why did she wait 3 or 4 days to switch? He chose to keep this curiosity to himself. Upon returning to the adjacent lounge, Gong Ping inquired, "What are your thoughts after seeing County Chief Zhao? I noticed your eyes are quite red." With a hint of embarrassment, Zhou Haoran smiled and replied, "Indeed, it is quite distressing. I feel a heavy weight in my heart. After all, we fought alongside each other for over 4 years, and he has taken exceptional care of me, even to the point of indulgence. Understood. Please, have a seat," Gong Ping said, settling into a chair. Zhou Haoran followed suit, and then asked, "You mentioned earlier that no useful evidence was found at her residence? You still haven't located the ledger?" Gong Ping slightly furrowed his brow and nodded in response. Zhou Haoran continued, "While watching her interrogation on the computer, I recalled something. I believe you should examine her glasses." He recounted the incident involving Yin Ruyu's glasses and the delay in her replacing them. "What is the significance of the glasses?" Hou Yuan asked, puzzled. Zhou Haoran explained, "It seems she places immense value on those glasses, so much so that she is reluctant to allow anyone else to touch them. Do you think there could be a secret concealed within them?" As Gong Ping uttered these words, he promptly exited the room and once again retrieved his phone to make a call. However, this time, he was reaching out to the personnel currently conducting the interrogation of Yin Ruyu. "Let us proceed and observe," he declared upon returning after the call, summoning Zhou Haoran and the others to once again make their way to the monitoring room. The scene remained unchanged. It was still the same monitoring room with the same computers. Yet, the footage now displayed was not a replay but a live broadcast. At that moment, one could see the interrogators had already begun their questioning. "Yin Ruyu, your glasses appear to be smudged. Would you like me to assist you in cleaning them?" A female interrogator, seemingly concerned for Yin Ruyu, spoke up. Yin Ruyu was momentarily taken aback, yet she continued to lower her head, her short hair cascading down to obscure half of her face, rendering her expression inscrutable. "Let me assist you," the staff member declared as she approached Yen Ryu, who was seated and temporarily restrained by handcuffs, intending to remove her glasses directly. "No, I can wipe them myself," Yen Ryu vehemently protested, attempting to reach out to the staff member. However, her hands were shackled to the table, rendering her movements futile. Frustrated, she repeatedly bowed her head in an effort to evade the approaching hand. Ultimately, despite her efforts to lower her head, she could not escape the grasp of the unrestrained staff member. As realization dawned upon her, Yen Ryu fought back with all her might, but found herself utterly immobilized, screaming desperately, "Thieves! Thieves! You are violating human rights. I will seek a lawyer to hold you accountable." At this moment, Yen Ryu was no longer composed or calm. Instead, she was frantically shouting and gesticulating wildly, desperate to reclaim her glasses. The staff member bent down to inspect the glasses closely and noticed several inconspicuous tiny screws on the inner side of the frame, which were unrelated to the glasses' structure, so small that they were nearly invisible at first glance. Upon making this intriguing discovery, the female staff member's face lit up with excitement as she hurriedly dashed out, while the remaining staff member stayed behind to soothe Yen Ryu, ensuring she did not make any reckless movements. Soon, the female staff member returned to Gong Ping and the others, having procured a small screwdriver from an unknown source. She meticulously unscrewed the tiny screws and retrieved a concealed miniature chip storage card. "Leader, the storage card, the storage card," the staff member exuberantly shouted, eliciting a sigh of relief from the anxious Zhou Haoran, who realized that his palms were drenched in sweat. Soon, Gong Ping summoned several professionals and brought forth specialized card-reading equipment, swiftly revealing the contents of the storage card on a dedicated computer. Zhou Haoran was eager to glimpse the information, but upon seeing Hou Yuan turn to leave, he reluctantly followed suit. The storage card undoubtedly concealed a monumental secret, something that Zhao Xinghua had meticulously sought. Zhou Haoran stifled his intense curiosity and unwillingly exited the room, aware that he must adhere to the rules and refrain from viewing what was not meant for him. If even Hou Yuan chose to step away, how could he do otherwise? They arrived in the adjacent lounge and had not lingered long when Gong Ping entered. He looked at Zhou Haoran and Hou Yuan and said, "Haoran, thank you for helping us uncover this crucial evidence. I must return to the province immediately to report to my superiors. I will leave you to your own devices for now. Shortly, I will arrange for someone to escort you both back." Later, Zhou Haoran learned that the contents of the storage card comprised a detailed ledger of the long-standing illicit transactions between the Guilong Group and local officials. It contained a plethora of incriminating evidence against Lu Jinlong, Yen Ryu, and Lu Guohua, implicating not only township and county officials, but also some high-ranking leaders. The gravity of the case far exceeded Gong Ping's control. Thus, he hurriedly departed for the provincial capital without bidding farewell to Zhou Haoran and Hou Yuan. Seated in the military vehicle after leaving the army, Zhou Haoran and Hou Yuan remained enveloped in silence, each contemplating the potentially dire ramifications of the situation. The political landscape of Jinsheng County could be profoundly shaken. After some time, Hou Yuan finally broke the silence, asking, "Haoran, what are you thinking about?" Zhou Haoran replied, "I am pondering about County Chief Xinghua and what precisely is contained within that storage card, what consequences it may bring us." He continued, "In our actions, we must remain steadfast in our principles and moral compass, impervious to external temptations. Only in this manner can we navigate life's journey, expanding our horizons." Hou Yuan nodded in agreement, expressing, "Indeed, whether in life or governance, we must remain true to our conscience." Zhou Haoran echoed his sentiment. "Haoran, what do you think might be on that storage card? Why is Secretary Gong so anxious to return to the provincial capital?" Hou Yuan inquired, curiosity piqued. "I too am speculating. Although I am unaware of the specifics, I sense that a tremor is imminent, not solely in Jincheng, but perhaps throughout Qingyang City and even Luochuan Province. Countless individuals may be affected," Zhou Haoran responded, a hint of trepidation in his voice. "I share your concerns. Otherwise, Secretary Gong would not exhibit such anxiety. I have grown accustomed to turbulent waters, yet I am uncertain of the magnitude of the impending upheaval, which unsettles me." Zhou Haoran confessed quietly, "County Chief, I feel the same. I dare not contemplate it," Hou Yuan added. "I fear that many will suffer collateral damage. Regardless, I hope that fewer individuals will be ensnared in this web," Hou Yuan remarked. "Which levels are you referring to?" Zhou Haoran sighed deeply. "All levels. If County Chief Jihua were to learn of this, would he not feel a sense of futility in his efforts?" Hou Yuan mused, "Indeed. The path of righteousness is fraught with trials. Despite the extensive efforts he and Sun Qian undertook, they seem to have yielded little fruit. Instead, a mere accident has unraveled so much. Upon returning to the county seat, Zhou Haoran escorted Hou Yuan back to the government office before departing, as numerous responsibilities awaited him in the park. In a few days, we will celebrate the 90th anniversary of the founding of our party. The county has decided to convene a grand assembly to commemorate this milestone and to honor outstanding individuals and units that have diligently worked throughout the past year and achieved notable accomplishments. Representatives from various units, departments, and enterprises across the county are expected to attend, as individuals from all trades will be recognized for their contributions. This year, despite the peculiar circumstances, marked by a sense of unease in the local political atmosphere, tradition must be upheld. On the eve of the assembly, as the first deputy secretary of the county committee overseeing the affairs of Pingshui County, acting county head Hou Yuan convened an expanded standing committee meeting. During this session, Deputy Secretary Ma Weimin proposed inviting Secretary Lu Guohua to attend. He argued that, although Lu had temporarily stepped down from his position as county secretary, the newly appointed leader had yet to arrive, and Lu's presence would lend weight to the occasion. Although Hou Yuan was displeased with Ma Weimin's overture to Lu Guohua, he chose to remain indifferent, recognizing that Lu's favorable days were numbered. He resolved to offer Lu a semblance of dignity and fulfill a personal obligation. With a silent scoff, Hou Yuan expressed his agreement with Secretary Ma's suggestion, stating that after the meeting, they would visit Secretary Lu's residence together to extend the invitation for the following day's assembly. That evening, Hou Yuan, accompanied by Deputy Secretary Su Dongjie, arrived at Lu Guohua's home. Lu, already aware of the standing committee's decision, welcomed them with great pleasure. After exchanging pleasantries, he readily agreed to attend the next day's event, assuring them of his punctuality. The following day, the second floor of the county planning hall was filled to capacity, with representatives from various agencies and enterprises in attendance. From the podium, one could observe the vibrant energy among the attendees, their faces radiating joy, as most were present to receive accolades. At precisely 9 o'clock, the assembly commenced under the guidance of county head Hou Yuan, who noted that Lu Guohua had arrived on time, seated centrally on the podium. Hou Yuan took his place to Lu's left, while Ma Weimin sat to his right, with other county leaders arranged accordingly. The agenda for the day included 4 items, the first of which was the collective singing of the national anthem. As Hou Yuan led the assembly in singing the anthem, an unexpected disruption occurred before everyone had settled back into their seats. 2 groups of staff members, clad in black suits and white shirts, approached from either side of the podium, creating a wave of confusion among the attendees, with only Hou Yuan possessing any foreknowledge of the situation. The staff members advanced towards Lu Guohua, whispering a few words in his ear. In an instant, Lu's expression shifted to one of sheer terror, his complexion drained of color, and he trembled visibly as he slowly rose to his feet. He was then escorted away from the venue by 2 staff members. Along with him was Ma Weimin, the dedicated deputy secretary of the county committee, who appeared even more wretched than Lu Guohua. While Lu trembled, he was still able to walk with the support of the staff. However, Ma was directly carried off the podium by 2 personnel. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly froze, with everyone speculating about the sudden loss of composure exhibited by these 2 county leaders. Hou Yuan understood that, as the highest-ranking official present, he had to take action. He cleared his throat, attempting to shatter the silence. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. The normal proceedings of our meeting will not be affected. We shall continue shortly. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, another staff member rushed in, holding a sealed letter, and approached him directly. Hou Yuan furrowed his brow, realizing that this letter might hold the key to unraveling the earlier mystery. He took the letter, feeling its weight, as if it contained something of great significance. Upon glancing at the inscription on the envelope, he noted it was a confidential communication from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. A jolt of surprise coursed through him, though his expression remained composed. He opened the envelope and extracted the document within. The file detailed several instances of misconduct and illegal activities by county-level officials, explicitly naming Lu Guohua and Ma Weimin. They were implicated in multiple charges, including embezzlement and abuse of power, with irrefutable evidence against them. Hou Yuan took a deep breath, aware of the seismic impact this information would have once made public. However, he also comprehended the necessity of such revelations to uphold the party's discipline and maintain its integrity. "Silence, please," Let us proceed with the meeting, he asserted, first calming his own emotions before tapping the microphone, striving to restore order and quell the chatter below. Yet, the attendees did not immediately cease their discussions. Some even continued their conversations while walking out of the venue, phone in hand. It wasn't until Ho Yuan stood up and emphatically reiterated the meeting's decorum by banging on the table that the room gradually quieted down. The meeting concluded as scheduled, but upon returning to their respective units, some departments noticed that their leaders had not returned. Where had they gone? When did they leave? Few had witnessed their departure. This situation encompassed leaders from several units, including the Water Resources Bureau, the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau, and Jinxing Township, with the top official of Jinxing Township mysteriously vanished. What transpired on the stage was known to those below, yet the individuals on stage remained oblivious to the unfolding events beneath them. The Discipline Inspection Commission's decision to apprehend Liu Guohua and Ma Weimin in plain sight was undoubtedly intended to serve as a deterrent. The political landscape of Jincheng County could be described as desolate, with some resorting to the term collapse to vividly convey the situation. The actions of the Discipline Inspection Commission were like a thunderclap, instantly stirring a tempest within the official circles of Jincheng County and even the provincial and municipal spheres. The downfall of Liu Guohua and Ma Weimin struck like a formidable bomb, sending shockwaves through officials who had previously harbored a sense of impunity. They began to engage in self-examination, fearful that their own transgressions might be unearthed. Provincial and municipal officials found themselves in a state of acute anxiety, fully aware of the numerous advantages Liu Guohua had afforded them over the years. Now, the net cast by the Provincial Disciplinary Commission was mercilessly torn apart, leaving those who had previously associated with Liu Guohua in a state of trepidation, anxious about becoming the next targets to be apprehended. Amidst this atmosphere, officials who had suffered under Liu Guohua's oppressive regime began to take action. They promptly provided leads to the Disciplinary Commission, exposing the corruption that lay hidden within the depths of the political arena. In an instant, the political landscape of Jincheng County, and even the broader provincial and municipal spheres, seemed to experience a seismic upheaval, with long-buried secrets being revealed one after another. During this anti-corruption storm, the storage card belonging to Yin Ruyu played a pivotal role. This card not only contained evidence of Liu Guohua's illegal activities but also meticulously listed the names and amounts of bribes he had dispensed to officials at various levels over the years. These pieces of evidence acted as a sharp sword, piercing the hearts of the corrupt, leaving them nowhere to hide. As investigations deepened, an increasing number of corrupt individuals were unearthed. Some faced dismissal and investigation, while others were handed over to judicial authorities for prosecution. The case remains under investigation. However, it bore little relevance to Zhou Haoran, who continued with his duties undeterred. One day, while Zhou Haoran was collaborating with Wang Qiaoyang on a new proposal for entertaining businesses within the park, a phone call interrupted them. Zhou glanced at his phone. It was Bai Gu calling. It had been several days since he had seen the young lady after confirming their relationship, and he felt a twinge of guilt. "Brother Zhou, are you free tonight? I have something I wish to discuss with you." Bai Ji's voice came through the line, sounding somewhat tentative. From her hesitant words, Zhou Haoran discerned the nature of her inquiry. The previous day, Li Wei had been taken away for organizational scrutiny, reportedly for misusing government funds to entertain Liu Guohua's guests. However, Li Wei's involvement was not merely about hosting guests. It stemmed from an incident at the renowned Juxian Pavilion Hotel in the county, where he encountered Lu Chao dining with friends. To curry favor with the young heir, Li Wei had offered to cover their meal under the government account. Although Zhou Haoran suspected that Bai Gu was reaching out regarding this matter, he found it difficult to decline her request. Softening his tone, he replied, "I am currently occupied with work and uncertain when it will conclude. I will contact you once I am finished." Upon hearing Zhou Haoran's agreement, Bai Gu expressed her delight over the phone. "Then let us have dinner together tonight? We have never dined together before." After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Haoran responded, "I may also have a dinner engagement this evening. How about this? You go have a light meal after work, and then wait for me at my hotel. Once I conclude my dinner, I will return and accompany you to dine at the hotel restaurant. Well, I am unaware of your room number, and I do not possess a key." Although Bai Gu and Zhou Haoran have shared an experience, he is not yet prepared for another encounter. Upon receiving Zhou Haoran's invitation to his residence, Bai Gu felt a hint of reluctance. However, the desire to seek Zhou Haoran's assistance outweighed his hesitation, and he believed that Zhou Haoran's invitation was merely a matter of convenience rather than any ulterior motive. "Call me when you arrive tonight." and I will have the attendant let you in," Zhou Haoran said without overthinking, then ended the call. The dinner gathering that evening had been prearranged with Go Fugue. They had made plans during Zhou Haoran's previous inquiry into some information, and he felt a personal obligation. After learning about Shenqian's situation in the military district yesterday, he wished to extend a helping hand to the former leader out of gratitude. Recently, Zhou Haoran had been exceedingly busy, engulfed in a multitude of responsibilities within the park. Although Vice County Head son Chenglong was nominally in charge, the reality was that the workload fell squarely on Zhou Haoran's shoulders. The newly established park committee meant that he had to involve himself in both major and minor matters. Additionally, due to leeway from the government office being taken away by the disciplinary committee for improperly entertaining business guests, specifically for covering the expenses of the county party secretary's son Lu Chao, the government was left with an overwhelming backlog of tasks. When Hou Yuan suggested he take on this mess, Zhou Haoran initially declined. However, given that Hou Yuan had only recently arrived and had few trustworthy individuals at his disposal, along with Zhou Haoran's prior experience in the government office, he found it difficult to refuse and ultimately agreed to assist temporarily. In the afternoon, a company came to the county high school for a donation ceremony. Originally, Hou Yuan, along with the vice county head in charge of education and relevant personnel from the Education Bureau, was supposed to attend. But since Hou Yuan was attending a meeting in the city, it fell to Zhou Haoran, as the county head, to step in once more. That evening, he was also expected to accompany the entrepreneurs for dinner. But he cleverly excused himself by claiming urgent matters at the park and slipped away to a rural guest house on the outskirts of the county for his meeting with Go Fugue. Zhou Haoran took a taxi, knowing that drinking with Go Fugue would involve only a modest amount of alcohol. He refrained from using the county-provided vehicle, although it had already been reported to the traffic police and would not attract attention. Nonetheless, Zhou Haoran was a man of principle and would not engage in any conduct that breached regulations. As he exited the car, he spotted Go Fugue waiting under the grape trellis at a tea table in the guest house's courtyard. Approaching him, Zhou Haoran exaggeratedly remarked, "I turned down a dinner with our esteemed county head Wang to attend your gathering. One should know that most people seldom have the opportunity to dine with a beautiful county head, so you must treat me well tonight." Traditionally, Go Fugue would respond with jovial banter, but unexpectedly, he replied, "Haoran, today is not actually my treat." As Zhou Haoran was about to step inside, he halted upon hearing those words, exclaiming, "If it's not your treat, why did you summon me? Do you have any idea how busy I am?" Go Fuchi quickly gestured for him to lower his voice, then pulled him into a corner, saying, "Haoran, I fear that if I tell you the truth, you want to come, but I cannot bear to deceive you, so I awaited your arrival. What is the matter? Speak swiftly. If you do not provide me with a reason, I shall leave. I have others awaiting me." Zhou Haoran began to speak. Go Fuchi glanced around and whispered, "Keep your voice down. You may not know this, but today it is Teacher Lu who asked me to invite you to dinner. She has something to request of you, and feared that if she asked you directly, you would not come, hence she turned to me." "Teacher Lu?" Zhou Haoran's expression shifted instantaneously, and he turned to leave. Go Fuchi grasped his arm, saying, "Haoran, listen to me. Her invitation is not personal. It is for official business." Zhou Haoran retorted angrily, "I have no desire to meet her under any circumstances." With that, he shrugged off Go Fuchi's hand and attempted to exit. Go Fuchi, now anxious, whispered, "Haoran, I beg you, for my sake, just have a meal with her. Whether the matter can be resolved is another story. But she has come to me for help. I want to eat. If you wish to dine, go ahead with her. I shall not partake," Zhou Haoran declared stubbornly, attempting to leave once more. "Zhou Haoran, I truly wish to strike you. Her invitation is not for her own sake. It is for official matters." Zhou Haoran replied, "If it's official, let her come to my office to discuss it tomorrow morning. I have no interest in her meal." "Do not be angry. Do not be angry. Consider it my request. Am I not pleading with you?" Go Fuchi said, gripping Zhou Haoran's arm firmly in a show of submission. Ah, two grown men grappling in broad daylight. What a spectacle! And with Director Zhou present, should this get out? A melodious voice, soft yet teasing, echoed from outside, accompanied by a woman smiling at the two. Go Fuchi promptly released his grip. Zhou Haoran, adjusting his disheveled attire, turned to the newcomer and remarked, "What a coincidence to encounter you here." The beautiful woman beamed, revealing her pearly white teeth, and responded, "What is this? Your esteemed Director Zhou can come here, yet I, a mere deputy director of the credit department, cannot?" Zhang Ying, deputy director of the credit department at the National Development Bank, had frequently interacted with Zhou Haoran and Zhao Xinghua, during their investment solicitation ventures, thus she was familiar to him. Later, Zhou Haoran discovered that she was married to Lu Laoshir's son, a classmate of both Zhou Haoran and Go Fuqi. Zhou Haoran suddenly grasped the connection, slapping his forehead and exclaiming, "I apologize. I had forgotten this relationship." Perhaps in his memory, Zhou Haoran had intentionally erased the image of his teacher. In his interactions with Zhang Ying, he merely regarded her as Director Ruan, having suppressed the awareness of her being his teacher's daughter-in-law. Suddenly, Zhou Haoran covered his nose and jested. Director Zhang truly possesses taste, attending such a modest event with such grandeur and heavy makeup. This will not do. I must keep my distance lest I be overwhelmed by your perfume. Zhang Ying had a penchant for fragrances, and Zhou Haoran, not entirely unfamiliar with her, felt emboldened to speak so casually. Zhang Ying shot him a glance and remarked, "I only dressed up because you were coming. What? Do you intend to leave upon seeing me?" At that moment, Zhou Haoran found himself unable to depart. If he insisted on doing so, Zhang Ying might utter something unexpected. Realizing he had no choice but to stay, he reluctantly followed the two into the inner room, where the meal had long been prepared, awaiting his arrival to commence. "Come on, the food is ready." Zhang Ying led the way, conversing as she went. Zhou Haoran, trailing behind, cast a dubious eye at Go Fuguwei. Upon entering the private room, Zhou Haoran noticed teacher Lu standing by the table, a hint of awkwardness etched on her face as she gazed towards the entrance. With reluctance, he approached her and said, "Hello, Teacher Lu. Please, have a seat." Teacher Lu instinctively extended her hand, expecting Zhou Haoran to shake it. To her surprise, he seated himself at the farthest position from her. Go Fuguwei, perceiving Teacher Lu's discomfort, promptly moved to assist her by pulling out a chair, allowing her to sit. Before taking a seat beside her, while Zhang Ying settled next to Zhou Haoran. Once all were gathered, Teacher Lu beckoned a waiter to uncover the pot and invited everyone to dine. Throughout the meal, Teacher Lu sought opportunities to engage Zhou Haoran in conversation. However, he responded not a single time, instead engrossed in dialogue with Go Fuguwei or Zhang Ying, leaving Teacher Lu sidelined. Zhou Haoran's demeanor towards Teacher Lu was rooted in a past grievance. She had profoundly wounded a determined youth, and her actions left an indelible mark on him. During his high school years, students were required to pay for their meals at the cafeteria, though the school offered leniency for those from rural backgrounds, allowing them to substitute money with rice. At that time, the county provided assistance to impoverished students, with the standards for such aid resting in the hands of the homeroom teacher. Zhou Haoran hailed from a rural family, having lost his father early in life. His mother shouldered the burden of their agricultural work. Once, when the school prepared meals using rice submitted by rural students, they discovered dark specks in the pot, leading to an investigation. It was revealed that the rice Zhou Haoran had submitted contained wheat seeds. Consequently, Teacher Lu faced ridicule from her colleagues due to this incident. Coming from an urban background, she inherently harbored a disdain for rural children, which fueled her resentment towards Zhou Haoran. Later, she publicly recounted the incident before the entire class and chastised Zhou Haoran severely. From that point on, she permitted all rural students to submit rice for their meals, with the sole exception of Zhou Haoran, who was mandated to pay in cash. At that time, Zhou Haoran was merely a teenager, inherently proud and eager to maintain his dignity. He publicly disclosed a matter in front of his entire class, unaware that the rice he had brought was cultivated through his mother's tireless labor, involving countless bins to plant seedlings and numerous swings of a sickle to harvest. The presence of wheat seeds was a testament to her years of toil, and his mother's eyesight, slightly impaired, did not aid her in seeing the finer details. If this incident had been the sole issue, it might have been bearable. However, Lu, the teacher, harbored a petty nature and continuously sought to undermine Zhou Haoran. On one occasion, after a male classmate mocked Zhou for lacking a father, Zhou, unable to contain his anger, confronted the boy. Yet, due to the latter's urban background and prior gifts to Lu, Zhou faced severe corporal punishment, compounded by the humiliation of having his mother, from the countryside, come to apologize to the boy, who suffered no consequences. The most indelible memory for Zhou was the ordeal surrounding the hardship subsidy before graduation. He had never benefited from such subsidies before, which many urban students received. Zhou accepted this reality, understanding that not everyone could be included. And even if he sought justice from the teacher, she would have a multitude of excuses to dismiss him. When it came time for his final hardship application in senior year, Zhou initially hesitated but succumbed to the urging of his peers and submitted his request. Upon the school's announcement of the subsidy recipients, he was stunned to find that every rural student in his class was awarded the subsidy except for him. This was a blatant humiliation. Infuriated, he resolved to confront Lu during class. To his surprise, Lu preemptively addressed the class, explaining the criteria for the hardship subsidies. Zhou would forever remember her words. Since this is the last opportunity to receive the hardship subsidy, the school has relaxed the application criteria, allowing all rural students to qualify. However, those who did not receive it had their reasons. If you can afford to travel, do you truly require financial aid? It contradicts the spirit of the subsidy. Anyone dissatisfied may approach the principal, but I must inform you that I have already reported our class's subsidy distribution to the school leadership, and it was with their consent that these were granted. Zhou longed to clarify that he had taken a taxi due to his mother's illness and that the funds for both his meal contributions and the taxi fare came from assembling computers at a nearby store during his holidays. Yet, Lu dismissed his explanations entirely. The multitude of Lu's transgressions against him became etched in Zhou's memory, fueling his determination to excel academically, ultimately leading him to gain admission to a prestigious provincial university. When the admission notices were distributed, Lu took photographs with each student who had been accepted. However, when it came time for Zhou, he resolutely refused to pose with her, leaving her in an awkward position. Upon bidding farewell to his alma mater, Lu, using class funds, gifted each university-bound student a notebook and a pen, inscribing a note of blessing on the first page. Zhou, however, did not accept this token of recognition. Later on, Zhou Haoran never returned to his alma mater. Subsequently, he learned that teacher Lu had been appointed as the principal of a special education school, and many classmates visited her. Yet he never made the effort, despite holding the position of county chief secretary and deputy director of the government office at that time. Once, upon inadvertently discovering that Zhang Ying was actually teacher Lu's daughter-in-law, he felt a fleeting sense of schadenfreude, knowing well her restless nature and her tendency to exhibit frivolity. Perhaps it was Zhou Haoran's indifference towards teacher Lu that prompted Zhang Ying, the daughter-in-law, to take the initiative and steer the conversation towards more pressing matters. Director Zhou, she began, I am merely here to accompany you. In fact, this meal is hosted by teacher Lu, who has a small favor to ask of you. Guofugui quickly chimed in. Indeed, I am also just here to accompany. Zhou Haoran glared at Guofugui, exclaiming, what nonsense are you spouting? I, Zhou Haoran, a mere rural lad, am hardly worthy of such an invitation from the teacher. It was then that teacher Lu interjected, Haoran, I truly do have something I wish to ask of you today. Zhou Haoran turned his face away, frowning, and retorted, are you deliberately trying to disrupt my meal? Should I take my leave? As he spoke, he genuinely rose to his feet. Zhang Ying, however, playfully smacked his shoulder, insisting, let my mother finish her words. Teacher Lu pretended not to notice her daughter-in-law's capricious gesture, lowering her head to say, today, I have a favor to ask of you. Feigning disinterest, Zhou Haoran cast his gaze upon Zhang Ying, inquiring, what could you possibly need from me? Zhang Ying shot him a glare. Teacher Lu continued, indeed, there is a matter, but it is not of a personal nature. It pertains to the school. We shall not discuss that just yet. I have prepared a request document for you to take home and review. Upon hearing that it was related to the school, Zhou Haoran felt a modicum of respect for her. Observing her graying hair, he remarked, if it concerns public affairs, why not simply call? Why all this fuss? Before teacher Lu could respond, Zhang Ying interjected, your teacher misses you. Is it so wrong for her to wish to see you? Zhou Haoran found Zhang Ying's interruption irksome, his gaze towards her becoming piercing. Zhang Ying, sensing her own indiscretion, flushed with embarrassment but quickly regained her composure, stating, I echoed your sentiments, questioning why such a grand meal was necessary to request a favor from a former student. However, my elderly relative mentioned that she hasn't seen you since graduation, and she has something she wishes to personally hand over to you. But let us not dwell on that. Let us enjoy our meal. Teacher Lu interrupted her daughter-in-law. During the meal, Zhou Haoran primarily conversed with Zhang Ying and Guofugui, scarcely engaging with teacher Lu. She rarely touched her food, maintaining a smile as she observed their banter. Midway through, she received a phone call informing her that a student had fallen ill at school, and she needed to return immediately. Before departing, she retrieved a red plastic bag from a cloth bag behind her, intending to hand it to Zhou Haoran. She did not open it, holding up the plastic bag and said, Haoran, this has been with me for many years. Every time I see it, I feel a pang of guilt. The past is the past. Do not harbor resentment towards your teacher. I hope you can accept it as an apology from me. Zhou Haoran knew what was inside the paper package and calmly replied, Teacher, What are you saying? I remember nothing. There is no question of harboring hate. Haoran, I understand. I wounded your pride back then, and for many years, I have reflected on my actions, realizing that I was perhaps too harsh on you. Even though you claim to remember nothing, I sense there is a lingering hurt within you. I invited you today to express my apologies face to face. I hope you will assist with school matters in the future. Although Zhou Haoran was unaware of the specific incident the teacher referred to, he had just accompanied County Chief Wang, who oversees education, along with some entrepreneurs to a donation ceremony. That evening, she had invited him to dinner. Clearly related to this matter, Zhou Haoran replied, "You flatter me. Do not worry about school affairs. I will manage what I can, and for those beyond my reach, I will advocate on your behalf. Will that suffice?" Despite Zhou Haoran's sincere and impeccable words, they sounded bureaucratic and lacked substantive meaning. The teacher looked at him, nodded, and said, "Thank you. You certainly take care of your teacher." After speaking, she took out 500 yuan and handed it to Zhang Ying for the bill. Zhang Ying then gave it to her grandmother, saying, "This meal is on me. You should hurry back to school to see your dear students." Teacher Lu did not insist further and left the private room. Zhou Haoran picked up the newspaper package and hurried after her. He placed the package in the basket of the teacher's bicycle and said, "This belongs with you. I truly do not need it." The teacher looked up at him and asked, "Aren't you going to see what it is?" Zhou Haoran replied, "Precisely because I know. I choose not to look." "You know?" "Yes, I have not forgotten." A look of disappointment crossed Teacher Lu's face. She said nothing more and silently pushed her bicycle away. Zhou Haoran watched her silhouette, slightly hunched. Feeling a pang of compassion, he said, "Rest assured, I will speak to the leaders about school matters. As for the outcome, I cannot guarantee anything." After sending off the teacher, the three returned to the private room. With the elder gone, they relaxed significantly, joking and occasionally hearing a few risky remarks from Zhang Ying. With the beautiful woman accompanying them, Zhou Haoran and Go Fugui's spirits noticeably lifted, and they frequently raised their glasses. Go Fugui teased Zhang Ying. "Now that your grandmother is gone, you seem to be enjoying yourself. Why didn't you drink so freely in front of her?" Zhang Ying replied, "You think I was afraid? It was you two who were holding back. It has been a long time since we drank so freely. Is it that you were not enjoying drinking with others before?" Go Fugui interjected. "I was. When I drank with others, there were always things left unspoken, unlike now, where we simply drink without any ulterior motives," Zhang Ying responded. "Indeed. Zhang Ying, you should expedite your efforts to leverage connections for your mother-in-law. It is quite burdensome for her to be surrounded by a group of unruly students daily, especially as she approaches retirement age. Why should she endure such exhaustion?" Guofu Gui remarked. "Do you think I haven't spoken to her about it? She is unwilling to consider it. She claims that staying at home feels too isolating, and she would rather be with the children at school. Furthermore, you are aware that my husband is rarely home, and his younger son neglects her, so this arrangement suits her well," Zhang Ying retorted, her voice tinged with evident disdain for Teacher Lu. As they engaged in casual conversation, toasting and sipping their drinks intermittently, Guofu Gui raised his arm to glance at the time and announced, "Zhang Ying, Haoran, you both continue to enjoy your drinks. My spouse is nearing her due date, and I feel uneasy leaving her alone, so I must return home early." Upon hearing this, Zhou Haoran playfully punched Guofu Gui's arm and said, "I was just contemplating your situation while on the road, but I completely forgot once I started drinking. You should have mentioned it sooner. Let's finish this drink and disperse." However, Zhang Ying interjected, "You may leave, but you have no wife about to give birth, so you must stay and keep me company." Guofu Gui cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Haoran and added, "Indeed, Haoran hasn't even had his fill yet. Zhang Ying, you must entertain him well. After all, today it is your mother-in-law who seeks his assistance. Mind your own business and leave us be." Zhang Ying laughed, playfully scolding him. Guofu Gui shot a sly glance at Zhang Ying, chuckled enigmatically, drained his glass, and departed. As Zhou Haoran escorted him out, Guofu Gui quietly remarked, "Haoran, I believe you have been somewhat excessive today." Zhou Haoran retorted, "In what regard have I been excessive? The items the teacher offered you were merely awards you failed to claim years ago. You are well aware of what they represent, yet you refuse to accept them. I have no use for them now. Should they serve only to remind me of my humiliation, or compel me to feel perpetual gratitude towards her? Why should I bear the burden of her mistakes?" Zhou Haoran replied, "After all these years, you still cannot move on?" Guofu Gui inquired, observing him intently. "Would you be able to let it go? But she is distinct. I will still assist her with matters pertaining to her school," Zhou Haoran asserted. Guofu Gui wrapped an arm around Zhou Haoran's shoulders and quietly asked, If it were a personal matter of hers, would you still lend your aid? Zhou Haoran held his head high and stated, that would be an entirely different matter. Moreover, her personal affairs do not require anyone else's assistance. Her daughter-in-law is more than capable of handling them without needing outside help. Guofu Gui released his grip on Zhou Haoran and remarked, you are quite the character. Though you feign indifference, your sharp tongue conceals a tender heart. As I prepare to depart, I inquire about your intentions, suggesting you return to enjoy the company of that charming lady, who seems quite taken with you. Even in the presence of your mother-in-law, her gaze remains steadfastly fixed upon you. With our absence, I urge you to seize the opportunity. Zhou Haoran playfully punched him, retorting, oh, come off it. She behaves that way with everyone. Now that you're all leaving, I'll have to make my exit as well. I dare not linger too long, lest I be left with nothing but the remnants of my meal. By the way, do share the good news once you celebrate. Certainly, Guofuchi replied, stumbling as he hailed a taxi and departed. Upon returning to the private room, Zhou Haoran was surprised to find Zhang Ying nursing her drink alone. What is the matter? Can one truly consume several cups in solitude? He asked with a smile. Just in time for your return. I need your company, Zhang Ying said, raising her glass and gazing at Zhou Haoran with a playful glint in her eye. Let us not drink any more. They've all departed, and we should leave too, Zhou Haoran suggested. However, before he could finish, Zhang Ying abruptly pulled him down into his seat, feigning annoyance. You've spoken of your matters, but what of mine? Your affairs? Haven't you managed them on your own? Zhou Haoran replied. Zhang Ying fixed her gaze upon him, asserting, is it not the case that you view me as capable of anything? Zhou Haoran remained silent, patiently awaiting her next words. With a soft huff, she pouted. I truly have a matter at hand. As an old friend, I implore you to assist me. If nothing else, perhaps offer some advice. Zhou Haoran, with a resigned shake of his head, raised his glass to clink with hers, saying, very well, I shall do my utmost to help you. Today, Zhang Ying had evidently prepared meticulously before her outing. Her already exquisite features were enhanced by makeup, rendering her even more captivating. Furthermore, she donned a low-cut short dress, a departure from her usual bank uniform and understated makeup, making her appearance all the more alluring. Zhou Haoran found himself momentarily captivated, his gaze wandering before he forcibly redirected it, stating, do share your thoughts. At this, Zhang Ying's expression brightened with satisfaction. She leaned closer, lowering her voice as she confided. I am currently vying for a promotion, yet my competitors are formidable, and I require some additional support. She explained, our unit is set to lose a female vice president, leaving a vacancy, and this position is typically filled through internal selection, with the president holding the power of recommendation, hence my desire to contend for it. In banking, promotions are predominantly internal, rarely involving external candidates, making Zhang Ying's ambition entirely reasonable, with a promising chance of success. Zhou Haoran replied, if there's an opportunity, then pursue it. Is there a problem? She continued, I am not the sole contender for this position. There are two others, the union chairman and the head of the credit department. Lately, I've observed their heightened activity, frequently visiting the president's office. Zhou Haoran furrowed his brow at this revelation. He was not particularly inclined to engage in workplace rivalries. Yet, confronted with Zhang Ying's hopeful gaze, he found it difficult to refuse outright, opting instead for a vague assurance. I'll do my best to see if there are any suitable channels or connections that might assist you. The reason I am speaking to you is that I seek your assistance. I cannot rely on the bank president. He will not recommend me. How would you like me to help you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement as she tightly grasped Zhou Haoran's arm and said, please speak to the county leaders on my behalf. If he could advocate for me, my chances would be significantly enhanced. Zhou Haoran promptly pushed her away, dismissively replying, which county leader do you not know? Do you really need to seek my help? I am not familiar with the new county head Ho. I have only seen him once. Those I used to know are no longer in play. They are either under investigation or imprisoned. Zhang Ying pouted, feigning grievance. Zhou Haoran took a sip from his glass and remarked, even if I speak to him, it might not yield results. Who doesn't he know that you are currently favored by county head Ho? If you cannot make an impact, then no one can. Who told you that? The entire county knows that county head Ho holds you in high regard. Your words carry the most weight. If you do not wish to assist me, just say so. I will find another way, Zhang Ying retorted, her irritation evident. Zhou Haoran could not help but chuckle at her response. What are you laughing at? She asked. I am amused by you. You usually possess such cleverness, yet here you are, neglecting your own advantages and making such an effort to solicit my help. Zhou Haoran glanced at the tightly shut door and, feigning mystery, said, let me tell you, for a woman aspiring to hold office. It is often easier than for a man. If a beautiful woman wishes to ascend to power, it becomes even less arduous. How so? Zhang Ying inquired. Skepticism in her tone. Do not doubt it. The reasoning runs deep. Beautiful women inherently possess a unique charm that captivates those around them. You claim to be more attractive than the two of them, and your abilities are no lesser, so it should be easier for you. Albeit with a touch of external support. Zhou Haoran took another sip of his drink and continued. Zhang Ying blinked, momentarily perplexed by his meaning, and asked, what external support? Your bank president is a man, correct? Yes. What do men typically desire? Zhou Haoran asked with a smile. Stop being cryptic and just say it, Zhang Ying urged impatiently. Men are drawn to. Zhou Haoran trailed off, leaving the thought unfinished. Oh please, when did you start speaking so inappropriately? Zhou Haoran leaned closer to her and said, for a man to advance swiftly, he must keep pace with the times. For a woman to progress quickly. Zhang Ying shot him a glare. What about it? You should figure it out on your own. Do not be so modest, you big director. If you are merely a miscellaneous worker, then what are we? Zhang Ying was unimpressed with Zhou Haoran's excessive modesty. You are currently the star in front of the county head, and I have heard he might soon become the top leader. Though the banking system does not fall under his jurisdiction, our leaders will certainly show him respect. Just help me. I already have considerable advantages. Speak to him on my behalf and encourage him to say a few kind words to our leaders, Zhang Ying pleaded, shaking Zhou Haoran's arm with a hint of coaxing. Zhou Haoran quickly withdrew his hand, gesticulating as he said, the next step from our leader is not something you and I can casually discuss. Such remarks are beyond our purview. Despite Zhou Haoran's foul temper, he possessed a certain political acumen. He understood that certain topics were best left undiscussed. He might speak recklessly. Yet few could pinpoint flaws in his words. Thus, in this regard, Zhou Haoran was indeed quite politically savvy. Zhang Ying smiled faintly and leaned closer to him, remarking, I always feel that you fear nothing under the heavens. Who would have thought you have your fears? Of course, even if I am fearless, principles and politics must be upheld. You'll understand once you become the vice president. Zhou Haoran feigned annoyance as he replied, All right, I was wrong. I won't discuss that anymore. However, could you assist me by making a connection with the leader? That's all I need from you, Zhang Ying said playfully. Her enchanting eyes fixed intently on Zhou Haoran. Zhou Haoran sighed lightly, somewhat exasperated, and said, I am truly at a loss with you. For the sake of our long-standing friendship, I shall make an exception this time. But let it be clear, I will only introduce you to the leader. And the outcome will depend on fate. I cannot guarantee anything. Also, remember, this is a one-time offer. Do not expect my assistance in similar matters in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ying's face blossomed into a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She leaned in closer to Zhou Haoran and said in a teasing tone, All right. A one-time exception noted. You have helped me immensely this time, and I must express my gratitude. How about I treat you to an extravagant meal another day? You can choose the place and order whatever you desire. I promise it will be to your satisfaction. As she spoke, she deliberately elongated her words, gazing at Zhou Haoran as if to melt him with her eyes. Zhou Haoran averted his gaze, choosing not to respond, and shifted the topic, asking, Is this how you usually are? Zhang Ying tilted her chin and replied, What is wrong with that? Zhou Haoran took a significant step back, feeling somewhat awkward as he distanced himself from Zhang Ying. Every time he faced her alone, she would unwittingly tease his nerves. You've had too much to drink. It's getting late. Let me take you home, Zhou Haoran suggested, looking at his watch. No, I don't want to go home. I cannot bear to face my deranged mother-in-law. Upon hearing Zhou Haoran's offer to escort her home, Zhang Ying felt a wave of nausea at the thought of that woman. Zhou Haoran was puzzled. Just moments ago, they had seemed quite intimate during dinner. Now, she was filled with animosity. She is a twisted old hag. Her eldest son is deranged, her youngest son is equally twisted, and her brother is even worse. Their entire family is abnormal. I have long prepared the divorce agreement. Once her eldest son returns, we shall part ways. Zhang Ying appeared to have confided in Zhou Haoran, exclaiming loudly. Zhou Haoran, taken aback, gaped in astonishment, hesitating to inquire further. With red-rimmed eyes and tears welling, Zhang Ying asked, Do you wish to know what sort of life I've been leading? Zhou Haoran shook his head, replying, I have no desire to delve into your family matters. Zhang Ying had anticipated that he would lend an ear to her grievances and offer consolation. Instead, his indifference left her feeling somewhat aggrieved. Although Zhou Haoran noticed her distress, he chose to disregard it, stating, It's getting late, and you've had enough to drink. I must take my leave. Seeing him intent on departing, Zhang Ying hastily wiped away her tears and exclaimed, "Zhou Haoran, you scoundrel! Are you really going to abandon me here?" Zhou Haoran turned to face her, observing her flushed complexion, clearly intoxicated, and replied, "Very well, let us go together. I shall escort you home." Zhang Ying attempted to rise but stumbled slightly. Zhou Haoran quickly moved to steady her arm. He maintained a respectful distance while assisting her, saying, "Here, I can support you, but once we step outside, you must walk on your own, else it may raise eyebrows." Zhang Ying retorted, "I relish the idea of creating confusion, haha." Nevertheless, once outside, she comported herself and walked out of the agritainement venue unaided. Zhou Haoran helped her into a taxi and drove to the residential complex she had specified. Upon arriving, Zhou Haoran gently roused the slumbering Zhang Ying from the back seat and assisted her out of the car, only to discover that she did not reside with her mother-in-law. Lu Laosher. As Zhou Haoran intended to leave her to manage on her own, Zhang Ying leaned against his shoulder, leaving him uncertain whether she genuinely struggled to stand or was merely feigning it. He endeavored to keep a respectful distance between them, glancing around to ensure their surroundings were discreet. Fortunately, a couple seated on a nearby stone bench were engrossed in their own whispers, oblivious to their situation. Reluctantly, he guided Zhang Ying upstairs. Upon reaching her doorstep, Zhou Haoran steadied her with one hand while rummaging through her bag for the keys, which took some time before he finally managed to unlock the door. As he entered, intending to turn on the lights and guide her to her bedroom, he was taken aback when a woman suddenly collapsed into his arms, her movements so fluid that it left him momentarily speechless. Uncertain if it was intentional or merely the effects of her inebriation, he opted to maintain a slight distance to avoid any misunderstandings, allowing her to lean against him without being overly close. "Hey, wake up, we're home. I'll help you inside, and then I'll be off," he said, assisting Zhang Ying into the living room and settling her onto the sofa. "Zhou Haoran, are you even a man? Here I am, a stunning beauty." "And you remain utterly unmoved," Zhang Ying observed, feigning annoyance as she watched his reluctance to draw near. "You've had too much to drink. You ought to rest." Zhou Haoran replied, preparing to leave. "Do you find me distasteful?" Zhang Ying queried, her question laced with bewilderment. Zhou Haoran did not respond. Instead, he strode out of the bedroom and the living room, making his way outside without looking back. Behind him, he heard Zhang Ying curse, "Zhou Haoran, you scoundrel. You better not regret this." Given Zhou Haoran's temperament, such a threatening remark would typically provoke a retort, yet this time he refrained. Why engage in a dispute with such a woman? Without turning back, Zhou Haoran exited Zhang Ying's home. Standing in the corridor, he took a deep breath, attempting to calm his tumultuous emotions. He recognized that he had just made a sound decision, albeit one that might incite Zhang Ying's anger and disappointment. Zhou Haoran was acutely aware that between himself and Zhang Ying, aside from the fact that her mother-in-law was his teacher, there lay his own principles and loyalty to his girlfriend. As he stepped out of the community, the cool night breeze dispersed the alcohol's remnants from his body and soothed his inner turmoil. Gazing at the lights outside, he silently resolved to handle his relationship with Zhang Ying with greater caution in the future, striving to prevent similar awkward encounters from arising again. He understood that certain boundaries must not be crossed, and he must steadfastly uphold his own principles. Zhou Haoran rinsed his mouth thoroughly, yet he still felt unclean, and reluctantly gave up the endeavor. Glancing at the clock, he noticed it was already past 7. He had previously told Baigu that he would return later, but now he was several hours overdue. In a hurry, Zhou Haoran rushed back to his hotel room. Upon reaching his door, he was taken aback to find it ajar. Not locked. He mused to himself. This little girl, leaving the door open, is she not afraid of intruders? Upon further reflection, he chided himself for being foolish. This was a hotel frequented by government officials, and it was a room he often occupied. What danger could possibly arise? Gently pushing the door open, he beheld Baigu sprawled across his bed, peacefully asleep, a book resting on her face, one he had often seen her read in recent days. Perhaps she left the door open, thinking she would not hear him knock upon his return. This little girl was indeed a bit naive, unaware that he possessed a key. With delicate care, Zhou Haoran removed the book from her face and placed it on the bedside table. He paused for a moment, admiring the serene purity of her sleeping visage before stealthily retreating. He entered the bathroom, undressed, and turned on the shower, allowing the water to cascade over him while vigorously brushing his teeth. He wished to wash away every trace of Zhang Ying's scent, fearing that Baigu might discover the underlying reason for his actions. More importantly, it stemmed from a sense of moral cleanliness. After a prolonged shower, Zhou Haoran finally turned off the water, donned a bathrobe, and approached the mirror, toweling his damp hair. In the reflection, he observed a glimmer of exhaustion and resignation in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his tumultuous thoughts. Yet the complex emotions within him refused to settle. Returning to his room, he gazed at the still sleeping Bai Gu, a warm tide of affection washing over him. He quietly approached the bedside, sitting down and watching her in silence. Bai Ji's breathing was rhythmic and tranquil, her face radiating peace and contentment. Zhou Haoran extended his hand, gently stroking her hair, his heart brimming with tenderness and compassion. Unexpectedly, Bai Gu stirred awake, turning to him with a dazed expression. "Zhou Gu, you're back?" Zhou Haoran smiled and nodded, softly replying, "Yes, I just returned. Seeing you sleep so soundly, I couldn't bear to wake you." Rubbing her eyes, Bai Gu sat up. Noticing Zhou Haoran's wet hair and bathrobe, and with concern asked, "Why did you come back so late? You're still wet. Go change your clothes quickly, or you might catch a chill." Zhou Haoran felt a warmth within. Bai Gu's attentiveness brought him great comfort. He smiled and responded, "It's nothing. I just took a shower to refresh myself. But what about you? Why did you fall asleep here? I thought I asked you to return home to rest." Bai Gu lowered her head shyly and whispered, I was a bit worried about you, so I waited here. Eventually, I became too drowsy and fell asleep without realizing it." A wave of emotion surged through Zhou Haoran. He gently took Bai Ji's hand, speaking softly, "Thank you, little girl. Now that you are back, I should leave. My mother is waiting for me at home." The white dove told a small lie. In truth, she had already informed her mother that she would be spending the night at a colleague's house. After speaking, she attempted to rise from the bed. Earlier, when she had gone to sleep, she had only removed her outer coat, so she simply picked it up to leave. Observing this, Zhou Haoran quickly stopped her, saying, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. You've waited for me all this time without having dinner, and I'm quite hungry too. Let us go out and have something to eat together." Although Zhou Haoran had just consumed alcohol, he had resisted eating much earlier, and now he indeed felt famished. The white dove hesitated for a moment, glancing at the time and realizing it was quite late. Furthermore, she had something to discuss with Zhou Haoran that she had yet to mention. Therefore, she nodded and replied, "All right, let's go out for a bite." The two exited the hotel and arrived at a nearby snack shop. The establishment was not crowded, but it exuded a warm ambience. They chose a window-side table and ordered 2 simple dinners. While waiting for their food to arrive, they engaged in conversation. Zhou Haoran inquired about the white dove's recent work and life, to which she responded in kind, although the topics were not profound. Their dialogue was filled with warmth and mutual understanding. After finishing their meal, Zhou Haoran initially intended to escort the white dove back home, but she hesitated and mentioned that she had something to discuss with him. Consequently, Zhou Haoran had no choice but to guide her back to his hotel. On the way, the evening breeze was slightly chilly, prompting Zhou Haoran to remove his jacket and drape it over the white dove's shoulders, holding her close as they walked to their destination. Upon arriving at the hotel, Zhou Haoran poured a cup of hot water for her, having noticed her troubled demeanor during their walk. The white dove cradled the warm cup, her fingers lightly tracing the rim, her eyes reflecting hesitation and unease. She looked up at Zhou Haoran, her clear eyes seemingly brimming with unspoken words. Finally, taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and spoke, "Brother Zhou, I actually came to see you today because I have something I would like to ask for your help with." Zhou Haoran's expression shifted to one of seriousness upon hearing her words. He gazed gently at her and softly replied, "Little one, feel free to speak your mind. I will do my utmost to assist you in any way I can." The white dove cast a grateful glance at Zhou Haoran. Yet she found herself internally grappling with whether to disclose her request. Originally, she had intended to ask him to inquire about her brother, Li Wei. Now, with Secretary Lu Guohua being taken away for investigation, Deputy County Head Hou Yuan was overseeing the comprehensive work of the county committee and government. Zhou Haoran, having always earned Hou Yuan's trust, was currently in a favorable position to gather information regarding her brother's situation. However, the white dove's mother had initially opposed her seeking Zhou Haoran's help. This was partly due to the fact that Li Wei had once been a formidable rival to Zhou Haoran, and later, Li Wei had even become involved with Zhou Haoran's ex-girlfriend, Hu Jing. Additionally, her mother sensed that her daughter might harbor feelings for Zhou Haoran, whom she deemed an unsuitable match due to his humble circumstances. Hence, she wished to limit the white dove's interactions with him. The events involving Bai Gu and Zhou Haoran in the provincial capital remained unspoken by anyone, save for a colleague who may have sensed a hint of the unfolding drama. Consequently, Bai Ji's family remained oblivious to the fact that she had already entered into a relationship with Zhou Haoran. Despite their romance, Baigu exercised considerable restraint, deliberately avoiding meetings with Zhou Haoran. Nevertheless, she often sought news about him from her brother and others in private. It was not that she did not wish to inquire about Zhou Haoran's well-being. It was simply that he was often too preoccupied to attend to her. Thus, during this period, she refrained from reaching out to him, opting to grant him ample space and allowing things to develop organically. However, an unexpected crisis struck Jincheng County when her brother was taken away by the disciplinary committee and visitation was prohibited. Understanding Zhou Haoran's intolerant nature towards injustice, she felt a pang of hesitation in broaching the subject of her brother's predicament with him. As she wept, resting her head upon his shoulder, Zhou Haoran gently cupped her face, asking softly, "What troubles you? You're on the verge of tears. Didn't you have something to share?" Baigu, with tear-streaked cheeks, looked up and replied, "Yes, but I'm uncertain if I should speak of it." Wiping her tears, Zhou Haoran smiled and ventured, "Is it about your brother?" Startled by his perceptiveness, Baiji's heart raced as she exclaimed, "How did you know?" Zhou Haoran teased, "Because I am the worm in your belly." His playful jest caused a blush to creep across her cheeks, prompting her to lightly punch his chest in mock reproach. "You're insufferable, always making jokes at my expense." Yet, the glimmer of amusement in her eyes betrayed her inner delight. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and recounted the details of her brother Li Wei's situation to Zhou Haoran. Upon hearing her story, Zhou Haoran's brow furrowed, and his expression turned serious. He was acutely aware of the complexities and sensitivities surrounding this matter. But the look of hope and trust in Baiji's eyes steeled his resolve to assist her in any way possible. He placed a finger over her lips and promised, "I will inquire about his situation, and when I have news, I shall inform you. For your sake, I will do what I can, though I cannot help if others seek my assistance. However," he added, "be prepared. Such matters are rarely resolved easily." Baigu nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet she fought to hold them back. "Thank you, Brother Zhou. Your words bring me great comfort." In truth, she longed to express how deeply she cherished him. For his sake, she had turned down numerous romantic advances from other young men. His filial piety, resilience, and talent had awakened her heart. Initially, she believed he was with Hu Jing, leading her to think she had lost her chance. Yet fate had woven a complex tapestry, with Zhou Haoran parting ways with Hu Jing and her brother subsequently becoming involved with Hu Jing. The unexpected turn of events brought her and Zhou Haoran together due to an unforeseen incident in the provincial capital. Though destiny had played its hand in such convoluted ways, simply being with Zhou Haoran brought her joy. She felt fulfilled and unregretful, even if their paths were destined to diverge in the future. Zhou Haoran was acutely aware of the genuine feelings of the woman nestled in his embrace. He recognized her as a pure and kind-hearted soul, devoid of ulterior motives. Gradually, he accepted the girl into his life, resolved to take responsibility and to marry her. The following day, Baigu left early, not waiting for Zhou Haoran to awaken. After having breakfast, Zhou Haoran headed towards the government office, as he had matters to report to Hou Yuan, thus bypassing the industrial park for the day. After exchanging pleasantries with Secretary Yu, Zhou Haoran knocked on the county chief's door. "Ah, perfect timing. I was just about to have Xiaoyu give you a call. Please wait a moment while I finish signing this document," Hou Yuan remarked, his head bent over some papers, scribbling notes as he read. A few minutes later, having set aside the completed documents, Hou Yuan spoke. "Haoran, I'd like to inquire about the Qianzhou Matai Group. Can you tell me more about it?" Zhou Haoran was momentarily taken aback. He wondered why Hou Yuan was suddenly interested in this particular company. Nevertheless, he gathered his thoughts and responded. The Qianzhou Matai project was introduced during County Chief Zhao's tenure. The CEO, Zhou Ning, had a close relationship with Chief Zhao. Subsequently, he was invited to establish operations here. A substantial number of experts and technicians were dispatched for on-site evaluations, and they were quite pleased with our county's abundant resources of Sikadir. In the end, a cooperation agreement was signed, wherein they provided technology and branding, while we assisted in recruiting employees and supplying raw materials to collaboratively produce Qianzhou Matai's health tonic. Zhou Haoran recounted the entire sequence of events with clarity, prompting Hou Yuan to remark that he had indeed chosen the right person to consult. "Did Lu Guohua or Zhao Xinghua promise them a plethora of favorable policies?" he inquired. "Yes, at the time, this was a project spearheaded by County Chief Zhao. Secretary Lu, eager to secure a substantial stake, promised numerous concessions that now seem rather unreasonable, such as providing land significantly below market value," Zhou Haoran confirmed. "All right then. Do you have the contact information for the other party? Please arrange for me to speak with their CEO," Hou Yuan instructed. Zhou Haoran responded. "Oh, Ever since Lu Guohua and Ma Weimin were taken in for investigation, Zhou Ning has not made any appearances. Ho Yuan continued. I have received word that Zhou Ning wishes to withdraw from the project. He intends to pull out before making any significant investments. Zhou Haoran questioned. Is Zhou Ning's withdrawal related to Lu Guohua's situation? Indeed, Ho Yuan replied. Initially, after old Zhao was taken for investigation, Zhou Ning lost interest. With Lu Guohua and Ma Weimin now under scrutiny, he has grown fearful and wishes to leave. Furthermore, he is exploring opportunities in other counties. But he remains focused on health beverage projects, just not within our county. Zhou Haoran, visibly agitated, furrowed his brow and exclaimed, How can he act this way? We have already begun the preliminary stages of the project. Ho Yuan maintained his composure, responding calmly, as a businessman. His perspective is quite understandable. Haoran, we cannot allow this project to falter. I have already spoken with the mayor of the neighboring county, informing him that we have commenced the preliminary procedures for project approval. Even though there is competition between counties, the mayor has explicitly stated that he will not extend any warmth towards such conduct from Zhou Ning. Zhou Haoran remarked. If he is intent on leaving, why should we keep him? Ho Yuan lit a cigarette, took a puff, and responded, We must retain him. For the health wine is our brainchild. Moreover, we cannot abandon him simply because he intends to depart. This is, in fact, our oversight. After Lu Guohua's incident, we should have proactively reached out to him to alleviate his concerns. In the realm of investment attraction, we must engage with all types of individuals, as long as their actions benefit Jinqing and their funds are directed towards our territory. Upon hearing Ho Yuan's perspective, Zhou Haoran lowered his head and admitted, It's also my fault. I had indeed contemplated this matter. After old Zhao was taken away, I encountered numerous issues and failed to consider it thoroughly. No one is to blame. There has been an overwhelming amount of occurrences during this period, and we have all been preoccupied. Zhou Haoran then inquired, All right. I will contact him shortly. Do you have any further instructions? That is all I can think of for now, Ho Yuan replied, lowering his gaze to examine another document. After a moment, noticing Zhou Haoran still seated without moving, he asked, Do you have something else to discuss? Zhou Haoran smiled sheepishly and said, There is a minor matter. Seeing Zhou Haoran hesitate, Ho Yuan asked, What is it? I wish to inquire about Li Wei, Zhou Haoran replied. Upon hearing this, Ho Yuan set down the material in his hands and said, Oh, has the sun risen in the west today? What suddenly piqued your interest in him? Zhou Haoran blushed and explained, Well, his sister reached out to me, asking for my assistance in inquiring about him. His sister? Yes, that girl has been quite kind to me. In the past, I did not take it to heart due to Li Wei's circumstances, but now that his brother is in trouble, she seeks my help. Ho Yuan burst into laughter. Who would have thought the esteemed Zhou Haoran would humble himself to solicit assistance regarding a romantic interest? Mayor, Zhou Haoran felt somewhat embarrassed. Ho Yuan continued to chuckle heartily, stating, For your swift acquisition of a wife, I shall give it a try. However, it must be within the confines of our principles. I shall not engage in anything that contravenes our principles or violates discipline, regardless of whether you marry or not. That is not my concern. Zhou Haoran responded, Please refrain from mentioning marriage. It is still quite early. The following afternoon, Ho Yuan informed Zhou Haoran that Li Wei's issues were not insurmountable. The main problem lay in reimbursing Lu Chao for a class reunion, alongside some other minor violations. Though the amounts were not substantial, this was fortunate, as his tenure as director had not been long. Otherwise, the situation could have been far worse. Finally, Ho Yuan stated earnestly, even if Li Wei emerges unscathed, he cannot continue in the government office. Haoran, we must seek a new candidate for the director position. Please do not disclose this to his family. Zhou Haoran understood that no county mayor would appoint an office director who did not share their vision. This is the shared destiny of Li Wei and his companions. Upon returning to the office, Zhou Haoran promptly called Bai Gu to invite her for dinner that evening, suggesting she wait for him at his residence after work. When Bai Gu saw Zhou Haoran, she felt a bit shy, especially considering the events of the previous night. However, upon seeing her beautifully adorned appearance today, Zhou Haoran immediately embraced her and kissed her passionately. As their kiss deepened, his hands began to wander. Bai Gu softly protested. We can't. Why? Does it still hurt? It's been a whole day. Blushing, she playfully replied, but that is not acceptable. Zhou Haoran then pulled her close, resting her head against his sturdy chest, and said, All right, let us go eat. I'm treating you tonight. During dinner, Zhou Haoran said, Good. I've taken care of your request. Fortunately, your brother's situation isn't too dire. He should be back shortly. Really? He is truly in no trouble? Bai Gu exclaimed joyfully, grasping his hand. Zhou Haoran continued. There are issues, but they are minor. He may face some disciplinary action. What does that mean? She inquired. It means he made a mistake and will be penalized. The specifics of the punishment are still uncertain and will depend on the situation, Zhou Haoran patiently explained. Bai Gu paused for a moment, then smiled, saying, That is good. As long as he can come back. I was so scared he'd end up in prison. My mother will certainly feel relieved once she knows. I'll tell her immediately. Wait, you cannot disclose my exact words. That is against protocol, Zhou Haoran cautioned seriously. Bai Gu pondered for a moment and replied, All right, I'll tell my mother later. Zhou Haoran noticed her naivety and quickly added, Gur, when I said his issues are minor, I did not mean he has no problems. How his situation is classified is a matter for the authorities. Please do not discuss this outside, especially not with Hu Jing. Do you understand what I mean? Seeing the seriousness on his face, Bai Gu nodded, assuring him. Don't worry, I understand. A few days later, Li Wei indeed returned, facing a disciplinary warning within the party. Concurrently, Hou Yuan leveraged Li Wei's warning as a reason to transfer him from the government office to a regular position as a director at the Health and Wellness Bureau. The new director of the government office, Zhang Lei, previously a deputy town mayor, had left a strong impression on Hou Yuan during his research visits, showcasing exceptional coordination and comprehensive writing skills. Thus, Hou Yuan granted him an opportunity. The following day, Zhou Haoran, on behalf of the county government, called Zhou Ning to convey Hou Yuan's intentions. Initially hesitant, Zhou Ning eventually agreed to meet with Hou Yuan after Zhou Haoran mentioned that Hou Yuan was now the acting county magistrate, overseeing all county party and government affairs, with a high probability of succeeding as the county party secretary. A few days later, at the earnest invitation of the Jincheng County government, Zhou Ning returned to Jincheng. Zhou Haoran hosted Zhou Ning at the finest hotel in the city, the Jincheng Grand Hotel. And County Mayor Hou Yuan also joined them. During the meal, Zhou Haoran first introduced Hou Yuan to Zhou Ning, and once the dishes were served, he briefly discussed the current progress of the project with Zhou Ning. Although some projects had yet to commence, the efforts in the park had not ceased. Zhou Haoran and his team had accomplished significant work. The land in the park had been fully planned, and most of the enterprises that had signed contracts had received their designated plots. The relevant procedures were already being facilitated by the Jincheng side. However, to better accommodate the enterprises, the initial land expropriation costs were being covered by the Jincheng County finances. As the dinner progressed, the group engaged in casual conversation. While Zhou Ning intermittently expressed his desire to withdraw from the project, Huang Xijin raised his glass for a toast to Zhou Ning and remarked, Mr. Zhou, if you change your mind now, you will be leading us into a dire situation. Jincheng is a poverty-stricken county with tight finances. To ensure that enterprises could move in promptly, we have advanced the land acquisition funds. If you breach the contract now, our investments will be for naught. Zhou Ning did not provide a direct response. Instead, he raised his glass in return, smiling as he said, Mr. Huang, as a businessman, I must consider my own interests. With the recent upheavals in Jincheng's political sphere, I cannot afford to take risks. I need to leave myself an exit. Rest assured, the political environment in Jincheng will only improve. Regardless of changes, your enterprise will remain unaffected. Moreover, our contract is in black and white. You need not harbor any concerns. Zhou Haoran also raised his glass in a toast to Zhou Ning. Observing that Zhou Ning had only taken a sip from his glass and had not consumed the drink fully, Zhou Haoran felt a surge of frustration but knew he had to endure, as he was in need of Zhou Ning's cooperation, even if there are shortcomings on our part. You possess a professional legal team capable of safeguarding your interests through legal means. To speak frankly, our agreement was established, and withdrawing now would constitute a breach of contract, incurring a substantial penalty. I believe Mr. Zhou would prefer to avoid a situation where both parties suffer, Zhou Haoran reiterated, raising his glass once more in a conciliatory manner. Zhou Ning had initially intended to assert some leverage over Zhou Haoran, the least influential person at the table, but was instead met with veiled threats from him. Indeed, breaching the contract would entail significant financial repercussions, and the thought of incurring such a loss without having made any progress was particularly irksome. Finishing his drink, Zhou Ning spoke. I am increasingly concerned that once I commit, you may impose various restrictions, making it impossible for me to withdraw later. Zhou Haoran and Hou Yuan erupted into laughter. This project belongs to your Qianmao group, and it is also for the people of Jincheng. It is not the endeavor of any single individual. Even if I, Hou Yuan, am reassigned tomorrow. There will be another county chief, and our collaboration must persist. After all, cooperation is a mutually beneficial endeavor, and we have neither the reason nor the necessity to hinder you in any matter, Hou Yuan assured. Zhou Ning raised his glass in acknowledgement of the two and then spoke. Your assurance, County Chief Hou, suffices. I recognize your genuine desire for collaboration. Your sincerity has been evident from the outset, as demonstrated by the substantial preferential policies you afforded us. You are correct. There are rules of engagement in our line of work. Should I breach these conventions, I would also suffer the consequences. Therefore, to demonstrate my goodwill, I propose that we sign an addendum to our agreement, whereby we shall handle the electrical infrastructure ourselves. And you need only focus on land acquisition and road construction within the park. Zhou Haoran and Hou Yuan exchanged glances before promptly rising to refill Zhou Ning's glass. Zhou Ning interjected, Hold on, don't rush to toast me just yet. I must clarify that I, Zhou Ning, am not driven by noble intentions or boundless wealth. Rather, I recognize the advantageous position I held when we entered into our contract. The policy was granted to me by Lu Guohua, and in the spirit of fostering a fruitful partnership, I am prepared to make concessions. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for your understanding and your willingness to compromise. I raise my glass to you, Hou Yuan responded, lifting his glass in salute. Zhou Haoran mirrored the gesture. Zhou Ning waved his hand dismissively, saying, This is trivial. As businessmen, we indeed prioritize benefits, yet we also understand the principle of moderation. Sometimes, making concessions leads to greater advantages. And a win-win situation brings me a sense of security. I have experienced the adverse effects of greed before. Initially, it may seem as though one is reaping all the benefits, but in the end, one can find themselves constrained and at the mercy of others, which is quite unpleasant. Zhou Ning's words resonated profoundly. Many investors, in their quest to maximize profits at the expense of local governments, exploit the eagerness of officials to advance projects and enhance their political achievements. They threaten to seek better investment opportunities elsewhere, coercing local governments into signing numerous inequitable contracts. The local governments find themselves in a precarious position. If they refuse the investors' demands, the latter may withdraw their investments. Conversely, acquiescing often leads to simmering resentment, resulting in various forms of obstruction against businesses, such as inspections of fire safety, electricity, and personnel health, which ultimately forces enterprises to relinquish all their hard-won benefits, leaving them in dire straits and resulting in abandoned projects. Zhou Ning continued, Your government not only granted me land without charge, but also reduced various taxes. I am forthright in my dealings. Since both parties are sincerely committed to seeing this matter through, I cannot take advantage of you, can I? As for my relationship with Lu Guohua, it is not appropriate for me to delve into that topic. After all, we are friends. And I do not wish to add insult to injury. Hou Yuan interrupted, saying, We are not interested in your affairs with him. Nor do we wish to know. Since Director Zhou has shown genuine sincerity, I shall express my stance. We will fully cooperate. Furthermore, there will be no underhanded tactics employed. I assure you of this with my integrity and character. Director Zhou gazed at Zhou Haoran, who smiled and replied, Given Director Zhou's evident sincerity, I too shall affirm my commitment to safeguard your interests, ensuring that there will be no disruptions or obstructions. Although my authority may not surpass that of the county head, I can assure you of one thing. As a local resident, I will likely remain here longer than county head Hou, who is young and talented and may be reassigned by superiors in the coming years. Thus, my assurances carry greater weight. Zhou Ning laughed heartily, exclaiming, Excellent. My anxieties have dissipated. For us investors, there is nothing more practical than the ability to earn peacefully. The greatest fear is to gain a small advantage at the outset, only to suffer significant losses later. To speak candidly, I was uneasy when signing this contract. Zhou Haoran thought to himself, hypocritical. Had you not insisted on such unreasonable concessions at the beginning, even Lu Guohua's corruption wouldn't have been able to forcefully deliver the public's interests into your hands. Now, you feign sincerity only because Lu Guohua has fallen and no one is protecting you. Though he harbored these thoughts inwardly, he could not voice them. At the banquet, Zhou Haoran appeared transformed, showering Zhou Ning with various flattering remarks that brought joy to his heart. Even Hou Yuan was puzzled by Zhou Haoran's sudden change in demeanor. The feast concluded with everyone in high spirits. Zhou Ning was elated, and Hou Ming felt a significant weight lifted from his heart due to the successful negotiation of the project. In the end, Zhou Ning remained at the hotel to rest, while County Head Hou's secretary, Yu Chong, arranged for Zhou Haoran to have a room at the hotel, ensuring he fell asleep before escorting County Head Hou back to his residence. Zhou Haoran slept soundly, awakening to find it was already past 9 in the morning, a rarity for him, as his biological clock typically roused him around 6. After a refreshing cold shower, he proceeded to the Hotel S buffet for breakfast before heading to the county government, intending to discuss subsequent matters with Hou Yuan. He went directly to County Head Ho's office, where he found Zhang Lei, the deputy mayor of Jincheng Town and the newly appointed director of the county government office. Waiting for Hou Yuan to review documents, Zhang Lei greeted Zhou Haoran with a smile, and after the leader finished with the paperwork, he left, allowing Zhou Haoran and Hou Yuan to converse in the office. "Ah, you're awake. We owe you much from yesterday. Otherwise, we would have faced considerable challenges," Hou Yuan remarked with gratitude. "Please, do not say that. Without your presence, I would not have been able to manage such a formidable figure. I merely played a supporting role," Zhou Haoran humbly replied. "Oh, look at Director Zhou turning over a new leaf. Yesterday at the banquet, you were full of flattery. And today you've adopted a humble demeanor," Hou Yuan teased with a smile. Zhou Haoran could only respond with a laugh to mask his embarrassment. The two continued their discussion regarding the ongoing project and further communications with Zhou Ning's company. After a while, Zhang Lei knocked and entered, informing the leaders that someone was there to report on work matters. Zhou Haoran was well aware that in recent times, Hou Yuan had been diligently meeting with the principal leaders and even the members of various units. Due to the ramifications of Lu Guohua's entanglement, several top positions, including first and second in command, had become vacant in multiple organizations. Most of those taken away by the special investigation team had not returned, leading to a situation where some towns and units closely associated with Lu Guohua found themselves lacking several key personnel. The interim leaders managing these units had recently exhibited remarkable enthusiasm, frequently visiting the county mayor's office to seek opportunities to report on their work, thereby drawing closer to Hou Yuan. Hou Yuan was quite pleased with this development. At times, he even took the initiative to conduct research across various units and departments. Engaging in profound discussions with these interim leaders, he understood that at this juncture, signaling them would encourage their increased dedication to their work. During his investigations, Hou Yuan subtly hinted to these individuals that performing well could lead to further opportunities, while poor performance would yield different consequences. He also assured them that the county committee and government would fully support the work of each unit, providing necessary assistance and backing. Those who had previously dismissed the county mayor's authority had notably changed their attitudes, especially frequenting the mayor's office. These individuals were well informed and had somehow learned that Gong Ping, the head of the special investigation team, was an old superior of Hou Yuan, prompting them to report more frequently, thereby enhancing Hou Yuan's control over the situation. However, not everyone was of the opportunistic ilk. Some individuals remained steadfast in their commitment to their roles, diligently fulfilling their duties regardless of external changes. Zhang Lei, the newly appointed head of the government office, epitomized such integrity. His character had previously led to his demotion from the publicity department directly to a vice mayor position in a town, as he would not pander to superiors. Had he played the game, he could have been promoted from his role as a deputy section chief in a standing committee department to a higher position in the town. Instead, he ended up as a vice mayor for many years. Before Lu Guohua's downfall, Zhang Lei had sought an audience with the organization, expressing his desire to return to Jincheng Town or a direct county department, even if it meant a demotion or a position without a title. At his age, he did not wish to remain in a town indefinitely, as he also needed to care for his family. However, Zhang Lei had offended Minister Chen of the publicity department, a staunch supporter of Lu Guohua, which resulted in his reassignment. Consequently, whenever Zhang Lei approached Lu Guohua, the latter would verbally agree but consistently fail to take action. Zhang Lei had contemplated offering Lu Guohua a token of gratitude, but being a mere civil servant with a fixed salary, he had never stooped to seek illicit gains. Thus, constrained by financial limitations, he found himself unable to extend any gifts, leading to his prolonged absence from the city. However, this time is different. Due to the incident involving Lu Guohua, the town has lost quite a few personnel. Coincidentally, during Hou Yuan's visit to Shuangfu Town for research, he received a report from Deputy Town Head Zhang Lei. As a result, Hou Yuan developed a significant impression of him. At the same time, Hou Yuan was in search of a director for the government office. After thorough inquiries, he learned that Zhang Lei was a diligent, steady, and principled individual, perfectly aligning with Hou Yuan's requirements. Thus, Hou Yuan seamlessly brought Zhang Lei, a vice town head with years of experience in the township, back to his side. Zhou Haoran had long perceived that Hou Yuan was fully utilizing this period to expand his influence and power, extending his reach into various fields and units throughout the county. Even with the arrival of a new county party secretary, Hou Yuan had already secured ample political resources and advantages. "Hello, Director Zhang," Zhou Haoran greeted, extending his hand to shake hands with Zhang Lei. Observing Zhou Haoran's courteous greeting, Hou Yuan smiled knowingly, sensing that Zhou Haoran had indeed changed significantly lately, displaying a notable increase in politeness when interacting with others. Even those he previously found disagreeable, he now seemed capable of considering the bigger picture. Hou Yuan smiled while appraising him and remarked, "Haoran, what has come over you lately? Everyone says you've changed quite a bit, being kind and courteous to others. Even Zhou Ning seems so easily swayed by you that he willingly digs into his pockets." Zhou Haoran silently acknowledged that change was essential. Even the former Zhao Xinghua had remarked on him more than once, indicating that he had serious personal flaws. Continuing on this path could lead to difficulties in his relationship with County Head Ho, which would be the greatest misfortune of his life. Having gone through a myriad of ups and downs recently, Zhou Haoran recognized his own shortcomings. Thus, he consciously sought to transform himself, striving to become more mature and composed, refraining from hasty declarations and instead observing situations before articulating his position and opinions. More importantly, he aimed to be polite and learn to respect others, which is the most basic of qualities. Regardless of one's abilities, maintaining an arrogant demeanor is inappropriate. This was precisely why, despite being the deputy director of the government office, Zhou Haoran was not well liked. Yet, Zhou Haoran could not confide in Hou Yuan that he had changed due to external stimuli and setbacks. That was his most vulnerable secret. In a moment of inspiration, he remarked, "Recently, my temper has mellowed because I see hope for Jincheng. Under your leadership, despite the brief time, the town is gradually improving." Hou Yuan nearly sputtered the water he was drinking upon hearing this. He glanced at Zhou Haoran and noticed the absence of his former flippant tone, replaced instead with sincerity. "Have you not yet sobered up? Are you now flattering Zhou Ning only to come and flatter me? This is uncharacteristic of you." Seeing Hou Yuan's reaction, Zhou Haoran quickly responded, "County Head, we are in the presence of Director Zhang. You may inquire with him if my words hold any truth. Furthermore, this sentiment is not solely mine. It is the prevailing opinion throughout the county." Zhang Lei, of course, would not miss the opportunity to speak favorably in front of the leadership. He took the cue from Zhou Haoran and remarked, "Director Zhou's words are undoubtedly accurate. Jincheng has faced a challenging defense, although your time here has been brief. You have not only navigated the most difficult period but have also gradually steered Jincheng back on course. You have effectively stabilized morale, unified the sentiments of the people, and provided solace to those who were lost and bewildered, illuminating a path forward and aligning the thoughts of the entire county's populace with our current endeavors. Such an achievement is not something everyone can accomplish." Upon hearing Zhang Lei's remarks, Hou Yuan could not help but feel a sense of joy. After all, who does not relish praise, especially from individuals who seldom bestow flattery? It was indeed gratifying. Under such circumstances, anyone in my position would do the same, and I dare say. "Even better," Hou Yuan replied with a smile. Zhang Lei shook his head, asserting, "That is not entirely accurate. Without comparing to others, one need only look at those recently apprehended to see the distinction." After engaging in light conversation for a while, Zhou Haoran departed, leaving Hou Yuan to attend to the various junior leaders from different departments who were reporting in. In the ensuing days, Zhou Haoran was busy overseeing the establishment of the Qianzhou Mount Ai factory, while Hou Yuan focused on solidifying his position. And Zhang Lei busied himself familiarizing with the myriad affairs of the government office. Though Zhang Lei had previously served as the deputy mayor of a township and had experience in the publicity department, he was not necessarily as well-versed in governmental matters as Zhou Haoran. Thus, he occasionally called Zhou back from the industrial park or sought his counsel over the phone. A few days later, it was unclear whether Hou Yuan had intervened or if there had been developments in Gong Ping's review, but Li Wei was released. While he was back, he still had certain issues to address. Fortunately, he had not yet reached the point of being subjected to dual regulations or dismissal, only receiving a party disciplinary action. Hou Yuan seized this opportunity to relieve him of his position as director of the government office, seamlessly appointing Zhang Lei as his successor. Curiously, on the day of Li Wei's release, Zhang Lei, whether by design or happenstance, sent the same driver, Tian Yong, to fetch him. Zhou Haoran, upon learning of this coincidence, marveled at the irony. Nevertheless, he refrained from taking advantage of the situation. regardless of his recent changes or the fact that Li Wei was his brother-in-law. He acted discreetly and even covertly called Zhang Lei to suggest that Hu Jing accompany Tian Yong for the pickup. Zhang Lei was more than willing to return the favor. Considering the matter thoughtfully, he instructed Hu Jing to ensure that upon Li Wei's return, he would be taken for a bath and a haircut, allowing him a few days' rest to recuperate before resuming work. On the day of Li Wei's release, Hou Yuan convened a standing committee meeting primarily to discuss the appointment of the new director of the government office. While he initially intended to further explore the appointments of departments that had been left vacant due to the Lu Guohua incident, the significant events in Jincheng had resulted in a freeze on personnel matters across the county. The appointment of the government office director was thus treated as a special case, and Hou Yuan had sought explicit approval from his superiors to proceed. Due to Zhang Lei's formal appointment, Zhou Haoran was finally able to relinquish the burdens of the government office, relishing the newfound leisure that allowed him to better engage in his work within the park. He could genuinely fulfill his responsibilities as the county mayor's coordinator, assisting Hou Yuan with more ad hoc tasks. Although the duties of the government office had fallen to Zhang Lei, the work in the park was no less demanding, and Zhou Haoran often found himself busy. Recently, he had not seen Bai Ge for several days, yet he was fortunate that Bai Ge was an understanding girl. Otherwise, any partner would surely feel neglected. That afternoon, while donning a safety helmet and discussing matters concerning the Maui Park with the construction workers, Zhou Haoran received a notification from the county committee, announcing a meeting for all deputy department-level officials and above to be held the following morning at 9 o'clock in the county planning hall. Zhou Haoran pondered. Such meetings were seldom convened lightly, and this one was likely related to personnel appointments, as a county could not remain in a state of paralysis for an extended period. Thus, he organized the park's affairs and headed towards the government office, intending to inquire with Hou Yuan. On the way, he called Hou Yuan's secretary, Yu Chang, to check if the mayor was in the office, only to learn that he was currently in the city reporting to the leaders. Consequently, he dialed Bai Ji's number, thinking that since it had been a while since he had seen her, he could make amends and nurture their relationship. To his surprise, Bai Ge was working the evening shift and was unavailable to accompany him, feeling somewhat awkward about lingering at the hospital. Zhou Haoran found himself at a loss for what to do. After scrolling through his phone for quite some time, he realized he had few friends to call. Therefore, he decided to ring Guofu Gue. As soon as the phone rang once, he recalled that Guofu Gue's wife had just given birth, and he must be at home with his family, so he hung up. However, just after he ended the call with Guofu Gue, the latter called him back. Haoran, is there something you need? Zhou Haoran replied, nothing in particular. I'm on my way back to the county town. I had initially planned to invite you out, but then I remembered you must be busy with your wife and child, so I hung up. Who says I'm busy? You have no idea how bored I am. I don't want to stay at home. My mother-in-law is driving me crazy. You are truly my savior. I was just lamenting about needing an excuse to go out. Well, let us not. If you come out with me, what will your wife think? Inviting you out for drinks during her confinement period? She would surely berate me behind my back. Zhou Haoran declined. Don't be like that. You have no idea how my mother-in-law has been pestering me. I need to escape. Otherwise, I fear I might fall ill. It's settled then. Wait for my call. Guofu Gue declared before hanging up without waiting for Zhou Haoran's response. Soon after, Guofu Gue found a barbecue restaurant, reserved a small private room, and notified Zhou Haoran to come over. Seeing that Guofu Gue had already made arrangements, Zhou Haoran had no choice but to comply. As he sipped his drink, he listened to Guofu Gue venting his frustrations. Most of the time, Go Fuchi was the one speaking while Zhou Haoran listened, occasionally clinking their glasses together. Go Fuchi incessantly recounted the grievances he held against his mother-in-law, expressing that recently, his mother-in-law had been finding fault with him incessantly. She criticized him for making noise while eating and complained about his snoring disturbing her daughter and grandson's sleep. She even chastised him for being absent from home, claiming he was neglectful. In essence, nothing he did was right. It is worth noting that his wife typically never quarreled, yet whenever her mother visited, she would inevitably bicker with him. Even when Go Fuchi's mother came to see her grandson, she would also endure the ire of the mother-daughter duo. After sharing his woes, Go Fuchi imparted advice to Zhou Haoran, emphasizing the importance of choosing a partner with a congenial mother-in-law, lest one's household devolve into chaos. Zhou Haoran, upon hearing this, found himself reflecting on his own situation. He wondered if Bai Ge, with her gentle and understanding nature, had a similarly agreeable mother. However, considering that Bai Ge was the half-sister of Li Wei, he surmised that her mother might not be as accommodating. leading to potential complications. The mere thought of Li Wei unsettled him. It was rumored that Li Wei, under the pretense of being a director at the Medical Insurance Bureau, had been acting with arrogance, dismissing tasks assigned by the bureau chief. He even boasted about being Zhou Haoran's brother-in-law, leveraging Zhou's prominence as the county chief to avoid reprimand. This information eventually reached Zhou Haoran through Hou Yuan's secretary, inciting his ire towards Li Wei's audacity. Consequently, Zhou Haoran contacted the bureau chief, clarifying that he had no ties to Li Wei and insisted that the chief should proceed without regard for Li Wei's status. Later, Xiaoyu informed Zhou Haoran that Li Wei had been reprimanded by the bureau chief, leaving Li Wei visibly embarrassed. During a phone call with Zhou Haoran, Baigu inquired about any offense he may have caused Li Wei, as Li Wei had been bad-mouthing Zhou to Bai Ji's mother and imploring her not to date him. Furthermore, Baigu had mentioned that prior to his investigation, Li Wei had reached an engagement stage with Hu Jing, Zhou Haoran's former girlfriend, which complicated matters since Baigu was now his girlfriend. Reflecting on this convoluted relationship made Zhou Haoran feel awkward, leading him to decline Bai Ji's invitations to visit her mother under various pretexts. Setting aside other matters, Zhou Haoran truly believed that Baigu was an exceptional young woman, gentle, beautiful, and kind. She seemed devoid of any faults. However, the thought of the intricate and awkward relationship between her, his brother Li Wei, and Hu Jing made Zhou Haoran's head throb. Each time he recalled his inability to restrain himself and the fact that he had slept with the young lady, he longed to slap himself. Yet, Zhou Haoran was not the kind of man to shirk responsibility. Having crossed that line, he felt compelled to treat her well. Come, let us drink. With these troubling thoughts weighing on his mind, Zhou Haoran felt a sense of unease, prompting him and the equally troubled Go Fu Gui to raise their glasses repeatedly. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone broke the tension. Half inebriated, Go Fu Gui initially assumed it was his wife calling him home, rummaging through his pockets for ages before finally retrieving his phone, only to discover it was not his. "It's not my call. Check yours," he slurred. Zhou Haoran had also thought the ringing belonged to Go, but upon hearing his words, he took out his own phone and was surprised to see that it was Zhang Ying calling. "Zhang Ying is calling. I wonder what she wants," Zhou Haoran remarked, showing the phone to Go Fu Gui. "Quick, answer it. She may need something from you," Go Fu Gui urged. "Hello." Zhou Haoran answered the call. "Secretary Zhou. Where are you?" came Zhang Ying's voice from the other end, sweet and alluring, sending shivers down a man's spine. Zhou Haoran momentarily found himself at a loss for words and replied, "I was drinking with Go Zig. By the way, what did you just call me?" Has the newly promoted bank manager become so lofty that they can casually bestow titles upon others? Or perhaps they have aligned themselves with some influential figure, seeking to promote me? Spare me. Such unpleasant speech is indeed unbecoming. A dog's mouth cannot produce ivory. The previously sweet and feminine tone of Zhang Ying had vanished, replaced by a tone of self-satisfied triumph. Ha ha. Zhou Haoran and Go Fu Gui shared a hearty laugh. It was only in the county mayor's office, when she had expressly come to thank Hou Yuan, that Zhou Haoran learned she had already ascended to the position of vice president. Perhaps she was also expressing goodwill towards Hou Yuan. After all, for the county's development, the vigorous support of various banks was essential. With a vice president of a bank on their side, future endeavors could indeed become considerably easier. Eventually, Zhang Ying inquired about the two men's locations. Upon discovering they were not far from her, she informed them to continue dining while she attended to a social engagement at a nearby restaurant, promising to join them for a drink shortly. Before long, Zhang Ying arrived, reeking of alcohol, clearly having indulged herself as well. Nevertheless, she raised a beer in a toast to Zhou Haoran, citing her gratitude for his assistance. One reason was to thank him for helping her mother-in-law secure funding to renovate the school, and the other was to express her appreciation for his efforts in facilitating her promotion through Hou Yuan. It turned out that the day after Zhou Haoran had dined with teacher Liu, he reviewed the materials he had received and discovered that the special education school's facilities were severely damaged, and the buildings were quite dilapidated. Although Zhou Haoran harbored resentment towards teacher Liu, he believed in aiding the person rather than the situation, recognizing the merit in her pursuit of funding to repair the school. He thought of the students at the special education institution and felt compelled to take action. Thus, he took the materials to Deputy County Head Wang, who was in charge of education, and unusually spoke many kind words on her behalf. Ultimately, County Head Wang approved the application outlined in the materials, sought funding from County Head Ho, and collaborated with a donating enterprise to allocate a substantial sum for the special education school, thereby refurbishing the premises and enhancing the infrastructure. After finishing the toast from Zhang Ying, Zhou Haoran intended to take a moment to rest and have a bite to eat. Unexpectedly, the woman lifted her glass once more and declared, "Having completed my gratitude toast, this next cup is dedicated to Secretary Zhou. Hoping you will look after this little lady in the future." With that, she even performed a mock bow to Zhou Haoran, although it was in jest. As she referred to him as Secretary Zhou on the way, Zhou Haoran seriously inquired, "What do you mean by that? Am I becoming increasingly muddled?" Zhang Ying cast a glance at Go Fugue and then turned to Zhou Haoran, speaking with an air of mystery. "You don't know? You will find out tomorrow." Go Fugue, equally puzzled, interjected, "Zhang Ying, do not speak in half measures. You are making us anxious. What exactly is going on? What secretary?" Zhang Ying glanced at the entrance and noticed the door was firmly shut. She whispered to Zhou Haoran, "Are you back to attend tomorrow's cadre meeting?" Zhou Haoran replied earnestly, "Yes, I rearranged my work after receiving the notice to return early. I wanted to prepare in advance, fearing I might run out of time tomorrow." Zhang Ying remarked, "The cadre meeting is essentially a personnel conference. I heard that the Municipal Organization Department is sending representatives to announce the new leadership team. You, Zhou Haoran, will also receive a new appointment tomorrow." Go Fuqian interjected, "Wait a moment. Wasn't he just appointed as the county mayor and coordinating director? How can there be another new appointment?" Zhang Ying looked at Go Fuqian and said, "Are you foolish? Why shouldn't he be promoted?" Zhou Haoran was completely taken aback and asked, "Where did you get this information?" "I had no idea." Zhang Ying replied, "Are you genuinely unaware, or are you pretending? Please don't play dumb with us." Go Fuqian also stared at Zhou Haoran, adding, "Exactly. Don't feign ignorance with us." Zhou Haoran pointed to his head, wanting to swear. "If I knew, I would." All right, Zhang Ying interrupted, pulling down his raised hands. "Let's not speak of ominous things. All I know is that that's the news I've heard. As for what will happen to you tomorrow, we'll only know the outcome after the meeting." She insisted, "Now tell me, where did you get this information?" Zhou Haoran unabashedly expressed his curiosity. Zhang Ying gazed at him and playfully responded, "What is this, an interrogation? I only know there is such a rumor. The specifics will be clarified in tomorrow's meeting." Seeing that Zhang Ying was not joking, Zhou Haoran realized her reputation as a socialite within the banking system. What kind of man could she not attract? Especially those in power. Could it be that she heard it from Mayor Ho? With this thought, he blurted out, "Did Mayor Ho tell you?" Zhang Ying, upon hearing this, glared at Zhou Haoran and exclaimed, "Zhou Haoran, are you mocking me? You're a favored person in front of the county mayor. He wouldn't tell me if he didn't tell you." "I didn't say anything else," Zhou Haoran mumbled quietly, sensing Zhang Ying's irritation. Zhang Ying's face flushed as she retorted, "Isn't the implication of your words clear? I'm not foolish." Go Fuqian, confused, remarked, "Zhang Ying, Haoran didn't say anything derogatory. Why are you getting upset?" "Indeed, I said nothing more than a casual question. It's remarkable how a high position can inflate one's temper. I merely spoke a word, and you're already angry," Zhou Haoran said deliberately, attempting to mask his earlier unsettling thoughts. Zhang Ying continued to glare at Zhou Haoran. He understood perfectly the reason for her sudden anger, yet he could not explain it in front of Go Fuqian. Go Fuqian chimed in, "Zhang Ying, I admit Haoran can be blunt, but he truly meant no malice just now." Zhang Ying shot a glare at Go Fuqian and replied, "What do you know?" Zhou Haoran is fully aware of how I am perceived in his eyes. The last time I sought out County Chief Ho, he expressed a rather surprising sentiment. He remarked, "Ho Yuan is an exceptionally good county chief, a rarity in Ping Shui's history. Keep your distance from him. You wouldn't want to lead him astray." I merely intended to extend my gratitude to County Chief Ho, yet Zhou Haoran seems to have misjudged my intentions. As if my mere presence with a man implies an inevitable rendezvous. Zhou Haoran, let me clarify. I harbor no grudges. If I did, I would defiantly pursue a liaison with Ho Yuan merely in retaliation for your previous remark. It infuriates me to no end. Zhang Ying exclaimed indignantly. If I were to embody a woman like Daji, I would certainly cast you, Zhou Haoran, into a den of vipers. Upon hearing Zhang Ying's fierce declaration, both Zhou Haoran and Go Fugue erupted into laughter. Realizing that Zhang Ying was genuinely upset, Zhou Haoran quickly stifled his amusement and attempted to explain. I was merely intoxicated that day. Please do not take my words to heart. I apologize. I was in the wrong, and I owe you a drink. Nonsense. Zhang Ying retorted. That encounter took place in the morning while I was at work, and you clearly intended to vex me. Now you claim you were inebriated? Humph. Zhang Ying was entirely unimpressed by his excuse. Zhou Haoran, with a serious demeanor, replied, that was the old Zhou Haoran. The new Zhou Haoran will no longer speak without thought. Therefore, I shall not apologize for the actions of my former self. Zhang Ying couldn't help but chuckle, finding humor in his obstinacy. This man was so unyielding that even a trivial apology seemed beyond his capability. Instead, he chose to convey his regret in such an indirect manner. Such restraint was indeed rare for Zhou Haoran. Yet, Zhang Ying remained unaware of the profound transformation he had undergone. Beside them, Go Fugue interjected, Zhang Ying, perhaps it's wise to let this go. When has Zhou Haoran ever apologized to anyone? For him, the words I am sorry are more precious than gold. Zhou Haoran turned to Go Fugue, asserting, that's nonsense. I frequently express those words. You simply haven't been privy to it. Go Fugue approached and placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, I must say, you've risen quite swiftly. We ought to celebrate this evening. Zhou Haoran quickly waved his hands, responding, given my genuine ignorance of the situation, and considering even Zhang Ying cannot vouch for the accuracy of this news, let us keep this under wraps for now and not speak of it further. Go Fugue and Zhang Ying exchanged glances, with Go Fugue inquiring, it seems he truly knows nothing. Zhang Ying, where did you hear this information? Is it credible? Zhang Ying directed her gaze at Zhou Haoran and replied, for the moment, I shall remain discreet. As for its veracity, we shall ascertain that tomorrow morning, when Zhou Haoran will treat us. With that, she announced, I've already indulged in 2 meals and snuck out. I must return to attend to those gentlemen. I shall take my leave now. As she exited, the faint scent of her perfume lingered in the room. Haoran, now that it's just the 2 of us, tell me honestly, do you truly know nothing? Go Fuqian sensed that Zhang Ying's words were not uttered in jest. However, he found it hard to believe that Zhou Haoran was completely oblivious to the matter at hand. The promotion of officials is not a trivial affair. It often necessitates some form of sacrifice. Even if one is elevated to a position, the leadership typically conveys the information with an expectation of reciprocity. Zhou Haoran observed the playful and scrutinizing glint in Go Fuqian's eyes and reiterated that he was entirely uninformed, asserting that the arrangements were solely the prerogative of the leadership. Everyone in the county is well aware of your close relationship with County Chief Ho. You are indeed one of his favored aides. Why not give him a call? Go Fuqian encouraged. Come now, even if my rapport with him is strong, it is inappropriate to inquire directly about such matters with a superior. Those in the know would understand my intent to verify, while those ignorant of the context might misconstrue it as an attempt to solicit a position from the leader. Please refrain from suggesting such imprudent courses of action, Zhou Haoran jested, albeit with a hint of reproach. Go Fuqian conceded the point. As the 2 continued their convivial discourse over drinks, they initially intended to part ways. Zhou Haoran, being a solitary figure, was indifferent to returning home at an early or late hour. However, Go Fuqian had recently welcomed a newborn, and a tardy return would surely invite reprimand. Despite his protestations against returning home, Zhou Haoran could not allow him to linger. After a brief trip to the restroom, they were unexpectedly confronted by several classmates in the hall. Although they shared a history as classmates, Zhou Haoran's relationship with them was rather tenuous. Despite having formerly held the position of deputy director in the government office, his reserved nature had limited his social circle. Unlike Go Fuqian, who could effortlessly engage with anyone, Zhou Haoran was not inclined to extend assistance, even to those who sought it. Thus, the 2 found themselves drawn into the classmates' private room, unable to extricate themselves from the situation. Regardless of their lack of camaraderie, they were still classmates, and although Zhou Haoran was proud, he was not foolish enough to overtly offend anyone. As he walked behind Go Fuqian, he gently whispered in his ear, when we drink, let's avoid discussing this topic. Understood. I know you prefer not to mingle with those within the system. However, these particular individuals have minimal connections to the political sphere, which is why I brought you along. Otherwise, I would have let you go long ago. The group included a middle school principal, a director of a credit cooperative, and a businessman. Although they initially hoped to invite 2 additional individuals, Go Fuqian intercepted them, aware that Zhou Haoran wished to avoid contact with them. Zhou Haoran's reluctance to engage with these classmates stemmed from past interactions. Although their relationship had once been amicable, during the turbulent period of Zhou Haoran's tribulations, these 2 had deliberately distanced themselves, fearing association with him. They even failed to extend their condolences when Zhou Haoran's mother passed away. A stark demonstration of the coldness of human nature, which left Zhou Haoran with no fond feelings towards them. One reason for Zhou Haoran's reluctance to engage with certain individuals is their affiliation with bureaucratic circles. Their conversations often revolve around promotions and influential connections. Zhou finds this distasteful, preferring to distance himself from such discussions. Social gatherings, in his view, should be occasions for complete relaxation, free from the burdens of political intricacies. This distinction sets him apart from others who, while at work, may find solace, yet feel compelled to maintain a serious demeanor at the dining table. Prolonging work-related dialogues into social settings. Given the current political landscape, Zhou Haoran's demeanor seems somewhat out of place. At the dining table, as a few individuals engaged in casual conversation, Zhou Fuqian approached Zhou Haoran and remarked, "I must say, Haoran, you ought to consider altering your temperament. I've known your disposition since our school days, and it appears you have yet to amend it. It's a trait that could prove detrimental in your line of work. Furthermore, the connections you cultivate now may become invaluable in the future." Zhou Haoran, with a faint smirk, thought to himself that such resources held little significance for him. Aside from creating complications, none of them could be relied upon. During his misfortunes, they had all kept their distance, and when his mother passed away, those so-called close friends and classmates, with the exception of Zhou Fuqian, shunned public appearances, fearing they might attract misfortune. Zhou Fuqian seemed to sense Zhou's sentiments and continued. Some individuals, despite knowing each other's true nature, still maintain connections, for your future standing will be elevated. In the past, Zhou might have retorted, engaging with them is futile. Eventually, they'll seek my attention. Yet, feeling that such a statement might come off as arrogant, he refrained from voicing it and merely nodded in acknowledgement. The two exchanged a few more words before shifting the topic, mindful of the presence of others at the table. Under Zhou Fuqian's spirited influence, Zhou gradually began to engage in light-hearted banter with his classmates. Although their ties to the bureaucratic realm were somewhat tenuous, their discussions predominantly centered around the upcoming county-wide cadre meeting. Opinions varied widely, as if each person were an organizational minister. This preoccupation likely stemmed from the current turmoil within the Jincheng County political sphere, where numerous positions had been vacated due to disciplinary actions or dismissals. Naturally, there was a keen interest in who would fill these vacancies. There were also those well-informed who speculated about Zhou Haoran, suggesting that he might soon be promoted. It was unclear whether they were merely flattering him over drinks or genuinely had news to share. Regardless, everyone raised their glasses in celebration of the possibility of Zhou's advancement, having already dined together and consumed a fair amount of alcohol. Zhou and Gu did not prolong the evening much longer, concluding their meal. Initially, they anticipated that Zhang Ying would return from her engagements to greet them. But to their surprise, she did not reappear as the gathering dispersed. As they prepared to leave, Zhou inquired of Zhou Fuqian whether he wished to extend greetings to Zhang Ying. Zhou Fuqi, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "Didn't Zhang Ying mention that she's still a guest to entertain? Why the sudden concern for her? Do you harbor feelings for her?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Haoran narrowed his eyes and retorted, "Feelings for her? You must be joking. She is married, and you ought to consider who she is, the daughter-in-law of someone significant." Zhou Fuqi chuckled, "So what if she is married? Marriage adds a certain allure, and it's unlikely her mother-in-law can truly manage her." Zhou Haoran pondered this and exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Fuqi, prompting them both to erupt into laughter. Upon returning to his residence, Zhou Haoran found himself reflecting on Zhang Ying's comments about her impending promotion. He picked up his phone several times, contemplating calling Hou Yuan for information, yet each time hesitated and set the device down. Logically, given his relationship with Hou Yuan, such news would typically be shared without him needing to inquire. However, the fact that he had not been informed of news that was evidently common knowledge struck him as rather peculiar. Zhou Haoran sensed that Zhang Ying's words bore weight. Not long ago, he had assisted Gong Ping in solving a case, uncovering a wealth of evidence against Lu Guohua, which ultimately led to the downfall of this long-standing scourge in Jincheng County. Gong Ping had received commendation from higher authorities, and Zhou Haoran was verbally acknowledged and praised by him. This reflection led Zhou Haoran to believe that Zhang Ying's mention of his potential promotion was not without basis. Nevertheless, he could not fathom where he might be appointed next. His current position was satisfactory, and a promotion would undoubtedly be better. Yet, he felt a pang of regret that his mother would not witness his advancement. She would surely have taken joy in his achievements had she been alive. Zhou Haoran contemplated reaching out to someone for clarification, but as he perused his contact list, he realized that apart from Hou Yuan, he felt he had no one to turn to. Although there were a few officials of equal rank, their distance following his previous troubles had left him feeling alienated, fostering a sense of aversion towards them. Hence, he found himself devoid of true friends. Suddenly, he recalled Director Ma from the cadre section of the organization department, who was rumored to be in line for promotion to deputy minister, especially since Deputy Minister Gui had been reassigned due to accepting lavish gifts from officials. Zhou Haoran had developed a rapport with Director Ma, having become acquainted through their shared experiences. He recognized that Ma was rigid in his adherence to rules, often more so than himself. Zhou Haoran could easily envision Ma's response if he were to inquire about the agenda for the upcoming meeting, regardless of his knowledge. The first words would undoubtedly be, "This is not something you or I should be inquiring about." If the sentiment were less pleasant, Ma would likely scold. After all these years following the leadership, how could you not grasp such basic protocol? With this thought, Zhou Haoran dismissed the idea of probing further. He resolved that if he were to seek information, there was only one person to approach, Hou Yuan. Beyond that, inquiring from anyone else would be futile. Ultimately, he decided against pursuing any inquiries. Firstly, it seemed unnecessary, and secondly, his pride as Zhou Haoran prevented him from reaching out to Hou Yuan regarding this matter. Thus, Zhou Haoran decided to take a shower, hoping to wash away the lingering scent of alcohol, and to prepare himself for the following day's meeting with the county's deputy officials above the sub-department level. After his shower, just as Zhou Haoran was about to turn off the lights and retire for the night, he received a message from Bai Ge. She inquired if he was already asleep. With a smile on his face, Zhou Haoran initiated a video call with her. It wasn't long before Bai Ge answered, revealing a fatigued visage with evident tear stains on her cheeks. "What's wrong? Aren't you on the night shift? Why are you crying?" Zhou Haoran asked with genuine concern. "I just sent off a patient," she replied. "Is she being transferred?" "No." Suddenly, Zhou Haoran grasped the deeper meaning behind Bai Ge's words. Although she had only recently embarked on her career, she was diligent and compassionate, feeling a sense of sorrow each time she bid farewell to a patient, just as Zhou Haoran was about to offer her some words of comfort. His video call was interrupted by an incoming call. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Zhang Ying. Zhou Haoran initially thought she might be upset about not having been informed of his dinner with Guzi, so he answered the call. "Hello, darling." Zhang Ying's voice came through, laced with a playful tone. "What's the matter? I'm still busy here. Is there something urgent?" Zhou Haoran paused, then listened closely, realizing she seemed to be in a KTV with a cacophony of sounds in the background. He chuckled to himself, thinking how cunning she was. An idea struck him, and he playfully exclaimed, "It's so late. Why aren't you home yet? If you don't come back now, then don't ever return." To his surprise, Zhang Ying responded deliberately in a loud voice. "What? What did you say? Mom fell? Oh, okay, I'll come back right away. By the way, it might be too late to catch a cab. Can you come pick me up? I'm at Chief KTV. Please come and get me. I'll be down shortly." It seemed she was trying to find an escape from a particularly difficult customer that evening. After ending the call, Zhou Haoran chose not to dwell on Zhang Ying's request and returned his attention to comforting Bai Ge, just as he had managed to soothe her melancholy. Zhang Ying's call came through again. "Darling, where are you? I've been waiting for ages." Zhang Ying's voice was filled with urgency. Zhou Haoran suspected she had feigned a need for a ride merely to extricate herself from her situation. "Are you really wanting me to pick you up?" he inquired. "Yes. I've been waiting here forever. Please hurry." It appeared there were others nearby, as Zhang Ying maintained her term of endearment. Feeling somewhat helpless, Zhou Haoran acknowledged their shared history and decided he could not refuse. He sent Bai Ge a message, informing her that he needed to attend to a friend who had drunk too much, then set out. The small county town had its drawbacks. The nightlife was not as vibrant as in larger cities, and taxis were scarce. After a long wait, Zhou Haoran finally managed to hail a taxi and instructed the driver to head towards Chief KTV. It is not that Zhou Haoran is unwilling to drive, nor is it because he lacks a vehicle. Rather, he has consumed a considerable amount of alcohol and is therefore unable to drive. Additionally, it would be inappropriate to disturb Shen Shuai or Go Fuguei, who is enjoying a moment with his wife and children, at such a late hour. "Darling, you finally arrived. I was nearly frozen to death." Upon seeing Zhou Haoran emerge from the taxi, Zhang Ying hurriedly approached and linked her arm through his. A man standing nearby, smoking a cigarette, saw Zhou Haoran alight from the vehicle and, noticing the intimacy of Zhang Ying's gesture, dismissed his reservations and returned to the private room. Despite the presence of others, Zhang Ying did not release Zhou Haoran's arm. She pulled him into the back seat of the taxi, providing their home address. Zhou Haoran remarked, "Why the need for such affectionate terms? Since we are already out, must you incessantly call me darling? Is it an addiction? Haha, did you not notice that man watching me? If I had been more affectionate, he might have dragged me back," Zhang Ying explained. Zhou Haoran glanced through the rearview mirror and indeed spotted someone entering the KTV establishment. The temperature in Jincheng fluctuates significantly between day and night. Zhang Ying, clad in a revealing spaghetti-strap dress and high heels, trembled from the cold in the car, leaning closer to Zhou Haoran and clutching his arm tightly. "Driver, could you please turn on the air conditioning?" Zhou Haoran gently nudged Zhang Ying aside and requested. "Quickly, we are almost there." Zhou Haoran assisted Zhang Ying as they exited the vehicle. Whether it was the chill of the wind or the effects of the alcohol, Zhang Ying dashed towards a nearby flower bed and began to vomit profusely. Initially, Zhou Haoran intended to escort her downstairs and then return home, fearing a repeat of previous incidents. However, before he could depart, she began to retch uncontrollably. In such a situation, he could not bring himself to leave her alone. So he waited until she had finished before helping her upstairs once more. Once inside, he switched on the light and retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator. Handing it to Zhang Ying while chiding, "You can't handle your drink yet you indulge so much. What are you trying to prove?" After taking a large gulp and wiping her mouth, Zhang Ying replied, "Do you think I wanted to drink? I had no choice. Ugh, this is unbearable. I feel so nauseated. If I hadn't acted on impulse, I might have ended up in a den of wolves again tonight." Zhou Haoran turned to look at her, thinking to himself, given your attire, who wouldn't want to take advantage? If you don't enter the den of wolves, who will? Yet, he refrained from voicing these thoughts and instead inquired, "Who was that person you were entertaining?" "The head of the bank in the city," she replied. "Ah." Zhou Haoran instinctively responded, "How bold of you to leave your superior's gathering halfway. Do you not care for your career advancement? Perhaps I should escort you back." Zhang Ying, aware of his teasing tone, retorted with annoyance, "Are you doing this on purpose? After a harrowing escape from the den of wolves, I find myself returned to that very place. What can be your intention?" Zhou Haoran remarked, "That is your superior, not a wolf in sheep's clothing. If he is not a wolf, then who is? That insatiable creature, devouring everything in sight, only to desire more. It is utterly absurd to presume I am so easily swayed." Zhang Ying exclaimed in anger, her frustration spilling over into coarse language. She seemed to carry a heavy burden of grievances. Zhou Haoran furrowed his brow and replied, "You've had too much to drink. You're speaking in a drunken haze. That gluttonous pig, relentlessly pouring drinks into me, had ulterior motives. He sought to take advantage of my inebriation for his own desires, believing he could possess me simply because of his rank. Why should I be subjected to such treatment?" As she spoke, Zhang Ying unexpectedly burst into tears. Zhou Haoran recognized her intoxication and quickly sought to comfort her. "Come now, why are you crying? Your superior invited you for a meal and drinks. Consider it an honor. With so many contenders, what made you the chosen one? Is it your superior skills or your appearance? I too have sacrificed," she lamented, as the saying goes. "One hand offers payment, while the other delivers. Once the transaction is complete, we part ways. There should be no further entanglement." Zhou Haoran feigned surprise. "Ah, so your position was indeed purchased? Had she not stated that it was a matter of exchanging money or favors? Little did I anticipate that this old fool, this glutton, would desire both wealth and companionship, seeking not just one encounter, but two, pursuing me even to my doorstep." Zhou Haoran realized he could not press further. That old scoundrel, that glutton, truly believes I am enamored with his affections. The mere sight of him repulses me, making me want a wretch. How dare he take my money and still demand my company? If he desires it, let it be for just once, yet he insists on prolonging this dreadful affair. The transaction is complete. Let us part amicably. Yet this old fool still finds me here. It is utterly revolting." With that, Zhang Ying buried her face in her hands and wept loudly, as if she bore an immense burden of injustice, which indeed she did. Zhou Haoran felt utterly at a loss, for he could not bear to see a woman cry, and he was quite flustered. Zhang Ying's sobs grew louder, and fearing she might faint, he approached her and gently patted her back. As her cries intensified, Zhou Haoran worried that the noise might disturb the neighbors in the dead of night. He spent considerable time soothing her until she finally calmed down. Zhou Haoran assisted Zhang Ying into the room, stating, "You've had too much to drink. It's time for you to rest. I must return home." However, as soon as they entered the bedroom, Zhang Ying grasped his arm, refusing to let go, her actions becoming increasingly fervent as she threw herself into his embrace. Wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him while crying, "You cannot leave. I want to allow it." Zhou Haoran resisted vehemently. He had found his own peace and wished to sever ties with her. After struggling for several minutes, Zhang Ying finally ceased her advances. Zhou Haoran placed her on the sofa, concerned for her well-being, and decided to stay on the sofa for a while, ensuring she was all right before departing. In the early hours of the morning, awakened by the pressing need to relieve himself, Zhou Haoran reflected on the inebriated state of Zhang Ying. When Zhou Haoran turned on the light and searched for a while, he finally discovered that Zhang Ying was sitting on the sofa in the living room, lost in thought. clad only in a delicate camisole dress, her smooth thighs and fragrant shoulders exposed to the air. Judging by her appearance, she must have been awake for quite some time. Zhou Haoran rose and approached her from behind, inquiring, "What's wrong?" Zhang Ying lifted her gaze from the television screen to the man behind her and asked earnestly, "Zhou Haoran, do you like me?" Zhou Haoran was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. "Don't worry, I'm merely asking. I want to cling to you," she reassured him. Zhou Haoran studied Zhang Ying. She didn't seem like the type to cause a scene or be overly persistent. He countered, "Why do you ask that?" Zhang Ying's lips quivered slightly, and tears suddenly welled in her eyes as she confessed, "Because I like you." Zhou Haoran gazed at her in silence, struggling to believe her words, unable to fathom that such a free-spirited person could harbor feelings for him. "Do you look down on me?" Zhang Ying asked, disregarding the tears that streamed down to the corners of her mouth. Zhou Haoran shook his head. "Do you want to hear my story?" she offered, lowering her head. Zhang Ying began to speak softly. "My marriage has been a tragedy from the very start." "A tragedy?" Zhou Haoran exclaimed in surprise. "Why do you say that?" Zhang Ying looked up at the tall man behind her and replied, "Your teacher's family is filled with demons, all perverse." "Why do you say that?" Zhou Haoran asked, astonished. "He has 2 sons, as you know," Zhang Ying continued. "Yes, I know. His elder son is a classmate of mine and Go Fugue. His younger son should be a few years younger than us. Back in school, Teacher Lu often brought him along to watch us during evening study sessions. Why are we talking about his younger son? His elder son, your classmate Zhou Lin, is homosexual. Did you know that?" Zhang Ying revealed, dropping a bombshell. "What? How can that be?" "Back in school, he even pursued a girl from another class," Zhou Haoran responded, bewildered. "He is indeed homosexual. Do you know why we got married? It was because his mother kept pressuring him. She was anxious seeing him not dating anyone, and she sought out girls to introduce to her son. At that time, I had just graduated and entered the banking system, and one of your teacher's brothers was the director at my bank, which is how I was introduced to Zhou Lin." Zhang Ying explained slowly. "I didn't even know he was gay at that time, and coincidentally, my mother fell ill and needed a substantial sum for treatment. Zhou Lin was eager to marry, promising me a dowry of 200,000 yuan to help with my mother's medical expenses, so I married him. It was only on our wedding night that he revealed the truth, and by then, we had already obtained our marriage certificate, making it too late to backtrack." Tears continued to flow down Zhang Ying's face as she recounted her tale. Zhou Haoran listened intently, astonished, yet he did not interrupt her narrative, fully engaged in her recounting. "Do you know what he told me on our wedding night?" "What did he say?" Zhou Haoran inquired, curiosity piqued. "He said, I married you merely to appease my mother. I acknowledge that this is somewhat unfair to you, hence I shall not interfere with your freedom. You may associate with whomever you wish, as long as it does not affect our marriage." Upon hearing his words, I was left in a daze, feeling as though I were ensnared in a dream for an extended period. This, too, elucidated why he frequently neglected to return home. He was involved with another man, cohabiting with someone else, maintaining such relations, and throughout our marriage, he had never once laid a finger on me. Zhang Ying recounted her sorrowful tale, her eyes brimming with tears. My goodness, even if Zhou Haoran were to face death, he could scarcely fathom that her husband had never touched her. It was truly a lamentable situation for her, a woman whose husband had not even so much as caressed her after marriage. "Is this why you began seeing other men?" Zhou Haoran could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. Upon uttering those words, he feared that Zhang Ying might react with anger, for he had not spoken in jest. To his surprise, Zhang Ying not only remained calm, but also asked, "Would you like to know who I gave my first time to?" For reasons unbeknownst to him. Gazing at Zhang Ying's somewhat self-deprecating expression, Zhou Haoran found himself hesitating, suddenly disinterested in knowing more. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Zhang Ying continued, "I gave my first time to my then superior, the bank director, who happens to be your teacher's younger brother." At this juncture, Zhang Ying turned away, burying her head in Zhou Haoran's chest, tears cascading down onto him. Zhou Haoran sensed her body trembling, akin to an injured fawn licking its wounds in solitude. And he embraced her back, seeking to provide her with comfort. He held her hand, which felt exceedingly cold. "How could you be with him?" Zhou Haoran exclaimed in astonishment once more. Zhang Ying replied with a calm demeanor, "Later, your teacher discovered that her son was homosexual, learned that he had never touched me, and was aware of the 20,000 yuan betrothal gift. She deemed that money wasted. One day, when my husband was away, she invited her brother and me over for dinner, then deliberately got me intoxicated, allowing her brother to take advantage of me." Zhang Ying's tears flowed more profusely, resembling a river bursting its banks, as Zhou Haoran could only use his palm to wipe away her tears, held tightly in her embrace. Initially, I contemplated reporting this to the authorities, but do you know why I ultimately refrained? It was because your teacher, my dear mother-in-law, recorded a video and threatened me that if I dared to report it, she would release the video online. At that time, I had just graduated, and to preserve my dignity, I chose not to report it. Subsequently, I was often coerced into accompanying her brother to his home. Do you have any inkling of how I have endured these years? Zhang Ying cried bitterly. This is why I refer to your teacher and her brother as perverse. Do you understand why I claim their entire family is twisted? Zhang Ying questioned through her sobs. Why? Zhou Haoran, although seething with anger, felt a tinge of curiosity, prompting him to ask. I accused his entire family of being perverse because, on one occasion, while I was at her home with her brother, Zhang Lin's brother, Zhang Chong, witnessed a particular scene and subsequently joined in the threats against me. He was even more depraved than your teacher's brother, frequently visiting me under the pretense of assisting his brother, when in reality, he was coveting my body. The most twisted of all was my husband, that demon Zhang Lin. When I confided in him about being violated by his uncle and brother, do you know how he responded? Zhang Ying could no longer contain her anguish and burst into tears. Zhou Haoran, feeling helpless, tried to wipe her tears away and repeatedly patted her back, fearing she might faint from her sobs. He remarked, anyway, I don't touch you. What is wrong with my uncle and brother touching you? It's just keeping the resources in the family. After all, I'm not bothered by who you're with. As for my uncle and brother, I know them well. So I'm at ease. Can you believe he still considers himself human? Is that even a rational statement? Zhang Ying cried out in despair. Zhou Haoran, worried that her cries would disturb the neighbors, continually comforted and soothed her. After quite some time, she gradually calmed down and ceased her tears, as if all her grievances had been released in that outburst. Eventually, I leveraged my connection with your teacher's brother to become the director of the credit department. I suppose my sacrifices weren't entirely in vain. They bore some fruit. Initially, had things gone as planned, I could have sought his help for a promotion to vice president. However, retribution struck when he died in a car accident last year, a fitting consequence. It is indeed regrettable, though, that your teacher and her two sons were not in the same car with him to share his fate, Zhang Ying remarked with indignation. Zhou Haoran continuously offered solace to the emotionally agitated Zhang Ying. My support has perished just like that. Otherwise, I would not have sought your assistance in reaching out to Mayor Ho last time. Why me? Zhou Haoran inquired, perplexed. Because I find myself utterly devoid of options. Among all those I considered, you seemed the most likely to advocate on my behalf. I never anticipated that you would have to make a trip for me last time. Zhang Ying replied, her sorrow suddenly transforming into laughter. That is because Zhou Haoran hesitated, ultimately refraining from voicing his thoughts. Later, I made a call to Mayor Ho under your name, stating you had provided me with his number. I conveyed the matter to him, mentioning my intention to visit his residence. However, he declined. Instead, I went to his office, which is where you encountered me. Thanks to our conversation, he dismissed his doubts and ultimately spoke a word in my favor. You acted in my name? Zhou Haoran questioned. Indeed, I deceived him under your auspices, claiming we were close friends, and since you are not the type to approach him directly, I took it upon myself. Initially, he refused, asserting that issues pertaining to our bank system might not yield results. However, after you met him in his office, that evening he changed his mind and made an introduction to the bank leadership on my behalf, Zhang Ying elucidated. Nonetheless, my promotion is not solely attributed to Mayor Ho's endorsement. I have also put in my own effort. One day, when the deputy governor from the city branch came to inspect our work, I recalled your words. Therefore, I dressed provocatively, brought an envelope, and approached him. Subsequently, certain things transpired, and that old lecher was insatiable. He took both the money and me. Zhang Ying spoke through clenched teeth. Moreover, that pig did not relent even after the transaction was complete. Just as I ascended to the position of deputy governor, he used the pretext of an inspection to seek me out again. Had I not devised an escape plan, I would likely have suffered his advances today, she continued. Upon hearing her account, Zhou Haoran felt profound regret for having suggested such a poor course of action to Zhang Ying, leading her to squander both money and dignity. With a sigh, Zhou Haoran remarked, why do you not focus on your role as office director? What is the point of competing? Women should simply enjoy their lives. What need is there for a position of power? Zhang Ying looked at him, retorting, enjoy life? Is this existence truly living? Zhou Haoran was momentarily speechless, suddenly recalling the tools in her drawer. He remarked, as long as you are not lonely, that could be considered a form of revenge against your mother-in-law. With your beauty, what sort of man could you not attract? But that is not what I desire, Zhang Ying exclaimed loudly. I long for a man who cherishes and loves me, to stand by him, and from that point forward, to turn my heart away from all others. Zhou Haoran scoffed, you may speak so boldly. Yet when faced with handsome men, you cannot contain yourself. Indeed, I have had liaisons with numerous men. Yet I have never held them in high regard, save for exceptions like you and Hou Yuan, the kind of men I desire yet cannot attain. Zhou Haoran's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at Zhang Ying, exclaiming, Zhang Ying, I caution you once more. Hou Yuan is our Jincheng's savior, a man I hold in respect. You must not tarnish his reputation. The people of Jincheng depend on him. Zhang Ying, with her chin held high, retorted. And yet you once warned me against getting close to Zhao Xinghua, praising him as a commendable county chief? What became of that? Zhao Xinghua met his downfall. And before Lu Guohua at that, Zhou Haoran's voice diminished significantly, stammering, Hou Yuan is unlike him or any of them. Just keep your distance from him, or else you shall face my wrath. How will you make me face your wrath? Zhang Ying teased. Zhou Haoran, noticing her unwavering gaze, insisted, I am not jesting. You must stay away from him to avoid causing him harm. All right, I understand. Zhou Haoran, given our current circumstances, what do you intend to do about me? Zhou Haoran paused, and without a moment's reflection, replied, let tonight be an accident. We shall interact as if nothing ever occurred. Zhang Ying regarded him and inquired, if I were to divorce, would you want me? Certainly not. Zhou Haoran dismissed her without hesitation. Disappointment washed over Zhang Ying. Yet she admired his forthrightness. What he thought was what he said, without pretense or duplicity. She asked, Zhou Haoran, do you perceive me as rather promiscuous? Zhou Haoran pondered briefly before responding in that regard. You do possess a certain inclination, yet you retain your dignity. You may be somewhat opportunistic, but not base. Is that truly your opinion of me? Indeed. Zhang Ying's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she suddenly embraced Zhou Haoran. Her voice choked with emotion. I feel content. Zhou Haoran left the room before dawn, his mind still swirling with thoughts. He yearned to inquire how Zhang Ying had learned of his impending promotion, yet he refrained, knowing that in just a few hours, the truth would unfold. Arriving at work early, he found that Hou Yuan had yet to arrive. Secretary Yu Chang was tidying up the county chief's office and, upon seeing him, remarked, Brother Zhou, why are you here so early? I couldn't sleep. So I came over sooner, Zhou Haoran replied. Yu Chang glanced outside, a smile playing on his lips as he quietly stated, Director Zhou, allow me to extend my congratulations in advance. Congratulations? For me? Zhou Haoran was taken aback. This was the second person, after Zhang Ying, to express such sentiments toward him. Yu Chang lowered his voice. Who else would it be for? Zhou Haoran scrutinized him, taking a moment before asking, what do you mean? You must clarify your words. I cannot be left in ambiguity. Yu Chang chuckled, further confirming Zhou Haoran's ignorance of the situation. With an air of mystery, he said, I knew you were unaware. As the county chief has kept all information under wraps, you are to be promoted. A meeting was held yesterday to discuss it, and it is likely to be announced shortly. Zhou Haoran's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, Zhang Ying truly possesses remarkable abilities. Upon noticing Zhou Haoran's incredulous expression, Yu Chang felt a sense of secret satisfaction, for he was the first to divulge this news to him. He remarked, henceforth, I hope you will bestow your guidance upon me. Zhou Haoran gradually relaxed, deliberately responding, before you utter such words, kindly inform me whether this is true or not. How is it that I have received no tidings? Do not feign ignorance. The county magistrate only learned of it last night upon his arrival in the city. Yu Chang replied, when did the county magistrate go to the city? Zhou Haoran inquired. It was nearly 5 in the afternoon. I heard they convened a meeting specifically to address the issues concerning the Jincheng County leadership, with the esteemed Secretary Gong from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission in attendance. Zhou Haoran quickly calculated the timeline in his mind. If Hou Yuan had departed for the city around 5, then Zhang Ying could not have heard this from him. He was genuinely puzzled about the source of her information. However, it was hardly surprising that news would leak out during a city committee meeting focused on the matters of Jincheng County. Once such sessions concluded, secrets were seldom preserved. Yet, he couldn't fathom why his promotion necessitated participation in a city committee meeting. Logically, a county meeting should suffice. Jincheng County was the most remote area of Qingyang City, and without deliberate inquiries or intentional disclosures from others, it was nearly impossible to connect with individuals from the city. Thus, various rumors were unlikely to reach this locale. Perceiving Yu Chang's intent, Zhou Haoran provocatively asked, is there any other news? Additionally, Yu Chang's sentence was interrupted by the sound of footsteps echoing down the corridor. Xiao Tang, go check if Zhou Haoran has arrived, he heard Hou Yuan call out. Xiao Tang was the driver that Hou Yuan had brought from his previous position. Upon hearing this, Zhou Haoran promptly stepped out, exclaiming, I am here. The driver Xiao Tang halted his steps. Once Hou Yuan entered and glanced at Zhou Haoran, he asked, Did you return last night? Zhou Haoran replied with a smile, Yes. Did you not rest well overnight? Hou Yuan inquired. How did you know? Zhou Haoran asked, perplexed. With a stern expression, Hou Yuan retorted, It is written all over your face. Have you been drinking again? Zhou Haoran felt somewhat flustered and chuckled awkwardly. I had a little. Hou Yuan shot him a disapproving look and said, Why did you not contact me upon your return last night? You truly have remarkable composure. Zhou Haoran explained, A classmate insisted that I join him for drinks last night. I had already postponed several times, and I thought it would be impolite to decline again. So I ended up drinking a bit. His words were somewhat ambiguous. Hou Yuan, having no time to ponder the veracity of Zhou Haoran's claims, stated, The city officials will arrive shortly. They are en route and just called me. Zhou Haoran, feigning surprise, asked, What do you mean? You don't need me anymore? Hou Yuan laughed heartily. Zhou Haoran noticed that Hou Yuan appeared particularly sprightly today, his attire crisp and neat. The charcoal-hued short jacket, paired with a pristine white shirt and a pale blue tie, complemented by impeccably styled hair and straight trousers, along with immaculate leather shoes, exuded an air of remarkable poise and confidence as he stood there. Hou Yuan did not immediately respond to Zhou Haoran's inquiry, but instead addressed his secretary, Yu Chang, asking whether Director Zhang was present at the venue. Yu Chang confirmed, stating that Zhang had just called to inform him that the exhibition hall was ready, and that personnel from the County Party Committee office were assisting in the preparations, ensuring everything would be flawless. Hearing this, Zhou Haoran pondered why Zhang Lei, the director of the government office, was overseeing the County Party Committee staff. Had there been a change in Hou Yuan's position? Hou Yuan nodded and instructed Yu Chang to relay his message to Director Zhang and to conduct a thorough inspection to avoid any oversights. After acknowledging the request, Yu Chang exited. Receiving a bag from the driver, Xiao Tang, Hou Yuan retrieved a notebook and sent the driver away. He opened the notebook, unfolding a page, and handed it to Zhou Haoran, saying, Haoran, this contains the minutes from the meeting I attended in the city yesterday. Please take a look. Zhou Haoran promptly stood, approached the desk to accept the notebook, and seated himself in a nearby chair to peruse its contents. Though the notes were few, they were well organized. Prominently inscribed at the top was the list of adjustments to the Jincheng County Committee members, with Hou Yuan's name leading the list, indicating his new position as the secretary of the Jincheng County Committee. Although he was not the one named, Zhou Haoran felt a sense of joy for Hou Yuan, exclaiming, The higher-ups are indeed astute. Jincheng now has an excellent leader. Hou Yuan smiled and replied, What are you saying? It's not as exaggerated as you make it sound. Zhou Haoran, intrigued, asked, By the way, isn't the appointment of the county party secretary supposed to be studied and appointed by the provincial leaders? How can the municipal committee appoint him? It is worth noting that typically, the county party secretary, county magistrate, and certain officials are managed by the province, with their appointments and dismissals often conducted by the provincial organization department. I will explain it to you later. For now, continue reading, Hou Yuan teased, taking a sip from his cup, his demeanor cheerful as he observed Zhou Haoran. Zhou Haoran quickly scanned the notes. Deputy Secretary of the County Party Committee, Acting County Magistrate Xie Yuanhang. Undoubtedly, this indicated the new candidate for County Magistrate. The former dedicated Deputy Secretary, Ma Weiman, along with Lu Guohua, had been replaced by the Executive Deputy County Magistrate, Huang Xijin, who was promoted to Deputy Secretary, while his original position was assumed by Deputy Magistrate Sun Changlong. The more Zhou Haoran examined the list, the more astonished he became. Several members of the County Party Committee had been adjusted, and it was evident that these were all personnel from the previous county government, whose movements would significantly bolster Hou Yuan during the voting process in the standing committee meeting. Zhou Haoran swiftly concluded his review of the notes, which, although not extensive, highlighted the key points that Hou Yuan had meticulously recorded. Zhou Haoran closed the notebook, intending to return it to Hou Yuan, and then inquired, Are you certain you have finished reading? Hou Yuan chuckled and replied, Oh, is there more? Zhou Haoran took back the notebook and flipped to the next page. Therein lay the inscription, Zhou Haoran, for his contributions in solving the Lu Guohua case, has been exceptionally recommended by Deputy Secretary Gong Ping of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission and following deliberation by the Provincial Organization Department. It has been decided to appoint Zhou Haoran as the secretary of the Jingsing Township Party Committee. Feigning astonishment, Zhou Haoran exclaimed, "County head, how could I possibly? Am I capable of this?" Ho Yuan laughed, stating, "Whether you are capable or not is not for me to determine. It is Secretary Gong Ping who has persistently recommended you. If you perform well, you will bring me honor. If not, you will indeed tarnish Secretary Gong's reputation. He has sung your praises to the provincial leaders, and you are being promoted despite not meeting the usual criteria, solely due to your commendable assistance in the case." Zhou Haoran was taken aback by Secretary Gong's high regard for him and remarked, "I was taken away by him, opposing him at the time. I never imagined he bore no grudge and thought so highly of me." "Bore a grudge? The moment you left the guest house, he called me, praising you to the skies. He spoke of your integrity and your principled approach, both as a person and an official. You have always believed me to be your benefactor, but in truth, he's your true patron." Zhou Haoran was stunned, momentarily speechless. "Didn't he see that coming, did you?" Ho Yuan asked. Zhou Haoran shook his head, saying, "I truly did not expect it. I have always considered him my nightmare, someone I could even dream of tormenting me. Of course, it was a mental torment, even now. I shudder at the thought." Ho Yuan burst into hearty laughter. Zhou Haoran inquired, "Has Secretary Gong also taken charge in assessing our county's leadership?" "Indeed," Ho Yuan confirmed. "Both the Zhao Xinghua and Lu Guohua cases were handled by him. Moreover, as the county party secretary and county head have both become provincial-level cadres. The city is unable to appoint them. Thus, he attended the city standing committee meeting with the appointment list for the county party secretary and county head. The city leaders particularly sought his opinions on personnel appointments in Jinshan County. Despite being my former superior, my appointment was not at his behest. I was recommended by other provincial leaders, while you were specifically advocated by him against the odds during the meeting." Ho Yuan continued his explanation. "The city specifically invited him to attend the meeting to hear his analysis of the current state of the Jinshan cadre team and to solicit his opinions. Although he is my mentor, he did not recommend me, but rather insisted on your appointment as the party secretary." Zhou Haoran understood that given Gong Ping's principles and character, he would never recommend Ho Yuan for the county party secretary position. However, recommending someone for a grassroots party secretary role would not attract criticism. Observing Zhou Haoran's expression, Ho Yuan said, "So, Haoran, how about rolling up your sleeves and embarking on this endeavor?" Zhou Haoran humbly replied, "I will follow your lead. Whatever you say goes." "You impudent rascal, do you wish for me to shield you from the bullets once more? I recall your words when I return to find you. You must not linger behind me any longer. You are about to assume the role of the steward of the township, a significant position indeed." "Allow me to offer you a piece of advice," Ho Yuan remarked. "Please, I am all ears," replied Haoran, sitting up straight and gazing intently at Ho Yuan. "The head of a township is the official closest to the common people, shouldering the weighty responsibility of leading the local populace towards prosperity. Governing a township is no trivial task, and as its representative, you must always prioritize the welfare of the people and the advancement of the community. As the secretary of the Township Party Committee, you bear the crucial duty of governing with integrity and enriching the lives of the citizens. You must regard the governance of the party as your foremost political responsibility and the most significant project, diligently implementing the comprehensive and strict requirements for party discipline, while fulfilling your role as the primary responsible individual. Furthermore, you must elevate the improvement of people's livelihoods and the promotion of economic development to equal importance, ensuring that all endeavors begin and end with the overarching goal of public welfare, safeguarding and advancing the fundamental interests of the populace. As the secretary of the Township Party Committee, you are rooted in the grassroots, close to the community, and entrusted with the party's and the people's expectations. You serve as both the communicator of the party's policies and the decision-maker who tailors strategies to the local context." Ho Yuan paused momentarily before continuing. "You must continuously enhance your ability to analyze issues from a holistic perspective, grasping and addressing problems effectively, while you focus on major developmental matters for the township. Do not neglect the smaller issues that affect the people's interests. Do not forsake the sesame for the watermelon. Moreover, now that you are to become a parental figure, you must temper your demeanor. Do not flaunt that prideful attitude of yours. You must adjust your position, understand your role, and excel as a leader of your team rather than a mere patriarch. Foster good relations with your colleagues, be receptive to their opinions, and take the lead in promoting unity within the team." Ho Yuan spoke from the heart, treating Haoran as his closest confidant, unreservedly imparting wisdom on how to excel as the head of the township. Haoran felt deeply moved by Hou Yuan's heartfelt guidance and his willingness to assist without reservation. "Thank you, Secretary Hou, for your teachings. I will keep them in mind," he said, attempting to lighten the mood with a touch of humor, though his gratitude was sincere. "All right, you rascal, it seems our time is drawing near. Let us depart. Ride with me to the planning hall to welcome the city leaders. I suspect they will arrive shortly," Hou Yuan remarked, glancing at his watch before tidying up the desk and rising to leave. Haoran walked ahead and opened the door for Hou Yuan, then called out to Yu Chang before trailing half a step behind as they made their way outside to the government building. Downstairs, the driver, Xiao Tang, had already received Yu Chang's call and was waiting at the foot of the stairs. Yu Chang took the passenger seat, while Haoran accompanied Hou Yuan in the back, and the car set off towards the planning hall. "What should I do during the meeting?" Haoran inquired, casting a glance at Hou Yuan. "During the meeting, I will deliver a brief inaugural speech, and you might want to prepare in advance, as the city leaders may request your statement as well." "Understood," replied Zhou Haoran, closing his eyes to contemplate his forthcoming remarks on stage. "By the way, Haoran, it is essential for officials to undergo training at the party school prior to their appointments and promotions, so prepare yourself mentally. Furthermore, as you are about to assume your position in the township, remember to hand over your current responsibilities. The individual you recommended, Wang Chaoyang, seems quite capable. Do you think he can take over your duties?" "Indeed, Chaoyang is commendable. He has been managing things in my absence, and I believe he is up for the task. I will discuss it with him, and should there be any issues, perhaps you could assist in providing his nomination for the next appointment document." "Very well. I trust your judgment. I will arrange for Zhang Lei to handle it," Hou Yuan replied readily. Having discussed everything necessary, Hou Yuan exhaled deeply and gazed out of the car window. A refreshing and cool morning breeze wafted in. Zhou Haoran opened the other window, inhaling several deep breaths of the crisp air, exclaiming, "I suddenly feel that the sky over Jincheng has cleared, and the air is invigorating." Hou Yuan also looked at the sky outside, releasing a deep sigh as he remarked, "The road ahead is arduous. You know, if this team becomes disbanded or corrupted, rebuilding it will not be an overnight task. Therefore, I believe it is time for some changes in Jincheng. I hope my efforts will usher in a new atmosphere for the entire county, instilling fresh hope in the hearts of the people." The driver, Xiao Tang, navigated the official vehicle smoothly through the streets of Jincheng. Zhou Haoran initially accompanied Hou Yuan to receive the leaders from Qingyang City before guiding them to the planning hall. At the conference, the secretary of the Qingyang City Committee sat centrally at the podium, with Gong Ping, as a special guest, positioned to the left of Secretary Jing Hai, and Minister of the Organization Department Pan was seated to his right, while other attendees were arranged sequentially. During the meeting, Hou Yuan presided over the proceedings, and Minister Pan will announce the appointment decisions for Hou Yuan, Huang Xijin, Sun Chenglong, and others. Hou Yuan delivered a succinct statement of his appointment, affirming his commitment as the new secretary of the Jincheng County Committee to steadfastly implement the party's principles, policies, and guidelines, emphasizing a people-centered development approach. He vowed to ensure that every decision aligns with the realities of Jincheng County, genuinely enhancing the well-being and satisfaction of the populace. In conclusion, Hou Yuan expressed his intention to maintain a humble and prudent demeanor, avoiding arrogance and impatience, while continually acquiring new knowledge and skills to enhance his overall competence and leadership abilities. He firmly believes that under the strong leadership of the county committee and with the collective efforts of all county officials and citizens, the future of Jincheng County will undoubtedly be brighter. Upon the conclusion of his remarks, the leaders present responded with resounding applause, which continued for 2 minutes. The audience initially believed that after the newly appointed county party secretary delivered his statement, the city party secretary would conclude the meeting. To their surprise, an additional agenda item was introduced. Following the directive from Gong Ping, Hou Yuan announced that, after deliberation by the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee, Comrade Zhou Haoran was appointed as the party secretary of Jinxing Township in Jincheng County. As soon as Hou Yuan finished reading this appointment, murmurs filled the room. Most attendees were officials from Jincheng County, many of whom had interacted with Zhou Haoran. They were aware that he had served as the chief secretary to former county head Zhao Xinghua, and that he had been taken for investigation. They also knew that the position of director of the government office, which rightfully belonged to him, had been taken over by Li Wei. It was astonishing that within such a brief period, merely 1 or 2 months, Zhou Haoran had ascended to the prestigious role of township party secretary, a position of considerable significance. Hou Yuan tapped the microphone to signal for quiet, and then invited Zhou Haoran to deliver a brief statement. Typically, such a meeting would not require a statement from Zhou. Yet Hou Yuan insisted. This decision held multiple implications. It aimed to place Zhou Haoran in the sight of municipal leaders while also demonstrating to the lower-level officials his staunch support for Zhou. Though this approach might be deemed somewhat inappropriate, Hou Yuan proceeded nonetheless. Zhou Haoran, who had been assigned a front-row seat, stood up upon hearing Hou Yuan's invitation. Clutching a brief outline he had hastily prepared in the car, he approached the podium. Once on stage, he bowed to the audience before turning to acknowledge the leaders seated at the head table, then commenced his brief statement. Respected leaders and colleagues, greetings. I am profoundly honored to stand here and accept the appointment to my new position. The organization's trust and support in appointing me as the new party secretary of Jingxing Township is something for which I am sincerely grateful. I wish to express my heartfelt thanks to the organization and deep respect for all the leaders and colleagues present, Zhou Haoran began, his voice steady. Reflecting on my years of work experience, I have accumulated a wealth of knowledge and achieved certain accomplishments, which will soon become part of the past. A new position signifies a new starting point and a fresh journey. In this role, I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly, striving to meet the expectations of all. Leveraging my strengths to contribute to the development of Jinxing and Jingxing Township. To this end, I will focus on several key areas, Zhou Haoran declared with conviction. Firstly, I will take responsibility to ensure implementation. Secondly, I will foster unity and collaboration to achieve brilliance. Thirdly, I will emphasize learning to enhance my capabilities. Lastly, I will exemplify integrity and public service. His words were neither submissive nor arrogant, brimming with determination and confidence. Standing at the podium, his gaze was piercing, sweeping over each audience member. His voice resonated powerfully, reaching deep into the hearts of those present. At the conclusion of his speech, Zhou Haoran passionately expressed his gratitude. Once again, I extend my heartfelt thanks for your trust and support. I earnestly request your continued assistance in my future endeavors. I firmly believe that I will achieve even more remarkable accomplishments. Looking ahead, I shall join hands with all of you to forge a new chapter together. As Zhou Haoran finished his statement, a resounding applause erupted, akin to a tidal wave, echoing from both the podium and the audience. His confident and resolute declaration resonated deeply, prompting spontaneous applause from all present. The clapping continued for an extended period before gradually subsiding. Seizing the moment, Zhou Haoran bowed once more and descended from the podium. This applause, though perhaps a blend of genuine admiration and obligatory courtesy, could not alter the fact that from this day forth, Zhou Haoran would assume the role of a formal leader, becoming the steward of the township. The ovation seemed to proclaim that Zhou Haoran was indeed a dark horse, a remarkable contender emerging from obscurity. His appointment sparked considerable discussion among the attendees. Some claimed he was simply fortunate. After experiencing misfortune with the first county mayor, he swiftly found a new ally. The second county mayor helped him rebound, elevating him to the position of county coordination director. And now he stood as the secretary of the Jinxing Township Party Committee. His rise, filled with dramatic twists and turns, was more riveting than a novel. Others, however, argued that Zhou Haoran was ill-fated, having faced adversity upon entering the political arena, suggesting his future would not be smooth. There were whispers that his success was tied to the county mayor, and despite being favored by Mayor Hou Yuan, his temperament might lead to conflicts once he assumed the township secretary role. Zhou Haoran's unexpected ascent captured public attention, diverting focus away from Hou Yuan, the acting county mayor who had been promoted to county party secretary before officially being confirmed in his position. Perhaps due to the recent influx of reports to Hou Yuan or the downfall of Lu Guohua, dissenting voices gradually faded from view. And no one questioned the legitimacy of Hou Yuan's seamless transition to county party secretary. Soon, the meeting concluded following the final remarks of the city party secretary. Despite Hou Yuan's repeated invitations for city leaders to stay for lunch in Jinxing, they ultimately declined, either due to adherence to protocol or a pressing need to return to city affairs. As Zhou Haoran stood at the highway entrance, watching the official vehicles of city leaders vanish over the horizon, a surge of ambition welled within him. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, he felt a profound connection to the vast world around him. The departing government vehicles symbolized not merely transportation, but also his steadfast dedication and commitment. He understood that although he was merely a township party secretary, he bore significant responsibilities and missions within this role. Once the vehicles had completely disappeared from sight, he accompanied Hou Yuan back to the county. With Hou Yuan assuming his new position, Zhou Haoran too embraced his own new role. Although the meeting had concluded, the ripples of its events were far from over. There are some individuals who have taken it upon themselves to disseminate the events of today's meeting, proclaiming that during Hou Yuan's tenure as acting county magistrate, he was directly appointed as the county party secretary by the higher municipal committee. Such an occurrence is unprecedented in the history of Ping Shui, and indeed, in that of Qin Yang as well. If Zhou Haoran is deemed a dark horse in Ping Shui, then Hou Yuan emerges as a similar figure in Qin Yang. Some assert that Zhou Haoran's appointment as the secretary of the party committee in Jingxing Township was orchestrated by Hou Yuan. Given the current circumstances in Ping Shui, Hou Yuan requires a confidant, someone to set an example, and a voice in alignment with his own. Thus, Zhou Haoran became the instrument that Hou Yuan thrust into the spotlight. 3 days following the meeting of county-level officials, the county convened an expanded meeting of the Standing Committee of the County Party Committee. The primary agenda of this gathering was to appoint leaders for the various departments that were currently vacant within Jincheng County. Prior to the meeting, Hou Yuan, accompanied by the newly appointed acting county magistrate, Deputy Secretary Xie Yuanhang, Organization Minister Zhang Hongtu, and Discipline Inspection Secretary Zhao Guangming, collectively reviewed the leadership teams of Jincheng's various bureaus and townships. Certainly, during this deliberation, Xie Yuanhang, as the Deputy Secretary of the County Party Committee, held considerable influence. However, due to his recent arrival in Jincheng and limited understanding of its personnel situation, most of the decisions regarding appointments were recommended by Hou Yuan and his colleagues. Xie, recognizing his role as merely a temporary figure, did not contest these recommendations, as he was merely seeking to enhance his credentials. Zhou Haoran has also recently come across the notion of being referred to as an instrument, a notion he met not with anger nor with a quest to uncover the source of these unfounded claims. Instead, he openly declared in the Standing Committee meeting that he is indeed a tool in Secretary Hou's hand, ready to strike wherever directed. Given his close association with Hou Yuan, such a statement seemed entirely appropriate. Zhou Haoran's forthright declaration effortlessly quelled the myriad of speculations and discussions circulating in private. 4. Private conjecture can never rival a candid proclamation. If one suggests that I am a mere tool, I shall openly affirm it. I am that tool, that sword, poised to serve as an instrument of justice. The news of Zhou Haoran's appointment as the secretary of the Township Party Committee spread after the conclusion of the recent meeting held at the planning hall. Naturally, some individuals closely invested in Zhou Haoran were particularly attentive to this development, while others, believing it bore little relevance to their own interests, remained indifferent. Among those who expressed concern for Zhou Haoran were his close friends, Xin Shuai and Go Fugui, who promptly called to extend their congratulations and invited him to celebrate either at home or at a restaurant. However, due to his recent appointment, which had not yet completed its public announcement period, Zhou Haoran politely declined their invitations to avoid any potential scrutiny that might arise from the situation, thus steering clear of any repercussions. Zhang Ying also kept a discreet watch on Zhou Haoran, yet she feared that her actions might cast a shadow on him. Therefore, out of consideration, she opted to send him a congratulatory text instead of inviting him out for a meal or offering her in-person congratulations. It was not that she lacked the desire to celebrate with Zhou Haoran. Rather, she was a woman who understood the nuances of propriety. Being a married woman, she recognized that Zhou Haoran was a promising bachelor, and thus chose to act in a manner that would not complicate his life. Moreover, she vowed to keep their past interactions confidential, burying them within herself forever. Another individual who harbored a particular interest in Zhou Haoran was Li Wei, the former director of the government office. His concern was not for his sister Baigu, but stemmed from his own grievances. He firmly believed that his removal from the director position was orchestrated by Zhou Haoran. He never acknowledged that his inappropriate assistance to Liu Gongzi in expensing meals constituted an abuse of power. The day he witnessed Hou Yuan personally announcing Zhou Haoran's forthcoming role as the secretary of the Jingxing Township Party Committee during the meeting, he was consumed by jealousy. Why was he demoted to the Health Insurance Bureau while Zhou Haoran was afforded the opportunity to oversee the township? Jealousy can distort one's perception. And though he doted on his half-sister Baigu, the pangs of envy compelled him to make a difficult decision. Li Wei discreetly informed Bai Mu about the incident he had witnessed at the KTV, where Zhou Haoran had assisted a woman into a taxi. Bai Mu had been eager to meet Zhou Haoran ever since Baigu confirmed her relationship with him, wanting to understand the character of the man who was several years her daughter's senior. However, upon learning that Zhou Haoran had left KTV in the company of another woman, Bai Mu's desire to meet him transformed entirely, shifting from a benign assessment of her future son-in-law to a motive aimed at disrupting their relationship. Thus, Bai Ji's mother decided to call Zhou Haoran on Friday evening after work, while he was busy packing at his residence. Earlier that afternoon, he had received a call from the County Party Committee's organization department during his time at Hou Yuan's office, informing him that he was to report to the municipal party school on Saturday for a 2-week training session. Zhou Haoran glanced at the number on his phone. It was a local number. He thus answered the call. "Hello, this is Zhou Haoran," he said. "Good evening. I am the mother of Bai Ge. Do you have time tonight? I would like to meet you. I will send you the address shortly. I will be waiting for you there." Bai Ji's mother did not indulge in pleasantries, directly stating her purpose before abruptly ending the call. "Ah, all right, then Before Zhou Haoran could finish his sentence, the line was met with the sound of a dial tone. He had initially expected a congratulatory call from some official, but upon answering, he discovered it was Bai Ji's mother. Moreover, before he could utter a word, she had already hung up, although he was uncertain of her intentions. Out of respect for Bai Ji's mother, Zhou Haoran resolved to meet her. Unfortunately, the weather was unkind. A torrential downpour began, with raindrops relentlessly beating against the window, producing a somber and rhythmic sound. Zhou Haoran borrowed an umbrella from the hotel reception and made his way to the CAF address provided by Bai Ji's mother. The distance was not great, so he opted not to take a taxi. As he approached the CAF at the corner of the street, illuminated by the soft glow of the establishment's lights, Zhou Haoran spotted a woman in her 40s or 50s seated by the window. Perhaps due to the rain, the CAF was sparsely populated, allowing him to ascertain that this middle-aged woman was indeed Bai Ji's mother. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Haoran slowly entered the CAF. The air was filled with the rich aroma of coffee, accompanied by gentle music. He approached the middle-aged woman and inquired, "Good evening. May I ask if you are Aunt Bai?" "I am Zhou Haoran." Zhou Haoran endeavored to make his voice sound calm and amiable. Bai Ji's mother lifted her head, her gaze gently scrutinizing Zhou Haoran, before she spoke in a tone that was somewhat stiff. "Please, have a seat." "Thank you, Auntie." Zhou Haoran propped the umbrella against the table and then sat down, expressing his gratitude to Bai Ji's mother. "It's quite late. Did Auntie Bai summon me for any particular reason?" Zhou Haoran, without any unnecessary preamble, directly inquired. He was utterly oblivious to the reason why Bai Ji's mother had summoned him, and from the scrutinizing gaze she had cast upon him, coupled with her consistently stern demeanor since his entrance, he sensed that this encounter was unlikely to bode well. "Since you have asked, I shall be frank. Zhou Haoran, I believe you are not suited for my daughter Ge. You should part ways with her." Bai Ji's mother unleashed a bombshell right from the start. Zhou Haoran's mind went blank. He had never anticipated that his inaugural meeting with Bai Ji's mother would commence in such a manner. A tumult of emotions surged within him, an enduring affection for Bai Ge, an uncertainty regarding the future, and a profound respect intertwined with confusion towards this formidable matriarch. Steeling himself, Zhou Haoran took a deep breath, striving to make his voice sound calm yet resolute. "Auntie, does Bai Ge know you are here to see me? The white dove and I share a profound and genuine love. I sincerely hope you can grant me an opportunity." Zhou Haoran was perplexed by the palpable animosity that Bai's mother exhibited upon their first meeting. He was acutely aware that this was indeed their inaugural encounter. Bai Ji's mother furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly unsatisfied with Zhou Haoran's response. She shook her head and stated, "Zhou Haoran, I understand you might perceive my words as excessively blunt, yet as a mother, I must prioritize my daughter's future. The disparity between you two is too significant. You are simply incompatible." A tightness gripped Zhou Haoran's heart, for he comprehended the nature of the disparity to which Bai's mother referred. Coming from a rural background, he had scarcely saved any money over the years while shouldering his mother's medical expenses. In contrast, Bai's family, despite being a blended household, was evidently in a far more favorable financial position than his own. Moreover, he suspected that the disparity Bai's mother alluded to extended beyond mere financial matters, perhaps encompassing an age difference as well. Nevertheless, Zhou Haoran was unwilling to concede defeat. He firmly believed that material wealth was not the cornerstone of love. Raising his gaze, he met Bai's mother's eyes with unwavering resolve and declared, "Auntie, I acknowledge that there is indeed a gap between Bai Ge and myself. However, love is not measured by wealth or age. I am willing to strive and struggle for Bai Ge and our future together. I hope you can see my sincerity and dedication." Bai's mother remained silent for a moment, initially finding merit in Zhou Haoran's attitude. Having discreetly inquired about him before and not entirely trusting her son Li Wei's words, she recognized Zhou Haoran's pride. The fact that he did not retaliate after her harsh words indicated that he genuinely cared for Bai Ge. However, Recalling Li Wei's account of Zhou Haoran leaving a KTV establishment with another woman, Bai's mother swiftly dismissed her fleeting fondness for him and continued, Zhou Haoran, I will reiterate my stance. I do not approve of your relationship with Bai Ge. I hope you will refrain from disturbing her in the future. You are unworthy of her. With that, Bai's mother rose and exited the CAF, leaving Zhou Haoran alone in his seat. Although the CAF was sparsely populated, a few tables were occupied, and the patrons had been casting furtive glances at Zhou Haoran since his arrival. When Bai's mother uttered her final words about him not being worthy of Bai Ge, the onlookers' interest in the unfolding drama intensified. As Bai's mother stepped out of the CAF, all eyes turned to Zhou Haoran. From their gazes, he could discern a myriad of emotions: sympathy, disdain, curiosity, and even a hint of schadenfreude. Yet, Zhou Haoran appeared impervious to their scrutiny. Uncertain of where the problem lay, he contemplated calling Bai Ge, but upon dialing, he was met with the mechanical voice informing him that the number he had dialed was no longer in service. Zhou Haoran was left pondering whether Bai Ge was aware of her mother's visit and whether Bai's mother had sought him out at Bai Ji's behest. Initially, I believed that after parting ways with Hu Jing, encountering a dove would be the most fortuitous arrangement from the heavens. Yet, unexpectedly, this budding relationship has barely commenced before fading into oblivion. The beginning of every tale is often imbued with tenderness. Yet the conclusion frequently fails to resonate with that gentle inception. Indeed, if life were but as it was upon first meeting, what sorrow would there be in the autumn winds that paint the fans? Unresolved emotions remain eternally unresolved, and regrets will forever linger. Zhou Haoran, clutching an umbrella, trudged laboriously out of the CAF. Instead of seeking shelter beneath its canopy, he allowed the rain to drench him entirely. Each droplet that struck his face seemed to mock him, blending with the bitterness that engulfed his heart. It felt as though every raindrop carried a taunt, ridiculing his past arrogance and his blind devotion to love. He had once thought that after his separation from Hu Jing, he would swiftly emerge from the shadow of heartbreak and discover new happiness. The arrival of the dove appeared to be a divine redemption, illuminating a glimmer of hope. However, reality proved to be merciless, casting him once more into the abyss. Zhou Haoran wandered aimlessly through the rain, utterly uncertain of his destination. His heart brimmed with confusion and despondency, as if the entire world had drained of its color. He felt akin to a lost bird, adrift in the storm, devoid of support, solitary and helpless. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Startled, Zhou Haoran halted, gazing upward. The sky at that moment mirrored his tumultuous emotions, overcast and tumultuous, flashing with electric fury. Zhou Haoran was unaware of his residence. The following day, he was roused from his slumber by a phone call from Shen Shuai. Shen informed him that Zhang Lei had arranged for him to be transported to the party school of the municipal committee. Ho Yuan had gone to the county committee office, and Xie Yuan Hang had just arrived. Thus, Zhang Lei, the director of the government office, had not yet been reassigned. Adjustments would be made once County Chief Xie found a suitable candidate. Zhou needed to report to the party school by 1 o'clock in the afternoon, leaving ample time. But Shen was concerned that Zhou might delay, so he arrived at Zhou's residence shortly after 8 in the morning. Haoran, why are you still dressed while sleeping? Where did you go last night? Shen Shuai inquired with evident concern, observing Zhou lying on the bed fully clothed. The blanket was untouched, and there were noticeable water stains on the bed and floor. Nothing much. I was out last night. Just wait a moment. I need to take a shower and freshen up, Zhou replied listlessly as he rose and made his way to the bathroom, shedding the damp garments clinging to him. Shen, noticing Zhou's disheveled state, sensed something had transpired the previous night, yet refrained from pressing him for details. Instead, he gathered the discarded clothes from the floor, setting them aside, and settled in to wait for Zhou. Once Zhou had finished tidying up, they grabbed a quick breakfast and prepared a change of clothes before setting off for the city. Throughout the journey, Shen observed Zhou, who was deep in thought in the passenger seat, hesitating to speak. He longed to inquire about the events of the previous night, but ultimately remained silent. The atmosphere grew somewhat heavy, prompting Shen to break the silence. Has there been an unusually high amount of rainfall this year? Look at all the landslides along the road. Zhou glanced at the hills flanking them and replied, certainly, it is related to the heavy rainfall. At that moment, a rock suddenly tumbled down from above, landing squarely in the middle of the road. Shen slammed on the brakes just in time to avoid a collision. That was a close call, Shen exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Zhou exited the vehicle and moved the rock to the roadside, where maintenance workers would eventually remove it. After nearly an hour of driving, Shin successfully delivered Zhou to the party school. Zhou wished to invite Shin for lunch, but Shin, without even stepping out of the car, replied, "Perhaps next time. I need to head back early. Xiao Jia is attending a colleague's wedding banquet, and I must return to pick up Nan Nan." With that, Zhou no longer insisted, cautioning Shin to drive safely as he watched him turn around and leave the premises. Zhou proceeded to check in, then returned to his dormitory to organize his belongings and tidy his bed, where he would be staying for a week or two. While he was arranging his bedding, his phone rang. Seeing that it was Shin calling, Zhou wondered why he was calling so soon after leaving. It seemed he must have only just hit the road. So he answered the call. A stranger's voice came through the line, stating that the driver had encountered a landslide on the way back to Jinshan County, and the vehicle had been buried by a mudslide. The driver was injured and unconscious, and the caller was using the driver's phone to reach out to recent contacts. He mentioned that he had already contacted the traffic police and an ambulance. A wave of anxiety washed over Zhou Haoran as he hesitated briefly before hastily rising to his feet and rushing outside. He hailed a taxi, urging the driver to hasten back towards Jinshan County. Sensing Zhou Haoran's urgency, the driver promptly complied without a word. They soon arrived near the site of the landslide. But a considerable traffic jam lay ahead. Zhou Haoran paid the fare and, disregarding the change handed to him by the driver, dashed forward along the flow of vehicles. Upon seeing Shin Shuai unconscious on the ground, his face smeared with mud and bloodied, Zhou Haoran struggled to maintain his composure. At that moment, a man who had been trailing him stood up and shouted, "Does anyone have a first aid kit or bandages? Hurry!" Zhou Haoran found merit in the man's words and glanced at him. The individual appeared to be in his late 20s, of modest height, lean yet upright in stature. Zhou Haoran initially assumed he was merely a passing driver. Zhou Haoran removed his shirt, attempting to tear it with his teeth to fashion a makeshift bandage for Shin Shuai. However, his trembling hands thwarted his efforts. Just then, a passing driver handed over a first aid kit, and the young man knelt in the damp earth beside Zhou Haoran, wrapping bandages around Shin Shuai. Shin Shuai remained unresponsive, his blood flowing excessively, saturating the bandages and his clothing. After more than 20 minutes had passed and traffic had completely stalled on the opposite lane, the ambulance remained unable to reach them. In a fit of frustration, Zhou Haoran cursed, yet the young man beside him remained composed. He borrowed a wooden plank from a passing truck, suggesting they place Shin Shuai on it as a makeshift stretcher. Zhou Haoran expressed his gratitude with a glance, and with the assistance of those around him, they carried Shin Shuai towards the ambulance. Unfortunately, the road was still congested with vehicles. As they reached the end of the line, they encountered a van parked there. Zhou Haoran glanced down the hillside, noting the overwhelming number of vehicles blocking the way, and realizing he could not wait any longer. He entrusted the makeshift stretcher to a bystander and hurried towards the van. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as a coaster and thought it perfect for their needs. He knocked on the window and said, "Driver, we have an injured person. Please turn around and help us get to the hospital." The driver hesitated, responding, "We can't really do that." Zhou Haoran insisted, "The road ahead has collapsed. Saving a life is paramount. Please, I beg you." The driver replied, "It's truly inconvenient. You should look for another vehicle." Just as the driver was about to say more, a middle-aged man in the back seat interjected, prompting the driver to concede. "All right, bring him on board. But you all will need to help stop the cars coming from behind. It's difficult for me to turn around in this vehicle." Upon hearing this, Zhou Haoran quickly bowed in gratitude to the driver, hardly pausing to express further pleasantries. He urgently called out to those who had accompanied him, "Stop the cars coming from behind. Don't let them pass." As the driver remarked, this coaster van is longer than an ordinary vehicle, making it quite a challenge to turn around on this mountain road. The driver meticulously maneuvered the steering wheel, sweating profusely as he finally managed to pivot the vehicle. Zhou Haoran and others carefully lifted Shin Shuai into the van, with the assistance of the individuals inside, placing him on the floor. Zhou Haoran then followed suit, sitting on the floor and cradling Shin Shuai in his arms. Wang Chaoyang, clinging to the door, attempted to enter, just as the young man from earlier returned, wiping the blood from his hands and saying, "Don't crowd in, there's no room left." With that, he closed the door and jumped into the passenger seat, commanding the driver to depart immediately. Zhou Haoran paid no heed to the others in the van, incessantly calling Shin Shuai's name, fearful that he might slip into unconsciousness. At that moment, a man in muddy leather shoes approached, crouching down before Shin Shuai to examine his injuries. With concern etched on his face, he inquired, "Is there a hospital nearby?" Zhou Haoran glanced at the man, who appeared to be in his 50s, with thinning hair neatly combed. Without time to ponder his identity, Zhou Haoran anxiously replied, "No, even the clinic requires navigating the mountain road." The young man then handed over a roll of bandages, suggesting, "Let us wrap him up a bit more." The elder asked, "Do we have any hemostatic or anti-inflammatory medication on the vehicle?" The younger replied, "Yes, but it might not be very effective. He has lost too much blood. Perhaps we could apply some medication and rebandage him?" The elder sought Zhou Haoran's approval. Hesitating, Zhou Haoran reluctantly responded, "I'm not sure. I've served in the military. I have some knowledge," the elder assured. Zhou Haoran nodded in agreement. As they unwrapped the bandages, the elder gasped upon seeing Cheng Zhong's wound. He quickly took the small bottle from his assistant, pouring the contents of 2 different glass vials filled with white powder onto Shun Shuai's head wound, then deftly rebandaging it. Meanwhile, the young man in the passenger seat had already called an ambulance and the county hospital, informing them that they were en route with an injured person and urging them to prepare for their arrival. When the vehicle urgently halted at the hospital's emergency entrance, medical staff were already waiting. They swiftly carried Shun Shuai out, and Zhou Haoran jumped from the vehicle, following closely behind, neglecting to express gratitude to those aboard. The individuals in the van paid little mind to this, as saving a life was paramount. Shun Shuai was one of Zhou Haoran's few cherished friends and brothers over the years. Upon returning to Jincheng and starting work in the park, Zhou Haoran had intended to bring Shun Shuai along, but Shun had mentioned some health concerns, which ultimately led to Wang Chaoyang accompanying him instead. Now, his dear friend lay gravely injured because of Zhou Haoran's affairs, with his life hanging in the balance. Zhou Haoran felt a heavy weight in his heart. He followed to the surgery waiting area, watching as the operating room door closed before him, feeling utterly drained as he took a seat to rest. The surgical lights in the operating room illuminated as a group of doctors and nurses clad in white coats hurried inside. Zhou Haoran waited anxiously outside the operating room. Zhou Haoran anxiously awaited outside the operating room, during which time either the hospital or the county government must have notified Shun Shuai's family. Su Jie, having set aside her work, hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing Zhou Haoran, who was anxiously waiting by the closed doors of the operating room, she nearly fainted from worry. Zhou Haoran, already troubled about Shun Shuai, now had to tend to the fainted Su Jie, while he himself was in a rather poor state. The doctors approached him several times, offering to dress his wounds, yet he declined, remaining steadfastly at the entrance of the operating room. The surgeons emerged multiple times seeking signatures from the patient's family, and Zhou Haoran could only guide them to Su Jie's ward for her to sign, as he was not Shun Shuai's relative. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. Each second a torment. Zhou Haoran's heart was a tangle of concerns. Anxious about the success of Shun Shuai's surgery and worried about when Su Jie would awaken from her faint, he felt as if an unseen mountain weighed heavily upon him, making it hard to breathe. As night deepened, the hospital corridor glimmered with bright lights, yet the surroundings were eerily silent, broken only by the sound of his own heartbeat. Zhou Haoran sat on a bench outside the operating room, hands tightly clasped, as if seeking strength through this gesture. His gaze was resolute and profound, searching for a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. Finally, the operating room door creaked open, and a doctor emerged. Zhou Haoran sprang to his feet, tension palpable as he approached. The doctor removed his mask, revealing a weary yet satisfied expression, and informed Zhou Haoran that the surgery had been successful and Shun Shuai was no longer in life-threatening danger. A deep sigh of relief escaped Zhou Haoran. A heavy burden had finally lifted from his heart. He hurried to Su Jie's ward to share the good news of Shun Shuai's successful surgery, and Su Jie too felt a wave of relief wash over her. Soon, Shun Shuai was transferred to a regular ward, and Zhou Haoran assisted Su Jie in caring for him post-surgery. Meanwhile, the government office and the county committee learned of the news, with Zhang Lei visiting Shun Shuai. Upon hearing that Shun Shuai had escaped the peril of death, he promptly returned to inform the current county head, Xie Yuanhang, and Secretary Ho Yuan. When Ho Yuan and Xie Yuanhang arrived at the hospital, Shun Shuai was already able to lie comfortably on his bed, attended to by Zhou Haoran and Su Jie. Both leaders expressed significant concern regarding the incident. Inquiring with the staff present and learning that Shun Shuai had encountered danger while attempting to assist those trapped in a mudslide during his return from escorting Zhou Haoran to the municipal party school. Deeply moved, Ho Yuan and Xie Yuanhang were taken aback by Shun Shuai's selfless bravery in such a critical moment, risking his own safety to rescue more bystanders. As they entered the ward, Su Jie's South two close colleagues were by her side, and Ho Yuan expressed his gratitude, acknowledging their efforts. Su Jie had awakened. Her face streaked with tears and her eyes swollen. A once vibrant and optimistic person now appeared as if touched by frost. As Su Jie, with tear-streaked cheeks, looked on, Ho Yuan assured her, "Comrade Su Jie, you must remain strong. Currently, Shen Shuai has escaped life-threatening danger. His condition is stable. Moreover, he faced peril while rescuing others. And we will certainly provide him with an adequate explanation." "Thank you, Secretary Ho. I do not seek any honors or accolades for him. I only wish for his safe return. My son and I are eagerly awaiting his healthy homecoming," Su Jie replied, covering her mouth with her hand, turning her face aside as she wept softly. Following closely behind Secretary Ho, Zhou Haoran inquired, "What about Nan Nan?" A colleague of Su Jie interjected, "She is with the kindergarten teacher." Ho Yuan then turned to Xie Yuanhang and said, "County Chief Xie, please arrange for 2 female colleagues to care for the child immediately. Additionally, this area cannot be left unattended. It requires round-the-clock vigilance." Xie Yuanhang, standing behind Ho Yuan, nodded in agreement without objection, promptly dialing Zhang Lei to relay Secretary Ho's requests. At that moment, Su Jie waved her hand weakly and murmured, "Thank you, but please, do not inform the child. Let her stay with the teacher." Xie Yuanhang quickly added to his conversation with Zhang Lei, "Please inform Su Jie's 2 colleagues not to disclose Shen Shuai's injury to the child for now." After visiting Shen Shuai and his wife, Ho Yuan addressed Xie Yuanhang. "County Chief Xie, I believe Shen Shuai's courageous spirit, which disregards danger for the sake of justice, is something all county officials should aspire to emulate. I suggest you convene a meeting shortly to publicly commend the actions of Shen Shuai's colleagues." Xie Yuanhang hurried away to make the necessary phone calls. Meanwhile, as Xie Yuanhang stepped aside, Ho Yuan turned to the despondent Zhou Haoran and asked, "Have you had dinner yet?" Zhou Haoran remained silent, lost in thought. Just then, Wang Chaoyang, who had hurried over, noticed Zhou Haoran slumped on the hospital bed and explained, "Director Zhou has been managing this situation since receiving the call, and he has yet to eat." Observing Zhou Haoran's despondency, Ho Yuan urged him, "Please change your clothes and eat something. Meet me in my office in half an hour." Zhou Haoran nodded numbly. After Ho Yuan departed, Zhou Haoran remained in a daze, as if drained of all spirit. After a moment of confusion, he discussed briefly with Su Jie before heading outside. Upon seeing the bloodstains on Zhou Haoran's clothing, Su Jie could no longer contain her tears and choked out a sound of distress. With that, Zhou Haoran exited, hailing a cab from the county hospital to his residence. He returned to the hotel dormitory, retrieved a clean set of clothes, and stepped into the bathroom to shower. 20 minutes later, Zhou Haoran emerged in fresh attire and appeared in Ho Yuan's office. The director of the county party committee office, Zhou Wentao, was tidying up the instant noodles just consumed by Ho Yuan and Xie Yuanhang. Upon seeing Zhou Haoran enter, he quietly remarked, "The secretary is on the phone inside." Zhou Haoran nodded, silently taking a seat on a nearby chair, his mind still preoccupied with thoughts of Shen Shuai. Ho Yuan emerged from the inner room and inquired of Zhou Haoran, who was seated with his head in his hands, "Haven't you eaten yet?" Zhou Haoran lifted his head, furrowing his brow as he replied, "How can I eat? You've skipped 2 meals. This cannot continue. You'll soon collapse, Wentao. Do we still have instant noodles? Prepare a bowl for Zhou Haoran." Zhou Haoran quickly stood and, in anguish, said to Ho Yuan, "Secretary, my brother is in this situation because of me. I simply cannot eat." Seeing his distress, Ho Yuan refrained from insisting he eat and said, "Very well, take it slow. Let us discuss what exactly transpired. I was in a hurry to get to the party school this afternoon, and since I had no vehicle of my own, I thought to request a ride. I called Zhang Lei, who informed me that all the drivers in the office had already been dispatched and that none were available for the time being. I then mentioned Shen Shuai to Director Zhang, and that's how he arranged for Shen Shuai to drive me." Zhou Haoran recounted the sequence of events. Upon awakening, Zhou Haoran and Su Jie followed Ho Yuan back to the county committee. On their way, they briefly recounted the events to a teacher from the party school and requested a short leave, indicating they would return to class early the next morning. However, before departing, Zhou Haoran summoned Wang Chaoyang from the park, concerned that Su Jie might struggle to care for Shen Shuai alone. Upon returning to the county committee, Ho Yuan instructed Yu Chang to contact each member of the standing committee, as he urgently needed to convene a meeting to address the significant landslide that had occurred on the road from Jinsheng County to the urban area. Additionally, Ho Yuan wished to advocate for Shen Shuai's commendation for bravery in this context. Soon, all members gathered in the conference room. Given the late hour, Ho Yuan wasted no time. Once everyone was present, he immediately commenced the meeting. The urgency was underscored by the events of that afternoon, where a substantial landslide on the Jinxing Road resulted in damage to multiple vehicles and injuries to over 10 individuals. Consequently, he called for the meeting primarily to deliberate on this matter, suggesting a strategy for the Assembly's consideration. I recommend that the county government allocate a portion of its financial resources to reinforce the affected road sections and install protective nets on the mountainsides. I recognize our current budgetary constraints, yet I believe addressing this issue is a responsible course of action for the well-being of our citizens. I invite everyone to share their thoughts, Hou Yuan concluded, looking toward the other hastily convened committee members. I find Secretary Hou's proposal quite viable. Although our fiscal situation is indeed tight, safety should never be compromised. We must not allow immediate difficulties to overshadow long-term benefits. I propose that we consider reallocating certain non-essential expenditures or request special funding from the higher authorities to support this initiative. After all, safeguarding the lives and property of our citizens is our government's foremost duty. Fortunately, this landslide did not result in significant casualties. I have heard that the most severely injured was our office's driver, Xiaoxin. Nevertheless, this incident serves as a stark reminder, and thus, I support Secretary Hou's proposal, asserted the newly appointed county mayor, Xie Yuanhang. I have resided in Jincheng County for an extended period and am not unfamiliar with landslides occurring along this route. I recall an incident when an agricultural vehicle was struck by a rock in this area, fortunately without any injuries. While that particular event did not escalate into a major disaster, it nonetheless warrants our attention. This road is a crucial artery connecting our county to Qingyang City. Should we fail to act promptly on safety reinforcements, the risk of future landslides will be inevitable, and any subsequent, more severe incidents would lead to regret. Reinforcement not only ensures the safety of lives but also mitigates potential economic losses. Therefore, I wholeheartedly endorse Secretary Hou's proposal, remarked Wang Xijin, the Deputy Secretary of the County Committee. As the discussion deepened, various details and suggestions began to emerge. Hou Yuan observed his colleagues with a sense of gratification. He was aware that although the recent landslide had resulted in some injuries, fortunately, there were no fatalities. This incident served to heighten everyone's awareness of the critical importance of safeguarding the lives and properties of the citizens. Even the normally indifferent Minister of Armed Forces, who typically abstained from voting, took the rare step of expressing his opinion. Despite his military background and having been parachuted into Jincheng, he understood that soldiers are always the first to respond in the event of a major incident. Consequently, he was more eager than anyone else to advocate for this proposal, as fewer accidents would mean less danger for his soldiers and the people of the entire county. Seeing that no one else had any further comments, Hou Yuan spoke up, suggesting that since the discussion had reached its conclusion, they should proceed to a vote. Those in favor, please raise your hands. With that, he was the first to lift his arm. Xie Yuanhang followed suit, and soon the other committee members raised their hands as well. It was noteworthy that in previous meetings, there had always been a few members who either abstained or opposed. It was rare for this committee to achieve unanimous approval. Very well, since everyone agrees with this proposal, we shall implement it accordingly, Hou Yuan concluded. I will promptly report to the higher government and coordinate with various departments for the allocation of funds and the execution of the project. After the meeting, I will ask County Head Xie to arrange for the Finance Bureau, Transportation Bureau, and Road Administration to prepare for this task. At the same time, I urge everyone to remain vigilant and continue monitoring the safety conditions within our county, together creating a safer and more beautiful living environment for our community. After receiving the unanimous approval, Hou Yuan turned to Xie Yuanhang, who was sitting beside him, and instructed, "Very well, I will personally oversee the arrangements after the meeting. Rest assured, Secretary, and rest assured, all committee members, I will ensure this work is diligently supervised," Xie Yuanhang assured him. Now that the first agenda item has passed unanimously, let us move on to the second item, which concerns Comrade Shen Shuai, Hou Yuan said. Wen Tao, please summon Zhou Haoran and have him share with us the circumstances of the incident. He addressed Zhou Wintao, the director of the county committee's office, who promptly left to fetch Zhou Haoran. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Wintao returned with Zhou Haoran, guiding him to a seat at the back of the conference room before resuming his own place to record the proceedings. Haoran, please recount the situation at the scene for everyone, Hou Yuan instructed the newly arrived Zhou Haoran. Zhou Haoran stood, bowed to the committee members, and began to narrate the events. Comrade Shen Shuai was sent to the municipal party school according to Director Zhang Lei's arrangement. After I went to handle the lodging and reporting matters, Shen returned alone to Jincheng. However, about an hour after his departure, while I was tidying up the bedding. I received a call from a kind-hearted person at the scene using Shen's phone. He informed me that a landslide had occurred on the way back to Jincheng from Qingyang, and the phone's owner had sustained injuries. Upon hearing this, I nearly fainted, and I immediately took a taxi to the site of the accident. Zhou Haoran began to recount the events that transpired. By the time I arrived at the scene of the accident, there were already numerous highway workers and benevolent helpers present. Together, we endeavored to clear the fallen rocks and mud. Later, from the account of a kind-hearted driver at the scene, I learned that when Brother Shen arrived, a landslide had already occurred. To avert further accidents involving other vehicles and personnel, he exited his vehicle to assess the road conditions and direct traffic. Tragically, while he was engaged in this task, he was struck unconscious by a sudden falling clump of mud. Zhou Haoran omitted the details of his own frantic efforts to excavate the government's Toyota vehicle and the injuries he sustained in the process. By the time I arrived, Brother Shen had already lost consciousness and had been given rudimentary first aid by a compassionate driver. I subsequently procured a first aid kit from passing motorists to provide him with proper care. Due to the heavy traffic congestion at the time, I flagged down a coach to transport Brother Shen to the hospital. This, in essence, encapsulated the situation. Zhou Haoran recounted the circumstances with candor. Wen Tao, please summon Yu Chong and prepare to display the video footage collected from witnesses present at the time, Ho Yuan said, addressing the director of the county committee office. Zhou Wentao called Yu Chong into the room, directing him to connect a USB drive to the conference room computer. As the projection screen illuminated, surveillance footage and mobile recordings of the incident unfolded. The images depicted the moment of the landslide, with dust billowing and the road obscured, resulting in numerous vehicles being stranded. The screen transitioned to a series of intermittent, shaky clips, evidently filmed on a mobile device. Within the frames, Brother Shen was seen, undeterred by the peril surrounding him, diligently clearing the debris and mud from the roadway, while urgently directing passing drivers to facilitate the flow of traffic. The footage revealed Shen's clothing soaked with sweat, and his hands, unbeknownst to him, were bloodied from unseen cuts. Yet, he persevered, continuing to sift through the mud and guide the vehicles. The final image on the projection screen showed a substantial mass of earth suddenly crashing down upon Shen's back, after which the footage abruptly ceased, likely due to the shock of the cameraman, causing the phone to drop and the image to jolt. Once Yu Chong concluded the playback of the video clips, Ho Yuan stood at the forefront of the conference room, his gaze sweeping over each member of the standing committee, his tone grave and resolute. In this incident, our government driver, Shen Shuai, exhibited extraordinary courage and responsibility. In the face of imminent danger during the landslide, he selflessly stepped forward, successfully aiding in the removal of debris and mud from the road, effectively alleviating the congested traffic and preventing greater loss of life and property. Such actions are deserving of our utmost respect and emulation. Ho Yuan's voice resonated within the conference room, and each committee member wore a solemn expression. Fortunately, what fell upon Comrade Shen Shuai was merely a clod of earth rather than a falling rock. Otherwise, Comrade Xiao Shun would have sustained far more grievous injuries. I had just returned from the hospital before convening this meeting, and I am relieved to report that Xiao Shun has escaped the peril of death. His selfless act of risking his own safety to save others is deserving of our utmost respect and emulation. Ho Yuan spoke solemnly, his gaze sweeping across each individual present as if seeking a shared resonance. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy with solemnity. Each person rendered silent and moved by Comrade Shen Shuai's actions. Ho Yuan's voice gradually rose, propelled by an invisible force that seemed to energize everyone in the room. He continued, "We must not allow such heroic deeds to be forgotten. We must ensure that more people are aware of them and inspired by them. Therefore, I propose that we not only nominate Comrade Shen Shuai for a commendation for bravery, but also conduct a series of activities throughout the county to widely publicize his deeds, thereby inspiring more individuals and infusing our society with greater positivity." Having said this, he remarked, "If no one else has anything to add, let us proceed to a vote." Scanning the room for any dissent, he raised his own hand. One by one, the others followed suit, each raising their hand in agreement, including Liu Weiman, the Minister of the Armed Forces Department. This meeting, with its two unusual agenda items, received unanimous approval, and Ho Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction at this outcome. After the meeting, he instructed Comrades Yuan Hang and Ji Yuan to coordinate with the Civil Affairs Bureau and the Public Security Bureau to finalize the recognition of Comrade Shen Shuai's bravery. I apologize for convening this meeting so late, but the situation is urgent, and I ask for your understanding. If there are no further matters, we may adjourn, he concluded. Addressing County Mayor Xie Yuanhang and Lin Jiyuan, the Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee and Director of the Public Security Bureau, before dismissing everyone. As the standing committee members exited the conference room in small groups, Zhou Haoran waited until the leaders had departed before leaving himself. After saying goodbye to Hou Yuan, he felt an overwhelming concern for Shen Shuai and decided to take a taxi back to the hospital. Upon his arrival, he found Su Jie already seated by Shen Shuai's bedside, asleep with her head resting on the edge of the bed, unable to bring himself to wake her. Zhou Haoran draped his coat over her before quietly departing. He made his way to the duty doctor's office to inquire about Shen Shuai's condition. Learning that he was indeed out of danger, the doctor informed him that Shen Shuai had merely suffered from the impact and excessive blood loss, resulting in a state of unconsciousness. Once he received a blood transfusion and healed his external wounds, he would recover fully, which alleviated Zhou Haoran's worries. Initially intending to check on Shen Shuai once more, he reconsidered, fearing he might disturb the two, and ultimately decided against it, turning to head back to his residence. The following morning, Zhou Haoran rose earlier than usual and took a taxi to the party school of the municipal committee. Thankfully, he arrived in time for class and was not late. Despite the weight of his concerns, he managed to endure and complete the course taught by the party school instructor. After evening classes, Zhou Haoran did not take the time to familiarize himself with his classmates, but instead sought permission from his party school instructor to leave once more. Hastening back to Jincheng County, it is important to note that under normal circumstances, absences during party school training are not permitted, regardless of one's rank. All are to adhere to the established discipline. However, given Zhou Haoran's unique situation, with his close friend still hospitalized, the instructor kindly granted him a special exception, allowing him to leave temporarily with the stipulation that he return to the dormitory before lights out, ensuring no disruption to the following day's lessons. After expressing his gratitude to the instructor, Zhou Haoran rushed back to Jincheng County to visit Shen Shuai. Upon arriving at the hospital, he quietly entered the ward. Shen Shuai, having undergone a night of treatment, had awakened, while Su Jie sat by the bedside, carefully feeding him. As Zhou Haoran approached the bed and observed the still frail Shen Shuai, he spoke with a tinge of remorse. "Brother Shen, I am truly sorry. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been injured." "Haoran, what are you saying? Aren't we brothers? Besides, my injury has nothing to do with you. I believe that any soldier in such a situation would have acted just as I did. Therefore, there is no need for you to apologize," Shen Shuai replied weakly. Gazing at Zhou Haoran felt a mix of emotions, both guilt and gratitude swelling within him. He deeply appreciated Shen Shuai's character, admiring the gallantry and loyalty of a soldier. He sat quietly by the bedside, watching Su Jie attentively care for Shen Shuai, a warm current flowing through his heart. "Brother Shen, your injury is no trifling matter. You must take good care of yourself," Zhou Haoran expressed, his eyes filled with concern. Shen Shuai smiled, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. "Don't worry, Haoran. This injury is nothing to me." Su Jie chimed in. "Indeed, Haoran. Rest assured. I'll look after him. You should focus on your training at the party school and refrain from running back and forth. Once your training is complete, you can return to see Brother Shen." Zhou Haoran nodded, engaging in conversation with the two for a while before departing. Before he left, he briefly mentioned the meeting held by Secretary Ho the previous night regarding the county's funding for landslide resolutions. Both men expressed great delight at the news, and when they learned of the commendation for Shen Shuai's bravery, he modestly declined. But Zhou Haoran informed him it was a decision reached by unanimous vote among the committee members, prompting Shen Shuai to reluctantly accept. Zhou Haoran made the journey back to Qingyang City, relieved that Shen Shuai had regained consciousness and was not seriously harmed, thus not losing much time. He returned to the party school shortly after 8 o'clock. Upon entering the dormitory, he met his 3 roommates for the first time. The individual in the lower bunk opposite him was Lin Jinan, the newly appointed mayor of Anya Town in Anya County, while the upper bunk above him was occupied by Wang Chong, the party secretary of Shuangqing Town in Qingyang City. Curiously, the upper bunk diagonally across from him was occupied by Liu Bin, the newly appointed party secretary from the same district. All 4 were newly appointed department-level officials, stepping into their respective roles for the first time, thus finding ample common ground for conversation. A group of individuals engaged in a fervent discussion regarding the development of Qingyang City, each sharing insights about their respective districts' unique characteristics and future plans. Lin Jinan initiated the conversation, enthusiastically expounding on Anya County's commitment to green ecological agriculture. He expressed a resolute intention to cultivate a series of organic product brands, aiming to promote Anya's high-quality agricultural produce on a national scale. His words resonated with a deep-seated optimism and a vision for his hometown's future. Wang Chong, not to be outdone, elaborated on the industrial growth of Shuangqing town, particularly highlighting the recent influx of high-tech enterprises, which have played a pivotal role in stimulating the local economy. He further asserted the necessity of intensifying efforts to attract investment, welcoming more esteemed companies to establish their presence. When it was Liu Bin's turn to speak, he smiled and remarked, "Although our township primarily focuses on agriculture, we also boast a wealth of cultural and tourism resources. Henceforth, I intend to delve deeper into these assets, fostering a harmonious integration of culture and tourism, thereby allowing more individuals to discover and fall in love with our town." Zhou Haoran listened intently, captivated by the vibrant and passionate discourse. Having not yet visited his own township since assuming office, he had directly embarked on training at the party school, unlike his peers, who had already immersed themselves in local affairs and garnered substantial familiarity with their towns. Consequently, most of the dialogue was dominated by the trio, with Zhou Haoran primarily in a listening capacity. However, he was not entirely sidelined as he absorbed their insights. He engaged in profound contemplation. Leveraging his graduate background, he often proposed innovative perspectives and suggestions regarding economic development. During a brief intermission, Zhou Haoran picked up a cup of water from the table, took a gentle sip, and then set it down to share his thoughts. "Esteemed colleagues, concerning the economic development challenges you previously mentioned, I believe we could approach this from a different angle. For instance, we might consider incorporating advanced agricultural technologies to enhance the added value of our products. Additionally, utilizing e-commerce platforms could facilitate the sale of our agricultural goods to a broader market." His remarks immediately captured the attention of the group, who turned their gazes towards Zhou Haoran, eager for him to elaborate further. With a subtle smile, he continued, "I understand that this endeavor may require a significant investment of time and resources. However, I am confident that with perseverance, we can achieve success. Our township is endowed with abundant resources and a picturesque environment. These are our strengths and opportunities." Nods of agreement circulated among the others, with one colleague, who had been in the workforce for some time, praising, "Zhou Haoran, your ideas are quite insightful. We should indeed explore this new developmental approach." As their discussion deepened, the atmosphere grew increasingly animated, continuing until the lights-out hour prompted them to conclude their conversation and retire for the night. Having never attended the party school before, Zhou Haoran had been unaware of the allure it held for many. Yet, through engaging discussions and collaborative learning with his peers, he began to understand the profound appeal of the party school experience. Attending the party school not only provides the opportunity to absorb a wealth of knowledge imparted by esteemed instructors, but, more significantly, it allows one to forge connections with like-minded individuals. Over the past few days, Zhou Haoran has been immersed in his studies at the party school, refraining from traveling back and forth between Jincheng and Xingyang, not due to a lack of desire, but rather at the insistence of Shen Shuai and Su Jie, who urged him to prioritize the training at the party school. Although Zhou Haoran is physically present at the school, a part of his mind remains preoccupied with concerns for Shen Shuai's recovery. Each day, upon concluding his studies, he seeks a quiet corner to call Su Jie or Wan Chaoyang, inquiring about the latest developments regarding Shen Shuai's condition. Despite reassurances from Su Jie and Wang Chaoyang that Shen Shuai is recovering well, Zhou Haoran remains anxious. During his time at the party school, Zhou Haoran diligently absorbs knowledge and attentively listens to the lectures delivered by the instructors. This training session is specifically designed for leaders at the section chief level like Zhou Haoran. However, most of the participants are seasoned township heads or party secretaries who have attended multiple training sessions. For Zhou Haoran, this marks his inaugural participation, as it is also his first experience serving as a township party secretary. Throughout the classes, he discreetly observes these battle-hardened township heads and party secretaries, noting their low murmurs and solitary study of materials. Through his observations, Zhou Haoran perceives their familiarity and confidence in their work, occasionally, as the instructor discusses exemplary cases. Some individuals exhibit expressions of pride, perhaps the remarkable instances recounted by the teacher originate from their own townships or directly involve them. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Haoran attempts to quell the tumult within. He understands that this training represents not merely an opportunity for learning, but a journey of personal growth and willpower development. He resolves to cherish this chance, to approach his studies with humility, and to strive to enhance his capabilities and qualities. As night descends and the city's lights twinkle in the distance, the atmosphere in Zhou Haoran's dormitory feels particularly heavy. This evening, the group, as usual, should have been engaged in conversation about the future of township development, but this tranquility is abruptly disrupted by a knock on the door. A stout, cheerful official, around 37 or 38 years of age, enters Zhou Haoran's dormitory. This individual, named Xiao Yang, is a contemporary of Zhou Haoran and serves as the street secretary of Nan'an district in Jincheng. He is a university classmate of Lin Jinan, which has facilitated a closer rapport with Zhou Haoran and the others in recent days. Are you all feeling a bit bored? Xiao Yang remarks as he steps inside. Surveying the group, Zhou Haoran, upon seeing Xiao Yang's entrance, chooses not to engage, as he is not naturally inclined to be sociable. Were it not for his recent intention to change, it would have been uncertain whether he could foster amicable relations with his dormitory mates at the party school. Zhou Haoran's silence did not imply that others would remain equally uninvolved. Lin Jinan, with his vivacious personality, was eager to break the ice. Since they were classmates, he sought to alleviate Xiao Yang's discomfort and remarked, "Indeed, enduring the desolation of this remote party school is quite taxing. I long to return to Anya Town, to savor our local fruits and vegetables, feast on a whole roasted lamb, and enjoy a few pints of beer. Alas, it seems that returning to the party school is no longer an option. What's this, old Lin? Are you craving both wine and meat?" Xiao Yang inquired. "I came here with good news for my brothers. A friend of mine, an entrepreneur, is aware of my training in this desolate place. He has arranged for some refreshments at a nearby farmhouse, and I thought of inviting you all to join me." Xiao Yang explained his intentions and extended the invitation to a few comrades. "Old Xiao, is this appropriate? We're still in the midst of our training. What if we get caught while dining out?" Lu Bin expressed his hesitation. "Indeed, we are still in training. It would be unfortunate if any complications arose," echoed Wang Chang from Shuangqing Town. However, upon hearing Xiao Yang's suggestion, Lin Jinan felt a surge of enthusiasm. After days of bland party school meals, his palate was yearning for something more flavorful. He confidently patted Lu Bin and Wang Chang on the shoulders, declaring, "Fear not, we shall slip away quietly and remain undetected." Besides, after such arduous training, indulging in a delightful meal is well-deserved. Encouraged by his words, Wang Chang and Lu Bin began to waver, and after a moment's reflection, they shed their uniforms and prepared to follow Lin Jinan and Xiao Yang outside. Noticing that the two had been swayed, Lin Jinan and Xiao Yang turned to Zhou Haoran, who had remained silent throughout. Feeling the scrutiny of his peers, Zhou Haoran finally spoke. "I sincerely apologize, my friends, but my brother is currently hospitalized at Jincheng Hospital. If it weren't for this training at the party school, I would have taken leave to visit him. His condition is not very promising, and thus I cannot partake in drinking with you. Please, do enjoy yourselves. I promise to treat you all next time, and we shall revel together." Zhou Haoran used his brother's illness as an excuse to decline the invitation. Xiao Yang and Lin Jinan were uncertain whether Zhou Haoran was genuinely preoccupied or merely making excuses. However, as adults, they understood that a refusal was a refusal, and they could not compel him to join their feast. After a few token words of persuasion, they ceased to press the matter. Lu Bin, the party secretary from Qingping Township in Jincheng County, hesitated upon realizing Zhou Haoran's disinterest, although he too was reluctant. Lin Jinan and Wang Chang urged him to join, stating, "Zhou Haoran is unwell and cannot drink. You have no such reason to abstain." Thus, Lu Bin, albeit reluctantly, acquiesced to their invitation. The three of them changed into casual attire and quietly slipped out of the dormitory building, following Xiao Yang. As night enveloped the surroundings, a business vehicle awaited them by the party school's wall. Once they boarded, the driver set off towards a nearby farmhouse. Though it was referred to as a farmhouse, it was, in fact, a quaint retreat meticulously constructed by affluent individuals to entertain distinguished guests, rather than a mere rustic dwelling. Zhou Haoran bore no ill will towards them. Rather, he wished to avoid any unnecessary complications during the training at the party school. After their departure, Zhou Haoran lay on his bed, feeling somewhat listless. Unsure of what to do, he eventually succumbed to a deep slumber. Time passed, and he was roused from his sleep by the incessant buzzing of his mobile phone. Groggily, he glanced at the screen and saw the name Baigo. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. Baigo had just learned today that her mother had previously sought out Zhou Haoran. In a moment of careless conversation with Li Wei, her mother had inadvertently revealed her disdain for Zhou Haoran and her desire for him to stay away from Baigo. Their relationship had always been peculiar, with Zhou Haoran frequently preoccupied and rarely initiating contact. In recent days, his silence had not seemed unusual to Bai Gu. However, she was taken aback to discover that her mother had spoken such hurtful words about Zhou Haoran behind her back. Understanding Zhou Haoran's prideful nature, she feared he would no longer reach out after hearing her mother's remarks. Following a fierce argument with her mother, Bai Gu hurried outside to call Zhou Haoran. "Brother Zhou, where are you? Why haven't you contacted me recently?" Bai Gu spoke, struggling to maintain her composure. "I'm at the party school, and I don't have time to make calls," Zhou Haoran replied calmly. "Brother Zhou, I miss you. When will you return?" Bai Gu inquired. "I've told you before. You are not worthy of my daughter, Bai Gu. Please do not disturb her again," Bai Ji's mother interjected, having followed her daughter outside. Upon realizing Bai Gu was speaking affectionately on the phone, she rushed over, snatched the phone, and abruptly ended the call. "Mom, what are you doing? Give me back the phone," Bai Gu shouted, attempting to reclaim it. "He is unworthy of you. You are not to have any further contact with him." Her mother shouted back, pulling Bai Gu back home. Zhou Haoran, having barely exchanged a few words with Bai Gu before being humiliated yet again by her mother, finally relinquished any lingering hopes of continuing their relationship. After hanging up, Bai Gu returned to her room and wept bitterly, while Zhou Haoran fell into another deep silence, eventually drifting off to sleep once more. Meanwhile, Lu Bin and his companions followed Xiao Yang and the driver to a rural estate. Upon their arrival, they found 2 or 3 individuals already waiting at the entrance. Xiao Yang led Lin Jinan and the others out of the car, introduced them to one another, and then proceeded deeper into the estate under the guidance of the business owner. "Today, I have the pleasure of introducing Mr. Zhuang Xianqian, the esteemed general manager of Yuanhua Construction Company from Qingyang City. Alongside him are my classmates from the party school, Mr. Wang Chang, the party secretary of Shuangqing Town in Qingyang City, Mr. Lu Bin, the party secretary of Qingping Township in Jincheng County, and Mr. Lin Jinan, the newly appointed town mayor of Anyang Town in Qingning City. Mr. Xiao Yang and the others are well acquainted and are responsible for the introductions. I extend a warm welcome to you all. Your presence today is a great honor for me, Zhuang. Please indulge in the feast prepared for you. All expenses are on me." After a brief handshake, Mr. Zhuang led everyone to a cozy inner room. The estate, although outwardly resembling a rural leisure establishment, boasts a lavish interior adorned with elegant decor and features tranquil artificial hills and flowing water. The group followed Mr. Zhuang to a private dining area, where they summoned the waitstaff to begin serving dishes that Mr. Zhuang and Mr. Xiao had presumably arranged in advance. As everyone settled in, the servers entered in succession, presenting an array of delectable dishes, each more enticing than the last, with aromas that whetted the appetite. Mr. Zhuang poured treasured liquor for his guests, his face radiating warmth and hospitality. "Esteemed guests, I have taken the liberty of inviting Secretary Xiao for this gathering, and it is a privilege to include you all. I hope that in the days to come, we can forge friendships. Should you ever require my assistance or wish to pursue any endeavors, I hope you will think of me, Zhuang Xianqian. Therefore, I shall raise my glass for 3 toasts to express my sincerity." As the host, Mr. Zhuang set an example by downing 3 glasses in quick succession. Mr. Lin Jinan and Mr. Xiao Yang, not to be outdone, raised their glasses in camaraderie, acknowledging the generous hospitality extended by Mr. Zhuang. The atmosphere in the private room grew lively and harmonious as everyone raised their glasses in unison. Throughout the meal, guests engaged in conversations, sharing their work and life experiences while discussing future development plans and potential collaborations. Secretary Wang Chang opened the dialogue. "Recently, our Shuangqing town is planning a new industrial park and is seeking suitable construction companies for collaboration. Mr. Zhuang, does your Yuanhua Construction Company have experience in this area?" Mr. Zhuang, elated by the inquiry, promptly responded, "Indeed, we possess considerable experience in the construction of industrial parks. Secretary Wang, should the opportunity arise, we would be eager to participate in the development of the industrial park in Shuangqing Town." Following this, Secretary Lu Bin and Mayor Lin Jinan articulated their respective needs and expressed a desire for collaboration, to which Mr. Zhuang responded affirmatively, assuring his full support in advancing the projects. As the evening progressed and the drinks flowed, the atmosphere became increasingly convivial. Mr. Zhuang proposed a toast, wishing for the success of their future collaborations and for each guest's personal and professional prosperity. Amidst laughter and joy, the banquet gradually drew to a close. This gathering not only deepened the bonds of friendship and trust among the attendees, but also laid a solid foundation for future collaborations. When Zhuang Xiaoqian sent people to return everyone to the party school, several individuals were already inebriated, their senses dulled by alcohol. In the dead of night, the slumbering Zhou Haoran was awakened by the raucous voices of Lin Xiaonan and his companions, who were exuberantly discussing how delectable the evening's meal had been and how splendid the performances at the villa were. It turned out that after dining, Zhuang Xiaoqian had arranged for the villa's performers to present a captivating show. After all, what man does not appreciate beauty? Though they ultimately refrained from any indiscreet actions. Their interactions with the enchanting performers during the show led them to indulge even more in their libations. Throughout the night, Zhou Haoran frequently heard the sounds of them rushing to the restroom, and even the retching of some as they took turns in the toilet. The following morning, Zhou Haoran rose early to wash up. Glancing at the three still lost in slumber, he attempted to rouse them, but alas, the trio was too deeply ensnared by the effects of their previous night's revelry. With no other option, he set off alone to the classroom to study. By serendipitous coincidence, the instructor for the day was Guo Qingsong, the minister of the Municipal Organization Department, who also served as the party school as president. He was to impart lessons on the history and mission of the party to the students gathered there. Seated in the front row, Zhou Haoran listened intently, diligently recording the minister's words. He was acutely aware of the significance of this training, not only to enhance his political acumen, but also to better serve the people in his future endeavors. Minister Guo's discourse was both profound and accessible, tracing the party's inception, evolution, and expansion throughout the annals of history, along with the responsibilities it bore at various pivotal moments. Zhou Haoran was captivated, feeling as though he were transported to that grand epic, fighting alongside those illustrious predecessors. During the lecture, Minister Guo noted the numerous vacant seats, indicating that more than just Lin Xiaonan and his companions had indulged in nocturnal revelry. However, he chose not to make a fuss during class. Instead, after the session concluded, he summoned the vice president of the party school, Tang Dongduan, to inquire about the situation of the absent students and to arrange for a review of the classroom surveillance footage to ascertain who had failed to attend. Upon receiving Minister Guo's directives, Tang Dongduan sprang into action, fully cognizant of the party school's strict adherence to discipline, which mandated punctual attendance. Understanding the gravity of Minister Guo's concern, he promptly executed a series of tasks as instructed. First, he proceeded to the monitoring room to review the footage from the day's class. After compiling a list of those who had been absent, he led 2 staff members to the student dormitory, where they soon discovered several individuals still deep in slumber. Tang Dongduan roused Lin Xiaonan and the others, observing that some appeared pale, clearly still reeling from the previous night's excess, while others exhibited a sense of panic, seemingly aware of their transgressions and attempting to evade responsibility. He meticulously documented these observations and prepared a comprehensive report. This report served not only to inform Minister Guo of the circumstances, but also as a measure to uphold the discipline of the party school. He could not tolerate anyone turning a blind eye to the regulations of the party school, nor could he allow such detrimental practices to proliferate within its confines. Once the report was prepared, Tang Dongduan personally delivered it to Minister Guo. As Minister Guo held the report in his hands, a grave expression settled upon his face. He understood that this matter required serious attention. Otherwise, it could severely tarnish the reputation of the party school and the caliber of its students. Upon receiving Tang Dongduan's briefing, Minister Guo promptly convened a leadership team of the party school to deliberate on the issue. After thorough discussion, consensus emerged to impose strict measures on the absent students and to enhance daily management of the students to ensure that similar incidents would not recur. Following a comprehensive investigation into the absences, Tang Dongduan also inquired in detail about the reasons for their non-attendance. That afternoon, the organizational department issued a notice. The investigation revealed that during the training period at the party school, Wang Chang, the party secretary of Shuangqing Town in Qingyang City, Lu Bin, the party secretary of Qingping Township in Jincheng County, Lin Jinan, the newly appointed town mayor of Anyang Town in Anyang County, along with a few other students and public officials, had engaged in mutual invitations and accepted banquets from private business owners, thus violating the spirit of the Central 8 regulations. They also breached the discipline of cadre education and training as well as the management regulations for students by dining out and drinking without permission, resulting in severe adverse effects. In accordance with the disciplinary punishment regulations, accountability regulations, and the public officials' administrative sanction law, corresponding disciplinary and administrative penalties were enacted against the involved party members and leaders. 1. For For the participating students and public officials who violated regulations by attending the banquet and consuming alcohol. 1. Xiao Yang, secretary of the Nannan District Street in Qingyang City, received an organizational reprimand. 2. Lu Bin, party secretary of Qingping Township in Jincheng County, received an organizational reprimand. 3. Wang Chang, party secretary of Shuangqing Town in Qingyang City, received an organizational reprimand. 4. Lin Jinan, the newly appointed town mayor of Anyang Town in Qingning City, was subjected to critical education and ordered to submit a written self-reflection. Additionally, several other students who engaged in similar misconduct were also disciplined, indicating that they were not the only 4 who had ventured out for drinks and banquets that evening. When Zhou Haoran learned of the announcement, he felt a wave of relief, grateful that he had resisted temptation and refrained from joining them. Lin Jinan and the others presumed that Zhou Haoran had disclosed their escapade of drinking at the villa to the minister of the organizational department. Their eyes filled with resentment and confusion towards him, as if he were the architect of their misfortunes. Little did they know that at the very moment they stepped out of the party school's gates, a pair of keen eyes had silently followed their every move, trailing them to the villa and capturing their revelry with the summoned performers on camera. Their actions were fully observed by a teacher from the party school, who promptly reported to the minister of the organizational department that very morning, thus informing Minister Guo of the entire situation. Although Zhou Haoran felt fortunate, he maintained an impassive demeanor. He understood well that in the realm of officialdom, silence often wields more power than words. He did not explain anything to Lin Jinan and the others, but continued to participate in the studies and recreational activities at the party school, undeterred. Soon, the details of the incident began to circulate within the party school, yet Zhou Haoran remained silent, never feeling the need to clarify anything to others. He understood that rumors cease with the wise, and time serves as the greatest clarifier. Ultimately, Lin Jinan and the others came to realize that it was neither a leak from anyone nor an accusation from Zhou Haoran. They gradually restored their relationship with him. As time passed, people began to forget the incident, and Zhou Haoran's image among the teachers and classmates at the party school grew increasingly stable and reliable. During the recent weeks of study, his performance caught the attention of the teachers, including Guo Qingsong, the head of the municipal organization department, who was deeply impressed by this small cadre from the county. Thus, the 2-week training at the party school concluded, and while others might have varied experiences, Zhou Haoran was fervently absorbing the knowledge imparted by the instructors, not only acquiring a wealth of theoretical understanding, but also refining his demeanor. Throughout these 2 weeks, Zhou Haoran endeavored to transform himself, striving to shed his previous arrogance and slowly learning to engage with others and forge friendships. He not only got to know his dormitory mates, but also encountered many others during classes and breaks. Some individuals sought to expand their networks, and Zhou Haoran was not averse to making their acquaintance. He was acutely aware that sometimes connections hold equal importance to knowledge itself. The people he met could potentially become invaluable resources in his future. The day of training registration fell on a weekend, and the conclusion of the training coincided with another weekend. Given that he wouldn't need to report to the countryside immediately upon returning to Jincheng, Zhou Haoran recalled that since his last visit to Jincheng with Hou Yuan, he had not seen his mentor. He had only exchanged a few casual phone calls with the teacher during this period. Thus, he took a taxi to the station and purchased a ticket to the provincial city, as the distance between Qingyang City and the provincial capital was not significant. Zhou Haoran arrived in the provincial city around 10 in the morning. He boarded a bus heading to Professor Tian's residence. Seated in the rear of the bus, he gazed out the window, reminiscing about the events that had unfolded in recent times, feeling as though he were caught in a dream. First, he arrived in the provincial city in a state of despair to visit his teacher, then faced setbacks in job hunting, followed by 2 invitations from Hou Yuan to return to Jincheng, and finally, unexpectedly aiding in the resolution of a significant corruption case, leading him to govern a township. Who would have imagined that his 2 visits to the provincial city would evoke such contrasting emotions? While lost in thought, Zhou Haoran suddenly sensed unusual movement in his right pocket. In a swift motion, he retracted his right hand from the back of the seat and firmly grasped a small, dark hand that was up to no good. Perhaps it was the strength of Zhou Haoran's grip or the fragility of the child's hand. The small hand of a boy sitting next to him, who had reached into his pocket, was caught abruptly, eliciting a yelp from the child. Zhou Haoran initially presumed that the thief would be a seasoned criminal, perhaps a youth, but he was taken aback to discover that it was merely a child of tender years. The boy appeared frail and diminutive, clad in a tattered sports sweatshirt that seemed to have been scavenged from somewhere. At that moment, the child grimaced in pain, tears of anguish welling in his eyes. Yet he stifled his cries, fearing to voice his distress. Their peculiar interaction had aroused the curiosity of onlookers, and the passengers, drawn by the sound of his discomfort, turned their gazes toward Zhou Haoran. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Zhou Haoran, upon gazing at the boy's youthful visage, particularly those slightly sorrowful eyes, felt a surge of compassion. He quickly addressed the surrounding crowd, saying, "My apologies, everyone. I inadvertently stepped on the foot of this little one." Upon hearing his explanation, the spectators gradually shifted their attention elsewhere. When the bus halted at the next stop, Zhou Haoran firmly grasped the youth's hand, compelling him to disembark. The boy's grimy hand remained tightly clutched around Zhou Haoran's phone, not out of desire to retain it, but because Zhou Haoran's strong grip rendered it impossible for him to let go. "Well, does this count as capturing both the thief and the stolen goods?" Zhou Haoran inquired, raising the boy's hand. The boy's face flushed with humiliation, anger, and defiance, and he stubbornly retorted, "Today is just my unlucky day." "Oh, which day isn't unlucky for you?" Zhou Haoran asked with piqued interest. "Things have been going awry lately." Zhou Haoran noticed bruises lingering on the boy's face and neck. With a sardonic smile, he asked, "Is it a lack of skill that leads to you frequently being caught and beaten like this?" The boy defiantly raised his chin and replied, "That's not true. It was my brother who used to do this. I merely kept watch for him. Then my brother was killed in an accident, and I had no choice but to steal for myself, lest I starve." Zhou Haoran, feeling a twinge of sympathy for this scrawny little thief, decided to probe further. "How did your brother meet his demise?" The child's eyes brimmed with tears as he stubbornly replied, "Why should I tell you?" "Because you were caught red-handed by me," Zhou Haoran stated. "Then what do you propose I do?" "Ah, it seems you believe you have grounds for justification," Zhou Haoran countered. "First, tell me your age. I wish to ascertain whether you meet the threshold for criminal charges." The boy's face turned crimson, yet he persisted with defiance. "Don't underestimate me. I've been inside several times. To be honest, I would rather be there, at least there's food to eat, but my offenses are never serious enough for a lengthy sentence. They just detain me for 10 days or so and release me." Feigning laughter, Zhou Haoran remarked, "So, you have indeed been incarcerated? I assumed you were merely beaten after being caught. I never imagined you had actually spent time in a detention center." The boy, feeling insulted, flushed in indignation and replied, "Don't look down on me." Zhou Haoran was taken aback for a moment before responding, "Oh, how proud you are to have been to a detention center at such a young age. Instead of attending school and learning properly, you choose to emulate others by becoming a thief." The child gazed at Zhou Haoran, his eyes gradually reddening as he spoke. "Do you think I wanted to become a thief? Do you think I do not wish to attend school? My parents and elder brother were murdered. I have no means to pay for my education. Please, spare me your lectures. I have lost all hope in this society." Zhou Haoran chuckled softly and replied, "You have barely begun to grow up, yet you have already given up on society? What kind of society would restore your faith? Perhaps one abroad? Allow me to enlighten you. Individuals like you, who engage in petty theft, would face severe consequences in foreign lands. Do you realize what would become of you if caught?" "I do not know," the child answered candidly. "In foreign countries, thieves who are apprehended may have their hands severed. Consider this. Without a hand, how would you eat? How would you relieve yourself? How would you dress?" Zhou Haoran intentionally frightened him. The child, visibly shaken, attempted to retreat, but Zhou Haoran held his hands firmly. His face paled in fear, and after a lengthy pause, he stammered, "What do you want from me? I am not afraid of going to jail. If the detention center holds no terror for you, then let us abide by foreign customs. I shall sever the hand you use for stealing. Once severed, we shall be even." Zhou Haoran continued to intimidate him as the young man stubbornly resisted. "Absolutely not," the child cried, tears streaming down his cheeks. "I only attempted to take a few things, and I did not even succeed. I have not committed such a grave crime. You cannot cut off my hand. If you do, how will I avenge my family? Then tell me, how did your brother die?" Zhou Haoran ceased his intimidation and inquired. "My brother was intentionally struck by a car. The driver, taking advantage of his father's position as a county party secretary, brazenly killed my brother in the street. Moreover, my parents were also victimized by that family. We lived peacefully until they forcibly evicted us. When my parents resisted, they hired thugs to assault them, ultimately ruining their livelihoods." The young man explained, overwhelmed with grief. Upon hearing this, Zhou Haoran furrowed his brow and asked, "Why did he run over your brother?" "Because my brother demanded money from him," the youth replied earnestly. Money? Why did your brother seek money from him? Zhou Haoran was further perplexed. Initially, my brother was helping a woman deceive that man for money. However, upon discovering that he was the very son of the murderer who killed our parents, my brother sought to demand more funds, believing it would allow us to lead a better life. To our shock, he dared to kill my brother in the street. The youth sobbed once more. Where was your brother killed, and what was the driver's surname? Zhou Haoran inquired. Right in the provincial city. The driver's surname is Liu. His name is Liu Chao. His father is the county party secretary of Jinqing, the youth whispered. Zhou Haoran took a step back, scrutinizing the boy closely. Although he appeared diminutive, he did not resemble a 17 or 18-year-old. He was significantly smaller than his actual age, akin to a mere 13 or 14-year-old child. With suspicion, he asked, Are you Zhang Chang? Is your brother Zhang Dong? Upon hearing this, the boy turned and fled. Zhou Haoran quickened his pace to pursue. Zhang Chang, noticing Zhou Haoran's relentless chase, darted towards a crowded area, swiftly vanishing from view. Zhou Haoran leaned against a nearby fire hydrant, gasping for breath. He mused that he ought to engage in some serious fitness training. Once relying on his long legs, he had been a star athlete in school, yet now, after only a short distance, he found himself outpaced by that little rascal and utterly breathless. Upon hearing Zhang Chang mention Liu Chao's name, Zhou Haoran immediately recognized who the boy was. To be honest, he felt a sense of gratitude towards Liu Chao and his brother. Without their involvement, the Liu Guohua family would not have been apprehended so swiftly. However, Zhang Chang's plight was indeed tragic. His parents had been severely beaten by thugs arranged by Liu Jinlong due to their protests against the forcible demolition by the Guilong group. They faced daily harassment, with paint thrown at their home and midnight knocks on the door. The most distressing part was that every time the couple attempted to lodge a complaint, Liu Guohua would learn of it and orchestrate even more vicious reprisals, culminating in their unfortunate demise, staged as a suicide. Fortunately, at that time, Zhang Chang and his brother were studying in the provincial capital and were unaware of these events. Upon returning home for a break and learning the truth, they sought revenge but found themselves powerless against the Guilong group. They abandoned their studies, opting instead to work in the provincial capital while plotting their next move. Eventually, through a chance encounter, Zhang Dong learned of Liu Chao's identity when he assisted Liu Chao's college girlfriend in a scheme. He intended to demand a larger sum of money to ensure his brother could return to school, while he himself would confront the Liu family. Tragically, he was met with Liu Chao's ruthless retaliation, resulting in his untimely death. Zhou Haoran later pieced together the entire story from Hou Yuan and Gong Ping, which is how he came to remember the names of the Zhang brothers, Zhang Dong and Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang was one of the two petty criminals involved in the scheme. He voluntarily surrendered and, having committed no grave offense, was released after a brief detention once the investigation concluded. Unexpectedly, after his release, he remained in the provincial capital, awaiting the day when his adversary would face execution. For reasons unknown, from the moment Zhou Haoran laid eyes on Zhang Chang, he perceived him as a troubled soul, certainly not one born to thievery, but rather a victim of misfortune, forced to roam the streets and survive through petty theft. Thus, on the bus, Zhou Haoran refrained from immediately alerting the authorities. Instead, he disembarked with the intention of persuading him towards a better path. To his astonishment, the thief turned out to be Zhang Chang, the very individual striving to restore hope to Jinqing. With Zhang Chang's figure now lost from sight, Zhou Haoran felt a pang of concern. He earnestly wished to encounter him again, if only to offer a hearty meal or perhaps even invite him back to Ping Shui for employment opportunities and a chance at redemption. After searching the vicinity in vain, Zhou Haoran reluctantly boarded a bus once more. Upon disembarking, he stopped at a nearby fruit shop close to his teacher's residence to purchase some fresh seasonal fruits, then made his way directly to the teacher's home. Zhou Haoran rang the doorbell. It was the same little maid who opened the door for him. With a cheerful smile, the maid remarked, "Brother Zhou, what brings you here? Professor Tian is on a business trip and is not at home. He may return only in the evening." "Where has the teacher gone?" Zhou Haoran inquired. "There is a lecture in Shanghai, and Professor Tian has been invited to attend," the young maid replied. Zhou Haoran set down the fruit and remarked, "Very well. I shall return when I have the time." The young maid then asked, "Have you come to the provincial capital on business?" "No, I am studying in the city, which is not far from the provincial capital, so I deliberately came to visit the teacher. Should we give Professor Tian a call?" The young maid, upon uttering these words, was about to dial Professor Tian's number. Zhou Haoran interjected, "Do not disturb her any further. Upon her return, simply inform her that I have visited and that I came to learn." Very well. I shall head to the kitchen to prepare a meal for you. You should eat before you depart. No, I have other matters to attend to. I won't be dining here. I must take my leave. Upon exiting the teacher's residence, Zhou Haoran found himself momentarily adrift, uncertain of his next course of action. After a brief contemplation, he recalled that the teacher's home was situated near the city library. Thus, he resolved to seek refuge in the library, hoping to peruse some books to enrich his knowledge and, in doing so, alleviate his boredom. As Zhou Haoran approached the small square in front of the library, he noticed a throng of individuals hastening toward the art museum adjacent to the library. He intercepted a hurried passerby to inquire further and learned that a photography exhibition was about to take place at the museum. A brief online search revealed that the exhibition was jointly organized by the Luochuan City Bureau of Culture and Tourism and Huaqing BMW Company. It promised to be a visual feast of photographic artistry, showcasing works from 15 of the nation's premier photographers alongside the students from the Luomei Photography Department. The exhibition, themed around the picturesque landscapes of Luochuan, invited top photographers and artists from across the country, as well as photography students, to capture the breathtaking scenery of Luochuan. As he drew closer, Zhou Haoran noticed the enormous screen outside the museum displaying the question, how does one describe the beauty of Luochuan? It is the green tiles and white snow of the ancient palace in Luochuan during winter, the red walls adorned in silver garments, as well as the dazzling nightscape by the banks of the Huanhe River in summer, where magnificent diamonds entice the beholder. It is the blooming peach blossoms lining the streets of a bustling metropolis in spring, and the throngs of tourists weaving through the first street of Qingyang in autumn. It is also the reflection of crimson maple leaves upon the azure waters and blue skies of the Jinqing Venus Reservoir, where ripples dance as fish leap through the Dragon Gate. Although Zhou Haoran is not well versed in photography, he holds a profound appreciation for this realistic artistic mode. Thus, he spontaneously altered his plans, abandoning his intention to study in the library, and instead turned toward the art museum, eager to indulge in the visual feast of Luochuan's landscapes. Upon entering, he discovered through the exhibition introduction that it had commenced the previous week and would conclude tomorrow. He surveyed the surroundings, noting the throngs of visitors, each face radiating a passion for beauty and appreciation. The exhibition hall was meticulously divided into several sections, each showcasing the works of different photographers and artists who had captured the essence of Luochuan's landscapes through their lenses, immortalizing it in this moment. Zhou Haoran found himself deeply captivated by each piece, as if he could sense the photographer's love and reverence for Luochuan's natural splendor. He paused before a painting depicting the winter landscape of the ancient Forbidden City, where the green tiles and white snow, alongside the red walls cloaked in silver, transported him to that frigid day, allowing him to embrace the solemnity and grandeur of the ancient capital. He then approached another artwork portraying the summer scene by the banks of the Hunyuan River, where the resplendent nightscape evoked the vibrancy and opulence of summer. He envisioned himself standing by the riverbank, gazing at the diamond-like structures, feeling the gentle summer breeze and the twinkling stars above. As he indulged in his reverence for these sacred places, suddenly, a photograph caught his eye. It was of the Venus Township Reservoir. The lower half of the image showcased the heart-shaped reservoir with its emerald waters reflecting the surrounding lush trees and crimson maples. As the water rippled, a koi leapt forth, while the upper half was filled with the azure sky and fluffy clouds. This artwork was imbued with the colors of red, green, white, and blue. Green mirrored from the trees surrounding the reservoir, white depicting the clouds above, blue representing the vast sky, and red illustrating the patches of maple trees. Zhou Haoran lingered before this piece for quite some time. He was intimately familiar with this place, as his home lay downstream of the reservoir, and he had often visited with Zhao Xinghua. Yet, he had never perceived its beauty in such a profound manner, especially captured in this breathtaking image, which was both familiar and alien to him. Drawing closer, he noticed a simple inscription, Jingxing Reservoir, within Jinsheng County. Photography by Zheng Ro? He had certainly never heard of this name. Had this Zheng Ro visited the reservoir? It seemed likely that the visit occurred recently or perhaps during the previous autumn, for the maples only turned vivid red in that season, rendering their beauty unattainable at other times of the year. He observed that not only this piece, but all the photographs lacked titles, yet each meticulously indicated the time and place of capture, with some even providing detailed descriptions of the geological features and local customs. A wave of inexplicable reverence surged within him. These works, devoid of ostentatious titles, silently narrated the passage of time and the transformation of landscapes through their authentic records. He gently stood before each photograph, as if traversing through time and space to experience the unique charm of every captured moment. Perhaps photographs with titles could merely be labeled as such. Only those without titles could evoke the viewer's imagination. They lay there quietly, awaiting the gaze of each spectator, igniting their inner emotions and awakening their memories and fantasies. Untitled photographs resemble a wordless poem, telling their own stories through unique compositions, light, and color. They might capture the first rays of morning sunlight glistening on dew or the golden hues of the sky at dusk. When a viewer stands before such a photograph, it is as if they can hear the sounds emanating from the image and feel the essence it exudes. They may assign a personal title to the photograph in their minds, allowing it to become a part of their inner world. Such photographs are not merely a feast for the eyes. They also evoke a profound emotional resonance. He stumbled upon several exquisite folk art pieces by Zhou Haoran, including the rugged mountains of Baigang City, the landscape trees of Wudong City, and the welcoming pines of Qingzi Mountain in Qingyang City. Indeed, it was a true visual banquet. Zhou Haoran meandered among the spectators, pausing thoughtfully before each piece, absorbing the profound impact the images imparted upon him. While silently marveling at the grandeur of nature and the photographer's exceptional skill, he retrieved his phone and returned to the photograph of Jingxing Reservoir, capturing several images before finally exiting the gallery. In his heart, he mused that this photograph would surely bolster Hou Yuan's confidence in the development of the Jingxing Reservoir scenic area. As Zhou Haoran departed from the art museum, the evening had already settled in. He stood at the entrance, gazing at the enormous screen displaying the breathtaking landscapes of Luochuan, his heart brimming with emotion. He contemplated the allure of art, which allows one to experience beauty and appreciate the splendor of life during the act of admiration. He resolved to pay greater attention to such artistic exhibitions in the future, enriching his life with vibrant experiences. Zhou Haoran exited the art gallery and sought refuge in a quaint little restaurant, where he ordered a selection of dishes to satisfy his hunger. As he was nearing the end of his meal, he overheard a group of onlookers exclaiming, "Look, someone is apprehending a thief." Turning his gaze outward, he beheld a young woman with a backpack and short hair in pursuit of a disheveled young man, shouting for assistance to catch the thief. To his astonishment, he recognized the accused thief as Zhang Chang, the very individual he had unsuccessfully chased earlier that morning. As the short-haired woman closed in on Zhang Chang, preparing to unleash her wrath upon him, Zhou Haoran abandoned his meal, gathered his belongings, and hastened towards the scene. He positioned himself protectively in front of Zhang Chang, beseeching the young woman, "Please, have mercy." Arriving almost simultaneously, the short-haired woman was taken aback by Zhou Haoran's respectable attire, which suggested he was of good character. With wide, astonished eyes, she inquired, "Who is he to you?" Zhou Haoran quickly stammered, He is my junior." Meanwhile, Zhang Chang, lying on the ground, recognized Zhou Haoran and, fearing further entanglement, vehemently denied any connection, exclaiming, "I don't know him." At that moment, a young couple approached. The young woman glanced at Zhang Chang and then at Zhou Haoran, stating, "I saw them both on the bus this morning. It appears the younger one is the thief, and the older one is providing cover for him." Zhou Haoran's face flushed with embarrassment at being labeled as the older one, prompting him to quickly refute, "No, that is not true. I'm not helping him." The short-haired woman, upon hearing this, fixed Zhou Haoran with a piercing gaze. As a journalist who had witnessed numerous organized thefts, she was now convinced that Zhou Haoran was the mastermind of a criminal syndicate, with the scruffy youth as his unwitting accomplice, coerced into theft under duress. With a stern expression, she declared, "Ah, so you are their leader. Take this." Without hesitation, she launched a swift kick towards Zhou Haoran. The speed of her attack left him no time to react, and he was struck hard in the abdomen, stumbling backward. As she prepared for another strike, Zhou Haoran, sensing the imminent danger, grit his teeth against the pain and evaded her second kick. It was evident that the young woman had martial arts training, as her movements were precise and practiced. Enraged by Zhou Haoran's evasion, she was determined to continue her assault. He urgently pleaded, Stop. If you strike me again, I might not survive. There has been a misunderstanding. Please cease your attack." However, the young woman dismissed his words, believing he was merely stalling for backup. "Don't waste time waiting for help. I will ensure you face justice today." With that, her fist surged forward once more. Zhou Haoran remarked, "If you provoke me further, do not blame me for my rudeness." The short-haired girl, upon hearing this, became even more incensed, thinking to herself, "Am I supposed to be afraid of you?" Yet, it was Zhou Haoran who felt the trepidation. He was acutely aware that as someone who had spent an extended period confined to an office, devoid of physical exertion, he was no match for a girl adept in taekwondo. Zhou Haoran could only evade her advances, until a sudden idea struck him. You misunderstand. I am a government official. This ploy proved to be effective. The girl halted her assault and, with a clenched fist, threatened, produce your identification. Should I discover it to be forged, I shall see to it that you are sent to the police station and imprisoned for life. Zhou Haoran silently cursed under his breath, thinking, do you truly believe yourself to be a chivalrous hero? Nevertheless, he recognized that his skills were only sufficient to contend with the frail Zhang Chong. And against a true taekwondo opponent, he could only concede defeat. He obediently handed over the student identification issued during his enrollment at the party school. The girl accepted it, examining the document. Seizing the opportunity while she was preoccupied, Zhou Haoran began to appraise her appearance. She sported a chic bob haircut, donned a striped shirt layered over a white cartoon t-shirt, fitted jeans, and black ankle boots, all complemented by a sleek black backpack. Her exquisite features accentuated her poised demeanor. As Zhou Haoran scrutinized the girl, he silently lamented, such a beautiful girl, yet she strikes with such ferocity. Just as he was lost in thought, the girl abruptly lifted her gaze. As she was about to speak, she caught Zhou Haoran staring intently at her, and her naturally arched brows furrowed as she admonished. What are you looking at? Zhou Haoran averted his gaze, musing to himself, is it not permissible to admire someone so striking? However, he dared not voice his thoughts aloud. The girl shot him a glare before once again lowering her gaze to the identification, which bore the official seal of the Jincheng County Committee and included a photograph. Her tone softened slightly as she regarded the tall man dressed in a white polo shirt before her, particularly noting the unique air of confidence about him. He appeared far from a villain, yet she questioned why he would shield a thief, asking, are you truly from Jincheng County? Of course, it's all clearly stated, he replied. You are the party secretary of Jinxing Township? Do I need to answer that? I just completed training at the party school and came to the provincial capital to visit my teacher. Zhou Haoran's explanation was abruptly interrupted by Zhang Chang, who shouted from the ground, oh my, he is from Jincheng. He is here to silence me. He then hastily scrambled to his feet and limped away. Zhou Haoran instinctively started to pursue him, but the girl grasped his arm firmly, demanding, why are you pursuing a thief? Zhou Haoran glanced back at the fleeing Zhang Chong, furrowing his brow as he replied, mind your own business, will you? I cannot. I must intervene. You shall not harm that boy. Zhou Haoran found himself at a loss for words and exclaimed, I did not harm him. My intention was to protect him. If you truly harbor any doubts, then accompany me in pursuing him and inquire about the situation. Upon hearing this, the young woman sensed something amiss and, without a moment's hesitation, dashed forward to chase after Zhang Chong. Zhou Haoran followed closely behind, calling out, return my identification. The young woman replied, I shall return it once I comprehend the situation. As Zhou Haoran caught up to her, panting heavily, he protested, you've already seen the identification. What more do you desire? Why are you so inclined to meddle? The young woman countered, you are mistaken. Throughout my life, I have never interfered in others' affairs, but today, I am determined to involve myself. Zhang Chang, having twisted his ankle during his recent fall and frightened by the events, succumbed to exhaustion after days without a proper meal, collapsing to the ground with a thud. When he regained consciousness, he found himself reclining on a soft seat in a restaurant's private room. Observing him were the very man and woman from earlier, seated opposite him. On the elongated table between them lay dumplings, noodles, and a few light dishes. Perhaps due to his hunger from the past few days, he hastily rose, seized the chopsticks, and began to eat without regard for his surroundings or whether the meal had been prepared for him. Zhou Haoran and the short-haired young woman exchanged glances and shared a knowing smile. At that moment, the young woman had cleared up her misunderstanding of Zhou Haoran. Earlier, when Zhang Chong had fainted, Zhou Haoran had briefly explained the situation to him, eliciting her deep sympathy for the young thief and admiration for Zhou Haoran, who had made it clear that he wished to save the boy, to educate him, and to ensure he would not be abandoned to roam the streets and disrupt society. Having realized her earlier misjudgment, the short-haired young woman apologized to Zhou Haoran and revealed her identity. It turned out that she was a journalist and, coincidentally, the very photographer of the picture of the Jinxing Reservoir that Zhou Haoran had admired at the art gallery. Her name was Xing Ro. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you, Zhou Haoran advised Zhang Chong, concerned he might choke. Zhang Chong, too engrossed in his meal to respond, kept his head down, devouring the food as if he hadn't eaten in days. Xing Ro observed Zhang Chong's voraciousness and glanced at Zhou Haoran, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Secretary Zhou, I apologize for misunderstanding you earlier. I may have been a bit too harsh. Zhou Haoran replied, it is quite all right. As the saying goes, one must engage in conflict to truly understand one another. Moreover, I owe my gratitude to this young man for the fortunate opportunity to meet such an accomplished photographer. Earlier at the gallery, I was pondering when I might have the honor of meeting the creator of that remarkable work. Across from them, Zhang Chang continued to eat without lifting his gaze, but upon hearing Zhou Haoran's words, he raised his head and retorted, aren't you here to silence me? Zhou Haoran, exasperated, replied, silence you? Nonsense. If I were to silence anyone, it would be in broad daylight. Now, eat your meal and refrain from such nonsense. Zhou Haoran, frustrated, could not help but let a curse slip as he shoved a dumpling into his mouth. Zhang Chang spat out the dumpling and declared, I must speak out. I want the entire world to know your true intentions. Sister, he is a villain, sent by others to kill me, and you must stand up for me. Noticing that Zhou Haoran remained silent, Zhang Chang continued, he is an official from Jinsheng County. My brother was killed by an official from Jinsheng County, and he has come to silence me. Zhou Haoran, glaring, retorted, you little rascal, is this never ending? Are you biting the hand that feeds you like a dog? Do not intimidate him. We must understand what is truly happening, or I will not allow you to take this child away. Upon hearing Zhang Rou's words, tears streamed down Zhang Chang's face. After wandering for so long, it was the first time someone had offered him such protection. Zhou Haoran glanced around and suggested, let us speak elsewhere. This crowded place is not suited for our discussion. Once we finish our meal, we shall find a more secluded spot. After dining, Zhang Rou instructed the waiter to pack the leftovers for Zhang Chang to carry. They settled in a pavilion at a small park. Zhang Chang struggled to sit. Having eaten too much, Zhang Rou placed the heavy backpack on the seat and, looking at Zhang Chang, calmly said, Zhang Chang, please tell us. He recounted the events leading to Lu Chao's collision with his brother. Zhang Rou turned to Zhou Haoran and inquired, what connection do you have to this matter? Zhou Haoran chuckled quietly, replying, let him speak for himself. Zhang Chang stated, he is from Jinsheng County. Lu Chao's father is the secretary of the county committee. They are all officials. Why else would he come to the provincial city if not to find me? Whether one dies or two die, if I perish, no one will seek vengeance on their behalf. Zhou Haoran crossed his arms and remarked, you insolent brat, you think too poorly of others. I am indeed an official in Jinsheng, but I am not an accomplice of Lu Chao's family. In fact, I owe you my gratitude. If it weren't for you, I might not have attained this position. Zhang Chang asked, are you saying you did not come to kill me, nor were you sent by the Lu family? Zhou Haoran affirmed, no. Zhang Rou interjected, but you mentioned during our meal that the Lu family is involved in corruption and bribery. Zhou Haoran smiled slightly and replied, please understand, such matters are difficult to discuss. Zhang Rou recognized the sensitive nature of his silence. It was indeed not appropriate for him to reveal such information publicly. She turned back to Zhang Chang, saying, Mr. Zhou speaks the truth, and I completely trust him. While you were asleep, he confided in me that the reason he did not hand you over to the police was to help you. I believe you should return with him. Zhang Chang protested. Going back with him would be a dead end. Zhou Haoran countered, little rascal. How is returning with me a dead end? Zhang Chang fell silent. Return with me, and I will help you find a job. You cannot continue living a life of petty theft and deceit. One day, you might be killed by someone else. You must strive to live a proper life. Zhou Haoran earnestly advised. Zhang Chang let his eyelids droop as he lamented, my life has long been abnormal. If you continue down this path, you may end up like your brother. Remember, no one has ever amassed wealth through petty theft and deception, nor has anyone found happiness in marriage and family that way. Especially with your face bruised and battered. Zhang Chang hung his head, pondering for a long while before uttering, I haven't completed my education. I know nothing. What work can I possibly do? You can learn, Zhou Haoran urged. If you genuinely wish to learn and commit yourself, there is nothing you cannot master at your tender age. However, Zhang Chang finally voiced a pressing question. But why are you helping me? Zhou Haoran hesitated, unable to articulate the reasons behind his assistance. Was it to change Zhang Chang's dismal circumstances? To alleviate the burden of his youthful sorrow? Or perhaps it was simply empathy for his tragic plight. How could he explain such complexities to a child? After a moment's reflection, he replied, because I too am an orphan, with only an elder sister as my remaining kin. Thus, I resonate deeply with your struggles, and I wish to lend you a helping hand. Moved by his own words, Zhou Haoran felt a swell of emotion. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chang's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet he remained skeptical of Zhou Haoran's intentions. Do you truly possess such a noble heart? He questioned. Zhou Haoran grasped Zhang Chang's grimy little hand, reassuring him, "Let us judge the goodness of intentions over time. I will provide for your needs, but only on the condition that you commit to your studies and acquire a skill for survival, so that in the future, you may marry and lead a life akin to that of a normal person." At last, Zhang Rou inquired of Zhou Haoran how he intended to arrange for Zhang Chang. "In a moment, I will summon someone to take him to Jincheng. I must visit my teacher, and it would be inconvenient to keep him with me for now." Zhou Haoran replied. Zhang Rou nodded in agreement, indicating her understanding. As Zhang Rou prepared to leave, Zhang Chang urgently grasped her arm, exclaiming, "Sister, I want to go with you." Recognizing his distrust of Zhou Haoran, Zhang Rou responded, "That won't do. I must attend an event shortly. Rest assured, I have verified his identity. He poses no threat to you, nor would he dare to harm you with me around." Zhang Chang retorted, "He may not wish to end my life, but what if he deceives me into a hospital and sells my kidney?" Zhang Rou chuckled lightly. "That is impossible, unless he wishes to forfeit his own life." She then added, "I will give you my phone number. Should he ever attempt anything malicious, you must call me." How does that sound? Reluctantly, Zhang Chang agreed, "Fine." Zhang Rou produced a pen and inscribed her number onto his soiled palm. Feeling a tickle in his hand, Zhang Chang protested, "Why not just give me a business card? If you write it on my hand, it will wash away with a simple hand wash." Zhang Rou replied, "After I leave, your first task is to memorize my number and keep it close to your heart. Additionally, do not disclose it to anyone. Should I discover that you have shared my number, I will no longer be responsible for you, and anyone may sell your liver or kidney." Once she had finished writing, Zhang Rou pulled out her phone and exchanged numbers with Zhou Haoran before departing. Zhou Haoran placed a phone call to Go Fuchuan, informing him that he had taken on a younger brother and requested that he arrive in the provincial capital today to bring the child back and hand him over to Wang Chuyang. They would make specific arrangements after the child's studies were completed. Go Fuchuan impatiently retorted, "Why are you involving such aimless individuals? First it was Xinqian, and now another younger brother? I implore you, can you assist me? I am nearly driven to despair by my wife and mother-in-law." Zhou Haoran chuckled and replied, "You still have a wife and mother-in-law. I would rather they torment you than not at all. Enough of this chatter. Just come." After ending his call with Go Fuchuan, Zhou Haoran dialed Wang Chaoyang. Unlike Go Fuchuan, Wang Chaoyang was less vocal about grievances. He suggested that Zhang Chang come to the park to do some odd jobs, as there was food and lodging available. If Zhang Chang was willing, they could arrange for him to learn some construction skills under a mentor. Zhou Haoran approved of the plan and earnestly reminded Wang Chaoyang to take good care of the child. As soon as he hung up with Wang Chaoyang, Zhang Chang suddenly knelt down before Zhou Haoran, bowing his head repeatedly until his forehead was smeared with dirt. Zhou Haoran exclaimed, "Hey, hey, hey, what are you doing?" Zhang Chang responded, "I always thought I was dreaming, believing you had ulterior motives. Now I realize you neither intend to harm me nor sell my organs. You are a good person." Upon finishing, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and weeping. Zhou Haoran helped him up and seated him on a bench in the park, taking out a tissue to wipe the dirt from his forehead. "Listen, Zhang Chang," Zhou Haoran began. "Throughout life, we must endure numerous experiences, both good and bad. Regardless of their nature, they constitute our wealth. The days ahead are long, and we must think long-term. We need to live well and not dwell in the past. From now on, you must work diligently, be a good person, and aspire to marry a beautiful wife." "I'm still young. Why would I think about marrying?" Zhang Chang replied, somewhat embarrassed. Zhou Haoran continued, "At 17 or 18, you are no longer a child. I have no other demands of you. My only request is that you walk the righteous path. Whether you learn a trade, pursue sales, or start a small business, you must find a way to support yourself. No more secretive dealings." With tears welling in his eyes, Zhang Chang replied, "All right, I will listen to you. Thank you, Brother Zhou." Thus, after experiencing a series of misfortunes in life, Zhang Chang unexpectedly encountered Zhou Haoran, marking the beginning of a transformative journey. Before long, Go Fuchuan and Wang Chaoyang arrived together. Upon seeing Go Fuchuan in a police car, Zhang Chang instinctively wanted to flee. Zhou Haoran, having observed his reaction, firmly grasped his arm and said, "Why run? They're here to help you. This is Uncle Go, and this is Uncle Wang. Go with them and wait for me." Once Zhang Chang had been sent off, Zhou Haoran made his way back to the teacher's residence, hoping the professor had returned home by now. Indeed, when Zhou Haoran arrived at the teacher's house once more, Professor Tian was already back. The caretaker, Xiao Tian, welcomed Zhou Haoran into the house and said, "Brother Zhou, you're here? Professor Tian has returned and is currently having dinner. Without inquiring whether Zhou Haoran had eaten, Xiao Tian proceeded to the kitchen to set an additional pair of chopsticks and a bowl for him. After the meal, Professor Tian summoned Zhou Haoran to the study, where they engaged in conversation. Since Zhou Haoran had been invited back by Hou Yuan last time, he had not visited the provincial city to see her again. It was not that he did not wish to come, but rather that he had been overwhelmingly busy. Professor Tian had hoped to catch up with Zhou Haoran over the phone, yet each time they spoke, they were interrupted by other calls. Haoran, I've heard that you've been promoted to head of a township, Professor Tian said with a warm smile, her face radiating concern for him. Yes, I just completed my training at the municipal party school and thought it was the perfect opportunity to visit you. I will be assuming my post as the party secretary back in my hometown, Zhou Haoran replied candidly. Very good. It seems that Xiao Ho indeed holds you in high regard, promoting you shortly after your return. Make sure to work closely with him. Both Xiao Ho and Gong Ping are commendable individuals. However, I must offer you a word of caution. Professor Tian's expression shifted to a more serious demeanor as she paused for effect. Please, go ahead, teacher. Zhou Haoran straightened in his seat, awaiting her continuation. Haoran, your promotion is a positive development, yet it also brings with it great responsibility. As a native of Jincheng, you bear an elevated expectation from the people here. You must not let your elevation lead to complacency. Instead, approach your new role with greater caution and diligence. Professor Tian's tone was resolute, her eyes filled with hope. Furthermore, although you are undoubtedly talented, your demeanor tends to be overly proud. Remember, a public servant must exhibit humility to win the hearts of the people. Additionally, your conduct must be measured. Every action and word of yours carries significant weight, so exercise prudence and avoid impulsive decisions. Rest assured, teacher, I will heed your advice. I have always remembered that wherever I may go, I am a Jincheng native, and I will always keep the welfare of the common people close to my heart. Zhou Haoran declared, his gaze resolute. Professor Tian nodded, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. That is reassuring. Remember, a truly exemplary official does not merely manage affairs well. More importantly, they must care for and serve the people. Zhou Haoran nodded deeply, vowing to engrave her words in his heart. He understood that his teacher's guidance would serve as a beacon in his future endeavors, illuminating his path forward. The mentor and disciple conversed in the study for over an hour, with Professor Tian imparting wisdom on the principles of life and governance. The following morning, after sharing breakfast with his teacher, Zhou Haoran hurried back to Jincheng. The previous night, he had called Hou Yuan, who informed him that he was at Professor Tian's residence. Hou Yuan did not press him, instead advising Zhou Haoran to catch the early bus back to Jincheng, promising to personally accompany him to his new post along with the head of the organization department. Zhou Haoran felt immensely grateful to Hou Yuan, knowing that it was uncommon for a township party secretary to be seen off in such a manner by a county party secretary. Zhou Haoran understood that Hou Yuan's special attention was not solely due to their friendship, but was also a recognition of his capabilities and an anticipation of future endeavors. On that morning, Zhou Haoran, accompanied by County Party Secretary Hou Yuan, Minister of the Organization Department Lu Hongtu, and Director of the County Office Zhou Wentao, arrived at Jinxing Township to assume his new position. Jincheng County is a provincial-level key poverty-stricken area, encompassing an area of 3,000 square kilometers with a permanent population of 300,000, divided into 14 towns and 4 townships. Jinxing Township is situated in the southeastern part of Jincheng County, 30 kilometers from the county seat, covering an area of 180 square kilometers, comprising 9 administrative villages and 27 natural hamlets, with a total of 560 households and 167 residents. In the conference room, the atmosphere was both solemn and fervent. Hou Yuan occupied the central position on the podium, with Zhou Haoran and the Minister of the Organization Department seated on either side of him, clearly indicating Hou Yuan's regard for Zhou Haoran. Zhou Haoran, seated on the podium, displayed a resolute gaze, gradually scanning every cadre present, his heart brimming with anticipation and aspirations for his future responsibilities. Minister Lu Hongtu personally presided over Zhou Haoran's appointment meeting, initially introducing Zhou's background before announcing the decision regarding Zhou Haoran's appointment on behalf of the organization. Subsequently, Zhou Haoran delivered a brief inaugural speech. Expressing gratitude to the organization and the people, Zhou Haoran articulated his commitment to wholeheartedly fulfilling his duties with a profound sense of responsibility and mission. He vowed to embody the party's mass line through tangible actions, engaging with the grassroots to comprehend the needs of the populace and resolve their issues. He emphasized a people-centered development philosophy, striving for comprehensive progress in Jinxing Township and the collective prosperity of its residents. Following his remarks, the attendees erupted into prolonged applause. Regardless of the authenticity of Zhou Haoran's words, they vigorously clapped, recognizing that the first to applaud was none other than Hou Yuan. Seated in the central position of the podium, they felt compelled to honor Hou Yuan, even if they chose not to extend the same courtesy to Zhou Haoran. The final agenda item was a concluding address by County Party Secretary Hou Yuan, who articulated his hopes and expectations for the newly appointed Zhou Haoran. Once he finished speaking, another wave of applause surged through the room. The meeting concluded swiftly, lasting no more than 2 hours. Initially, Lu Ming had merely extended a casual invitation to Hou Yuan and others to stay for a simple meal at the cafeteria, assuming it was merely a formality. To his surprise, Hou Yuan accepted the invitation and indeed remained for the meal. Lu Ming, already somewhat in awe of Zhou Haoran, who he knew to be highly regarded by Hou Yuan, was taken aback by the open support Hou Yuan showed for Zhou Haoran, deepening his respect for him. He silently resolved to cooperate diligently with Zhou Haoran in future endeavors, lest he find himself unexpectedly relegated to a remote corner. After dinner, Hou Yuan departed with Minister Liu and Director Zhou, refraining from any further extravagant actions. He believed that personally sending Zhou Haoran to his new position and staying for the meal would sufficiently aid in stabilizing the situation in the township. In the afternoon, Zhou Haoran convened the inaugural meeting of all the agency staff since his arrival at the township. He intended first to familiarize himself with the personnel and subsequently to understand their work situations and needs. In the conference room, the atmosphere was not particularly solemn. Some engaged in casual conversations, while others rested with closed eyes. Zhou Haoran quietly stood at the podium, accompanied by Lu Ming. "Greetings, colleagues. I am Zhou Haoran. From this day forward, I shall stand alongside you, striving together for the development of our township." His voice resonated steadily, gradually suppressing the cacophony within the room. "I am aware that the tasks at the township are both intricate and demanding, necessitating the earnest diligence and intellect of each one of us. However, I firmly believe that as long as we unite in purpose, no obstacle is insurmountable." Zhou Haoran's words inspired a sense of motivation among the attending officials. He then invited each official to introduce themselves, detailing their positions and responsibilities. As each individual spoke, Zhou Haoran attentively raised his gaze to observe them, diligently noting their accounts in his notebook. While it was unlikely he would memorize everyone's names immediately, he was earnestly documenting their introductions. The Jinxing Township comprises 9 members of the party committee, including Deputy Secretary and Township Head Lu Ming, Full-time Deputy Secretary Li He, Chairman of the People's Congress Zhang Yi, Discipline Inspection Secretary Zhu Ran, Organization Committee Member Xiao Tianyu, Propaganda Committee Member Wang Jiajia, United Front Committee Member Ning Yu, Armed Forces Minister Wang Zhe, and Executive Deputy Township Head Wang Ning, along with 2 Vice Township Heads not in the committee, the heads of the Finance Office, Youth League Secretary, Forestry Station Head, and various other positions totaling 35 individuals. Zhou Haoran attentively listened to each introduction, including that of a newly appointed youth, meticulously recording every detail. As the final official concluded their introduction, Zhou Haoran rose and surveyed the room, stating, "I have listened intently to each of your introductions and have taken notes. While I cannot guarantee immediate familiarity with everyone, I will endeavor to become acquainted with each of you and the workings of our township as swiftly as possible." He paused before continuing. "The development of the township is not solely the government's responsibility. It is a shared responsibility of each individual present. Every task we undertake contributes to the advancement of the township, and each effort will coalesce into a formidable force propelling us forward." Zhou Haoran's voice was impassioned and powerful, invigorating all present. "In the days ahead, I hope we can collaborate closely, support one another, face challenges together, and create brilliance collectively. I am confident that if each of us harnesses our strengths and contributes our efforts, our township will undoubtedly embrace a brighter future." As Zhou Haoran's words came to an end, the conference room erupted in enthusiastic applause. This ovation was not only a recognition of Zhou Haoran's address, but also a manifestation of the anticipation and confidence in the future endeavors. After the meeting concluded, Zhou Haoran and Lu Ming exited the conference room together. Being new to his position and lacking prior experience in governance, Zhou Haoran had much to learn. Thus, Lu Ming, the executive vice mayor promoted from another township, served as a paragon for him. It is likely that during the deliberations on cadre appointments, Hou Yuan and his colleagues had thoughtfully considered Zhou Haoran's needs by pairing him with such an experienced individual as Lu Ming to form a capable team. The news of Zhou Haoran's appointment as the party secretary of Jingxing Township spread swiftly. Shortly after taking office, he began receiving a flurry of congratulatory calls. However, Zhou Haoran typically offered only brief responses to these greetings. During his tenure as deputy director of the county government office, he had made numerous acquaintances. Yet, following his entanglement with the affairs of County Chief Zhao Xinghua, many distanced themselves from him, often ignoring him entirely when they met. Now, having returned to Jincheng County and with his close relationship with Hou Yuan, some of those individuals began to shift their attitudes toward Zhou Haoran once more. Thus, upon his new appointment, their calls came pouring in, seeking to reconnect through congratulations. Zhou Haoran's phone scarcely ceased ringing, growing increasingly warm from the constant usage, prompting him to set it aside and gaze out the window, hoping for a moment of respite. Suddenly, his phone buzzed again, initially reluctant to answer. He feared it might be Hou Yuan or another leader seeking him. Ultimately, he returned to his desk and picked up the phone, only to see Zhang Ying's name on the caller ID. He hesitated, recalling the near indiscretion that had occurred when he last accompanied her home, and felt a twinge of apprehension toward her. Despite his reservations about developing any sort of relationship with her, he acknowledged that Zhang Ying was one of the few who had not shunned him during his less fortunate times. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to answer the call. "Hello, Secretary Zhou. What are you up to? It took you so long to pick up. You're not busy, are you? Perhaps hiding a beauty in the countryside?" Zhang Ying's teasing voice rang through the line. In this remote village, where would one find a beauty? More like a gathering of rough men, Zhou Haoran replied in a nonchalant tone. "Oh, the conditions in the township were so harsh. Shouldn't I, as a humble woman, come to serve you, Secretary Zhou? Rest assured, it would be entirely voluntary and not coerced," Zhang Ying continued, unabashed as ever. Zhou Haoran couldn't help but twitch his lips at her words, stifling a bitter smile. He understood Zhang Ying's temperament well. She had a knack for provoking his unease while maintaining just the right distance to keep him guessing. Clearing his throat, he attempted to adopt a more formal tone. Enough. Enough. If you have nothing important, I might hang up. I've been inundated with congratulatory calls all day, and my ears are buzzing from it. Oh, it's nothing of great importance. I simply didn't expect you to be so well-liked, Secretary Zhou. I called to congratulate you as well. Rest up. And when you return to the county, let me know. I'll treat you to a meal to celebrate, Zhang Ying said, noting Zhou Haoran's fatigue from the constant phone calls. All right, I'll hang up now. I'll find you for that meal when I return to the county. Zhou Haoran replied perfunctorily, wishing to limit his interactions with Zhang Ying, yet feeling it inappropriate to outright decline her invitation. The news of Zhou Haoran's appointment as the party secretary of Jingxing was not only known within the government offices, it had also reached the ears of some well-informed individuals. Consequently, on the following day, someone arrived at Zhou Haoran's hometown, Qingxin village, to visit his sister, Zhou Xinran. The visitor was Zhou Xinran's maternal uncle, the brother of her mother, who, over the years, had been of great assistance to the family, particularly during their mother's illness, when he had helped secure medical attention at the county hospital. The people in the countryside are quite sincere, and he himself was not an ordinary man. He once held a position of some stature, understanding the importance of not approaching someone empty-handed. He brought along a bag of flour and a container of oil, a gesture that, while not equivalent to gold or silver, still conveyed his goodwill. "I have come to discuss a matter concerning the children and to seek Haoran's assistance," Zhou Xinran's uncle said, placing the flour and oil on the edge of the kong, a traditional heated bed. He hesitated before addressing Zhou Xinran and her husband directly. "This child has gone astray, engaging in theft, and there are plans to report him to the police." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhou Xinran's uncle stated his intent clearly. "Uncle, it's not that I am unwilling to let Haoran help you, but he works in the industrial park and is not involved in local matters," Zhou Xinran replied, her tone evidently indicating a refusal. "You must not be aware that Haoran has been transferred to Jingxing Township. He is now the party secretary, the top leader, having taken office yesterday, accompanied by the county party secretary. His position carries significant weight," her uncle explained in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xinran was taken aback. She had not been in touch with her brother recently and was unaware of his promotion, as he was not the type to boast about his accomplishments. Although she was oblivious to her brother's elevation, as a concerned sister, she did not want him to be overwhelmed with requests as soon as he assumed office. "Uncle, I truly did not know about Haoran's new role. However, even if I had, It wouldn't be appropriate for him to intervene with the police immediately after taking office. Let me call Haoran and inform him of the situation. Would that be acceptable? After successfully sending her uncle on his way, Zhou Haoran hurried back inside and called her brother. Upon learning that he had indeed become the party secretary of Jinxing Township, she was filled with joy. When Zhou Haoran answered the phone, he was in the midst of receiving reports from the deputy township heads and various departments. He managed to exchange a few hurried words with his sister before hanging up, promising to return home in the evening for a meal she would prepare for him. By 5 in the afternoon, Zhou Haoran paced back and forth at the gate of her small courtyard, occasionally glancing into the distance. The thought of her brother returning home that evening made her increasingly restless. Zhou Haoran had been standing outside the small courtyard for nearly an hour, and Zhou Haoran's brother-in-law, Miao Kuan, felt a twinge of sympathy. He fetched a coat and draped it over Zhou Haoran, saying, "It's quite chilly outside, and we don't know when Haoran will return. Why not come inside and wait? He knows the way." "I'll wait right here," Zhou Haoran replied. "What if he doesn't come back all night? Will you still be here?" Miao Kuan questioned. "I know my brother well. If he says he'll return in the evening, he certainly will," she asserted, dismissing Miao Kuan and continuing to gaze into the distance. With no other option, Miao Kuan resigned himself to waiting outside with his wife. After another half hour, Zhou Haoran finally arrived, riding a bicycle borrowed from a colleague at the township government. He relished a delicious meal prepared by his sister before sharing stories of recent events with her and Miao Kuan, then retired for the night. The following day, as Zhou Haoran approached the township government on his bicycle, a disheveled woman suddenly stepped in front of him, causing him to brake abruptly. Unfortunately, she fell to the ground. At that moment, a man rushed over, helping the woman to her feet. "Is she all right?" Zhou Haoran inquired, pulling over. "She's fine, I'm sorry. She's a madwoman who blocks people here every day, stopping anyone in sight," the man explained while assisting the woman. "Why is she stopping cars here?" Zhou Haoran asked, noticing their unusual behavior. "Oh, it's just a madwoman. There's no need for so many questions. Come on, let us go," the man retorted, forcibly leading the woman away. As she was being dragged off, the woman turned back, pleading, "Help me." "Who are you to her?" Zhou Haoran called out to the man as he pulled the woman away. "I'm like her brother," the man replied without looking back, continuing to drag her along. The woman, still being pulled away, cast a beseeching glance at Zhou Haoran, as if imploring him not to let her go back with the man. Feeling a pang of compassion at the woman's forlorn expression, Zhou Haoran found himself somewhat inclined to believe the man's words, assuming she truly was mad. "Which village are you from?" Zhou Haoran shouted after them, seeking some closure. "From Dawa village," the man answered before they disappeared from view. Suppressing his unease, Zhou Haoran returned to his office. However, before he could settle into his chair, a crowd of approximately 100 people from Namping village and Shaba village stormed the township government, protesting over land compensation issues. They arrived in tractors, brandishing banners and cardboard signs, effectively blocking the entrance. An elderly man, tasked with keeping watch, rushed out, gesturing emphatically at the throng. "Do you know where you are? This is no parking area. Hurry up and back up, back up." However, the common folk outside showed no interest in him. A few individuals disembarked from a tractor, brandishing banners, and positioned themselves at the entrance of the township government. Observing the lack of attention directed toward him, and noting that the crowd consisted entirely of vigorous young villagers, the elderly man, not one to endure rough treatment, swiftly retreated into the reception area, hastily closed the main door, and then dialed the office. As soon as the office director answered, he heard the anxious voice of the elderly man on the other end. "Director Zhang, over 100 people from Namping and Xiaoba villages have surrounded the government gate, blocking it completely." "What? The new secretary Shou just took office, and they are already making a show of force. Are they attempting to rebel?" Office Director Zhang Lei exclaimed in anger. After hanging up, he rushed toward Zhou Haoran's office. "What is happening? What is the situation outside?" Zhou Haoran, who had already observed the commotion from the window, inquired of Zhang Lei, who had just arrived. "Oh, it's the same old issue regarding land compensation. We have dealt with it before and provided compensation, but some villagers who either did not receive it or found it insufficient have banded together to file complaints. Initially, it was just Namping village, but now Xiaoba village has joined in," Zhang Lei explained to Zhou Haoran. Zhou Haoran furrowed his brow in contemplation. Outside, the villagers were vociferously demanding, "Secretary, come out. We want to file a complaint. Fellow villagers, if you have any requests, please discuss them with me and Vice Mayor Wang. We will do our best to resolve what we can," said Li He, the deputy secretary, alongside Wang Ning, the executive vice mayor, as they approached the gate and addressed the crowd from behind it. "You are the deputies. Your words carry no weight. We will not speak with you." A villager retorted. "Bring out the township head. Bring out the township head." The villagers' clamorous cries echoed outside the gate. "Fellow villagers, listen, Secretary Chi has already been reassigned. Any issues can be addressed with us just the same." Wang Ning gestured for calm as he spoke, waiting for the crowd to settle down a bit before continuing. "It's not the same. The deputy is different. We heard a new secretary has arrived. Let him come out and make an appearance. Let the people meet him." "What do you all say?" A prominent villager, skilled in stirring emotions, stood at the forefront, speaking loudly. "Yes." The surrounding villagers raised their banners in agreement, responding loudly. Li He and Wang Ning exchanged glances, feeling a sense of helplessness. "If he doesn't come out soon, we will break in," shouted an agitated villager, raising his fist. "Come out. Come out. If you don't come out now, we will storm in." Zhou Haoran, observing the escalating situation, turned to Zhang Lei, who was still briefing him. "It is Deputy Secretary Li and Vice Mayor Wang," Zhang Lei explained. "Then I shall go out and assess the situation," Zhou Haoran concluded. Recognizing that the situation outside was spiraling out of control, he stood up and made his way outside. "Secretary Zhou, you might not understand the situation well. These people are particularly unreasonable. You need not engage with them," a voice cautioned him. Director Zhang Lei sought to dissuade Zhou Haoran. "Since I am here, we must take a look. Whatever the matter may be, we ought to engage with the populace face to face. We cannot avoid meeting the common people, for that would surely dishearten them." Zhou Haoran, however, rebuffed Zhang Lei's goodwill and insisted on proceeding outward. With no other option, Zhang Lei resigned himself to follow suit. "Oh, Director Zhang, please call the local police station at once and request them to send personnel to maintain order. Additionally, inform the village heads from the 2 villages to come immediately. Oh, and do not forget the chairman of the Jin Shiyunong Company, who has appropriated the villagers' land. He must also be summoned." Zhou Haoran paused, recalling something, then turned back to give his instructions before continuing to stride outward. "And what if they fail to arrive?" Zhang Lei cautiously inquired, observing Zhou Haoran's retreating figure. "You shall inform them that those who do not come will face dismissal from their posts. If the chairman is absent, I shall ensure that his enterprise can no longer conduct business here." Zhou Haoran returned, enunciating each word clearly. The matter of land compensation has been raised multiple times. Yet dissatisfaction persists, leading to ongoing disturbances, Li He explained quietly as Zhou Haoran approached. "Step outside, everyone." The crowd outside continued to raise their banners and shout loudly. "Open the door," Zhou Haoran calmly instructed, surveying the agitated crowd. "Secretary, it is dangerous outside. We cannot open the door," Wang Ning urged. "Open it," Zhou Haoran reiterated. With a resigned glance at the aging gatekeeper, Old Li, who complied and swung the door wide, Zhou Haoran boldly stepped out. "Fellow villagers, please quiet down." Zhou Haoran raised both hands and addressed the crowd vocally. "Let the new secretary come out. Bring him forth." The crowd, unfamiliar with the new secretary, remained raucous. "Please, everyone, quiet down. I am the newly appointed secretary, Zhou Haoran. The organization has assigned me to Jingsing Township to serve the people. Should you have any concerns or issues, do not hesitate to voice them. I shall address them with fairness and justice." Zhou Haoran endeavored to calm the crowd's emotions before continuing. "However, if you have no legitimate grievances, then your gathering is unlawful, and your siege of a government facility may compel me to call upon the police to apprehend those causing the disturbance. You all risk detention." He gestured behind the crowd, revealing 2 police vehicles and 7 or 8 officers in uniform standing at the rear. "Arrest us if you must. They have taken our land, leaving us without income. It may be better to be apprehended," a villager declared to the surrounding crowd. "I reiterate, if there are issues or grievances, feel free to share them with me. However, I have one request. Choose a few representatives. With so many voices, it is impossible for me to discern your concerns. Select a few who can articulate the matter clearly. If you continue to create such a commotion, I will interpret it as a riot," Zhou Haoran continued. "We did not incite a riot." A voice of dissent arose from the crowd. "Whose vehicle is this parked right in front of the government office?" Zhou Haoran queried loudly, pointing at the numerous tractors blocking the entrance. Among the crowd, a few timid individuals, unnerved by Zhou Haoran's inquiry, turned to leave, murmuring, "Let us go, let us go. If we stay, we might end up imprisoned and eating stale bread." As they departed, other apprehensive citizens gradually followed suit. "Do not leave, do not leave. I must inform you, if you walk away now, you will be entitled to not a single penny of the compensation that is forthcoming," interjected a middle-aged man. Evidently the organizer of this petition, upon noticing the crowd's intent to disperse. "Hey, you there. Come down and speak with me." Zhou Haoran called out to the middle-aged man who was vocally urging the crowd to retreat. "Secretary Zhou, your presence in our Jinxing township is meant to serve the people. Therefore, I must ask you, when the business owner unlawfully occupies land, the compensation offered is vastly different from what was agreed upon in the contract, with discrepancies in area as well. When we approached the village head, he not only ignored our plight, but also sided with the entrepreneur," the man continued. Having jumped down from the vehicle, wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhou Haoran stood firm, attentively listening to the man's every word. "We have exhausted all avenues. Since we have come to your township, if you choose to disregard our concerns, we shall escalate our grievances to the county. Should the county remain indifferent, we will pursue our case further up the hierarchy, even to the central government, if necessary." Zhou Haoran glanced back at Li He and Wang Ning, who both averted his gaze, unable to meet his eyes. "My fellow villagers, I am newly appointed, and I am not yet fully acquainted with the situation you describe. However, if your claims hold true, the village must take responsibility, and the township will follow through until the matter is resolved," Zhou Haoran assured the crowd, emphasizing the word "but." "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" The villagers applauded and cheered for Zhou Haoran. Li He, the deputy secretary, and Wang Ning, the executive deputy township head, exchanged glances behind him. "Nonetheless, I reiterate, without an investigation, there can be no authority to speak. Therefore, I request 3 days, just 3 days, to personally investigate this matter, visiting both of your villages to ascertain the facts. If the situation proves accurate, the business must fulfill its contractual obligations regarding compensation. Should anyone be found to have embezzled or misappropriated these funds, I will ensure they are held accountable," Zhou Haoran continued to pledge to the citizens. "My fellow villagers, our new Secretary Zhou has made this promise. Let us extend him the courtesy he deserves." A young man turned to address the crowd. "Secretary Zhou, we will await your arrival in the village for 3 days, hoping you will thoroughly investigate the matter. However, please do not follow in the footsteps of the previous township party secretary, Qi, who made empty promises and led us on a wild goose chase, leaving the common folk in vain hope." The middle-aged man turned back to Zhou Haoran and spoke. Zhou Haoran surveyed the crowd of villagers before him, lost in thought. Upon receiving Zhou Haoran's response, the people departed, content. Approximately an hour later, the village leaders from Xiaba and Nanping, along with the owner of Jin Shiyunong, arrived. Zhou Haoran instructed Zheng Lei to receive them in the conference room of the township government. "Ah, Mr. Liu, Secretary Su, Secretary Zhou, please have some water. Today marks my first day in office, and I am already faced with dozens, if not hundreds, of villagers from your 2 villages coming to petition for the compensation owed to them by Jin Shiyunong. It feels as though I have been given a challenge right from the start," Zhou Haoran remarked as he personally handed a water cup to the 3 men. Then patted Lu Chong, the owner of Jin Shiyunong, on the shoulder. Lu Chong, a man in his 40s, dressed in a well-fitted suit, appeared quite approachable. "Secretary Zhou, this is an old issue that has been dealt with previously," Lu explained to Zhou Haoran. "While it may be an old issue for you, it is a new problem for me. Since this matter has now come to my attention, I must find a solution. We cannot simply let it linger, as the common folk will not accept that. Nor will I," Zhou Haoran replied, sitting in his chair and addressing Lu Chong. "Secretary Zhou, we too hope for someone to resolve this new problem. This situation has been ongoing for quite some time, leaving us in a state of disarray. Due to this issue, the villagers have voiced their grievances against me, with some even resorting to vandalizing my home," complained Su Daqiang, the village leader of Xiaba. "Indeed, Secretary Zhou. Just the other day, they nearly vandalized Mr. Liu's car. This situation has made Mr. Liang ill with worry. Had I not intervened, who knows what might have happened," added Zhou An, the village leader from Nanping, glancing at Su Daqiang and Lu Chong. "Today marks your first day in office, and yet Li Ergu is causing trouble again. What is his intention? While it appears that Li Ergu is leading the disturbance, someone must be orchestrating him from behind the scenes," Zhou An remarked, looking across the table at Zhou Haoran. "I do not wish to violate organizational principles, so I shall refrain from naming names," Zhou An said, deliberately turning his head away from Zhou Haoran. "Please, speak freely. It will not be considered a breach of organizational principles," Zhou Haoran encouraged, leaning on the table. Zhou An turned back to face both Su Daqiang and Zhou Haoran, drumming his fingers on the table as he said, "Fine. Since we're discussing this candidly, I will be straightforward. The person behind this is our former village director, Tian Dehai, who resigned on his own accord. I am certain of it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Haoran furrowed his brow, lightly tapping his fingers on the table as if contemplating something profound. He glanced at Su Daqiang and Lu Chang, both of whom averted their eyes from him. What is the connection between Tian Dehai and Li Ergu? Why would he incite Li Ergu to create chaos in the township? Zhou Haoran inquired. Zhou Haoran sighed and shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. This is beyond my knowledge, but I am certain that there is a shadow of his presence behind it. Zhou, the village secretary. You are new here and may not be aware of the situation in our village. Tian Dehai is a man of profound thoughts and ruthless methods. If he intends to orchestrate something, most people would remain oblivious to it. Zhou Haoran nodded in understanding. As the newly appointed secretary of the Township Party Committee, he recognized the necessity of gaining a comprehensive understanding of the village's circumstances to effectively carry out his duties. Where is Tian Dehai now? Can we locate him and have a discussion? Zhou Haoran inquired. Zhou Haoran shook his head. He has long since fled, likely fearing that the situation might escalate, hiding away somewhere. However, everyone in our village knows him. If he dares to return, we will certainly not let him off lightly. Zhou Haoran fell silent for a moment before continuing. All right then, let us temporarily set him aside and focus on the matter of blocking the township government. Today, dozens, if not hundreds, from your two villages have come to stir trouble, even going so far as to block the township government with tractors. What kind of behavior is this? They seem to treat the government as if it were a mere playground. Zhou Haoran addressed the three men. Indeed, Su Daqiang and Zhou Haoran lowered their heads, responding in agreement. You are right, Secretary Zhou. We will certainly pay attention in the future, and any signs of trouble in the village will be reported to the township promptly. I will convene a meeting upon my return to rectify this and communicate with the villagers. You can rest assured, Secretary Zhou. Zhou Haoran also expressed his commitment. You too must ensure that you manage the villagers well. Luckily, I am here today. Had a higher-ranking leader been present, they might think that everyone in Jinxing Township are unruly folks. Zhou Haoran continued. All right, since you have both expressed your intentions, let us move on to discuss whether we should provide compensation to the villagers for their land. He shifted the focus away from the blockade incident and looked at the three men. Compensation? What for? I believe this is merely envy. Zhou Haoran directly opposed the idea of compensation, voicing his dissent. Ah, old Zhou, isn't it inappropriate to refuse compensation? How can we justify this to the common people? Moreover, some villagers indeed receive subsidies that are somewhat lower than average. Isn't that rather unfair? Su Daqiang pretended to feign ignorance and chimed in with a counter-argument. The two of them continued their verbal exchange, one playing the role of the antagonist while the other took on the role of the protagonist. Oh, what compensation? I have already stated, they are simply envious of others receiving more money, which has led to their discontent, Zhou Haoran retorted once more. As the two continued their quarrel, Zhou Haoran sensed that the situation was becoming untenable. He quickly rapped on the table to interrupt them, then spoke up. I believe it is essential to conduct an investigation into this matter. In the coming days, I will accompany members of your village committee and representatives from Lu's side to the countryside to conduct a thorough investigation. We must clarify this issue. Today, I have a task for both of you. Compile a comprehensive list of all individuals from the village who have lodged complaints. It is imperative that the information is accurate and complete. Subsequently, our township will dispatch personnel to scrutinize the list you provide, examining each case meticulously. We shall conduct thorough inquiries from household to household. Should it be confirmed that their subsidies have indeed been insufficient, Lu, you will be responsible for the financial compensation. However, if it is established that the subsidies previously allocated were sufficient and these individuals are merely causing unrest without cause, I will not support them in any way. Zhou Haoran continued, addressing the two village secretaries and Lu. Do either of you have any objections? Upon finishing, he glanced at the three men, seeking dissenting opinions. Very well. Zhou Haoran and Su Daqiang promptly agreed, recognizing the feasibility of the proposal. Secretaries, please expedite the compilation of the list. Lu, you remain. I have a few matters to discuss with you privately. Zhou Haoran stood, shook hands with the two village secretaries, and escorted them out. All right, Secretary Zhou. We shall take our leave. Lu, please ensure you report the situation to Secretary Zhou accurately. Zhou Haoran reminded Lu before departing, the tone resembling a warning disguised as advice. Lu, in front of the two secretaries, I refrained from speaking directly, but I must ask you candidly, have you adequately compensated the farmers for their land? You must know the answer to this, Zhou Haoran stated, settling back into his chair and gazing at Lu Chang. Upon hearing Zhou Haoran's words, Lu Chang furrowed his brow, contemplating without uttering a word. Lu, the farmers rely on their land for sustenance. With merely a few acres, if you've contracted their land this year, they lose a year's worth of cultivation. They genuinely depend on this small parcel for their livelihood. Your enterprise has grown to such a scale, undoubtedly. You possess the means to provide the necessary land compensation. It merely comes down to the extent of your profit. Zhou Haoran implored earnestly. Secretary, please do not perceive it that way. While the enterprise may appear to be mine, there are shareholders involved. I assure you, the land compensation has been fully provided. As for what the two village secretaries communicate to the villagers, I cannot say, Lu Chang replied, unable to withstand Zhou Haoran's inquiries, ultimately revealing the village secretary's involvement. So, you have a verbal agreement with the two village secretaries? Zhou Haoran inquired. Indeed, I have a verbal agreement with them, pledging to pay them 300 yuan per acre annually, in exchange for their assistance in persuading the villagers to lease their land to me. As for the compensation they promised the villagers, I am unaware. I simply transferred the funds to them and received the agreements signed by the villagers. It was only later I discovered that the compensation stated in the agreements was lower than what I provided. However, since I had already secured the land and disbursed the funds, I refrained from interfering in their dealings. Lu Chang recounted with evident resignation. Now I understand the situation. Who are the shareholders involved? Zhou Haoran, having listened to Lu Chang's words, expressed his understanding but still ventured to ask. Lu Chang hesitated for quite some time, seemingly reluctant to speak further. What is it? Are the shareholders not to be mentioned? Zhou Haoran smiled at Lu Chang and continued. These shareholders are all prominent figures. As an outsider, I cannot contend with them. Secretary, please do not put me in a difficult position. Lu Chang spoke with a face full of helplessness. Do not speak of me. I believe even you cannot provoke them, Lu Chang added. Zhou Haoran regarded Lu Chang, furrowing his brow in contemplation. As he realized that he could not extract any more information from Lu Chang, their conversation came to an abrupt end. Meanwhile, Zhou Haoran had just returned to the village, escorted by a luxurious car, exuding an air of aggression that starkly contrasted with his earlier demeanor of submission at the township government. He rapped sharply on the iron gate of a household in Nanping village. Who is it? A robust male voice emanated from within. Brother Dahai, I have something important to discuss with you, Zhou Haoran called out as soon as the door began to open. Upon recognizing Zhou Haoran, Tian Dahai promptly responded. I have nothing to say to you. He attempted to shut the door again, but Zhou Haoran's foot blocked it, preventing its closure. Look at your foul temper. Can't you change it? Zhou Haoran forcefully braced against the door without intending to enter the yard. Listen, the township has issued a notice. A meeting for all village officials will be convened tomorrow morning, and you must attend. I have already resigned. Why must I attend such a meeting? Tian Dahai questioned, bewildered. That, I cannot say. The township informed me that you must go, whether you like it or not. If you refuse, there are ways to deal with you. Zhou Haoran embellished his words. Get lost. I have resigned, and you still threaten me? This is truly outrageous. Moreover, stay away from my home. Your presence disgusts me. Tian Dahai retorted fiercely, slamming the door shut with a force that nearly caught Zhou Haoran's foot. With his objective of sowing discord accomplished, Zhou Haoran shrugged off his outer garment and left with a hint of scorn curling at the corners of his mouth. Uncle, uncle. Just as Zhou Haoran departed from Tian Dahai's home, a chubby young man chased after him, calling out. Zhou Haoran halted and inquired, What is it? Uncle, I need to tell you something. Could you perhaps allocate a bit more money from our family's land? I am in urgent need of funds to marry. And a little extra would suffice, the plump young man implored. Have you not noticed the current situation? Tian Dahai and Li Ergu's gang are causing a ruckus at the township government. I cannot dare to act against the wind at such a time. If they discover me, it would spell disaster. Zhou Haoran declined. Uncle, please, I beg you. I am your own nephew. You cannot just stand by and let me remain unmarried. Please lend a hand, the young man pleaded earnestly. The plump young man, after speaking, took out 2 boxes of cigarettes from his pocket and stuffed them directly into Zhou Haoran's pocket. These were premium cigarettes, soft Zhanghua, indicating that he had indeed invested heavily in this matter, for he was typically quite frugal. All right, I understand. I will handle it for you, Zhou Haoran responded immediately, his demeanor shifting upon receiving the cigarettes. Although he was uncertain whether the matter could be resolved promptly, he was pleased to have the cigarettes in hand. Yunhu. I encountered Zhou Haoran today, and I must tell you, he is not to be trifled with. After the plump young man departed, Zhou Haoran hastily took out his phone to make a call. The following day, a meeting was convened for all village officials in the township. This marked Zhou Haoran's first formal interaction with the township officials. His previous appointment did not count as he had not met with the village representatives then. This time, all officials were present, including village secretaries, village heads, and accountants from the villages. Next, let us invite Comrade Zhou Haoran, the party secretary of Jingsing Township, to speak, announced Lu Meng, the township mayor, who was presiding over the meeting. Hello everyone, I am Zhou Haoran. Many of you are unfamiliar to me, so I would like to start by calling the roll. This serves two purposes: to familiarize ourselves with one another and to establish a practice that no one shall be absent without reason in future meetings. Let us begin. Zhou Haoran stated from the podium, proceeding to call out names from the list one by one. Zhang Dongran from Dawa village. When Zhang Dongran's name was called, there was no response from the audience. Is he on leave? Zhou Haoran inquired, turning to Lu Meng. Lu Meng glanced at the crowd and then looked around. Secretary Zhou, shall we proceed with the meeting in the meantime? Suggested Deputy Secretary Li He, attempting to steer the conversation. Immediately call him. Inform him that all members of the township party committee and the village secretaries and heads are waiting for him. Tell him to hurry to the meeting, Zhou Haoran declared, tossing his pen onto the notebook and reclining in his chair. Zheng Lei, come with me, Zhou Haoran instructed. Seeing Zhou Haoran's insistence on this matter, Deputy Secretary Li had no choice but to summon Office Director Zheng Lei to call Zhang Dongran, the village secretary of Dawa village. On the stage, Lu Meng, along with Executive Deputy Mayor Wang Ning, and many officials in the audience were witnessing such a leadership style for the first time, casting curious glances at Zhou Haoran. The atmosphere shifted palpably as whispers and exchanges of puzzled looks spread among the attendees, clearly perplexed by this approach. However, Zhou Haoran remained undeterred, sitting upright at the podium, gazing downwards as he waited. After a while, Deputy Secretary Li He returned with Office Director Zheng Lei, who leaned in to whisper a few words to Zhou Haoran, suggesting in a conciliatory tone, shall we proceed with the meeting now? Very well, let us commence, Zhou Haoran replied. Perhaps swayed by Li He's explanation or recognizing that prolonging the stalemate was unproductive. Su Daqiang from Xiaoba village. Present. Zhou Wang from Namping village. Here. Whenever the village secretary or village chief of a particular village was mentioned, individuals would rise to respond affirmatively. Zhou Haoran would lift his gaze to scrutinize the faces of those standing, endeavoring to memorize each countenance. During the meeting, Zhou Haoran, in his capacity as the party secretary, articulated numerous points. Ultimately, he reiterated, the Central Committee has consistently emphasized the necessity of mobilizing national efforts to effectively tackle poverty alleviation. The villages have provided brief reports during this meeting, and I have attentively listened. Some villages have indeed performed commendably, such as Sanha village with its flourishing vegetable greenhouse industry, Qingxin village with its cultural tourism initiatives, and Shuwan village with its aloe vera cultivation project. All of these endeavors have significantly contributed to providing employment for local impoverished households, thereby enhancing economic income, which is commendable, Zhou Haoran stated. However, he continued, there are also villages that merely wait for aid, failing to develop their own industries or assist impoverished households in escaping poverty, instead relying on government relief. How long do you expect to wait for that? Zhou Haoran remarked. Secretary Lu, perhaps in the future, our township could organize a visit, inviting the village secretaries and chiefs from other villages to your village to learn from your experiences. Would you welcome that? Zhou Haoran suggested in a seemingly jesting manner. Welcome, welcome. We warmly invite Secretary Zhou and all esteemed leaders to visit our village for guidance. We will certainly share all our beneficial practices with you, responded Lu Benwei, the secretary of Sanha village, promptly standing up. With so many of us attending, Secretary Lu, you must ensure lunch is provided. Zhou Haoran quipped, genuinely jesting this time. Of course, no problem. We shall treat everyone to a delightful rural feast. Lu Benwei replied with a smile, eliciting knowing laughter from the surrounding village officials. Now that we have the promise of lunch, I feel a bit pressured. Rest assured, we want to be dining at your place, Zhou Haoran cheerfully remarked. Is there anything else that anyone would like to bring up? No. 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 The village officials exchanged glances before responding in unison. It is said that this meeting has recorded the highest attendance in recent years for our township, with only 2 individuals absent. One is Deputy Township Head Li Wenguang, who is attending a training session at the party school, and the other is Zhang Dongran, the secretary of Dawa village. Zhang, please ensure the meeting's spirit is conveyed to both of them. Zhou Haoran concluded his remarks. Understood, Secretary. Zheng Lei replied from the audience while diligently taking notes on the proceedings. Adjourned, Zhou Haoran declared after observing that there were no further matters to address. Director Liu, could you stay a moment? Do you know Zhang Dongren? After everyone had departed, Zhou Haoran retained Liu Changxi, the director of the township police station, to ask. Secretary, even if he turned to ashes, I would recognize him, Liu Changxi responded, holding a notebook. I have heard some voices expressing concerns regarding his significant issues, Zhou Haoran inquired. This Zhang Dongren has encountered legal troubles multiple times, with several offenses recorded right here under my watch, Liu Changxi explained. Then why has no action been taken? Zhou Haoran asked, perplexed. I have had several conversations with the previous village leaders regarding the specific circumstances, but let us refrain from delving into those details. In truth, addressing such local tyrants who exploit the common people sooner rather than later would bring great relief to the populace. However, Liu Changxi hesitated as he spoke. Are all your materials in order? Zhou Haoran inquired. Yes, everything is in place at my office. I will organize them and deliver them to your office shortly. Liu Changxi replied. Very well, you may go, Zhou Haoran said, shaking Liu Changxi's hand before they parted ways. Shortly after the meeting, Zhou Haoran received a phone call. Upon seeing that it was Zhao Guangming, the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, he promptly answered. Hello, Secretary Zhao, what can I do for you? Zhou Haoran greeted politely, puzzled as to why the secretary was calling him at this time. After deliberation by the county committee, I am here to inform you that Li Wenguang, the deputy mayor of Jingsing Township, has been dismissed from his post following allegations of soliciting prostitution during his studies at the party school. Further actions will be determined after the investigation concludes, and we have already detained him based on reports from the public. The county police personally apprehended him. Zhao Guangming stated gravely. Secretary Zhang, I have had previous interactions with Deputy Mayor Li. Could there be a mistake? Zhou Haoran defended Li Wenguang. Without evidence. Can we at the Discipline Inspection Commission arbitrarily investigate a cadre? Can we detain someone without cause? Zhao Guangming replied before abruptly ending the call. In the afternoon, a sharply dressed man with neatly combed hair arrived in a posade at Namping village and directly pushed open the gate to Zhou Awing's courtyard. Zhou Awing was reclining on a lounger beneath the grape trellis, lost in thought. He, the man in the suit, Zhou Yunhu, chuckled at the sight of Zhou Awing. Why did you return without a word? Zhou Awing asked upon noticing Zhou Yunhu. Father, I have come to share some excellent news, Zhou Yunhu teased. Do you remember when I mentioned that you need not wait for Li Wenguang to return from the county? I would ensure he was dealt with beforehand, Zhou Yunhu continued. Has he truly been dealt with? Zhou Awing asked skeptically, casting a sidelong glance at his son. Indeed, he has been taken away by the County Discipline Inspection Commission, personally apprehended by the county police, Zhou Yunhu replied without any further pretense. Is the information reliable? Zhou Awing still seemed unconvinced. Of course. Secretary Lin Ziyuan from the Political and Legal Affairs Commission personally informed me. It cannot be false, Zhou Yunhu assured him. Son, quickly tell me why he was arrested. Zhou Awing said, his face lighting up with happiness as he looked at his son. For soliciting prostitution, Zhou Yunhu revealed succinctly. He is not that kind of person. I have approached him several times, and he always declined, Zhou Awing protested. Father, it matters not whether he is that kind of person. The fact remains that it is true, and he has already been dismissed from his deputy mayor position. Is this not good news? Zhou Yunhu remarked, patting his father's reclining chair. Heaven truly favors your father, as he has been cooperating with Tian Dehai and others to conspire against me. It appears that even the heavens do not agree with them, laughed Zhou Awing heartily. My dear, prepare 2 dishes, for I wish to share a drink with your son. He bellowed to his wife within the house. All right, she responded affirmatively. Tell me, father, are you satisfied now? Inquired Zhou Yunhu. Indeed, he has clung to that trivial matter of my subsidies, refusing to accept any money I offered, insisting that I return it to the common folk. He even threatened to scrutinize my account as village secretary over all these years. It has been a torment, leaving me in constant anxiety. At last, he has been apprehended, and I no longer need to live in fear of them, Zhou Awing exclaimed with joy. Rest easy, for I shall stoke the flames further. I will have someone send a message to his wife, igniting chaos in his backyard. Just wait and see, Zhou Yunhu remarked, pulling out his phone to send a message. You rascal. You are full of mischief, Zhou Awing laughed, chastising his son playfully. Meanwhile, Zhou Haoran was reflecting on the events of the day, first encountering the madwoman from Dawa village upon his arrival, then the villagers from Namping and Shangba voicing their grievances, followed by discussions with village secretary Su Daqiang and Zhou Awing, and finally, The mention of hidden stakeholders by Lu Chong of Jinshi Yunong, alongside the absence of Zhang Dongran at the meeting. The events replayed in his mind like a film, and he diligently sought to untangle the discrepancies. It seemed that being the party secretary was no easy task. Having just assumed the role, he was already entangled in issues from 3 villages, with no knowledge of the other 6 villages or the circumstances of the other team members. It was indeed a daunting challenge. The following morning, just as the workday commenced, the office phone rang. Fortunately, Zheng Lei was punctual and answered the call as soon as he entered the room. "Hello, I am looking for Secretary Zhou." A young male voice came through. "This is Zheng Lei, the office director. You may share your concerns with me, and I will relay them to Secretary Zhou," he replied. The caller continued, "I am the brother of Li Wenguang. Last night, my sister-in-law received a strange call stating that my brother had been arrested for solicitation, and now we cannot reach him by phone. In a panic, my sister-in-law has taken poison and attempted suicide. Please, do not panic," Zheng Lei quickly reassured him. "How can I not panic? What on earth is happening? My brother would never engage in such activities." The brother of Li Wenguang exclaimed anxiously, "How is your sister-in-law? Where is she now?" Zheng Lei inquired with genuine concern. "She is at the county hospital," came the irritated reply. "All right, stay calm. I will send someone there immediately," Zheng Lei assured him before hanging up. He hurried to Zhou Haoran's office, eager to report the situation, but found that Zhou Haoran was not present. With a sense of helplessness, Zheng Lei summoned a clerk from the office and instructed him to visit Li Wenguang's wife at the hospital on behalf of the township. He added that if she inquired about Deputy Township Head Li's whereabouts, the clerk should inform her that he had gone to the countryside where there was no signal. After imparting these instructions, Zheng Lei remembered to hand over 200 yuan, urging the clerk to purchase some fruit, emphasizing the importance of not arriving empty-handed. At that moment, Li Wenguang found himself in the reception room of the County Disciplinary Committee. However, he was not subjected to any unjust treatment. The chief officer responsible for his custody was someone from the committee whom Li Wenguang had known previously. This officer did not believe the allegations against Li Wenguang, thus treating him with a degree of leniency. "Director Zhao, am I still considered a member of Jinxing Township?" Li Wenguang inquired, looking at Director Zhao. "Of course. You are still a member. You have merely been temporarily relieved of your position as Deputy Township Head. You still hold a public office. So you remain a part of Jinxing Township," Director Zhao replied. "Since I am still a part of Jinxing Township and my old organization, may I seek assistance? I am innocent and wish to have someone investigate on my behalf," Li Wenguang asked Director Zhao. "Who do you wish to contact?" Director Zhao inquired. "Please help me call our party secretary, Zhou Haoran," Li Wenguang requested. "This matter falls under the county's jurisdiction. What use is it to contact a party secretary? The disciplinary committee oversees this case, and the committee secretary is a member of the county party standing committee. Zhou Haoran's position is too minor to be of assistance." Director Zhao remarked, "I have known him since he served as deputy director of the county government office. I believe he is a principled individual, and his sense of justice will surely lead him to assist me. Please reach out to him," Li Wenguang insisted. Meanwhile, Zheng Lei observed as Clerk Xiao Zhao departed from the township government, anxiously awaiting Zhou Haoran in his office. "Secretary Zhou, you have arrived. I was just looking for you," Zheng Lei exclaimed upon seeing Zhou Haoran seated at his desk, reviewing documents. "I just stepped out for a moment. In fact, I needed to discuss something with you," Zhou Haoran responded. "Please, go ahead," Zheng Lei said, standing at the desk. "First, have a seat. I would like to inquire about Li Wenguang. Are you familiar with him?" Zhou Haoran asked, rubbing his temples. "Well, I know him reasonably well. We have worked together for several years. He is diligent, hardworking, and quite capable, though he does have a few minor flaws, primarily his temper. However, I believe his abilities justify a bit of temperament," Zheng Lei replied candidly. Li Wenguang was taken by the disciplinary committee for soliciting prostitution during his studies at the party school, and his case is currently under review. The county has temporarily suspended his position, Zhou Haoran explained. "I have heard about this. In fact, I was about to report to you regarding him. This morning, his brother called to inform me that his wife attempted suicide due to the distress of the situation. Fortunately, she was discovered in time and is no longer in critical condition. She is currently hospitalized in the county hospital. I have already dispatched Clerk Xiao Zhao to visit her." Zheng Lei added, "What is your perspective on Li Wenguang's involvement in prostitution?" Zhou Haoran, with his arms crossed and leaning against the back of his chair, inquired of Zheng Lei. "Based on my understanding of him, I absolutely refuse to believe he would engage in such behavior. He has no particular hobbies, does not smoke or drink, And as for any illicit activities, he consistently declines our invitations to social gatherings, preferring instead to save his money to buy ribs for his wife to cook at home. Even when we offered to cover his expenses, he still refused, insisting that he would believe anyone caught engaging in prostitution, but not him. I'd stake my life on it, Zhang Lei asserted. Indeed, from what I know of him. I share your disbelief, Zhang Lei replied. Let's arrange a call to organize a visit to his wife. I shall head to the county to inquire further at the disciplinary committee about the situation. Zhou Haoran stood up and declared, I will accompany you, hoping to offer assistance. Zhang Lei resolutely stated, Very well, then let us proceed. Zhou Haoran tidied the documents on the table before heading out. By the way, who would send a message to his wife about this at such a late hour? Zhou Haoran suddenly turned back, puzzled, to ask Zhang Lei. I had thought to ask, but now that you mention it, I too sense that this matter is indeed complicated, Zhang Lei replied. Before long, the two arrived in the county in their official vehicle. Zhou Haoran did not have time to seek out Hou Yuan and headed straight for the county disciplinary committee. Here are our investigation materials, which include Li Wenguang's signed deposition. It's a settled matter. How can I advocate for him or facilitate his release? Zhao Guangming, the county disciplinary secretary, handed the materials to Zhou Haoran and spoke. You must return immediately and, under the name of the Jingsing Township Party Committee, draft a preliminary handling opinion, Zhao Guangming insisted, tapping the table while gazing at Zhou Haoran. Secretary Zhao, what is the disciplinary committee's stance on this matter? Zhou Haoran queried. In previous cases, the outcome was expulsion from the party. Haven't you been keeping up with the news? This incident is far too egregious to tolerate. Zhao Guangming replied with a stern expression. Secretary Zhao, if the allegations hold true, then expulsion from the party and removal from office are certainly warranted. However, could we not at least preserve his public position? We should provide him with a path forward, Zhou Haoran pleaded earnestly. It is worth noting that when he was taken by the disciplinary committee, he did not yield to the pressures of interrogation. Yet now he finds himself in a position of humility, seeking favor for a subordinate. Do you believe I do not wish to protect my officials? He engaged in prostitution during his studies at the party school. According to regulations, such behavior warrants severe punishment, Zhao Guangming continued. Secretary Zhao, based on our understanding of Comrade Li Wenguang, he is of impeccable character and would never engage in such deeds. Could there be a misunderstanding? Might he be the victim of false accusations? Zhang Lei, sitting nearby, interjected, despite his apprehension towards the stern disciplinary secretary. Are you implying doubt regarding the disciplinary committee? Zhao Guangming retorted, visibly displeased. No, Secretary Zhao, we are not doubting the Discipline Inspection Commission. I believe this document was not compiled directly by them. It also pertains to matters concerning the Public Security Bureau, does it not? Furthermore, I noticed that the final penalty of 2,000 yuan, along with the phrase in parentheses regarding solicitation, appears to be formatted differently. I suspect this statement was added later. Zhou Haoran pointed to the last page of the document and handed it to Zhao Guangming for his review. Zhao Guangming examined the discrepancies Zhou Haoran had highlighted. Leaning back slightly, his expression softening as he fell silent. Secretary Zhao, let us proceed thus, since we are tasked with providing a handling opinion from our township. We should meet with Comrade Li Wenguang in the name of the Township Party Committee, Zhou Haoran proposed. Is that truly necessary? Zhao Guangming retorted. Comrade Li Wenguang is an official from our township and serves as our deputy mayor. If we are to make a decision, it is imperative that we consider his perspective. Would you not agree? Zhou Haoran argued resolutely. Perhaps you should refrain from that. Zhao Guangming waved his hand dismissively, clearly uninterested in allowing Zhou Haoran and his companions to meet Li Wenguang. Then do not require us to provide an opinion. You may simply decide directly from above. Leaving us out of it, Zhou Haoran raised his voice in defiance before Zhao Guangming. Zhou Haoran, might you speak more respectfully? Is this how you address your superiors? Zhao Guangming expressed his discontent. My words are reasonable. If you disagree, you cannot silence others from speaking out, Zhou Haoran countered. Reasonable? What reason is there? I do not have the authority to decide whether you may meet with Li Wenguang. Here is the plan. You shall return for now, and I will consult with Secretary Ho and County Head Xie. I shall provide you with a response shortly. Zhao Guangming's tone softened somewhat as he spoke. Secretary Zhao, I apologize. I was overly anxious earlier, which affected my demeanor. I appreciate your attention to this matter, but please do not send us back. This back and forth consumes a great deal of time. Just consult directly. If it proves difficult, I shall speak with Secretary Ho myself. I appreciate your assistance. Zhou Haoran's tone also softened as he offered his apology. Finally, you speak with some sense. Wait here for a moment. I will consult Secretary Ho. Zhao Guangming stated before heading towards Secretary Ho Yuan's office. Secretary Zhou, please drive carefully, Zhang Lei, seated in the front passenger seat, remarked as Zhou Haoran pressed hard on the accelerator. We cannot afford to delay. Secretary Zhao and Secretary Ho have given us 3 days, and once that time elapses, the matter will be reported to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. We must act swiftly, Zhou Haoran responded, gripping the steering wheel tightly and not looking back. Have you notified the family? Zhou Haoran inquired again. I have already called. All members of the team are at home waiting. And I have also informed Director Liu from the police station, Zhang Lei replied promptly. Zhou Haoran drove the township government vehicle along the winding road. The ringing of his mobile phone disrupted the silence. Zhou Haoran glanced at the screen and realized it was a call from Secretary Ho Yuan. He quickly pulled over to the roadside to answer. Hello, Secretary Ho, how may I assist you? Zhou Haoran spoke courteously, as he always made it a point to address him with respect in the presence of others, despite their usual familiarity. Haoran, I've heard that you encountered difficulties shortly after your appointment. Jinxing Township has given you a tough initiation. Do not be disheartened. I faced similar challenges in the past. To excel in this position, one must shoulder the responsibilities it entails. We must stand tall in the face of adversity. Ho Yuan encouraged from the other end of the line. I understand. Thank you, Secretary Ho, Zhou Haoran replied, and the call was promptly terminated. Zhang Lei, seated in the passenger seat, had been listening intently. Although he was aware of Zhou Haoran's close relationship with Ho Yuan, he was surprised by the unwavering support Ho had shown. Just moments ago, Secretary Zhao Guangming from the Discipline Inspection Commission had sought guidance. And not only had he readily agreed, but he also took the time to call Zhou Haoran to offer advice. This reinforced Zhang Lei's resolve not to hastily align himself against Zhou Haoran in the future. He felt a twinge of fear, pondering how he might have been marginalized had he not defended Zhou with a few kind words earlier. Now, he found himself in a close camaraderie with Zhou. Zhou Haoran sat quietly in the car, reflecting for a moment before restarting the engine and heading back to Jinxing Township, where a myriad of issues awaited his attention. I apologize for the delay, everyone. The purpose of today's urgent meeting is to address the matter concerning Comrade Li Wenguang. Comrade Li Wenhua has already been placed under investigation by the Discipline Inspection Commission, which has granted us 3 days to ascertain the truth, whether he truly engaged in solicitation or if he has been wrongfully accused, Zhou Haoran stated as he returned, immediately outlining the meeting's objective. We have 2 focal points to address. One is to collaborate with the county's Discipline Inspection Commission regarding Li Wenguang, and the other is to locate the female university student involved, Zhou Haoran articulated methodically. To achieve these objectives, we must divide our efforts. Secretary Zhu ran. As the Discipline Inspection Secretary of the township, I ask you to lead a team to liaise with the higher-level discipline inspection authorities and assist them in their investigation of Li Wenguang's case, while ensuring a thorough examination of the matter, Zhou Haoran instructed, looking towards Vice Secretary Zhu Ran. Understood, Zhu Ran replied promptly. Director Liu, Secretary Li He, you two will head to the district police station to gather information about the incident, investigating the circumstances surrounding it, and uncovering any potential hidden truth regarding the solicitation allegation. Zhou Haoran directed, turning to Director Liu. Yes, Secretary, both Li He and Director Liu affirmed. Additionally, Chair Zhang, your team has the heaviest responsibility. Please lead Wang Jejia, who oversees publicity, to investigate the female university student's background. Determine which township she hails from. If she is from our township, exhaust all means to locate her and inquire about the situation at that time, Zhou Haoran instructed, addressing Chair Zhang Yi and committee member Wang Jejia. Having arranged the work tasks, Zhou Haoran continued, Comrades, Comrade Li Wenguang has worked alongside all of you for many years, and you are far more familiar with his character than I am. You know better than I whether he engages in immoral activities. What I wish to convey is that saving a good cadre is far more important than merely executing a task well. Therefore, I humbly implore you to lend him your support. After finishing his statement, Zhou Haoran bowed to everyone. Director Zhang and I, along with several cadres stationed at home, took charge of overseeing affairs while preparing to convene a meeting for all the township officials. Furthermore, my phone will remain on 24 hours a day, so feel free to contact me at any time with any issues. The meeting is adjourned. With that, Zhou Haoran promptly exited with Zhang Lei. That afternoon, the township leaders scattered to attend to their various responsibilities. Some ventured out to gather information, while others sought leads, all diligently working on matters concerning Li Wenguang. Even those at home were occupied with organizing the township meeting. After a while, a taxi entered the courtyard of the township government. A man wearing a flat-brimmed cap, with somewhat shifty eyes, disembarked, shouldering a backpack. He surveyed his surroundings before heading towards the office building. "Secretary Zhou, a reporter from a local newspaper wishes to see you," Zhang Lei announced as he knocked on the door, finding Zhou Haoran engrossed in preparing the speech materials for the upcoming meeting. "Which reporter?" Zhou Haoran inquired, still focused on his notes. "From a small newspaper in Qingyang City. I verified his press credentials," Zhang Lei responded. "Does he have something to discuss?" Zhou Haoran probed. "Oh, this fellow speaks rather brazenly, insisting on seeing the top leader. If the top leader refuses to meet him and something goes awry, we would bear the consequences." Zhang Lei replied with a hint of exasperation. "Look, I'm in the midst of revising my speech. I don't have the time. Just entertain him and send him on his way," Zhou Haoran replied dismissively. "Secretary Zhou, I believe it would be wise for you to meet him. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to deal with, but the little ghosts are troublesome. In such a small place as Jinxing Township, a reporter from the city coming here must have a reason. Often, these small-time reporters possess an acute sense for news and tend to arrive when something is amiss." Zhang Lei urged. "Are you suggesting he might be here regarding Li Wenguang? Very well, then summon him here. I shall meet him," Zhou Haoran contemplated before responding. After a brief interval, Zhang Lei brought in the young reporter. The reporter presented a draft to Zhou Haoran, who sat in his office chair, attentively reviewing the document. Meanwhile, the reporter lounged on the sofa with an air of arrogance, legs crossed, while Zhang Lei sat beside him. With a loud thud, Zhou Haoran slammed the draft onto the desk, startling both the reporter and Zhang Lei. "What do you think you're doing? How can your newspaper behave in such a manner?" Zhou Haoran questioned, his face flushed with anger. It is entirely understandable for Secretary Zhou to be furious. Encountering such matters can provoke even the most composed individuals, the young reporter remarked dismissively, unfazed by Zhou Haoran's ire. "The matter concerning Li Wenguang has yet to receive a final designation from the organization. How can you proceed to publish an article?" Zhou Haoran continued to question the young reporter. "Oh, Secretary Zhou, if there were no such incident, I wouldn't dare to write this piece even if you lent me 3 lives. This is the foremost news in our city. Once our newspaper releases it, it will undoubtedly become a sensation throughout the city, perhaps even the entire province. Wouldn't you agree?" The young reporter persisted with an air of threat. "What benefit does this bring to your newspaper?" Zhang Lei interjected with a query. "Of course, there are benefits. Such news is what everyone loves to read. Once it is released, our newspaper's readership will soar." The young reporter continued. "Zhao, this news reporting should adhere to the principle of seeking truth from facts. Does your approach not contradict this very essence?" Zhang Lei spoke up. "Oh, Director Zhang, how can you speak to Zhao like that? I believe Zhao has come to solicit our opinions, certainly to inquire how we should proceed with this piece." Zhou Haoran quickly interrupted Zhang Lei, who was about to argue. "By the way, Director Zhang, please arrange a lunch for Zhao. Something with wild vegetables and perhaps a few fish from the Jinxing Reservoir." Zhou Haoran cast a significant glance at Zhang Lei, who promptly grasped the underlying message and pretended to storm out to make arrangements. "Zhao, now that it is just the two of us, we can speak candidly. How much were you thinking of for this trip?" Zhou Haoran, having previously served as the county governor's secretary, was well acquainted with the intricacies of such dealings. Zhao raised a finger, smiled, and remained silent. "All right. Since you have broached the subject, I shall take the lead. After lunch, I will summon Director Zhang to provide you with the funds." Zhou Haoran feigned ignorance, fully aware that this reporter had journeyed a considerable distance and would not settle for merely 1,000 yuan. "Secretary Zhou, are you attempting to dismiss me like a beggar? I traveled all this way, and you offer me just 1,000 yuan? I shall refuse this money." Zhao, incensed, stood up, grabbed his bag, and made for the door. 10,000, Zhao. Shall we not negotiate further?" Zhou Haoran called out as he observed Zhao heading out. "Impossible." Zhao did not look back as he continued outside. Meanwhile, Zhou Haoran had previously sent a message to Zhang Lei during his momentary absence, instructing him to prepare accordingly. As Zhao stepped out of the township government building, a taxi awaited him, arranged in advance by Zhang Lei. "Driver, are you going to Qingyang City?" Zhao inquired, tapping on the window of the stationary taxi and addressing the driver in the front seat. "Absolutely." The taxi driver responded with an enthusiastic demeanor, as if he had received a grand assignment. "How much?" Zhao asked. 1,000. The driver replied with an innocent expression. "Why don't you go rob a bank instead?" Zhao retorted angrily, turning to leave. 800, 600, 500, surely that will suffice. Any less, and it would be a wasted trip. The taxi driver, observing the retreating figure of reporter Zhao, called out urgently, I'm not going. It's too dark. Enraged, reporter Zhao unleashed a torrent of curses. Zhang Lei, who had been watching from a distance, noticed Zhao's anger and swiftly directed two office staff members to approach him. These two assistants had been pre-informed by Zhang Lei about the plan to deal with reporter Zhao that day, and they hurriedly approached him, flanking him on either side. At that moment, Zhang Lei also emerged from the shadows, wearing a cheerful smile, and said, "Ah, reporter Zhao, we finally found you. Don't take our secretary Zhou's temperament to heart. We have arranged some special delicacies for you. We've been searching for you for quite a while." "I'm not going. Let me go," Zhao protested, struggling against the grip of the two staff members. "Reporter Zhao, we're all set and just awaiting your arrival. Come on, we've prepared our signature reservoir fish for you," Zhang Lei insisted. "Fish? I don't eat fish. I don't eat fish. Let me go? This is kidnapping." Despite being held aloft, Zhao's interest was piqued at the mention of fish, and after a moment's contemplation, he feigned a willingness to comply. Let us go, Zhang Lei urged, leading the way while Zhao, flanked by his captors, followed suit. He decided not to resist any further. After all, he was seasoned in these affairs and knew that a bit of feigned reluctance was sufficient, as pushing back too hard would jeopardize his chances of receiving payment. Meanwhile, Zhou Haoran had just pretended to see off reporter Zhao when he received a call from Zhu Ran, the secretary of the town's disciplinary committee. "Hello, Secretary Zhou. Xiao-sun and I have had a smooth journey. Our communication with the superior disciplinary department went exceptionally well. They have agreed to conduct a careful review. They stated that as long as the police department can reiterate this case and provide the testimonies of Deputy Town Chief Li and that female college student, they can seek further instructions from higher-ups regarding Deputy Town Chief Li's situation." Zhu Ran's voice was filled with elation. "Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Thank you for your hard work, you and Xiao Sunday. Please keep a close eye on things there and report to me immediately if any situation arises." Zhou Haoran replied enthusiastically, repeating "good" 3 times in his excitement. "Absolutely, no trouble at all. By the way, I'll promptly contact Secretary Li and Director Liu to inform them of this situation, as the reclassification by the disciplinary committee will entirely depend on the police station." Zhu Ran added. "Thank you for your efforts," Zhou Haoran concluded, and they ended the call. Meanwhile, Zhang Lei and his companions swiftly brought reporter Zhao to a local farm-style restaurant. Zhang Lei instructed the two assistants to accompany Zhao in a private room while he himself ventured out to consult with the proprietress about the menu. Upon reaching the front desk, Zhang Lei first requested the pre-arranged stewed chicken with mushrooms and fish, along with a few side dishes. He then ordered 4 bottles of liquor, pouring 2 of them into empty mineral water bottles, filling the remaining bottles with plain water, and proceeded to carry the 4 bottles into the private dining area. During the banquet, Zhang Lei and 2 clerks persistently urged reporter Zhao to indulge in excessive feasting and drinking. Each time they poured drinks, Zhang Lei personally served Zhao with genuine liquor, while they themselves alternated between alcohol and water, or even directly poured plain water. This lavish meal brought great joy to reporter Zhao and Zhang Lei alike. The trio cleverly deceived Zhao with water, yet he remained oblivious. In the course of the evening, Zhao gradually divulged some truths, mentioning that someone had leaked information about Li Wanguang's involvement in prostitution, prompting him to descend and seek a scoop. Consequently, he ventured to Jingsing Township with a prepared manuscript, claiming that his phone contained photographs of a female college student engaging intimately with Li Wanguang. Upon learning this information, Zhang Lei discreetly excused himself under the pretense of using the restroom and made a clandestine phone call to Zhou Haoran, leading to further plotting. After making several calls, Zhang Lei returned to the private room. As the meal neared its conclusion, he suggested progressing to the next phase. Reluctantly yet willingly, reporter Zhao accompanied Zhang Lei and the 2 clerks to a KTV in a nearby township. In such environments, men tend to become more familiar with one another. After singing a few songs, Zhao remarked that it was dull for only men to sing, to which Zhang Lei astutely suggested he step outside for a phone call. Zhang Lei first called 2 female colleagues from the township government, followed by another call to an unknown party, and awaited their arrival outside. Shortly thereafter, a group of tattooed ruffians approached Zhang Lei. He instructed them to find an excuse to assault the man wearing a hat and glasses, assuring them that he would handle the subsequent arrangements. The group then entered the KTV and began singing in the room adjacent to theirs. When the 2 female colleagues from the township government arrived, Zhang Lei ascended the stairs with them, offering guidance along the way. He advised them to ply Zhao with drinks, while cautioning them to be wary of his advances. The women, evidently possessing vivacious personalities and having experienced similar situations before, assured him that they would keep Zhao thoroughly entertained. Upon entering the private room, the two women positioned themselves on either side of Zhao. The arrival of the two attractive women visibly lifted Zhao's spirits. They deliberately engaged with him, creating an exuberant atmosphere within the room as the trio sang joyfully, with Zhao consuming considerable amounts of alcohol. After some time, perhaps due to excessive drinking or Zhao's poor health, he expressed the need to use the restroom. The KTV lacked facilities within the private rooms, compelling Zhao to venture out into the corridor. After relieving himself, Zhao washed his hands and noticed a fashionable woman adorned with heavy makeup also at the sink. Perhaps influenced by the flirtations from the two women or perhaps intoxicated, Zhao approached her and made an inappropriate gesture, leeringly jesting with her. Upon witnessing an affront, the woman was incensed, exclaiming "Scoundrel." She then savagely stomped on the leather shoe of the reporter, Zhao, her elegant legs adorned in black stockings and high heels, before swiftly departing. This left Zhao, clutching his face and hopping in pain, hesitant to pursue her, fully aware that he had instigated the situation. Once the pain subsided, he feigned nonchalance and returned to the private room. Moments later, a group of individuals forcefully kicked open the door of the room. A burly man, embracing the earlier woman, demanded, "Who was it? Point him out." The woman stepped forward, casually scanning the room until her gaze landed on Zhao, seated prominently at the center. She pointed and declared, "It's him. What do you want? Do you know who I am?" Zhang Lei, witnessing the intrusion, quickly rose and shouted in defiance, "I care not who you are. How dare you harass my woman? I'll make you regret it," retorted the tattooed man, gesturing for his companions to advance. "Stand down. You shall not lay a hand on him," Zhang Lei declared with righteous indignation, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhao. Several thugs disregarded his warning, shoving Zhang Lei aside to deliver a beating. Another faction of the group commenced hostilities right in the center of the room. "What are you doing? I am a reporter. You cannot strike me," Zhao cried out, overwhelmed as he lay in the center, receiving blows from all directions. The thugs glanced back at their leader, and upon seeing his silence, resumed their assault. Zhang Lei and his companions, having initially engaged with the thugs, now stood to the side, vociferously protesting the violence while feigning extreme distress, merely spectators to the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, Zhao, curled in a defensive posture on the ground, could scarcely muster concern for anyone else, under the impression that Zhang Lei was also suffering due to his involvement. Other patrons in adjacent rooms, disturbed by the commotion, alerted the authorities. Soon, all involved in the fray were escorted to the local police station. Officer Liu, surprised to see Zhang Lei, only responded after Zhang Lei signaled him discreetly, "Have them take statements. I'll address the others." Upon entering the interrogation room, Officer Liu inquired, "What is the situation, Zhang? Why the altercation at the KTV?" "Liu, I need your assistance. Make the incident sound as severe as possible, perhaps even suggesting administrative detention," Zhang Lei explained, revealing that the assailants were indeed hired by him. "Consider it done," Liu replied readily, harboring disdain for opportunistic individuals like Zhao. "Let me see the statements." Liu soon returned to the previous room, reviewing the accounts of the interrogation. According to the regulations on public security penalties, engaging in group brawls and provoking trouble can result in detention for up to 15 days. Officer Liu gazed sternly at reporter Zhao and the group of tattooed ruffians. "I did not strike back. I was the one being attacked," Zhao protested, his voice tinged with indignation. "You were the one who initiated the violence," they clamored in unison, pointing fingers. "Silence. Did you hit them?" Officer Liu inquired once the noise subsided. "I did," Zhao admitted, lowering his gaze. "You are a reporter?" Liu continued. "Yes," Zhao replied. "Take his press credentials and verify whether he is a legitimate journalist or an imposter," Liu instructed the officer beside him. "You gathered in a public space and engaged in a brawl, violating public security regulations. We have decided to administratively detain you. Take them away," Liu declared with solemnity. "Oh, officer, I am innocent," Zhao attempted to explain, but the officer had already stepped forward to escort him out. The ruffians wore expressions of triumph, knowing they would soon be released. Meanwhile, Deputy Secretary Li and Director Liu were in the local police station gathering information. They learned from the local authorities that this incident was the result of an anonymous tip-off. They had not caught Li Wenguang and the female university student in the act. Instead, An envelope containing incriminating photographs had been anonymously delivered to the station. The images depicted Li Wenguang embracing the female student and handing her money, which led to their arrest. However, Li Wenguang never confessed to soliciting, while the female student insisted that they had indeed engaged in relations, claiming the money was payment for such services. Later, the district police station chief, realizing Li Wenguang was the deputy mayor of Jingsing Township and fearing the repercussions, reported the matter to Lin Ziyuan, the secretary of the county political and legal affairs committee, who ordered the arrests. Subsequently, the district police chief distanced himself from the case, handing it over to the county police for further handling, the outcome of which was also dictated by Lin Ziyuan. That evening, Li He and director Liu briefed Zhou Haoran on their findings from the night's investigation. On the other hand, Zhang Lei had already emerged from the police station and approached the township government, smiling as he recounted the tale of reporter Zhao being assaulted and subsequently detained. Zhou Haoran, upon hearing Zhang's account, laughed heartily, slapping his thigh in amusement. In a while, give Officer Liu a call and instruct him to detain Zhao tonight. We'll retrieve him in the morning, and then let him cooperate with us in continuing this charade, Zhou directed. The following morning, after breakfast, Zhou Haoran and Zhang Lei proceeded to the police station to secure Zhao's release. Upon exiting the station, Zhao showered Zhou with gratitude. Secretary Zhou, I cannot thank you enough. If I had been detained for 15 days, my situation would have been dire, and my job would have been at risk. I am truly grateful to you. What are you saying? You have come for matters concerning our village. How could I possibly refuse to assist you on my own territory? Wouldn't you agree, Reporter Zhao? Please provide me with your account number, and I shall note it down. I will transfer the funds to your account later. You must understand that our finances do not support this. I must devise alternative means to secure the necessary funds. Zhou Haoran continued to perform his role. Secretary Zhou, it is not that I am insensitive to the situation. My colleagues at the newspaper are aware of my presence here. If I fail to return with the money, they will suspect that I have embezzled it, and they would certainly be relentless in their accusations, Zhao reporter replied. As the two continued their discussion regarding the funds, Zhang Lei rushed in, breathless, clutching the backpack containing the camera and documents that he had retrieved from the hotel. It turned out they had left the bag at the hotel before heading to the KTV, necessitating Zhang Lei's return to collect it. Secretary Zhou. While I was at the hotel, a group of thugs was inquiring about Reporter Zhao. I hurried over as soon as I got my bag and didn't dare to linger. Zhang Lei feigned casualness while addressing Zhou Haoran. What do they want? Zhou Haoran exclaimed loudly. Nearby, Zhao reporter, who was rummaging through his bag to check for any missing items, perked up at the mention of the thugs. They claimed that reporter who groped someone's sister-in-law. They are seeking Zhao reporter to exact revenge by severing the hand that committed the act. They also said that Zhao reporter has too great an appetite for lust, and that they intend to castrate him as payback for their leader. Zhang Lei deliberately glanced at Zhou Haoran and then at Zhao reporter. Upon hearing this, Zhao reporter instinctively clamped his legs together, as if conjuring a horrifying image in his mind of being restrained and mutilated. This is outrageous. They have gone too far, disregarding the law. Fear not, Zhao reporter. You can stay in Jingsing village without concern. Director Zhang, come, let us find old Liu. I will not rest until I have taken them all down. Zhou Haoran assured Zhao reporter, simultaneously preparing to head towards the police station. Wait, Secretary Zhou, that's unnecessary. I won't be staying here any longer. I have pressing interview assignments and must return to the city promptly. I have already delayed a day here, Zhao reporter expressed, uncertainty and urgency evident in his voice. Do not rush back to the city. I have yet to gather the funds for you. Please wait a couple more days until I have amassed the full amount for you to take back, Zhou Haoran insisted. Secretary Zhou, truly. I have an interview to attend to and must get back to the city. Just transfer the funds to me whenever you have gathered them. There is no rush. I assure you, Zhao reporter anxiously reiterated, disregarding Zhou Haoran's attempts to stop him as he hastily boarded a taxi and departed. Zhao reporter, we will transfer the funds to you later, Zhou Haoran called out, waving his hand in farewell, as they watched Zhao reporter's taxi vanish into the distance. Zhou Haoran and Zhang Lei shared a spontaneous laugh inside the taxi as it journeyed from Jingsing village back to Qingyang city. Zhao reporter did not forget to call Zhang Lei. Director Zhang, just now Secretary Zhou was here, and I didn't have the courage to speak up. I genuinely appreciate you. Thank you for standing up for me at the KTV, and I'm grateful that you were able to offer assistance amidst such unruly circumstances. I am truly thankful. Our brotherhood is dear to me. In the future, when you come to the city, please let me know, and I will ensure that you are well taken care of. Unbeknownst to journalist Zhao, At that moment, Zheng Lei had already returned to the office with Zhou Haoran. He had activated the speakerphone on his mobile, placing it on the desk, allowing his words to be heard by several township officials left at home. After sending journalist Zhao away, Zhou Haoran returned to his desk to attend to some documents when an unexpected visitor arrived. A middle-aged man, clad in a casual suit and polished black shoes, with a shaved head, entered Zhou Haoran's office without knocking, a small bag tucked under his arm. Zhou Haoran, engrossed in his writing, was oblivious to the sound of the door opening and thus unaware of the stranger's presence. Zhang Dongran strode directly to Zhou Haoran's desk, placing his left hand on the surface and resting his right hand holding the bag atop it, gazing down at Zhou Haoran, who was still writing. It was only when a shadow loomed before him that Zhou Haoran realized someone had entered his office. Zhang Dongran stared arrogantly for a moment at Zhou Haoran's writing before. Seeing that Zhou Haoran ignored him, he snatched the pen from Zhou's hand and closed his notebook. "I have no time for pleasantries today, just 3 points," Zhang Dongran declared as Zhou Haoran finally acknowledged him. Leaning back in his chair, Zhou assumed a posture of attentive listening. "Go ahead," he invited. "First, there is a woman in our village named Mi Xiaomi, who runs about wildly, spouting nonsense. I want to have her committed to a mental health facility," Zhang Dongran asserted, pointing a finger at Zhou Haoran with utmost arrogance. Zhou Haoran recalled the woman taken away yesterday, remaining silent and unresponsive. "Secondly, there are several village officials who constantly follow the former village head, spreading slander about me and tarnishing my reputation. I want them dismissed," Zhang Dongran continued, his gaze dark and piercing. Still, Zhou Haoran chose to remain silent, waiting for him to proceed. "Lastly, our village aspires to develop some industrial projects, but we lack sufficient funds. We need the township to assist us with a modest sum of 200,000, Zhang Dongran stated nonchalantly, as if 200,000 were merely a trivial request. "Is that all?" Zhou Haoran inquired, taking a sip from his cup. "Indeed, that's all. I hope you consider this seriously and provide me with a response. Otherwise, I suggest you refrain from involving yourself in our village affairs in the future." "Don't say I didn't give you a chance, Secretary Zhou," Zhang Dongran insisted, deliberately emphasizing the title. Zhou Haoran regarded him with a smile, for it was the first time he had encountered someone so audacious. "Let us proceed thus, given the gravity of the matter. I must convene a meeting with other village leaders to deliberate. Tomorrow, coincidentally, we have a cadre meeting, during which I shall provide you with a response." Zhou Haoran placed the cup back on the table and, gazing at the arrogant Zhang Dongran, remarked, "Very well, I shall await your reply. You had better not let me down, Secretary Zhou." Zhang Dongran, once again gritting his teeth, called out to Secretary Zhou before arrogantly departing, not forgetting to return the pen to Zhou Haoran's grasp and flipping the notebook back to the page he had previously written on. Striding away with an air of defiance, Zhang Dongran left, while Zhou Haoran leaned back in his chair, staring at the doorway, lost in thought. Throughout his extensive career, serving leaders and coordinating with subordinates, he had never encountered someone so presumptuous. Meanwhile, Zhou An returned to the village in a dilapidated Wuling Hongguang after visiting a villager's home. Upon entering his yard, he noticed that the door to his usual storage room appeared ajar. Anxiously, he scanned the yard. This storage room was strictly off-limits to anyone, his son, his wife. No one was permitted entry except himself. Perhaps he had forgotten to lock it upon leaving the day prior. After a thorough inspection of the surroundings yielded no signs of anyone, he cautiously pushed open the door and stepped inside. To his surprise, he found his wife, whom he had repeatedly cautioned against entering, inside the storage room, diligently wiping down the cabinet with a cloth. Seeing his wife near the cabinet, Zhou An hurried over, pulling her away and exclaiming, "Did I not expressly forbid you from entering this room? Have you no memory?" His wife felt wronged by his outburst, yet she understood her husband's foul temper. Though he appeared meek outside, he would not hesitate to inflict harm if provoked. After ushering her out, Zhou An stealthily returned to inspect the cabinet, fearing the exposure of his hidden secrets. At the same time, there were new developments regarding Secretary Zhou Ran and Director Liu, while others were equally engrossed in the affairs concerning Li Wenguang. Zhang Yi and the publicity committee also made progress, having contacted schools and the Education Bureau to gather information about the girl who had been taken away alongside Li Wenguang by the district police. It turned out that this girl was also from Jingsing Township, a recent college entrant named Li Jiame, accompanied by a high school teacher. The publicity committee visited Li Jiame's home. Upon arrival, they found her father engaged in farm work in the yard. It took several calls from Wang Jiejia before he noticed their presence. "Mr. Li, do you remember me? I am Jiame's high school teacher." We are currently conducting a survey regarding local college students. Has Jiamei returned recently? The accompanying female teacher inquired. Oh, I remember you. You are Jiamei's teacher, right? You visited for home visits before. I recall, Mr. Li replied, pausing his work to address her. Has Jiamei returned home these past few days? Inquired the female teacher. She did come back a few days ago. Her mother was ill, and she brought back a substantial sum of money. When I asked her where it came from, she mentioned it was earned through part-time work, so I didn't press further, explained Li's father. A substantial sum of money? Is there an issue with it? My Xiaomei hasn't engaged in any wrongdoing, has she? Li's father asked anxiously. No. We're merely conducting a simple investigation. She truly hasn't done anything wrong. Let us leave it at that. When she returns, please contact us, and we will meet with her personally to understand the situation, reassured Teacher Li hastily. The sun filtered through the sparse clouds, casting dappled light across the humble courtyard of the township government, where the assembly of township officials was about to commence. In front of the government office, several rows of old wooden benches were arranged with care, still bearing the traces of morning dew, which glimmered slightly in the sunlight. Zhou Haoran's iconic Wuling Hongguang slowly rolled in. Though aged, it was remarkably conspicuous. A few clerks from the township government recognized the dilapidated vehicle and knew that Zhou Haoran from Nanping village had arrived. As Zhou Haoran approached the government meeting room to sign in, Zhang Lei stood up and greeted him with a smile. Secretary Zhou, you're here. I could hear the tractor-like sound of your car from afar. At this age, I think it's time you consider getting a new one. Haha. Where would I find the money for a new vehicle? I believe my old companion still serves me well, Zhou Haoran replied with a chuckle. Then proceeded into the meeting room. Upon entering, he found it empty, so he took a seat in the central position beneath the podium. After a while, Zhou Haoran arrived 10 minutes early, carrying a notebook and speaking materials. He was quite surprised to see someone already present. He had not anticipated that anyone would arrive before him, as Zhou Haoran had a habit of arriving 10 minutes early for meetings. A practice he had maintained since serving as county chief and had yet to abandon. Oh, Secretary Zhou, why are you here so early? You are the first to arrive in the entire township. I must commend you in front of all the officials later. Zhou Haoran remarked as he approached Zhou Haoran and shook his hand. Secretary Zhou, please don't. I'm not one to accept such praise, Zhou Haoran replied, quickly standing to shake Zhou Haoran's hand with a smile. Please, take a seat. After conversing for a while, Zhou Haoran returned to the podium to take his place. Seated at the podium, Zhou Haoran glanced at his wristwatch and then beckoned Zhang Lei over. Once Zhang Lei approached, Zhou Haoran quietly asked, the meeting is scheduled for 8 o'clock, correct? Yes, Zhang Lei responded promptly. Do you see what time it is now? Zhou Haoran continued. 2 minutes to 8. Zhang Lei replied, still unaware of the underlying concern, thinking Zhou Haoran was merely inquiring. After a short while, Zhang Lei glanced at the few scattered individuals in the room and finally understood Zhou Haoran's intention. He quickly stepped outside to summon an office clerk to assist in calling the absent village officials. Zhou Haoran sat quietly at the head table, occasionally glancing at his watch. Time flowed slowly as individuals trickled into the conference room, some elderly, others youthful. Zhou Haoran continued to observe the attendees until the room was nearly filled, at which point he tapped the microphone and commenced the meeting. Zhang Lei, please bring me the sign-in sheet, Zhou Haoran instructed. Certainly, Secretary, Zhang Lei responded. Zhou Haoran meticulously examined the sign-in sheet and noted that 2 names were conspicuously absent, the village chief of Nanping village and the village secretary of Dawai village. Aside from Tian Dahai, the village chief of Nanping, everyone else is present, Zhang Lei explained to Zhou Haoran. But there's still Zhang Dongran who hasn't arrived, Zhou Haoran remarked. Zhou Haoran gazed at the attendance sheet and remarked, here it is, did you not see? Beneath him, Zhang Dongran, with his arms crossed and a defiant expression, retorted. You didn't sign in. Zhou Haoran replied, I cannot write. Zhang Dongran shot back at Zhou Haoran. Zhou Haoran glanced at Zhang Dongran, but chose to ignore him. Today, we are convening a meeting. The notice stated 8 o'clock this morning. I just checked, and the last person to arrive came in at 8:35. A full 35 minutes late. However, one individual was not late and even arrived 10 minutes early, Zhou Haoran, the secretary from Nanping village. I believe we ought to take a page from Secretary Zhou's book. After Zhou Haoran finished speaking, he initiated applause. The other village officials, eager to join in, clapped along, particularly those seated beside Zhou Haoran, who applauded even more enthusiastically. Zhou Haoran, somewhat embarrassed by the commotion, quickly stood up and waved his hand in acknowledgement. In the future, when we schedule a meeting, The time is to be strictly adhered to. If anyone has a valid reason for absence, they must request leave in advance and provide an explanation. If one fails to attend without justification, it shall be deemed as voluntary resignation. Zhou Haoran stated with a serious demeanor once the applause subsided. Indeed, as the saying goes, without rules, nothing can be accomplished. I wholeheartedly agree with what the secretary has articulated. Zhou Haoran cooperatively stood up and expressed. The others echoed in agreement, though one individual remained with his head bowed. Glancing at his shoes, a disdainful smile playing at the corners of his lips. Before the formal commencement of the meeting, I would like to inform you of an incident. Yesterday afternoon, Secretary Zhang Dongran visited my office and presented 3 demands. First, to send certain villagers to a mental health facility. Second, to dismiss several village officials. And third, to secure 200,000 for project development from the township. Zhou Haoran spoke slowly. Zhang Dongran, with one foot propped on the chair, smirked at Zhou Haoran. 200,000? That's an amount equivalent to our village's collective income over the past decade, murmured the other villagers, occasionally stealing glances at Zhang Dongran. Upon becoming aware of the situation, I could not afford to be negligent. Thus I sought the counsel of numerous comrades to gain insight into the economic conditions of Dawa village. The conclusions I reached could be succinctly expressed in 4 words: utter chaos. The populace has voiced grievances regarding the village party secretary, Zhang Dongran, who has been exercising tyrannical authority, acting with impunity, and is suspected of economic disputes, as well as oppressing the common folk, severely tarnishing the image of the party among the people, as stated by Zhou Haoran. Now, I shall read the resolution from the Township Party Committee, which mandates that Secretary Zhang Dongran immediately suspend his duties as village secretary and return to the village for earnest reflection, with a deadline of 1 week to submit a written self-critique. Zhou Haoran continued to read aloud. Nonsense. You are spouting falsehoods. I tell you, this is slander. Zhang Dongran erupted, rising from his seat and banging his fist on the table. Sit down first. Any matters can be discussed after the meeting, Zhou Haoran responded firmly. Who do you think you are? You can't just start the meeting whenever you wish. I'm leaving. With that, he kicked the table over and stormed out, leaving several officials who had been struck by the table to endure their pain in silence. Comrades, we shall officially commence our meeting, Zhou Haoran said, restraining Zheng Lei, who was about to pursue Zhang Dongran. This is outrageous. Indeed, how can this be allowed? Murmured the other village officials in discontent. Please, let us maintain silence. We are officially commencing the meeting, Zhou Haoran asserted, his gaze piercingly surveying each village official present, his voice steady and authoritative. The Township Party Secretary Zhou Haoran convened a meeting of all village officials, during which he briefly outlined the recent initiatives regarding poverty alleviation, flood prevention, industrial development, environmental improvement, and enhancement of livelihoods. He also expressed his intent to visit each village for research and assessment once this busy period concludes, aiming to assist each village in discovering suitable development strategies, thereby propelling the township's economy towards rapid advancement. Meanwhile, as Zhou Haoran articulated his vision in the conference room, a villager on a motorcycle rushed towards the entrance in a frenzied manner. Hey, what are you doing? Do you not realize this is the township government? You cannot just barge in. The security guard at the entrance halted the man. I have an urgent matter to discuss with the newly appointed Secretary Zhou, the man replied, anxiously bracing his motorcycle. That may be so, but you cannot force your way in. He is currently in a meeting. If you have something to say, tell me first, and I will see if I can fetch Secretary Zhou for you, the elderly security guard stated. I am from Namping Village. I have met Secretary Zhou before. Many people from our village wish to petition at the county level, and I have come here secretly to inform him, the man explained, dismounting and steadying his motorcycle. Oh, very well. Please wait here for a moment while I go seek out Secretary Zhou, the elderly guard replied, unable to make decisions independently, and hurried towards the conference room. The elderly guard quietly approached Zheng Lei, seated in the front row of the dais, and discreetly whispered about the visitors from Namping Village and the man's intent to reach Zhou Haoran. Unbeknownst to them, their hushed exchange had been entirely overheard by Zhou Haoran, who possessed remarkably keen hearing. Upon hearing this, Zheng Lei realized the gravity of the situation. Ignoring the spittle flying from Zhou Haoran on stage, he approached Zhou and whispered the matter into his ear. Mayor Liu, I have a favor to ask. This is my speech. Could you deliver it for me? The people from Namping Village are planning to petition at the county, and I must assess the situation. Zhou Haoran, upon receiving Zheng Lei's words, passed the speech he had been delivering to the nearby Mayor Liu Meng, instructing him accordingly, before hastily exiting with Zheng Lei. Mayor Lu Ming continued from where Zhou Haoran had left off, reading from the speech. The officials below were taken aback by Zhou Haoran's abrupt departure, while only Zhou An remained lost in thought. "Hello, fellow villager. What is the situation? Please tell me briefly," Zhou Haoran inquired as he approached a villager on a motorcycle. "Secretary Zhou, greetings. We met last time. The villagers, led by Tian Dehai, are once again planning to petition. You promised to investigate last time, but since you didn't follow through, they believe you have failed to deliver on your word, hence their return to the county to petition," the villager explained. "How long have they been gone? Where are they now?" Zhou Haoran asked directly, setting aside all else. "They have been on the road for more than 10 minutes. They are still in the tractor while I rode my motorcycle, allowing me to arrive earlier. However, they are catching up quickly. I estimate they are still about 4 or 5 kilometers from the county," the villager replied. "Could you do me a favor and take me on your motorcycle to catch up with them?" Zhou Haoran requested, noticing the villager's motorcycle. "Of course, Secretary Zhou, hop on," the villager replied. The two sped off on the motorcycle, pursuing the group of petitioning villagers. Perhaps due to their rapid pace or the villager's tractor moving quickly, they found no trace of them along the essential route into the county. Thus, they decided to wait beneath the shade of a tree, engaging in conversation while they did so. "Ah, Secretary Zhou, you certainly possess remarkable courage. This is the first time I've witnessed such boldness in many years." "What is the matter?" the villager remarked. "Well, the previous secretaries often shied away at the first sign of villagers petitioning. They would hastily retreat, either attending meetings at the county or seeking projects and funding in the city, making them nearly impossible to find," the villager continued. "What is a secretary, after all? A secretary is meant to serve the people. If one is afraid to meet with the citizens, how can they call themselves an official?" Zhou Haoran responded with a smile. "Indeed, Secretary Zhou, you are unlike anyone I have encountered before," the villager exclaimed. "Haha, you shall see me often in the future," Zhou Haoran replied cheerfully. The two conversed under the tree for nearly 10 minutes, until several tractors filled with people and banners approached. Zhou Haoran stepped forward, positioning himself in the middle of the road to observe the incoming tractors. "Hey, move aside. What are you doing standing in the road?" shouted the driver of the leading tractor upon noticing Zhou Haoran. Unfazed, Zhou Haoran crossed his arms over his chest, quietly watching the approaching tractors. "Move aside, for heaven's sake," shouted the agitated tractor driver. As the tractor barreled toward him, Zhou Haoran remained motionless. The driver, overwhelmed by the boldness of this obstinate youth, had no choice but to slam on the brakes. "Who do you think you are, risking your life like this?" the foremost driver exclaimed, halting his vehicle and glaring at Zhou Haoran. Undeterred by the tirade, Zhou Haoran circled around 2 or 3 tractors, drawing the attention of the villagers aboard them. At this moment, Tian Dehai, seated in the second tractor, disembarked and approached with irritation. "Secretary Zhou, why are you blocking our way?" he inquired, his voice taut with indignation. "What are you planning to do?" Zhou Haoran asked. "We are going to petition," Tian Dehai replied. "What petition? Did you not agree to wait until I complete my investigation before discussing this?" Zhou Haoran pressed. "Your words hold no weight. Our compensation has yet to be disbursed," Tian Dehai retorted defiantly. "Indeed, your promises remain unfulfilled." The common folk clamored in agreement. "Please, everyone, quiet down and listen to me," Zhou Haoran implored, raising his hand for silence. "First, I owe you all an apology. I previously stated I would require 3 days for investigation, after which I would provide you with a satisfactory resolution. However, recent events have hindered my ability to visit the village for a thorough inquiry. That said, I have conducted a preliminary investigation and gathered some insights." Zhou Haoran bowed deeply before continuing. "Moreover, I promised you a resolution within 3 days, and that time frame has not yet elapsed. Please grant me 1 more day. I will visit the village this afternoon to grasp the situation thoroughly and ensure that your concerns are addressed. Now, I urge you all to disperse and refrain from pursuing your petition. You must be in cahoots with Zhou An. We no longer trust you. Step aside," Tian Dehai declared, attempting to shove Zhou Haoran aside. "Firstly, the time I promised to resolve your issues has not yet arrived. Secondly, I am newly appointed and do not know you or Zhou An, so there is no question of collusion. Thirdly, you may seek resolution at the township level, and if that fails, then proceed to the county. I am here to help you." Zhou Haoran addressed Tian Dehai with clarity and reason. "Resolution at the township level? I have heard that for 8 years. Your township leaders always make grand promises. Yet after multiple changes in the leadership of Jinxing Township, Our issues remain unresolved. How can we continue to place our faith in you? Tian Dehai shouted in frustration. The turnover of secretaries is beyond my control, and I am not accountable for their commitments. What I can assure you is that I, Zhou Haoran, will fulfill the promises I have made to you. Zhou Haoran declared resolutely, standing firm in his position. Will you let me pass or not? Tian Dehai shouted loudly at the obstructive Zhou Haoran, his disbelief palpable in every word. Not unless you trample over me, Zhou Haoran retorted, his temper flaring. Do you really think I wouldn't dare? Tian Dehai bellowed. The two men locked eyes, glaring at each other fiercely. We have no past grievances or recent enmities. I truly don't believe you would dare to push me aside. Zhou Haoran averted his gaze first. Villagers, as you know, I am new to Jinxing Township, so you may not be familiar with me. Let me ask another question. Are there any party members among you? Zhou Haoran circumvented Tian Dehai and addressed the villagers behind him. Yes, I am. So am I. Several villagers responded eagerly. Are you a party member? Zhou Haoran turned back to Tian Dehai and inquired. I am, Tian Dehai replied, unsure of Zhou Haoran's intentions, but answering truthfully. Very well, you may not believe in me, but you must have faith in the party. I cannot concern myself with how things were under my predecessor, but since I am here now, things will be different. As long as I am here, I will advocate for the common people. Their matters are my matters, Zhou Haoran pledged resolutely. Since you have said so, we shall trust you once more. Tian Dehai finally calmed and replied. Furthermore, I promised you I would resolve your issues within 3 days, and that time has not yet elapsed. There remains 1 day. Therefore, I ask for just 1 more day. I will visit the village this afternoon to understand the situation and ensure this matter is handled appropriately. Now, everyone, please disperse and refrain from filing complaints, all right? Zhou Haoran explained to the crowd. In the township government conference room, Zhou Haoran felt a gnawing anxiety as he overheard the hushed reports from Zheng Lei and Zhou Haoran. He learned that Tian Dehai and his group from the village had gone to file a complaint again, and he was eager to know the current developments. However, the leaders above were still in a meeting, and he could not leave, which only heightened his frustration. All right, I will share no more for now. Everyone take a 20-minute break, use the restroom, smoke a cigarette, whatever you need. We will resume the meeting in 20 minutes. Lu Ming observed the villagers' unease and called for a brief intermission. Upon hearing the break announcement, Zhou Haoran quickly exited the conference room, pulling out his old mobile phone to make a call, frowning intermittently as he spoke. It turned out that Zhou Haoran was contacting an informant he had placed within Tian Dehai's faction, seeking to stay updated on their movements. Listen, everyone, this is serious. A significant incident has occurred. Secretary Zhou has been assaulted, Zhou Haoran exclaimed after ending the call, running while proclaiming the news. The nearby village officials, taking a break, were drawn to him, gathering closer. Secretary Zhou, what happened? Don't keep us in suspense. Yes, do tell. The other officials inquired curiously. Mayor Lu, something serious has happened. Zhou Haoran exclaimed breathlessly before Lu Ming. What has occurred? Lu Ming stood up, gazing at him with concern. The group of people from our village who have been petitioning are heading to the county, and Secretary Zhou is trying to stop them. He's about to be assaulted. Zhou Haoran exaggeratedly reported. Really? Someone just informed me that a fight is imminent. Zhou Haoran continued. Who did you hear this from? Is the information reliable? Lu Ming asked sternly. Oh, come on. Would I fabricate such things? Let us hurry and check it out. Secretary Zhou has gone there alone, and I must say, our villagers can be quite unreasonable. If we delay, Zhou Haoran attempted to rally everyone to go. Yes, let us go help the secretary. The surrounding officials echoed. Their emotions stirred. Quiet, everyone, please listen to me. Lu Ming shouted several times before the crowd settled down. Let us continue our meeting for now. Since Secretary Zhou has gone, he must have the confidence to handle the situation. Even if something were to go awry, he would certainly contact us. So, let us proceed with our meeting, he reassured them. Fine, Mayor Lu, but if something happens, I want to take responsibility. They are my villagers. But I've already reported to the leadership, so I'm out of it. Zhou Haoran feigned fear. Can this meeting continue? Must we carry on? A village official expressed deep concern for Zhou Haoran's safety. Everyone, please return to your seats and let us continue the meeting. Lu Ming once again sought to calm the crowd. Meanwhile, on the road to the county, the villagers' emotions began to settle, and Zhou Haoran sat by the roadside with them, inquiring about their grievances and reasons for petitioning. If you have any grievances, difficulties, or demands, feel free to share with me. As long as your concerns are just and I can address them, I will certainly assist you, Zhou Haoran stated. All right, since you've said that. Let me tell you what kind of person Zhou Haoran really is and how he oppresses the people, Tian Dahai said through clenched teeth. As if the mere mention of Zhou Haoran enraged him. The youngest son of his family has contracted the fish pond upstream of our village's farmland. Every time it's time to irrigate, he charges our villagers exorbitant water fees. His eldest son is the village electrician, frequently causing power outages, preventing us from using electricity normally. Additionally, he collects our electricity bills, charging 20 cents more per kilowatt than the rates in other townships. Tian Dahai recounted the reasons he wished to petition, detailing the oppression he and others suffered at the hands of Zhou Haoran's family. Moreover, the eldest son of his family has established a clothing factory in the village using the money earned from us. Initially, this seemed a commendable endeavor, poised to stimulate the village's development, enhance tax revenue, and provide employment opportunities for the villagers. However, it is disheartening to learn that the women from our village who seek work in his factory are not afforded basic protections, such as insurance. To exacerbate matters, their wages are often delayed or unjustly withheld, with frequent, baseless dismissals leaving them empty-handed for their previous labor. Furthermore, there is a critical issue that affects us all: Jin Xianong's intention to acquire a tract of land from our village. He manipulates the land leasing process, as the companies offer prices ranging from 7 to 800 yuan per acre, yet he pockets a significant portion, leaving us with a mere 4 to 500. His approach is discriminatory. The elderly or those with fewer relatives receive less compensation, while families with the same surname or those in his favor are granted the original price. Is this not a grave injustice? We have relied on this land for our livelihoods, and now he not only deprives us of it but also schemes off the leasing payments. Tian Dahai continued to recount the misdeeds and transgressions of this individual. Secretary Zhou. Can such a village secretary and party member truly exist? You ought to visit our village and see for yourself. Having served as secretary for over a decade, compare his household's provisions with those of the rest of us. He lives in greater opulence than the landowners of your, Tian Dahai asserted. Indeed, he is a corrupt individual, bringing disgrace upon our party, echoed those nearby. Zhou Haoran remained silent, absorbing the villagers' grievances. We will persist in our complaints until we are heard. Yes, we shall continue to raise our voices, addressing the county, the city, and even the central authorities, the villagers proclaimed, raising their hands in solidarity. Zhou Haoran has wielded unchecked power for far too long. I have approached the township multiple times, yet each encounter results in evasion, be it meetings at the county level or research trips, with promises unfulfilled and no actions taken. This is the reality of your party committee. Tian Dahai expressed, his anger palpable as he voiced his frustrations. Zhou Haoran listened intently, maintaining his silence. If he obstructs our pursuit of a better life, what recourse do we have but to unite and report him to higher authorities? And do you know how our village had lost his position? He operates with an iron fist, dictating every decision in the village without room for dissent. Those who dare voice an opinion risk expulsion from the village committee. And over the years, he has dictated the development of new party members, Tian Dahai continued, expressing the shared sentiments of the villagers surrounding him. Secretary Zhou, you have said that upon your arrival, you would address our concerns. I must ask, do you possess the capability to truly serve the common people, especially in the face of individuals like Zhou Haoran or Zhang Dongran? Do you dare confront them? Tian Dahai posed his doubts to Zhou Haoran. Just then, Zhou Haoran's phone rang, interrupting the tense atmosphere. Please hold on for a moment. I need to take a call, Zhou Haoran said to Tian Dahai. Hello, you speak. Zhou Haoran responded to the call from Li He. Hello, Secretary. We visited the District Police Bureau and learned the situation. Upon receiving reports and anonymous letters, the Bureau acted promptly to apprehend individuals. However, the local police station has been uncooperative, refusing to disclose any information, and we are unable to review the case files. What should Director Liu and I do? Li He inquired of Zhou Haoran. Since we cannot obtain any useful information, let's return for now. There are some matters in the township that require your attention, Director Liu. You both should come back directly. I will think of a way to address the situation with the police later, Zhou Haoran concluded before hanging up. Director Liu had been listening intently to the conversation. Aware that the secretary had indicated no useful information was currently available, which meant they had no choice but to return to the township, where a multitude of issues awaited their attention. You asked me whether I possessed the ability to take action and support the common people. Allow me to clarify that I, Zhou Haoran, am also a child of the countryside, and my family resides in Jinxing Township. If any of you have acquaintances or relatives in Qingxin Village, you may inquire about me. My family is from there, and my sister still lives in the village. As for whether I can assist the people, having introduced myself. I fear some of you might go to my sister to complain or speak ill of me behind my back. Thus, I assure you that I will fulfill my promises. But I have one condition. Zhou Haoran teased, presenting his stipulation. Now, that doesn't seem right. How can you negotiate conditions with us common folk? What kind of person are you? Before the villagers could express their grievances for long, Zhou Haoran continued, Folks, if you do not agree to my condition, how can I stand up for you? My condition is that you must return and document, in detail, the grievances caused by Zhou Haoran against you. Moreover, I must emphasize that your reports must be truthful and not exaggerated. I will verify each of your claims, and if proven valid, such officials will certainly face dismissal and appropriate punishment. Good, good, good. The villagers spontaneously applauded, expressing their approval of Zhou Haoran's words. Secretary Zhou, we will return now, but please do not deceive us, Tian Dahai said, his eyes filled with hope as he looked at Zhou Haoran. Whether I deceive you or not will be revealed in our actions. Further explanations are unnecessary, Zhou Haoran replied succinctly. Satisfied with Zhou Haoran's response, Tian Dahai retrieved a small notebook filled with handwritten notes from his pocket. However, instead of opening it, he handed it directly to Zhou Haoran. This is the evidence of the oppression we have endured for so many years at the hands of Zhou Haoran and his son, as well as some indications of his corruption and misappropriation of village collective funds. I solemnly present this to you, and I await your response. After Tian Dahai finished speaking, he followed the last vehicle away. Zhou Haoran held the weighty little notebook in his hand, watching the villagers depart until the billowing dust vanished into the distance. He opened the notebook and glanced through it. Different writings in various styles filled its pages. Some letters were crooked, while others were exceptionally neat. Yet they all shared a common trait. Each entry concluded with a fingerprint. The pages were densely packed with diverse matters, each adorned with an array of unique prints. Rest assured, I shall provide you with a satisfactory reply, Zhou Haoran silently vowed as he held the notebook. With matters here reaching a temporary conclusion, Zhou Haoran requested the villager who had acted as a whistleblower to ride him back to the township government on his motorcycle, as he still had a meeting that had not yet concluded. Upon arriving in the township, Zhou Haoran was intercepted. Fortunately, he had reached the government entrance, allowing the motorcycle to slow down. Otherwise, he might have been thrown off by the abrupt halt. Zhou Haoran dismounted and approached the woman who had blocked the vehicle. Help me, please. The woman clung to Zhou Haoran's leg as if grasping a lifeline, pleading incessantly. Zhou Haoran crouched down, gently lifting her up, smoothing her hair, and softly inquired, We've met before, haven't we? The woman looked up at him and nodded vigorously. A township government official who had been responsible for attendance noticed the near collision and hurried over from the security post to assist Zhou Haoran. Spotting him, Zhou Haoran called out, Xiaosu, could you summon a colleague from the Women's Federation to help her? Secretary Shou, she's a madwoman. Why would you bother with her? Xiaosu questioned, puzzled by Zhou Haoran's actions. What kind of talk is that? Is a madwoman not a person? It's a shame you're a cadre and can't see your plight. Zhou Haoran replied. Upon hearing this, the woman lifted her head to gaze at Zhou Haoran. Meeting his eyes, her tears could no longer be contained, and she burst into uncontrollable sobs. Please, stand up. Let us take our time to discuss this. Zhou Haoran comforted her, wrapping his arms around her shoulders. After a moment, Xiaosu returned with the chairwoman of the Women's Federation. Zhou Haoran instructed her to take the woman to freshen up before he hurried back to the meeting. He dashed into the conference room just in time to catch the end of Lu Meng's speech, who was about to declare the meeting concluded. Zhou Haoran greeted everyone and quickly returned to the podium. First, I must apologize for the delay. I had a matter to attend to. Now, allow me to reiterate a few points, he began. In my recent days in Venus, I have deeply felt the essence of this place. Those present are seasoned locals, natives of this land. Let us take a moment to reflect on the lives of the people in other towns. What do they experience, and how do our citizens fare? Although our county is impoverished, and my township is among the poorest, we cannot simply wait idly for policies and funding. We must devise our own methods of development and strive for self-sufficiency and poverty alleviation. That is all I wish to convey. Zhou Haoran concluded with these remarks, prompting an enthusiastic round of applause from the audience. Whether sincere or merely a formality, it remained fervent. Lu Meng then declared the meeting adjourned. The village officials gradually made their way out, eager to leave. Secretary Zhou, could you spare a moment? I have something I wish to discuss. Zhou Haoran said to Zhou Haoran, who was gathering his notes. Secretary Zhou, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Could we possibly postpone our conversation? Zhou Haoran sought an excuse. This matter is quite important. You may go to the restroom first, and then join me in my office. I shall await your arrival there, Zhou Haoran insisted, presenting a reason that was difficult to decline. Very well, Zhou Haoran acquiesced, before heading outside. A conversation, undoubtedly not of a pleasant nature, lingered in Zhou Haoran's mind, along with thoughts of his prior interaction with Tian Dehai and others. After a brief moment, he proceeded towards Zhou Haoran's office. However, upon arriving outside, he hesitated, peering through the window several times to catch a glimpse of the interior. Inside, Zhou Haoran was seated on the sofa, perusing documents. Clearing his throat, Zhou Haoran mustered the courage to stride into the office, taking care to feign a cough as a subtle reminder of his presence to the oblivious Zhou Haoran. Zhou Haoran heard Zhou Haoran's cough and promptly rose to greet him, saying, "Comrade Secretary Zhou has arrived. Please come in." He ushered Zhou Haoran to the sofa and poured him a glass of water. Zhou Haoran, embodying the demeanor of a modest rural elder, appeared rather uneasy, accepting the glass with both hands and perching precariously on the edge of the sofa. "I wonder what matters you wish to discuss, Secretary Zhou," he inquired, a hint of trepidation in his voice, uncertain of the purpose behind Zhou Haoran's summons, though he instinctively feared it would not bode well. "The primary reason for your visit today," Zhou Haoran began, "is to address the recent grievances from your village. I had promised to assist in resolving their issues, and I wish to first confer with you." He intentionally omitted mentioning his prior engagement in handling the complaints. "Please, feel free to ask. I shall speak candidly," Zhou Haoran replied, adopting a sincere posture and straightening his back. "From what I gather, General Liu from Jinshi Yuno has set uniform prices for each acre of land for the villagers. Yet I have heard from the villagers themselves that the prices they received varied significantly," Zhou Haoran stated, fixing his gaze intently on Zhou Haoran. A cold sweat trickled down Zhou Haoran's brow as he straightened his posture, his legs involuntarily trembling, and his hand quivered, causing the water in the glass to ripple violently. However, he quickly regained his composure, although the tremor in his grip betrayed his facade of tranquility. "Speak." Zhou Haoran intensified the pressure, raising his voice. Startled, Zhou Haoran nearly leapt from his seat, spilling water onto his trousers and worn Beijing cloth shoes. "Well, Secretary Zhou, the variance in land prices is quite reasonable. You see, some land is flat and of superior quality, hence the higher price, while other plots are on hillsides or in low-lying areas, which naturally commands a lower price," Zhou Haoran, seasoned by over a decade of serving as village secretary, quickly concocted an explanation. "Is that so? However, it has come to my attention that even identical parcels of land have received disparate prices, some priced at 500, others at 600. Are you not concealing something?" Zhou Haoran began in a measured tone, only to raise his voice sharply at the end. No, Secretary Zhou, I assure you, there is nothing amiss. If you doubt my words, you may accompany me to the village tomorrow to inquire further," Zhou Haoran hastily protested. "Very well, it seems fortuitous, as I also intend to visit your village. It has been several days since my arrival, and I have yet to familiarize myself with the circumstances there," Zhou Haoran replied. Zhou Haoran had initially intended his words as mere pleasantries, believing they would placate Zhou Haoran. To his dismay, not only did they fail to satisfy, but Zhou Haoran's response turned the tables on him, confirming his intention to visit the village. This revelation struck Zhou Haoran with dread. He was acutely aware of the true situation in the village and the payments made to the villagers. If Zhou Haoran were to inquire, the consequences for him could be dire. However, the situation has unfolded as it has, and Zhou Haoran's attitude has become quite apparent. He found it difficult to decline. So he said, "Very well, Secretary Zhou, I shall eagerly await your arrival tomorrow." Just then, his phone rang. Zhou Haoran picked it up and walked out of the office, instructing Zhou Haoran to wait there for a moment. "Oh my heavens, this could very well be the end of me," Zhou Haoran muttered to himself as Zhou Haoran exited the office. The call was from Zhang Yi, the chairman of the Township People's Congress. He informed Zhou Haoran that there was now a lead regarding the young woman involved in the Li Wenguang prostitution case. Through the personal connections of Publicity Committee member Wang Jiajia, they had learned that the girl's name was Li Jiamei. Furthermore, from her high school teacher, they discovered that she was originally from Jingsing Township, specifically from Fengshu Village. Zhang Yi also mentioned that upon receiving this information, they were already en route to the girl's home and estimated they would arrive in about 20 minutes. During the call, Zhou Haoran expressed his gratitude to the two men for their efforts and instructed them to thoroughly follow this lead. They assured him they would fulfill the task. Upon returning to the office, Zhou Haoran was still waiting. Noticing him lost in thought, Zhou Haoran intentionally cleared his throat. "Secretary Zhou, you're back. Zhou Haoran quickly stood to greet him, his respect, nay, his fear, of Zhou Haoran palpable. "Please, have a seat," Zhou Haoran said. "I plan to visit your village tomorrow to gather some information. I would appreciate it if you could prepare a roster of your village's residents for me to review. Additionally, I need you to compile data on how many households have leased their land and the rental prices. I will use your summary to conduct a thorough verification." Zhou Haoran assigned this task to Zhou Haoran without regard for his consent. "All right, I will take care of it," Zhou Haoran replied. "Then it's settled," Zhou Haoran concluded, rising with the evident intention of seeing Zhou Haoran off. "Very well, I shall take my leave," Zhou Haoran said as he made his way toward the door. Zhou Haoran accompanied him to the entrance before returning to his chair. After a period of contemplation, Zhou Haoran picked up the phone to call Director Liu of the local police station. Learning that they had returned to Jingxing Township, he requested that Liu come by, as he had matters to discuss. Shortly thereafter, Director Liu Changxi arrived at Zhou Haoran's office, having been summoned from his home where he was attempting to rest after the exhausting days. "Director Liu, I would like to understand the specific details of your investigation," Zhou Haoran stated. Li Wenguang had been reported anonymously. The informant sent direct photographs of him embracing the female college student and entering and exiting a room to the police station, prompting their immediate action to apprehend him. Moreover, I have indeed seen those photographs, which clearly depict Li Wenguang giving money to that female university student. However, upon reviewing the statements, significant discrepancies arise. Li Wenguang steadfastly asserts that his motivation stemmed from sympathy for the young woman's family hardships upon learning that they hailed from the same village. He intended to offer her assistance. In stark contrast, the female university student's account unwaveringly claims that Li Wenguang provided the money only after their recent liaison. Subsequently, the deputy chief of the police station, fearing potential repercussions, escalated the matter to the county authorities, who ultimately made a determination regarding the case, leaving him uninvolved thereafter. Liu Changxi elucidated this to Zhou Haoran. Did they not conduct a fluid analysis? And who issued the order to classify this case directly? Zhou Haoran queried, his brow furrowed with concern. Without any bodily fluids, they did not pursue an analysis. As for who made the decision, that remains uncertain, Liu Changxi replied. Very well. I understand. This complicates matters. The ambiguity surrounding the decision poses a challenge, Zhou Haoran mused aloud, pacing the confines of the office. Liu Changxi stood by, observing Zhou Haoran with a sense of helplessness. Ah, indeed, it would be prudent to inquire with someone from the county. Zhou Haoran suddenly halted, a thought crystallizing in his mind. Without hesitation, he seized the phone and dialed. Hello, what an unexpected pleasure to receive your call. You departed so abruptly that I had no chance to bid you farewell, came the voice of Go Fuguei on the other end, clearly laced with reproach. Alas, it was not my intention. I had to attend a political training session in the city, and upon my return, I was immediately dispatched back to my hometown. Furthermore, you are perhaps unaware of my family's whereabouts. When you come to Jingxing, feel free to visit, and I shall have my sister prepare a fish dish for you. Zhou Haoran explained with a smile. Liu Changxi remained nearby, inadvertently eavesdropping, as Zhou Haoran made no effort to exclude him from the conversation. Very well. I shall forgive you on the condition that I enjoy a fish meal prepared by Xinran. Now, what brings you to contact me? Go Fuguei, well acquainted with Zhou Haoran's character, recognized that his call was not without purpose. Ah, ha ha ha, just a minor matter I wish to discuss. Zhou Haoran chuckled to mask his embarrassment. Speak plainly. Spare me the pretense, Go Fuguei urged. Well, our township has recently encountered a predicament. A deputy township head was apprehended for soliciting prostitution. There may be a misunderstanding, and I would appreciate your assistance in identifying which county leader authorized the classification, Zhou Haoran stated forthrightly. Apprehended for soliciting prostitution? Quite remarkable that a township official would find himself in such a situation, Go Fuguei expressed incredulously. It may indeed be a misunderstanding, which is why I seek your help to ascertain who issued the directive, Zhou Haoran clarified. Ah, understood. I will inquire on your behalf. Please allow me 10 minutes. Go Fuguei responded before promptly ending the call to gather information. Before long, Go Fuguei's phone rang again, and within 5 minutes he was calling back, leaving Zhou Haoran to marvel at Go Fuguei's impressive network. I inquired about the matter, and it was a direct order from Secretary Lin Ziyuan of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee, Go Fuqin stated. Upon hearing the name Lin Ziyuan, Zhou Haoran was taken aback. His previous interactions with him were scarce, and he was perplexed as to why such a high-ranking official would take an interest in a mere deputy township head like Jin Xingxiang. Had Li Wenguang perhaps offended him in the past? Or was this somehow directed at him? In the past, he had been aligned with Zhao Xinghua. And now he was with Hou Yuan, while Lin Ziyuan had maintained close ties with Lu Guoqiang. Could this be an attempt to undermine his work in the township by removing a deputy head? Zhou Haoran pondered the intentions behind Lin Ziyuan's actions. Lu Changxi, who stood nearby, also trembled at the mention of Lin Ziyuan's name. Though Zhou Haoran showed no fear, Lu Changxi could not afford to be indifferent, as Lin Ziyuan was the superior of his own superior. After expressing his gratitude to go, Zhou Haoran instructed Lu Changxi to return first, as he needed to personally seek Hou Yuan's assistance in the county. Meanwhile, Wang Jiejia arrived at Li Jinning's school accompanied by a high school teacher. Teacher Gua, what brings you here? Li Jiamei exclaimed in surprise upon encountering her teacher in the city. Oh, this is Wang Jiejia. I'm accompanying her to the municipal propaganda department for some business, Teacher Gua casually explained. At that moment, Wang Jiejia scrutinized Li Jiamei, and thankfully, being a woman herself, she avoided any misconceptions of impropriety. Teacher Gua, sensing that Wang Jiejia's behavior was somewhat excessive and might be distressing to Li Jiamei, cast her a warning glance. Ah, you two continue your chat. I'll step out for a moment and return shortly, Wang Jiejia said, nodding at both. Come on, Teacher Gua. Let us go to my dormitory. It's empty, and I've missed you so much, Li Jiamei invited warmly. Look at you. I'm not thirsty. Yet you insist on fetching me water, Teacher Gua remarked as she settled into a chair in Li Jiamei's dormitory, setting aside her book to observe the latter returning with a kettle. Since you've come all this way, I may not have fruit to offer. But if I don't at least prepare some hot water for you, that would be quite inconsiderate of me, Li Jiamei replied while pouring water into her freshly cleaned cup. 2 years apart, and you're still so thoughtful, Teacher Gua chuckled. You must have some matter at hand. Given your visit, Li Jiamei said, sitting at the edge of her bed, skeptical that her teacher had come solely to see her. Does a teacher need a reason to visit you? Teacher Gua teased. It's not the weekend, and you are still the homeroom teacher. Your presence here surely indicates you have something to discuss, Li Jiamei deduced. You're as astute as ever. Indeed, I have a matter I wish to ask of you. Teacher Gua conceded, unable to conceal her intent. Please, go ahead, Li Jiamei encouraged. Teacher Gua moved to sit beside her on the bed, taking her hand and inquiring. Jiamei, do you perhaps have another name, Jiejia? Upon hearing these words, Li Jiamei's expression shifted slightly. However, she refrained from deceiving her teacher, merely nodding her head before lowering it in silence, awaiting further remarks from Teacher Gua. Teacher Gua retrieved a photograph from his pocket and handed it to Li Jiamei, inquiring, Do you recognize this? Li Jiamei glanced at the photograph and instantly recognized the man who had selflessly provided her with financial assistance. Teacher Gua. Mayor Li is a good man. I wronged him out of desperation. It is my own disgraceful actions that are to blame. I am truly sorry, Teacher Gua. After speaking, Li Jiamei embraced Teacher Gua and wept bitterly. Please do not mock me, but over the past 2 years, in my pursuit of higher education and in caring for my mother's health, I have worked in karaoke bars, as a waitress, and in various etiquette roles. I have engaged in any lawful endeavor available to me, she said between sobs. So, what exactly is the nature of your relationship with Mayor Li? Teacher Gua gently patted Li Jiamei on the back, supporting her shoulder as he gazed at her, and inquired. I found a part-time job online and encountered an individual who claimed to be the owner of an advertising company. He informed me that he was seeking someone to take photographs for promotional purposes, and that is how we became acquainted. Initially, I was skeptical, so I suggested meeting him and visiting his company. To my surprise, he indeed took me to an advertising agency. However, since I visited on a weekend, we did not enter the premises. He explained that as the owner, his employees did not start work so early, and having seen the company, I began to trust him. He assured me that if I performed well, I could earn 20 to 30,000 yuan a month, which appealed to me greatly as I was in dire need of money. Consequently, he led me further, offering me 20,000 yuan for assisting him in photographing a series of pictures. When I inquired about the nature of the photos, he instructed me to feign intimacy with a man, claiming he had taken on a private detective's assignment to deceive his employer, and all I needed to do was act while he arranged for the photography. This led to my proximity to Mayor Li. Although I did not disclose my intentions to him, he remained oblivious, believing our encounter to be purely coincidental. During our conversations, he learned of my family's struggles and even offered me financial assistance. The photograph of me receiving the money was a result of this situation, and in my gratitude, I embraced him, unaware that this moment too was captured on camera. Li Jiamei recounted the events. Now, no more tears. Teacher understands you. You simply lack experience in handling such matters. You are not a bad child. However, Jiame, due to this incident, Mayor Li has been taken away by the disciplinary committee. I have come to ask if you could assist him. Teacher Gu embraced Li Jiame and gently patted her, inquiring, "Are you able to do this?" "Yes. If given the chance, I will certainly help him." "No, it is not merely assistance. It is an act of atonement. If the opportunity arises, I will testify on his behalf, ensuring that his unjust suffering is vindicated," Li Jiame replied tearfully, her tone unwavering. "That is splendid, Jiame. Your willingness to do so brings me great comfort," Teacher Gu responded with satisfaction. "When the time comes for you to assist in re-recording the statement, I shall reach out to you again." Teacher Gu felt a sense of fulfillment, having achieved the desired outcome from this encounter. Remember the teacher's words. No matter how great the difficulties encountered in the future, one must always conduct oneself with integrity and cherish oneself, advised Teacher Gu. "I understand, teacher." Li Jiame nodded in response. "Then I shall take my leave for now. Remember what I have said, and feel free to reach out to me whenever you need." Teacher Gu said to Li Jiame, who had accompanied her to the school gate. "All right," Li Jiame replied, standing at the gate and watching as the teacher's figure gradually faded from view. Just as Li Jiame was about to return to school, a man suddenly emerged from across the street, calling out to her. "Li Jiame, stop right there," he shouted. Li Jiame was taken aback that this person had managed to find her school. She had been cautious when seeking part-time work, using the name Li Jiajia and refraining from disclosing any other personal information. Yet, it seemed that he had managed to track her down through just a name and a phone number, indicating that he possessed considerable ability and connections. "You didn't expect me to find you, did you? Ignoring my calls and blocking me on WeChat. You really are something. You even gave me a fake name, making me search for you for ages," the man said as he forcibly pulled Li Jiame into a corner across from the school. Li Jiame averted her gaze, hesitant to speak. "What, planning to disappear? You haven't resolved anything yet. Hurry up and return my money," he demanded fiercely. His intention was to reclaim the money he had previously given to Li Jiajia, believing that although she had accomplished the task, it had not been done properly, and thus she should not keep the money. "Impossible. I've already spent the money, and I fulfilled your requirements. You even took photos. Why should I return the money?" Li Jiajia finally mustered the courage to respond. "You think you can play me for a fool? Do you believe I want to go to your family?" The man retorted angrily. "Go ahead, I dare you. The person who just left is my teacher, and she came with government officials specifically regarding Deputy Village Head Li's matter. They were just worried about finding you, and you would be walking right into a trap," Li Jiame asserted. Upon hearing this, the man turned his head, contemplating how things had spiraled out of control. "I let you deceive me, and now you've ruined Deputy Village Head Li as well. Additionally, I have already submitted the photographs and recordings to the police station. Come. You're coming with me to the police," Li Jiame said, her anger surging as she unexpectedly seized the man's arm to drag him to the police station. The man forcefully shook off her grip, glaring menacingly at Li Jiame. She stepped back, intimidated by his fierce gaze. "You wait," he warned, before turning and striding away. Li Jiame continued to watch until he disappeared from sight before slowly making her way back to school. Before long, the man arrived at the entrance of an upscale hotel on a motorcycle. At the entrance of the hotel, an Audi A6 had just parked, and the window rolled down to reveal Zhou Yunhu dialing a phone number, inquiring, "Where are you?" After speaking, Zhou glanced around. Moments later, a man, who had just departed from Li Jiajia, arrived on a motorcycle and halted beside Zhou Yunhu. He removed his helmet and took a seat on the back of the Audi. Addressing Zhou, "Brother Hu, what urgent matter brings you here?" "I'm currently dining with a leader." Zhou Yunhu, visibly impatient, retorted, "What is it? Is she in trouble or just difficult to locate? How can I rely on you for future matters?" "Listen, brother, once you provide me with her address, I'll keep an eye on her." It wasn't until noon that she finally emerged, and I managed to intercept her, the man explained. "Did you retrieve the recording and the money?" "You were utterly foolish. You should have given her the cash directly, and you didn't even realize she was recording you." Zhou scolded. "I didn't get it back. She instructed me to collect it from the police station. She claimed she handed everything over to that woman, who then took it to the Public Security Bureau," the man quietly clarified. Zhou Yunhu's expression darkened as he pondered. "The police station?" "Yes, brother. Do you think she is toying with me? She accused me of deceiving her and even said we harmed Secretary Li. She tried to drag me to the police station," the man replied, fear evident in his voice. "By the way, when I intercepted her, she wasn't alone. She was accompanied by another woman. After that woman left, I stopped her and asked who she was. She mentioned the woman was there to investigate matters concerning Li Wenguang. He added, "Did she mention this to you?" Zhou inquired. "Yes, I witnessed it myself and asked her about it." "Wait a moment, let me think." "So, the police station wants to obtain the photos and recordings from her to redefine the case? Wouldn't that be ideal? If that happens, we'll have no involvement in this matter. You need to sever ties with that girl immediately. We won't be implicated in any way," Zhou Yunhu contemplated. "But brother, that wretched woman revealed to her that I was the one seeking her out," the man explained. "You fool, from this moment on, cease all contact with that woman and do not pursue her any further," Zhou instructed firmly. "Brother, are we just going to forfeit the money we gave her? That amounts to 20,000. The man lamented. "You're truly naive. Consider our objective in approaching her. Isn't it to deal with Li Wenguang?" Zhou replied. "Since he has already submitted the recording to the police station, and it was the police who previously accused Li Wenguang of soliciting prostitution. If they were to re-examine the case with the recording as evidence, wouldn't they be contradicting themselves? Regardless, it will no longer concern us. However, you should keep your distance from Li Jiame. Otherwise, if they trace it back to you, it could become problematic. From this moment on, cease all contact with her. She does not know your name, and later you should dispose of your phone card or lie low for a while. Our objectives will be achieved. And why should you concern yourself with that trivial amount of money? If you choose to give it to her, consider it a hush payment." Zhou Yunhu spoke with confidence. "Indeed, you are wise, brother. I will refrain from contacting her and will also need to hide for a time." Datu replied with a smile. "All right, let us go. I shall take you upstairs to enjoy a moment of leisure," Zhou Yunhu said, leading Daitu upstairs, though it was uncertain what leisure entailed, perhaps a bath or a massage. Or something else entirely. Meanwhile, Zhou Haoran had just seen off Zhou Aoing and, having skipped lunch, was intent on finding Ho Yuan in the county. As this matter had escalated to involve Lin Ziyuan, the county's political and legal committee secretary, which was not something he could resolve on his own. "Secretary, please have a meal before you leave. It won't take much time," Zheng Lei called out, jogging after Zhou Haoran, who was heading towards the bus, holding a meal he had prepared for him. "No, time is too pressing. I must quickly seek out Secretary Ho. Otherwise, the 3 days given to us by the Discipline Inspection Commission will soon lapse, and it will become troublesome," Zhou Haoran declined. "Even in a hurry. You can spare a moment," Zheng Lei insisted. "Hand me a steamed bun. I'm off now. You should return," Zhou Haoran said, having already seated himself in the driver's seat. Noticing the bun in the container Zheng Lei was holding, he took one and placed it in his mouth before starting the vehicle and heading towards the county. "Oh, by the way, Lazy, please inform the Women's Federation to ensure that the female member from Dagkun is settled properly. We will discuss it upon my return. I have a feeling there is something significant regarding that woman," Zhou Haoran recalled, having driven several meters before reversing to relay the message to Zheng Lei. Zhou Haoran hastily arrived at the county, driving directly into the courtyard of the county committee. Since Ho Yuan assumed the position of secretary, Zhou had seldom visited. Although he had brought his liaison, Yu Chang, along with him, despite Zhang Lei, the director of the government office, not accompanying him. Zhang Lei had been promoted from deputy town head to director of the government office, thus it was rather inappropriate for him to approach the county committee directly. A period of time was required before he could make such a move. Consequently, the current director of the county committee office remained Zhou Wentao. Upon entering the building, Zhou Haoran made a beeline for Ho Yuan's office, but after knocking on the door and receiving no response, he found that Yu Chang was also absent from his adjacent office. At that moment, Zhou Wentao, the director of the county committee office, spotted Zhou Haoran looking for the secretary and ushered him into his own office. "Haoran, the secretary is attending a conference at the planning hall. If you wish to see him, it may take 2 or 3 hours," Zhou Wentao informed him while pouring a glass of water. Zhou Haoran, with a furrowed brow, felt an intensified urgency within him. He accepted the water but merely took a small sip before placing it aside. He was acutely aware that this visit to find Ho Yuan was of great significance, and time was of the essence, leaving no room for delay. "Director Wentao, my matter is indeed quite pressing. Is there any way you could contact the secretary?" Zhou Haoran endeavored to keep his tone calm and sincere. Yet the urgency in his eyes was unmistakable. Zhou Wentao, noticing his distress, sighed slightly. He understood that Zhou Haoran was not someone easily flustered, and his current agitation indicated that the matter must be serious. After some contemplation, he said, "How about this, Haoran? I will attempt to send a message to the secretary and see if he can be made aware of your situation during the conference intermission. However, as you know, the discussions at the planning hall with the city leaders are of great importance, and the secretary may not be able to respond immediately. Oh, Director Wentao, please do not mislead me. It is still before office hours. How could there possibly be a meeting at this time? Zhou Haoran, clearly agitated, questioned as he slapped the table. Why would I deceive you? The meeting has been continuous throughout lunch. The leaders from the city barely had a bite to eat before resuming discussions. If you do not believe me, you may go check the conference room yourself. Zhou Wentao retorted, irked by Zhou Haoran's abruptness. It seemed that his temper had not improved. At least he should show some respect to a standing committee member. Even if he held a minor position, then I shall go see for myself. With that, Zhou Haoran strode out of the office. Hey, are you really going? Zhou Wentao called after him, unable to stop him, watching as Zhou Haoran walked further away. That temper of his remains unchanged. When will he learn? Zhou Wentao murmured to himself as he returned to his chair. Hello, Secretary Ho. Zhou Haoran claims he has an urgent matter to discuss with you. I could not restrain him. He has already made his way to the conference venue. After a moment of thought, Zhou Wentao picked up the landline and dialed Ho Yuan. Haoran, what could be so urgent? As Zhou Haoran arrived at the venue, he promptly sent a message to Ho Yuan, who took the opportunity to step out and meet him while other leaders were speaking. Secretary, I sincerely apologize for interrupting your meeting, but there is a crucial matter I need to report to you. We have essentially clarified the situation regarding Li Wenguang. However, we are currently facing some difficulties. Zhou Haoran glanced around as he spoke. What difficulties? Ho Yuan inquired. The situation is as follows. Secretary Zhao Guangming from the Discipline Inspection Commission has given me 3 days to re-examine the evidence. A day and a half has already elapsed, and we have uncovered some leads. Based on the evidence we have gathered, it appears that Li Wenguang has indeed been wronged, Zhou Haoran explained succinctly. Please continue. Ho Yuan listened intently. The young woman involved in the prostitution incident with Li Wenguang is a college student from Jingxing Township. Her family is in financial distress, so she took on part-time work while studying. Unfortunately, she was deceived by someone who claimed to be a company executive, who then paid her to falsely accuse Li Wenguang. Zhou Haoran elucidated. Isn't that all clear now? What further difficulties remain? Ho Yuan queried. There are indeed some issues. The police recorded inconsistent testimonies at the time and consequently reached a hasty conclusion. The Discipline Inspection Commission sought guidance from the municipal level, which stipulated that the police must re-record the testimonies before Li Wenguang can be released. However, the police are reluctant to redo the recordings for fear of being held accountable for their inadequate handling of the case. Zhou Haoran hesitated before trailing off. Speak plainly. If there is something to discuss, do so directly, Ho Yuan insisted. Additionally, it is said that Secretary Lin Ziyuan from the Political and Legal Affairs Commission issued directives that seem to have influenced the conclusion reached. Now, both parties are at an impasse, Zhou Haoran finally revealed. I understand the issues you have raised, but Secretary Ziyuan is a member of the county committee, and I cannot take direct action against him. Furthermore, as you are aware, our city has been quite tumultuous lately, and I prefer to avoid stirring up further trouble. Let's leave it at that for now. My internal meeting is of great significance. Please wait for me in my office, and we can discuss this matter in detail after I conclude my meeting, Ho Yuan stated, showing his understanding and instructing Zhou Haoran to return to his office in the meantime. Secretary Ho, I believe we must act swiftly while the matter is still fresh, as the deadline given by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission is fast approaching. We cannot afford any further delays. Zhou Haoran expressed his urgency. Is it truly that pressing? Ho Yuan asked. Yes, exceedingly urgent. My proposal is that you accompany me to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission this afternoon to discuss the matter with Secretary Zhao Hongba, as you are on familiar terms and can communicate effectively. If this situation continues to drag on, it could indeed ruin a commendable official. Zhou Haoran persisted in his appeal. I am willing to accompany you without hesitation, but at this moment, I am engaged in a meeting with the leaders of the municipal supervision team. How about this? I will have Secretary Huang Xijin accompany you instead, Ho Yuan replied, still declining the request. Secretary Ho, I believe it is imperative for you to attend. After all, as the county party secretary, your presence would signify the stance of our county committee. Furthermore, your prior acquaintance with Secretary Zhao from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission will undoubtedly lend weight to your representation. The impact of my attendance alongside Secretary Huang would be markedly diminished. Zhou Haoran continued, having Secretary Huang accompany you would yield similar results. However, Ho Yuan remained reluctant to go. How could it be the same? One is a principal position, while the other is merely an auxiliary role. Secretary Ho. If I cannot even safeguard a competent subordinate, how can I effectively carry out my duties in the township? If you choose not to attend, then I shall resign. As it was you who initially sought my return, Zhou Haoran lamented, resorting to a desperate plea. With no other options, Ho Yuan reluctantly acquiesced to Zhou Haoran's insistence. Prior to his departure, he summoned County Chief Xie Yuan Hang and briefly outlined the situation. Chief Xie, I must assist with the case of Li Wenguang. I trust you will oversee the inspection team at home. Should any issues arise, please do not hesitate to call me. I will return as swiftly as possible once I have resolved matters on my end, Ho Yuan instructed Xie Yuan Hang. Certainly. It is only natural for us as leaders to assist our colleagues when needed, Xie Yuan Hang replied. Good. Please help me request leave from the leadership, and I shall return promptly after addressing this matter, Ho Yuan concluded before making his exit.